Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Treya goes off watch, yawning as she makes her way to her room to retrieve her bathing bag. She keeps it just inside her door so that she can go to the bathhouse right away. She hates being dirty more than most other things. As she's making her way to the bathhouse, she spots Daniel getting water. One of the East Gate watchstanders headed to the baths as well says from nearby, I'd watch yourself, Treya. I heard Daniel tried to get you into trouble with the commander. What? Evening barracks quarterdeck supervisor told my lieutenant that Daniel was following the commander around, and your name came up. She swallows hard. Please tell me it was just the device. Was he able to fix it? Wait. That's it? She approaches him haughtily. She has to choose her words carefully, but she can maintain the image while fishing for information. You, weed. Don't you have anything more important to be doing right now? Daniel turns and his gaze cools. He just went into his, shut up and take it, expression that he always wears. He replies, I report directly to the commander, Sergeant. Please excuse me. I don't think I will. That's pretty presumptuous of you, thinking you're important enough to be close to the commander. You should be ashamed of yourself for lying like that. If you're just going to waste time, why do you even stay here? Please just say you worked on it, please. He surprises her when he pulls out a folded up piece of paper. He unfolds it and hands it to her. She reads it briefly, and her jaw drops. If anyone confronts you, show them this letter. Effective immediately, Daniel is cabin boy to Commander Lywells, direct report. Signed, Commander Lywells, Commanding Officer, Fort Peony. Treya tosses the letter back, and he manages to catch it. She crosses her arms, saying bitterly, fine. But, what's so great that you did today that you can think you're better than dirt, weed? Huh? Daniel replies, nothing, I suppose. I'm taking my leave. She watches, a little disappointed, as he walks away. I guess, that's a no, huh? I hate this. Why did I have to be the one to do this? This is awful. He's going to break it at this rate, I'm sorry. She heads to the bathhouse. She doesn't pay attention when the others try to express solidarity for Treya and disgust for Daniel. Her mind is on her family recording. Will she ever hear her youngest brother's voice again? Will she be able to find comfort in her siblings reassuring her and telling her they love her? Will Daniel even try to fix it? She winces at this last notion. She's treated him poorly since the day he arrived, and the commander ordered her to continue to do so. It would be more surprising if he doesn't break it if he figures out it's hers, let alone repair it. As she reaches her room to return her bath bag and toss her dirty clothes into her hamper, she takes a seat against her door once more, sighing. What would my siblings think of my behavior? Why did I agree to do that? She opens her eyes and stares ahead blankly. The image of her 3 younger siblings stares at her. Her eyes water, and she looks away. Now I'm seeing things. Of course they'd hate me. They'd be disgusted. I'm supposed to be their cool, kind, mature. She snaps her eyes to her tea table. The image of her siblings is floating there, staring back at her with big, happy grins as they crowd into the hologram. Treya trips over her arms and legs to scramble to the tea table, and she stares at the apparition as her hands tremble on the edge of the tea table. Sure enough, she sees a magical device used for storing a memory. Both an image and a voice recording, through magic. And, the image of her siblings is as crisp and beautiful as it's always been. She reaches for the ghostly apparition, and as she touches, she feels the projection crystal, which causes the image to waver as the magical effect is distorted by her hands. She gasps as tears well anew in her eyes. She touches the various parts of the jewelry box-like object. It's present. It's solid. It's sitting on her tea table in her room, projecting the image. However, there are 2 components, and terror grips her heart. Daniel has no idea. There's no way he does. He has no idea that her brother is gone, and that this is the only way she'll ever hear his voice again. Even if it's a little distorted and buzzy, it's been that way for a long time. But, it's still his voice in there. She hesitates as she hovers her finger over the activation for the voice. She doesn't want to know. She doesn't want it to be gone. She wants to linger in the hope. She swallows hard, tapping the activation point. She chokes on her own breath as 3 children squeal in glee. 2 boys and a girl. Her tears swell, and she whimpers. Big sister. Big sister. We love you. We love you lots and lots, so come home quickly. Okay. Engi. Tears start to trickle down her cheeks as she listens, staring at the images with a distant stare. Something is strange, but she can't place it yet. Big sister Treya, I've always looked up to you, so I hope you'll accept this little gift and remember us. Because we'll always be praying for you to return safe and sound and with lots of stories. And I'm learning to cook your favorite meals, just for you. So hurry back. Her younger sister, Hestori, speaks. Her voice is relatively mature, given that she's almost 10 years younger than Treya and was only 8 years old for the recording, and it's silky smooth. Big sis. Big sis, today, Hestori, Barlin and me all went to the river today all by ourselves. We caught lots and lots of swim darts and splaships. Just like you showed us. I love you more than these two do, so, two other voices shriek, hey. Treya scoffs, her tears pouring steadily from her eyes as she laughs tenderly. Jermile, her middle brother, was boisterous and too brave for his own good. He got his siblings in almost constant trouble with their parents and with Treya, who often had to babysit them while their parents were working. His voice is the loudest, but he also sounds kind and giddy, just a happy and joyful person to be around. He sounds exactly as she remembers the last time she saw him. Hey big sis Treya, I miss you. I want to be big and strong when I grow up, stronger even than you. That way, I can protect you, finally. So, wait for me, big sis. Treya stares in horror and disbelief at the device. The lullaby begins, and tears pour from her eyes. He promised to become strong. He would become her protector to pay her back for the time she defended him from a fangtongue. Her hand drifts to the left side of her belly, where she was slashed by its blade-like tongue as she dove onto Barlin to protect him. That was only a year before sickness claimed him, 2 months after he recorded that message. However, it's not the message that has her frozen, swirling in a torrent of memory. It's his voice. There is no rattle. There is no buzz. There is no hum or crackle. There are no pops or silent spots. Barlin's voice was perfect, as if he were standing in the room with her. Hearing his voice, the voice she knew all too well, and had to fill in with her memories every time she heard the recording just speak to her is too much. Her brain is stalled. How is this possible? Is this real? Is this a dream? She pinches her cheek, feeling pain, but unable to look away from the device. She whimpers, Barlin, Jermile, Hestori. Treya breaks into sobs as she slumps onto her tea table, hugging the device tenderly. Her feline ear touches the activation button again inadvertently, and the cheer starts, before the voices speak. Crystal clear voices, perfectly emulating the speakers as they were the day they recorded it. The most beautiful and clear rendition of their family lullaby that has ever existed. Treya clutches it even closer to her cheek, crying as the voices bring her comfort and resolve, as well as a flood of memories, both good and bad. All of them tender and full of love. Asterisk 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 Bellstrom lingers in the darkness of a closet that has yet to be used. Entering the room was easy. It's the perfect location, since few know this room now has an owner. The owner is also the most hated person in the fort. In fact, it was a perfect sequence of events. The watchstanders watching over him were dismissed, and now he'll be all alone in a room for several hours. Whenever he shows up, Daniel presents the only hole in the story of how he ended up disappearing for a week. If he saw her, he can claim she pushed him. If she tries to claim she was attacked, it would be clear to everyone that saw her that she wasn't attacked. She had no real injuries or damage to her equipment. Daniel has a weak and pathetic presence, and he would be easy to kill. The commander even pretends to like him to earn his trust. That way, he won't question why he suddenly has the luxury of a private room. Because, he'll be missing for a week once more, and this time, she will be able to verify the job is done. Bellstrom passes the time meditating, listening for him to enter. She knows he lingers in the smithy long into the night, but tomorrow is her off day, so she won't have to worry about being needed and can catch up on her own sleep. She had to make sure she got inside long before anyone would see or notice her. Suddenly, banging on the door occurs. It goes on for several seconds. Bellstrom remains silent, though it's strange. It should be getting close to the time he'll return. Daniel, it's me, Treya, please open up. Surprised. Bellstrom hesitates. Why would she be here? Is she planning to do the same thing as Bellstrom? Daniel. We have to talk. Please. Bellstrom doesn't want the door to be opened by anyone else. If anyone comes in for an inspection and finds Bellstrom in his room, the deceit will be ruined. Regardless, Treya hasn't said anything about their discussion from before. In fact, she seems to hate Daniel even more than anyone else. Though, she must have been an actress in a previous life, because she's really selling the desperation. Bellstrom cracks the door open, peeking through the crack. She whispers, "Hey, quiet down." Treya's eyes go wide. "Be Bellstrom? What? Shush. I'm here for the same reason you are." Treya looks like she's been crying, but what about is unclear. The S. Where's Daniel? He hasn't come back yet. Listen, I'll take care of the messy part. You just. Treya doesn't pay attention. She seems to have lost interest the moment Bellstrom revealed Daniel isn't here. She instantly turns up the hallway, and she trots away, as if she's desperately trying to find him. What's happening? Is she already? Bellstrom's instincts crawl. She slips out of Daniel's room and jogs after Treya. However it happens, a deep part of Bellstrom wants to ensure she witnesses it. Of course, she doesn't actually know what's going through Treya's head right now. Asterisk 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 earlier, Daniel is making his way out of the bathhouse, having cleaned up after his time in the smithy. He doesn't mind the smell of the smoke, but it's nice to have a room, finally, to justify bathing daily. It's his own space, and he's able to stash his custom-made creations where he can keep them clean and intact. He also can build up a stockpile of bullets without anyone asking questions. He still hasn't tested either the rifle nor the revolver he managed to finish today, but because he over-designed the basic components, they both should work. That said, as he's headed for the barracks, Gwenosphia catches his attention. "Daniel." She waves him down, jogging closer. "Lieutenant. A little late for you to be awake, isn't it?" She smirks. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm off tomorrow, so I'll be all right." She smiles warmly. "Since we both seem to be off for the moment. Would you keep me company in the break area?" Me? With a nod, she adds, "I haven't been as kind to you as I wish I would have been, and I want to try to clear the fog. Please?" She folds her ears down cutely with big eyes to plead. Daniel hesitates, but he asks again, "Me? You sure?" She nods warmly. "Of course. Who else? Almost literally anyone." She scoffs. "Come on." She takes his hand and pulls him to the break area, which is attached to the barracks building, but separate. There's only a couple of others in the break area, sitting and chatting, and Gwenosphia gently but forcefully shoves Daniel onto one of the longer cushioned seats. She plops down beside him, and her tail swishes a little behind her as she sits awkwardly. She sighs, trying to break the tension a little, though Daniel's not sure what's happening. Gwenosphia has been one of the more amenable individuals at Fort Peony, but they haven't interacted that much. She clears her throat, saying, "Daniel, will you indulge me a little further?" Sure." She smiles brightly. Without further hesitation, she lays down on his lap, sprawling across him as she stretches and finds a comfortable position. She sighs contentedly. Her voice goes soft as she gingerly swirls her finger on his knee. "I wanted to talk a little about myself, if that's all right." "I don't mind." She wriggles a little, finding that perfect comfort spot, and Daniel sits patiently. "I'm the youngest of 7 siblings, so my family's nobility will be pretty dried up after my eldest siblings get their titles and inheritance. And I've come to terms with that. But I joined on my terms to the advance guard so I could get stationed here, rather than being conscripted to the regular army. There were talks, and I wanted to serve somewhere meaningful if I was going to have to serve. I get that. I'm surprised even noble houses can be conscripted from. My father's a baron, so he's expected to muster troops for the general army, which then get loaned out to the empire for the war. Any family with more than 3 children are also subject to conscription, starting from the youngest adults, especially those unmarried." She blushes a little. "Obviously, that included me. But Fort Peony has become my home. I trust and respect everyone here." She stops her fingers swirling for a moment, murmuring softly, "That includes you." "Are you sure you should?" She scoffs a little against his thigh. rolling onto her back to look up at him. A lecherous man shows up at a base full of women, and he doesn't even look at them, let alone harm them. I don't know what you're attracted to, or what your reasons are, but I want to know the truth about you. I shared, so it's your turn now. I told you, didn't I? I did what I believe is right. Then, why did you have to expose the princess? Why didn't you explain to your kingdom? That kingdom? Isn't the king an otherworlder like you? Daniel sighs. You ask valid questions, but I don't like confrontation. Her corset was in the way, and her skin has to be in contact for the spell I had a companion perform. It shocked the princess's heart back to life. If I had delayed, she would have been unrecoverable. We were lucky as it was. There wasn't time to hide her or make the others leave. There wasn't time. I knew what to do to save her. The consequences other than her death were the furthest things from my mind. She smiles gently. And, did she survive? She did. She was recovering when the decision to banish me was made. She nods as she listens. That's good. Hey, Daniel? Do you want to touch my chest? I have no urge to do so. So, you don't find me attractive, she pouts on his LP. I didn't say that. The feline woman cocks her head. Say it clearly then. That's forward. You're attractive, but I've overcome many urges in favor of self-control in my life. I see. She takes his hand and places it on her abdomen. She says softly, feel free. I won't mind. With a scoff, he asks, are you sure you want to be doing any of this? Rumors are certain to arise. Shut up and rub my belly. Rumors are just words. I know they're wrong. Daniel hesitates, but he gingerly moves his hand across her abdomen in small, swirling motions. She hums with a smile, stretching again. She murmurs tenderly, thank you. Daniel relaxes as the young woman rests on his lap. He loses track of time, and when he looks at her after a bit, she's completely asleep. He sighs quietly. I see. He doesn't have anywhere to be, so he relaxes quietly. After a short while, the door to the break area bursts open. Daniel. He looks towards the door to his left and behind the sofa-like thing they were sitting on. It's Sergeant Treya, and she looks like she's been scrambling around. Her eyes are full of hurt and tears, and Daniel immediately goes on guard. He bolts out from under Gwenesfia's head, and she jolts awake. For now, he can't focus on her. He moves away from the lieutenant. Sergeant, what can I do for you? Treya's eyes lock onto him, and her face twists. She groans in a strange, strained tone. There are only a few yards between him and her, and the sofa won't stop her for long. He knows the Geishanines are deceptively strong and agile. She can likely pounce the distance between them without needing to crouch. And she does. Daniel braces, blocking his face and neck with his arms. However, he isn't hit high, where his easy-to-target vitals are. He's tackled low, and his foot catches the corner of the coffee table, toppling him. He manages to slow his fall with his left arm, and he can feel Treya's arms wrapped around his waist firmly. Daniel's thoughts and heart are racing, screaming up to speed from his relaxed and groggy state a moment ago. Surprisingly, as he tries to get footing, he hears sniffling and sobbing. From his waist, Treya is clinging to him and crying. She's not trying to eviscerate him with her sharp teeth. She's not trying to strip his pants and target his masculine parts. She's clinging to his waist as she cries into his abdomen. RRRYYYYY. Daniel. PWEAZEFFFORGIBMEEE. WAHHHH. Confused, Daniel looks at Gwen, who is sitting up with wide eyes, and the small handful of others that were relaxing in the break area are also gathered around, watching the scene. Daniel asks, Sergeant. What are you? She snaps her gaze up, all but pouring buckets of tears from her eyes as she whimpers desperately. She pulls her face closer to him, the only brief instances that she releases his waist, but she grips his shirt's chest tightly as she pleads, Please forgive me DD Daniel. I'm so SOWWWY. It's strange to hear her speaking so poorly as her sniffles and sobs choke her words. Daniel relaxes on his back, keeping his hands up and ready, but disarmed and diplomatic as well. I don't know what I need to forgive, Sergeant, I don't understand. Her face twists, and she looks down. Tears are dripping continuously on his chest and neck, and she chokes out. I said, Such terrible things. Please, I'm so sorry. She sniffs deeply, and her nose slurps in an undignified way. I'll do anything. Please forgive me. Oh, okay. Okay. Please calm down. I have no idea what's going on. She slumps onto him, sobbing unintelligibly into his chest for a long time. Everyone watches awkwardly. Gwen kneels next to them, placing a hand on Treya's shoulder as the latter finally begins to calm down. Sergeant, WH. What's going on? Treya whimpers. I can't do it anymore. I can't hate him. I don't want to. She looks up at Daniel, choking out. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Daniel. I can't repay you. I'll dedicate my life to, but I can't pay you what it's worth. A flash of recognition probably slipped across Daniel's face, but he deflects. I don't know what you're talking about, Sergeant. I haven't done. She throws her arms around his neck, hugging him. Stop lying, please, stop lying. It works better than ever, thank you. I was so scared I'd never hear his voice again. Gwenisphia, apparently knowing enough about her comrade, asks softly, did something happen to your memory crystal, Treya? Treya has to nod while she sniffles before she can form words to answer. I dropped it, and it stopped working. She stares into Daniel's eyes with her own watering once more. I'm sorry, Daniel. I'm sorry I couldn't ask you myself. I wanted to, but, I'm sorry. Daniel sighs. You have lovely siblings, Sergeant. I'm glad I could help. She sniffles, hiding her face in his damp chest once more as she clings to him. It's the only way. I can hear his Barlin's voice. I thought it was gone. Daniel replies softly as he pets her head. I'm sorry for your loss. I'm sure they're proud of the work you do. Her ears flick a little, but she nuzzles her cheek against his chest. She whimpers and her grip tightens on Daniel. They'd be ashamed of me, of how dreadful I am. Don't worry about it. I didn't give anyone here a reason to redeem me. I don't feel there's anything needing it, but if you need it, I forgive you. So, you don't have to worry anymore. The books are square as far as I'm concerned. She shakes her head against his chest. Not good enough. She looks into his eyes with determination. Her eyes are red, and her cheeks are soaked, but she has a strong sense of resolve. I owe you everything, Daniel. I will repay you. There's nothing to repay. I just fixed a thing. It's everything to you, and I'm happy for you. But, it's just a trinket to me. He smiles. So, there's nothing owed. My fee has already been paid. She cocks her head. Fee? Yes, ma'am. I've already asked for a fee, and it was paid. All set. One of the women lingering nearby asks, Treya? Are you two saying, Daniel can fix magical devices? Treya glances at Daniel first, but she addresses the woman who just spoke with a nod. Yes. She sniffles. He was able to make my memory crystal work after being dropped, and it works better than before. Her eyes water. It was their voices, exactly as they sounded. Is that true? Asks one of the younger junior officers. Gwenisphia is the one to answer this time. I didn't witness the memory crystal, but Daniel is the reason the bathhouse heater and the central air started working again. The women glance at each other. Daniel replies, I wouldn't say I can fix everything. I got lucky with. Gwen covers his mouth with a smile. Before she says anything, the young officer points out, I heard from the medical team that Daniel is immune to magic, or something. How can he fix magical devices? Gwen replies, he can't make magic crystals, like an artificer or artisan could. But, he can fix anything else. Isn't that right, Daniel? She keeps her hand on his mouth, preventing him from being deflective. He sighs, nodding. She smiles. You have a terrible habit of stealing your own pride, Daniel. She releases his mouth, and Treya sniffles. Agreed. An artificer alone would charge thousands of Valden for repairing it, and it might lose the memory. Daniel replies gently, that was a risk. The memory stone is a stone, rather than a crystal, but if its runes are damaged, it would have been. She stares at him with a distant expression. He sighs. Dropping it could potentially damage the memory stone, which I couldn't have repaired. Please continue to be careful with the device. She smiles, scoffing. I will, thank you, Daniel. And, I will repay the debt I personally owe you. I promise. I wish you'd let it go. She glares at him softly, and he sighs. Do what you want, Sergeant. She takes a somewhat soft, sassy tone. I don't answer to you. He cocks his head a little, and she grins. The sergeant hugs his head one last time, kissing his cheek affectionately. Suddenly, she flinches, though, and turns serious. Daniel, can I talk to you in private for a minute? Sure. Though, Gwenesphia states, I'll serve as intermediary for all our sakes. She makes eye contact with Treya, which seems to be acceptable, and Treya nods in agreement. She climbs off of Daniel, and all three climb to their feet. Treya states, please come with me. She leads them to a secluded meeting room in the office building, and she verifies no one followed them. She murmurs, Daniel, has anyone tried to get you alone since you returned from being lost? You mean other than you two? They nod. Not really. I can count on one hand the number of people here who talk to me without hostility. Treya flinches a little, and she murmurs, sorry. I don't hold it against anyone. It'll make leaving easier if and when the time comes. He hums, let's see, the commander, I guess, is the only person who's taken me aside. She's obviously the one that asked me to repair the memory crystal. Treya nods to confirm. I shouldn't say right now, but I will tell you soon, Daniel. I promise. He's understandably confused, and she continues with her original thought. I think, do you know what happened the day you fell, Daniel? Only that something hit me. I didn't get a look at it, though. I assumed it was an animal. Treya and Gwenesphia share a glance. Treya sighs. It was Bellstrom. She was on free scouting at the same time, and she expressed how you disappeared before you ever returned. Gwen adds a subtle nod, adding, she also made a point of celebrating your disappearance. That part, unfortunately, is not unique to her. Treya adds coldly, this part is, she was lying in wait in Daniel's barracks room this evening. Something very few people know about because he received it from the commander very recently. Daniel asks, Bellstrom broke into my room. Treya confirms softly, yes. I was trying to find you, and she answered the door. I think, because she thought I was on her side. Because of how you've been treating me, observes Daniel pragmatically. She nods softly. Please stop apologizing, Sergeant. I forgive you. I'd like you to understand what I did and why I did it, if you'll allow it, but another time. I don't have any allies here, and I don't have any evidence. I'll just have to wait until Bellstrom tries something, I guess. If I'm lucky, I'll survive. The two women pout a little. However, Gwen just as quickly perks up. I don't think we have to risk it. The commander. I have it on good authority she's really good at interrogations. Really good, if you know what I mean. Daniel says it with a little humor and without thinking. What? She can magically detect lies? Gwen and Treya's eyes both go wide. Gwenesphia nods, asking at a whisper, why yeah, how did you know? Daniel laughs. I didn't. It's just the most logical conclusion from what you insinuated. Or, the most predictable if this was a story. Treya asks, should we go wake the commander? Gwen replies with her hand on her chin, I don't think we need to do that, we can wait until morning. But what if we can wait, because I'll sleep in Daniel's room with him? Huh? Ask both Daniel and Treya in unison. Gwen smiles with a slight blush, and Treya sighs. She turns to Daniel, saying matter-of-factly, Daniel, ignore her. She's in heat. It's not a good idea to be alone in a room with her. Gwen whines, what? That's wrong. Daniel looks at her, and then at Treya, who retorts, I can smell it on you. And, could you be any more obvious with an idea like that? Gwen squirms a little. I didn't say I wasn't, but, it's a good idea. No one will try anything with someone there, right? She purrs softly, and, if we're awake the whole time, she leans towards Daniel, and Treya puts herself between them, fending off the Geishanin lieutenant. No, I'll do it. I'm in my right state of mind. Gwen puts her ears back, whining like a child, that's not fairrr. You just want to keep him to yourself. Treya keeps a straight face, saying bluntly, no, I want to keep him from getting killed. And, it's not time for me to go to sleep, so I can watch over him. As Gwen tries to reach Daniel and Treya holds her back, Daniel remarks in surprise, wait. You're serious, aren't you? Treya glares at him a little. About Bellstrom? And no, about Lieutenant Gwenesphia. They both freeze, and Gwen blushes. She asks sheepishly, A-. Are there no races in your world that go into heat, Daniel? He chuckles nervously. And not people. Though, I guess humans go through a light version. Treya scoffs. Humans have it lucky. Come tomorrow, she's going to be dazed, hot, cold, hungry, thirsty, empty, and pitiful until the infirmary opens. And, if that wasn't clear, that's what she'll feel like, the aroused version. The feline woman purrs with a pouty and pleading expression. You could cure me tonight, Daniel. Treya urges, she's not thinking clearly, Daniel. The commander might kill you if she loses a lieutenant to pregnancy now of all times. Daniel chuckles. He says as diplomatically as he can, thank you both, but I have a better idea. Gwenisphia instantly gasps. My room? I can't believe I didn't think of that. She purrs. I have a very soft and comfortable cover and pillows, Daniel. No, I'll handle it. You two, go ahead and... Treya sighs in disgust. You're not sleeping outside, Daniel. Both of you will stay in my room for the rest of the night. Gwen can watch me, I can watch Gwen, and no one will know where you're at. Will that work? Gwenisphia pouts. No, Daniel thinks for a moment. Are you all right with that? Treya crosses her arms and looks away. I owe you. I would be a disgrace to my siblings if I refused to help you now. I won't ask you if. She grips his shirt and presses her head to his chest, hiding her face. Don't, please don't, just agree, please. Okay, I'll be in your care, then. Gwen teases, me too, Daniel. I'll keep you safe. Her tone is devious, and Daniel is concerned that Gwenisphia might not be nearly as rational as she has appeared so far this night. But, they just have to make it to morning, when the commander will be awake. Asterisk 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 chapter 20. The Interrupted Assassination. Daniel was brought to this world by surprise. He was born and grew up on Earth, but through a strange magical ritual, he appeared in a world that seemed to have been spawned from the imaginings of a fantasy writer. However, he was delivered into the world without the expected benefits being summoned is supposed to provide. He doesn't even have magic, which is a part of nature in the world he's in now. He has stayed afloat using his knowledge of modern troubleshooting and repair techniques, as well as several modern technologies that didn't exist prior to him, and which he could find ways to develop. And now, he's lying on the floor of one of his fellow personnel on the fort, blocking one of the few ways through the mountains separating the demons from the allied kingdoms. If it stopped there, it would just be another day in the military for him. Of course, this comrade is a Geishanin woman who, until very recently, vehemently expressed disgust for his very existence. Yet, the story gets stranger, we're Daniel telling the story. They managed to get Gwenisphia to sleep on Treya's bed, and Treya had intended to keep watch or simply relax, since she's a night shift watchstander and would normally be awake when Daniel and Gwenisphia are asleep. Instead, Treya is the one laying against Daniel's chest, fast asleep. She had a good cry after seeing her memory crystal device repaired, and even Gwenisphia remarked on how clear and smooth the voices were. Daniel suspects that Treya's sonic crystal was broken long before she dropped it, and it was working because it was still conductive. During his repairs, Daniel also cushioned the crystal so it wouldn't rattle or buzz against the metals of the frame. Given that another person remarked on it, Daniel suspects that everyone simply accepts the hollow sound of voices recorded, like old recordings on vinyl records. Daniel shifts a little, and Treya stirs. She opens her eyes, noticing Daniel looking at her. She instantly sits up with a tense posture. Daniel. Gee, good morning. This wasn't what you think. Daniel sighs. I don't think anything, thanks for sheltering me. She blushes, asking, WWHWH, your room? She flinches. Oh, right. Of course. She looks away, saying softly, I promise to repay you, I will. Right. I know. He climbs to his feet, stretching. Gwenisphia is fast asleep, and she looks exactly like one would expect, given her biological state at the moment. Her tail is flipping slowly back and forth, drawing attention to the posture she's sleeping in. Daniel asks, will she be all right? Treya confirms softly. Yes, it's a natural cycle we go through. She can still function. She just gets dulled senses in the presence of a man. Particularly one she has affection for. She crosses her arms. I hope I don't have to explain further. I got it. Thank you. Do you mind watching over her? I'll make my way out first so no one catches me leaving your room. She replies with a gentle nod. All right, I agree. Daniel heads for the door, putting his boots on. However, as he reaches for the door, a small tug pulls at his shirt's back. He looks, and Treya averts her eyes. Listen, be careful, I don't know if anyone else is part of it. Thank you, Treya. I'm sorry for causing you worry. She whirls, looking away. I'm not concerned about you, you're an important asset, since you can fix magic devices. It'd be stupid to let you get killed. To let you get killed, is what I meant. Daniel chuckles, but he doesn't poke fun at her. She's being defensive because she doesn't want to express what she's actually thinking or feeling. He's not sure what they are, but she's hiding her feelings all the same. I'll be careful. You be careful, too. I'm concerned for your safety by helping me. She spins with rosy cheeks. Whwa. Daniel smiles and nods. He leaves the room and heads for the common area of the base. From there, he gets water and stops by the quartermaster to get his rations for the day. Then, he makes his way to the office building to wait for Commander Lywells to arrive. He yawns a little from some residual exhaustion, but he feels pretty good overall. Eventually, Commander Lywells makes her way in. Other than when he met with her following her bath, she's in a relatively dressed-down state. Her hair isn't pulled into a neat bun, and she has her uniform mantle haphazardly draped on her shoulder instead of straightened and tied off to her jacket in a proper manner. She remarks with seemingly no interest, Daniel. Bright and early, as I would expect. Daniel nods politely. Commander. Good morning. He salutes her, and she replies, at ease. Anything to report? He replies as he follows her into her office. Nothing pressing, Commander. But, would you have time to do a room inspection today? The more thorough, the better. She looks at him skeptically, her hands behind her head as she works on her hair. On whose room? My own. I refrained from returning to it last night because I believe someone broke in. Why do you think that? Simple things. Scratches around the keyhole. A lighter smell in the room than it was when I left. Similar to a different or more expensive soap than what I use, that sort of thing. She cocks her head. Do you have a suspect? No, Commander. I was wondering if this world has, ways of determining that. We called it forensics, finding hairs, fingerprints, blood, any clues that can uniquely identify who it was. We have a couple investigation specialists here at the garden. You seem awfully calm, though. I have very little of value, Commander. I also have a room where no one would look for me for a long time, I suspect. Are you accusing my fort of containing ally slayers? No, Commander. I am fairly confident I'm not viewed as an ally by most of the fort. She scowls at him for a moment, but he keeps a respectful tone and posture. He adds, I don't know if anyone has murderous intent. But, I would like to find out if someone did in fact break in. Commander Lywells sighs, dropping her facade. I have heard a rumor. However, I have an idea for a solution. I'm listening. Are you familiar with trial by combat? Sort of. It was a concept in my world. An ancient and outdated one, but no less known to me. I fight against the other individual or representative to prove my innocence. With an affirming nod, Lywells explains, mostly accurate. In this case, we'll be determining which of you is right and protected by the gods. Daniel chuckles. We might as well skip to the execution, then. I'm pretty sure they don't have any feelings for me. I'm not even a shadow in the annals of their subconscious. She scoffs. You can be surprisingly refined when you choose to be, can't you? Regardless, more will be learned this way than by mere investigation. Do you accept? Daniel agrees with little reluctance. Why not? If you think this will work, then I'll do it. She nods as she confirms. I do. Let's go. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Treya jogs out into the common area of the fort, where a large crowd of off-duty soldiers are gathered. Commander Lywells is up on the announcing stage with Daniel standing next to her. She waits a little longer as the crowd grows a little more. My beautiful flowers of the legendary flower garden. Hear this. I have grown tired of the complaints and the suspicion. Let us end this farce once and for all. Daniel of the Otherworld shall face trial by combat. Let his innocence or guilt be proven by his strength and the shade of his blood. The warriors of the fort, mostly women, but the few men as well, cheer. Only a couple remain silent. Treya and Gwenisphia. They share a glance with each other, nervous about the immediate future. Lywells declares, "I need a volunteer. Someone who will ensure a fair and thorough trial." A few hands go up, and Treya flinches. Daniel hasn't shown himself to have any real combat ability. He's never held a weapon, and he's never sparred with anyone, mainly because most of them would kill him, accidentally. In this case, it seems like Lywells is intentionally courting his death. The commander studies the hands for a moment. She perks up. "Ah, Bellstrom, how about you?" A shiver runs up Treya's spine. Daniel has met an undue level of hostility since coming to Fort Peony, but one person is highly suspected to have actually attempted to kill him once already, and plotted to do so a second time more recently. Now, the commander, knowing this, has chosen Bellstrom for a battle potentially to the death involving Daniel. Just before Treya can call out, Gwenisphia exclaims, "Commander." Lywells looks at the lieutenant with her icy gaze. "What is it, Lieutenant? If Daniel truly is innocent of his crimes, as you believe, he will be able to persevere." "That's Daniel's not." Gwenisphia struggles to put her thoughts into words. Technically, she shouldn't know about Bellstrom, since Bellstrom still thinks only Treya knows anything. "Say something. Daniel's going to die." Treya hesitates, unable to call out. She closes her eyes, trying to summon the courage to take a stand for someone she admittedly misunderstood. Why'd I feel this way for someone like him? He's still a stranger. I don't know anything about him." Treya blurts out without thinking, "Commander. The gods do not reside on the battlefield of mortals. There will be no divine protection here. And Daniel was forsaken by the gods when he was sentenced here. If you think so lowly of him, why bother with this? Just kill him and be done." She flinches when she realizes what all she just said. She believes it all to be true, but taken the wrong way. Lywells smirks. "Oh, that's an interesting take, Sergeant. Looking after your comrade, Bellstrom, are you? I suppose you bring a valid point." "And no, I meant, perhaps, Daniel, you would agree to saving us all sometime, yes?" Daniel glances at Treya, and it causes her to flinch. She tries to object, but the words stick in her throat. Daniel then looks at Lywells, and then down at the ground. "I'd prefer to take my chances, Commander." Lywells smirks. "Very well. Trial by combat it is. Bellstrom will be the opponent." Bellstrom draws her sword with a smirk. Daniel could use a weapon if he had one, but he doesn't. They face each other on the ground in a large circle formed by the soldiers of the fort. Lywells explains from the stage, innocence or guilt will be determined by incapacitation or death. The accused may surrender and confess at any time. All skills and weapons belonging to either party may be used. Treya watches in horror. It's descending out of control. Daniel doesn't stand a chance. Bellstrom swings her sword to loosen her joints and check her armor's fitting. Daniel simply assumes a ready brawler's stance, a complete amateur, considering his lack of fear. She twitches. But wait. Daniel is a divine summon. Maybe he does have a special ability given by the gods. Or boosted strength, maybe. He's going to die. Treya starts to call out, "Daniel, you have to." Gong 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 gong. The bell for the west gate starts chiming loudly, drowning out the cheers for the impending fight. Everyone looks, and in the sky, there rests 3 stars in the middle of the day. Unfortunately, guiding beacons of the night, these are not. They are a communication from the scouting regiment belonging to the reconnaissance teams much further into demon territory than the controlled zone. And the colors of these flares, lingering in the sky, reveal the threat that must be communicated as soon as possible. With 3 red flares, there's only one possibility. Commander Lywells murmurs during a lull in the chiming of the bells, "Dragons." Asterisk 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 asterisk. The fort's alarms are raised. 3 flares in the sky seem to have told everyone what they needed to know. And, immediately following, the base descended into a form of controlled chaos. However, contrary to what Daniel might have expected, the base is not bolstering defenses in preparation to defend. They are making preparations to evacuate. Daniel is surprised. To say the least, and he manages to catch Treya, asking, "What's going on?" She explains, "Dragons are coming. What about defending? Are you crazy? We're pulling back to the main garrison, where there might be enough firepower to stop them. But, as it is, we will barely slow them down. It's how it has to be. Get what you can't live without, Daniel, and hurry to a cart." Treya helps organize evacuations, while Daniel finds Lywells, similarly directing troops. She spots him, stating, "Now's not the time. Prepare to evacuate, Daniel." He shakes his head. "Commander, I think I'll stay." She looks at him. "I have secretly been preparing some spells from my world. Maybe they can't stop a dragon, but let me at least try." "It's futile, Daniel. Dragons can withstand a siege. You were about to have me slain, Commander. Allow me to choose how I die. Final request." She hesitates, looking away. She murmurs, barely audible over the uproar, "I wasn't trying to have you slain." She sighs. "Set your otherworldly traps and prepare to." "It's not that simple. I'll have to remain present at least long enough to see the enemy. Once I've confirmed success or failure, I'll retreat." "Why should I believe you won't simply surrender to the enemy? I was brought here as a prisoner. The only intel I would have to sell is on this fort, which you're about to abandon. Otherwise, I'm the weakest human in this world, possessing no magic. Give me a chance." She sighs. "Very well. Do what you want, Daniel. We'll leave an extra mount for you to catch up." He nods gratefully in agreement. "Leave too," shouts Gwenisphia as she jogs up, having overheard enough of the conversation. "I'll stay with Daniel." Daniel turns to the lieutenant, thinking quickly. She smiles at him, saying tenderly, "I won't abandon you." "Gwen, please go." She blushes. "Gee, Gwen." He smiles tenderly. "Don't you remember what we did last night?" Her eyes widen, and she tries to think. She squeaks, we only." He whispers, "I need you to be safe, Gwen. You and them." He touches her abdomen gently, and she squirms lightly, but she takes his hand for a moment. She gets what he's saying, but she doesn't remember. Of course she doesn't remember. It's a lie. I'm hoping she'll buy her own clouded state of mind long enough to believe it. He kisses her gently, adding softly, "I promise I'll come back and give them siblings, but, please go. I can't protect you and enact my plan." She hesitates, but she blushes. I don't," Daniel sighs. "I was afraid of that. I guess it wasn't that memorable." She flinches, but says, Daniel, She pouts, but she says tenderly, Keep your promise, Daniel. I won't forgive you if you don't." He reassures her gently, "I will. Please go with the evacuation. I'll catch up." She nods reluctantly, joining one of the carriages. Daniel and the commander share a glance, and she gives a subtle nod as her silent blessing. Daniel bows his head just as subtly, and he jogs to his own room. He needs to gather his gear. As the last of the carts and horse-like mounts are leaving the fort, Daniel finds Treya arguing with the last cart, on which is the commander. "I'm not leaving. I have my own reasons to stay." Daniel's methods don't require help. "Sergeant, get in." Daniel jogs up, carrying his rifle and shoulder bag full of ammunition and explosives. "What's going on?" Treya replies, "Daniel, I'm going to stay. I told you I owe you an unpayable debt. And, if a cowardly otherworlder is going to make a stand, what would I be if I fled?" Daniel replies, "Intelligent." She glares at him, and he sighs. "Listen, I don't need help, and I'll be catching up as quickly as I can. Please just leave me behind." "No." Daniel glances at Lywells, who is hesitant. Daniel is relatively expendable, or he's the only one who stands a chance. Those are the two options Lywells is weighing for him. For anyone else, she doesn't want to waste their lives. And, on that, he and she agree. Daniel turns Treya by the shoulder, saying, "Commander, I'm afraid it's come to this. If she insists." Treya straightens her PS2 ray, believing for that moment that she convinced him. And just as quickly, Daniel throws his weight onto her, pinning her to the ground. He wrestles her arms as she shrieks at him, "Daniel, what are you doing?" He manages to pull her arms behind her, tying them, and then he uses the same rope he pulled from his bag to bind her legs, sashing them together to hogtie her and completely immobilize the flexible feline woman. She squirms violently and snarls out threats and demands, but Daniel ignores them. Once she can't escape, he stands up, saying to the commander, "Please forgive this indignity, Commander. She's being irrational." She sighs and nods, hopping down to help him load Treya into the cart. "You can't do this, Daniel. Daniel, don't do this. Let me help you. You bastard." Daniel pets her head once she's in the cart. "Treya, thank you for everything. I know I couldn't lie to you and get you to go. Please, understand. I want you to be safe. Tell Lieutenant Gwenisphia that I'm sorry I deceived her. If I make it through this, I'll accept punishment." He smiles at her, and her eyes go wide with horror. Commander, please, don't do this." Lywells hesitates. She stands up, holding out a hand and declaring with her powerful voice, "Daniel, I have used you for my own ends, and I intended to use you further. So, I command you as possibly my last order to you. Survive your ordeals. If you truly are a divine summon, save this world from itself, or survive as a soldier to fight another day. These are the only choices I allot to you. Disobey me at your peril." He chuckles but bows. "As you wish, Commander. I will do my very best." She acknowledges him with a nod, instructing the driver of the last cart to move. She watches as Daniel sees them off, turning away in a quiet shame. Daniel doesn't care, though. He has needed to test his weapons, and he didn't want to do it where the others would see. Unfortunately, he'll be testing them in the thick of battle, and against enemies so terrifying, a fort at the end of the world isn't even going to try. Which reminds him, the reconnaissance teams are still west of the fort. If they try to flee the enemy, they'll likely need all the time they can get. He jogs to the west gate, opening it so that the scouts can continue through without impedance. If the dragons are truly such a grave threat, then the gate alone will do little, since any troops with the dragons will advance at a pace similar to that of the dragons themselves. Once that's done, Daniel makes some simple preparations. He stages training dummies on the wall with armor and weapons, making it look like the fort is still manned at a glance, particularly from the air. He doesn't know how long it will take for the dragons to arrive, since he doesn't know how far the perimeter the recon teams form actually is. There are also other factors at play as well. Are the dragons escorting an infantry? If so, they'll likely advance at a rate the slowest can move at their own quickest, of course. If they are fully aware of Fort Peony, which would be shocking if they weren't, they could launch vanguard attacks to try to catch the fort off guard. However, it's likely the dragons are the siege weapons, rather than the vanguard. They'll rest until the infantry can advance no further, and obliterate any defenses with strong attacks. Treating them like tanks is fitting, since his weapon is modeled after an anti-tank rifle, even if its crude design would make true arms makers of his world weep with its shoddy craftsmanship. Once he has some fake soldiers staged, he carefully ventures out into the clearing in front of the fortress on the west side. He digs a few holes, placing landmines he crafted. He then lays out some fuses that he made, connected to the landmines, since he wasn't sure how best to make a pressure trigger. Thankfully, he has knowledge of many kinds of battles of history. He's far from an expert, but he can use his own creativity to do the best he can to fill in the gaps. With the flammable oil he managed to blend, he makes a wide trail that will be easy to hit with a flaming arrow, even for him. And, once lit, will contact the fuses. It won't be elegant. But, if he can distract his enemies with theatrics, he might be able to give them pause and draw out his real targets. Daniel knows that if he fails to kill the dragon, he won't make it far, even with a mount. Which is why, when the recon scouts suddenly burst out of the clearing as he's making final preparations, he calls out to them. "There are a couple of mounts left, hurry. Daniel. Don't delay. I'm earning my full pardon, go. Regroup with the main garrison." The lead officer hesitates as the other scouts nod, jogging ahead. The scout commander bows briefly, running after her troops. They should be only a short distance behind. May the gods protect you. Fortunately, the mounts of this world, which share more traits with rhinos than with actual horses, are actually pretty large and strong, making it easy to carry multiple people. Daniel is content with his decision. He's afraid, but he feels ready. It's not specific, but it's only natural that the enemy would be advancing at a pace only slightly slower than the retreating recon soldiers. He has only a little more time. He returns to the top of the wall, readying his rifle and his revolver. He also sets a small fire next to himself and prepares some flaming arrows. As with all things, he gets the gist of archery. He knows which way to point the sharp end of the arrow. He intentionally made the oil field large enough that even he can't miss. And, if he does, he has an extra try or so. From there, he just needs to distract the enemies long enough for them not to notice the fuses. Trees begin cracking and rumbling, but it's a fair distance behind the sounds of marching. Foot soldiers of the demon army are the first to emerge from the tree line. There are obvious fantasy monster-like races. Small goblins and imps leading as the apparent cannon fodder, Oni-looking demons and more bestial animalistic races that resemble tigers and wolves as heavier infantry, and ogres and lumbering monsters with 4 legs as wall breakers. Leading the militia appears to be a female being with 2 deer-like horns emerging from her silvery blue hair. Stripes pattern her skin, and she bears an ornamental staff made of something resembling ceramic, most likely the tusk of some great creature like an elephant. Daniel tries not to draw attention to himself, keeping himself hidden low on the ramparts and shouting through an echo horn, "You there? Turn back. You shall not cross this barrier. Those who try shall be met with the grim face of despair." A few of the beastmen fire arrows at the wall, and Daniel braces in his secluded spot. The shields of several of his dummy soldiers take hits, wobbling. He shouts out screams and calls without the horn, making it seem like the arrows have landed some hits behind the wall. He doubts it's superbly convincing, but he keeps up the act. "You fools! Your ignorance will buy you no mercy when you face the judgment of the god of despair." Daniel peeks over the wall. The goblins are cautiously marching forward. They've already passed the line of the landmines, and the heavy infantry are at the mines. The wall breakers are getting close, but his rifle should make easy work of the wall breakers. What are the odds the dragons were a false alarm? Daniel smirks at himself. Highly unlikely. He lights a couple of fuses at his feet, which race towards the fireworks launchers he made. They spew flames and sparks, and the warriors flinch, bracing behind shields. Daniel fires the flaming arrow next, and the fire hits the oil, erupting in a massive line of raging flames. The goblins are engulfed in the flames, shrieking and squealing as they burn, and those that escape the flames flee. Daniel continues the show, "Mwahahahaha. Turn back now, you pathetic weakligs. Turn back or perish." The woman, who seems to be something similar to an anthropomorphized Kiran of Asian mythology, snarls orders as the surviving goblins flee backwards, and the wall breakers bellow, lumbering forward. Daniel sighs. He's a little relieved honestly. The heavy infantry are crossing the lines, and some begin throwing dirt on the flames. However, 15 explosions thunder out, ripping holes in the landscape as 10 times as many lives are snuffed out, including several of the wall breakers, who are dismembered by the blasts, while shrapnel maims and wounds the infantry soldiers. They collapse, some of them into the fires, and they cry out. The battlefield is filled with screams and cries. Daniel knows that black powder is relatively easy to make with the right ingredients, but because of magic, like so many other things his world relies on, it hasn't been invented yet. As such, explosions without chanting or triggering spell detection and enabling spell cancellation are unthinkable. The Kiran appears to be flustered by the loss of nearly half of her forces in little over a minute. Nevertheless, all of it is just to draw out Daniel's real target. He needs to face the dragons, because he assumes the warriors of Fort Peony could pretty easily handle the rest of the forces, or at least delay them properly. If he can't defeat the dragons, little changes. They can still march on the main garrison. But, the main garrison should easily be able to handle everything else. And, if he can thin their numbers in the process, all the better. Daniel calls through the horn. "Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. What's wrong, Mudame? I haven't even used any real magic yet. Don't tell me this is too much. I have so much more to teach you." Daniel can see it. The Kiran is getting frustrated. She's pacing back and forth as her lines crumble around her. The goblins have completely abandoned the battle, and the beastmen have fallen back behind the bodies of the wall breakers, those that have survived. The Kiran pulls a small curled tube from her belt and blows in it. The sound is similar to a clarinet with a single tone. Soon after, a bellowing roar emerges from the forest behind her, and then, a second, even deeper one. "Oh geez. 2? Well, Daniel. Let's hope there's some actual luck on my side." Crimson wings emerge from the tree line, and with a broad and mighty sweep, they lift a massive reptilian body into the sky. It looks about like you would expect and dreamed and fantasized about in his old world. Its scales glimmer in the evening light, and magical power glows in its thick, armored belly scales. Daniel shouts without the horn, "I call bull, dragons can't fly." His heart is racing. He won't get many shots at defeating it. He calls through the horn, "That is your tide changer? Your final draw? That paltry bag of scales will be nothing but the lining for my boots." The dragon roars in a rage. "Ooh, better be careful. Maybe there's sentient dragons here." It sweeps its great wings once more, and it gains momentum towards the wall. Daniel snatches his rifle and braces against the wall, hiding for a moment as he takes a deep, courage-boosting breath. It's just a video game. I put on a VR headset, and I'm in a video game. The graphics are just really good. That's all. I'll finish this level, log out, and get a stiff drink. Daniel pulls the bolt of the rifle up and back a little, checking the breech of his crude weapon. One of his brass shells is inside, ready to be fired. He closes the bolt, ready. Suddenly, he is jostled when a massive impact slams the wall near him, and he looks. He doesn't get long. A massive, blindingly bright jet of fire scorches the wall, and the stone melts away like butter, while the flame is swept away from Daniel towards the other end of the wall. He realizes dumb luck, which is sort of what he was counting on as the only reason he's alive. He idly hoped that if the dragon's fire reaches him, he'd be snuffed out of existence in an instant before the pain could even register. In the off chance he got the opportunity, he needs to hit the dragon before it realizes he's the threat. He rolls up to a kneel, taking aim. For a moment, he flinches. Daniel served on an aircraft carrier, and the first time he approached it, having come from a small town, it was the largest single object he had ever seen. It was a colossal titan of human construction, a vessel of war larger than almost anything else on the water. Daniel remembers the feeling of being so small in comparison to the massive iron monolith. That feeling returns in the face of the largest living creature Daniel has ever seen with his own eyes. Its head appears to be comparable to an orca's in size, maybe a little larger. Its body is easily larger, and its tail sways across the ground, immune to the fire of the oil still burning weakly. Daniel can hear the Kirin taunting him. The dragon snorts as it surveys its handiwork and scans to the left towards Daniel. Its glowing purple eye pivots, and it locks onto Daniel. It's fully aware of him now. Its lips curl back, and it begins inhaling as it rears its head back. Thankfully, it's too late. Daniel steadies his breath and solidifies the stock against his shoulder. He exhales slowly and pulls the trigger. Chapter 21. The Feldrock sorcerer Wenliana walks delicately into the tent of her mother's war camp. It's perched along the shore of the Great Gulf, a massive body of water predominantly surrounded by the Kingdom of Bromland. In exchange for helping recapture the capital, and thus, the Kingdom of Bromland's treasury and castle, Bromland's surviving royalty and nobility sold a large portion of the kingdom's land to the Grand Duchy of Stalvalten, including the rather large port town they're in now. Wenliana does her best to sneak into the tent, where the military command map is. It has a rough layout of all of the troops as they've been reported most recently. Rikuto has helped capture the capital and stabilized many of the cities and towns on the southern side of the kingdom. The current map shows forces from Stalvalten in the kingdom, while other sections are marked with the kingdoms further north and across the Gulf. Almost the entirety of Bromland is under renewed control. Because the Empire had to step in, the cause of the revolution will be investigated, and a sort of reset will cripple the economy of the kingdom while they try to restore order and balance to the lives of the lower classes. But, Wenliana has no real interest in Bromland. She has no interest in the mansion Arameliana plans to build on the Gulf. She has no interest in the Revolutionary War nor the Greater War with the demons. "We already have troops en route, Wenliana." The magic artisan squeaks with a jump as she whirls. Her mother entered right behind her, standing gracefully with her usual prideful expression. "Your beloved will be in your arms soon enough, Wenliana. They have orders to ride for Fort Twilight with haste." Wenliana blushes. Thank you, mother, but, what if? Do not fear. What if, control what is within reach? Wenliana glances at the map, and Arameliana sighs. There have been no reports of demon attacks on any of the border fortresses. As soon as our troops arrive, we'll reclaim Daniel, and he'll be out of harm's way. Mother, what if he thinks we abandoned him? It's been so long. It's only been a couple of months. You should be more angry that he played along with that foolish plan those ignorant cutthroats foisted on Rikuto. If he had given me the chance to respond, we would not be in this mess. When Liana looks down, Daniel is quick to do what he thinks is right, even if it means detriment to himself. He was the first one in the water after the princess. He saved 2 lives. I know in some otherworldly way, he thought he was protecting us. She murmurs as she clutches the first diamond they made together in her hands. I want to protect him better. We will, Liana. We will. A man clears his throat, and they both look to the entrance of the tent. Your Grace. He presents a rolled-up scroll, and Arameliana accepts it. She unrolls it and reads it briefly. Her eyes narrow, and she asks, when was this sent? About a month ago, Your Grace. From Fort Peony, the flower garden, at the north end of the mountains. Why? Arameliana shakes her head in confusion and frustration. Worry creeps into Wenliana's voice. Mother, what is it? Arameliana hands the letter over, asking distantly, why is he? She looks at the map suddenly. Wenliana gasps upon reading the letter. It's a report of a divine summon going missing somewhere west of the mountains during a free scout. Wenliana asks, wasn't Daniel supposed to be headed to Fort Twilight? Arameliana says softly, they never crossed into Bromland. Our riders didn't fail to catch them. They had already diverted course. D-. Did King Regent Rikuto deceive us? No, the escort likely made the decision based on merchants and others leaving Bromland. They would have known problems were rising before anyone else. Our riders weren't stopping as often as the escort. They didn't have a chance to hear about the brewing revolt until it was too late and they were deep inside the kingdom of Bromland. The Grand Duchess grips the edge of the table tightly. If we had known sooner. The messenger adds, Your Grace, there is a follow-up message from Fort Peony, perhaps. She sighs. Let me see it. He hands it over, and Wenliana leans in close as Arameliana unrolls it to read it. They both sigh in relief. So, he was found a week later. Good. That's a relief. Will you send a reply, Your Grace? Not in the form of a letter. Thank you, you may go. He bows and exits the tent. Arameliana says softly, we'll send our own riders. I don't want anyone to realize how valuable he is to our house. Wenliana smiles tenderly. Thank you, Mother. I'm sorry all of this happened. It's not your fault, darling. More than likely, it would have been wise for us to maneuver in order to help Bromland stabilize. Under our rule, we can keep taxes and trade at more reasonable levels in our new territory, which should benefit us in the long run. Wenliana gives a nod of understanding. I'll continue to work on my projects, Mother. Diamond-powered equipment is working as well or better than salt, though it'll remain limited for the time being, of course. Keep it that way. There's no telling when we might need them. She asks at a whisper, how do they fare with water? Wenliana smiles. Unfazed, Mother, it's just as he predicted. She nods in approval. Good. Make something with those, then. It'll make for good relief equipment. Mother, if anyone discovers that we can, I know. It will be mysteriously and seemingly endlessly full water vessels. That is all. Wenliana smiles. I see. I'll make it work, Mother. And, I shall send our fastest troops northwest. Let us continue to show the world why the Feldrock is our sigil. Asterisk 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 destruction engulfed the land, and all at once, Karatai found herself without a home, without her family, and without a dream. It's only natural for an orphan to find any means of survival, even if it means joining with the other clans to grow the informal army, serving the Demon Queen. While she is nowhere near as powerful, she is descended of the first of her ancestors to have received the blessings of the great Kirin, and informally, her people are known as children of Kirin, or Chirinus in their own tongue. The issue is that they need to cross the mountains, and other means are going too slowly. That is why the dragons insisted on leading an assault and breaking through, even though the Demon Queen has held orders of maintaining borders for now. The dragons are the only beings in the world that can challenge the Demon Queen herself and potentially win, and they can become restless by nature. As such, the dragons sent the younger brother of the Dragon Lord, a shimmering red dragon with a name unknown to all lesser beings allied with him. And, with him, They also sent an ancient flightless drake as backup. The drake is carrying a massive amount of supplies, and while not sentient like the red dragon, it can still breathe fire and take commands. At present, the human sorcerer shouting taunts has yet to reveal himself, and the red dragon has just landed on the wall blocking the path ahead. For all of his bravado, the sorcerer seems to be merely a human. While not all races in the demon lands understand the shared language of the enemy races, Karatai does, and she calls out in retaliatory taunt, "Where is your bravado now, foolish, pathetic human? Cower before the might of the almighty dragons." She watches as the melting stone of the wall dribbles down around the dragon's feet, and the drake crushes the last remaining trees in its way as it reveals itself. However, a terrifying noise startles Karatai, and a relatively tiny burst of fire comes from the dragon's left. This tiny burst of fire deceives the observer of the startling crack of thunder that booms out from that very same general direction, and even the dragon is forced to flinch. No, it isn't flinching. Its head cocks to the side, while its muscles seem to loosen in response. The red dragon's left claw slips free of the wall, pulling with it parts of the ramparts. His body pivots from the sudden shift, and he falls like a great, felled tree, slamming into the ground without a trace of strength remaining. Karatai stares at the dragon for a moment. There's an eerie silence that follows the echo of the bone-chilling thunder, and the dragon doesn't inhale or exhale. Instead, blood pools around its head, leaving from its left eye. That same voice finally calls out through his metal horn, "Behold the divine judgment of land, air, fire, water, and darkness. I am the apostle of despair, harbinger of woe. Rue this day, and witness the end of your ambition. I am the calamity." He finally appears, standing up from right next to where the puff of fire came from. Karatai is still frozen in horror, and the drake bellows in anger. Her soldiers are faltering. Those that had stayed are reconsidering. The Kirin finally gathers her senses, calling out, "D Drake! Burn him! Burn him, now!" The drake takes a deep breath, inhaling for a long time. The sorcerer leans against the ramparts, pointing his metal staff at them. She hears the crackle of the drake's fire breath, and she manages to smile nervously. This is it. Even if he can kill a dragon, there's no way he can cast that spell again so quickly, not alone. Oh, how Karatai wishes she was correct. Just as the flames are starting to leave the drake's mouth, the puff of fire leaves the staff of the sorcerer, and the thunder booms loudly, flinching the remaining troops and Karatai as well with its devastatingly frightening volume. The spell the sorcerer cast, whatever it was, crushes Karatai's attempted invasion once and for all. With that one spell, the drake's head explodes, violently detonating a blast that throws Karatai into the dirt and shreds her allies with shrapnel of bone and drake armor. She loses consciousness as she hits the ground. She doesn't know it yet, but a miracle protected her from being shredded by shrapnel herself. Asterisk 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 moments before, Daniel's first shot pierces the eye of the red dragon, and its head cocks away. It barely manages to groan, sliding from the wall and flopping to the ground with a perilous thud that threatens to shake what remains of the wall to rubble. But Daniel doesn't have the luxury of time. He pulls the bolt up and back. It takes a fairly firm tug to pull it all the way back, but the spent shell ejects as it's supposed to. He pulls a fresh bullet from his bag and feeds it into the breech of his rifle, shoving the bolt forward once more. It takes a few surges of strength to get it to slide, but he manages to get the bolt forward and down. Maintaining the whole facade, Daniel taunts through his horn, "Behold the divine judgment of land, air, fire, water, and darkness. I am the apostle of despair, harbinger of woe. Rue this day, and witness the end of your ambition. I am the calamity." Next, he spins up to his feet, taking another breath. The second dragon doesn't appear to have wings at all. It has all of the other features of a colossal reptilian with impenetrable scales, skewering teeth, and deadly claws and tail. He can tell by its head movements that it spotted him, and he quickly lays the rifle on the edge of the rampart, hooking the bracing hooks over the rampart edge. His shoulder still aches from the first shot, but this should help reduce the recoil on him. He aims at the dragon's head, just like the red one. This dragon is actually even bigger, but it's still near the tree line. Its scales are a more neutral blend of green and brown, and it has less ornate horns and angular scales. It reminds Daniel a fair amount of a Komodo dragon from Earth, but much larger. He takes a deep breath, and aims, glancing only once at the Kirin as she stares at the fallen dragon with mouth agape. He exhales calmly, and then takes a controlling breath, exhaling slowly. The dragon's mouth opens wide, and sparks begin to crackle in its mouth. Daniel keeps his eye on his target. Its maw. If he can hit anything vital or enough of them simultaneously, he can cripple or kill the creature. The flames begin to form and race towards him, and he pulls the trigger. The kick is reduced by the hooks clinging to the wall, but the burst of fire obscures his view. It doesn't matter. His shot confirms itself when a startling blast thunders from the dragon, and Daniel flinches, his face below the wall. It's like several tons of TNT just exploded, which is far more than the black powder Daniel made for his landmines and bullets, and far more than any single landmine could do, assuming one hadn't detonated until now. Additionally, rather than a powdery explosion of dust, dirt, and some fire, like TNT, the fireball is more reminiscent of a fluid explosion, like the pyrotechnics of a movie, but larger in scale. The color is also a vibrant blend of blue, violet, and white, briefly casting the illusion that everything around it is nighttime from the immense brightness, which is searing to look directly at. Daniel realizes as he shelters from the blast that, whatever chemicals are present, they're producing flames on par with a welder at the point of contact with metal. The temperature is several thousand degrees for what might be seen as a blink. And, when the blast subsides, it pulls a vacuum for the briefest of moments, drawing dirt and smoke back in towards the blast. In the moment of clarity, Daniel can see the damage. The blast completely obliterated the head of the dragon and most of its upper torso. It also finished off the rest of the infantry that were lingering in hopes that the ground dragon would be able to defeat the sorcerer. What few survived are fleeing into the forest, their weapons discarded on the ground. Daniel leans his weight on the ramparts of the wall, sighing in relief. How he managed it, he's not sure, but it seems he just won a battle in another world. After a brief break, Daniel cautiously reloads his rifle and slings it over his back. He then checks his revolver and makes his way down to the ground. He has to be careful of the molten stone from the wall where it has pooled. Some of it is still radiating heat waves from the intense heat that melted it in seconds. Beyond the wall, the carnage isn't much better. Goblin corpses are littered about, and Daniel inspects what he finds. He throws up briefly from the nausea caused by the scene of death surrounding him. He is able to steel his nerves, though, and proceed forward. It was them or him, and he chose to win this fight if it was in his power. Unsurprisingly, the goblins don't have much worth salvaging. However, he does find some nicer equipment on the beastmen and lesser demons. The most notable is a small-looking bag, about the size of a fanny pack, that almost all of them are carrying. Simply opening the flap of the bag reveals nothing but strange markings and a dotting of stones etched with various symbols. A brief inspection finds a control stone on the outside, which looks at first to simply be an embellishing decoration. To his pleasant surprise, when he moves the corpse's finger across it, it lights up. A holographic image displays various objects, and the mouth of the bag glows. Some of the objects, if they are normal-sized, would never fit inside the bag, such as a spare sword, a container of some kind that looks to be rations, and a shield. Daniel selects the sword, and sure enough, the hilt of the sword emerges at the mouth, and he's able to withdraw the sword. No way, never in a million years would I imagine I'd be holding a magic bag. He keeps the corpse's hand on the crystal, and he puts the sword back into the bag. Sure enough, it dissolves down into the magic pocket dimension of the bag, and it appears in the holographic display. Daniel also notices some kind of indication change, which he suspects is the capacity indication. Unfortunately, he has a more pressing drawback. His own fingers can't activate the magic of the bag. It likely circles back to the usual suspect. Because he is devoid of magic himself, he can't interact with magic devices unless they have a non-magic mechanism of operation, which the bags do not. That said, he's not about to pass up this opportunity. He plucks a stray leaf from a plant nearby, and he attempts to use it as a glove over his own finger. Sure enough, it produces enough mana interaction to light up the display and allow him to make selections. The next experiment is to see if he can store these bags within each other. In certain fictional systems from Earth, the magic of the bags, because it's extra-dimensional magic, can interfere with each other and cause a black hole, or something. He remembers there being some gimmick in a tabletop game where doing something like that could banish an unbeatable boss monster to nothingness. One of the very limited ways to defeat that boss. Daniel collects another bag, and as long as he's touching it, it doesn't glow. It's just a leather bag with stones studded into its interior like a pair of tacky jeans. He activates one of the two bags, and he holds the inactive one over it. Well, here goes nothing. He lowers the inactive bag into the active one. Thankfully, it simply dissolves magically into the active bag, appearing in the readout of the active bag. It also doesn't seem to affect the capacity reading much, though Daniel isn't sure how to read it yet. That said, he now knows he can start storing things. He withdraws the stored bag, and he begins collecting the equipment and bodies of his enemies. He doesn't really want the Kingdom Army to know what he's capable of, and hopes that they'll believe he simply drove them back somehow, rather than slaying 2 dragons and half of an invasion vanguard. More curious are the 3 different sized bags Daniel finds. The small ones that the infantry are wearing, the medium ones, about the size of a backpack, that the wall breakers were carrying, and the large ones, about the size of a 50-gallon tote, which the ground dragon was carrying 2 of them like saddlebags. Inside the large bags seem to be the supplies for half an army, mainly rations and water barrels, by the looks of them. Daniel stores the body of the ground dragon in one of them, and the capacity seems to still have more room. So, he stores the red dragon in the same bag, and it manages to fit. He'll need to figure out how to read the capacities, but for now, he knows he can fit more than enough of everything he could ever want. And, though its size is large and 2 dragons are inside, even the large bags are little more heavy than the leather and stud stones they're made of. And, the large bags conveniently fit in even a small bag. Daniel performs an experiment on multiple bags within bags, using small bags first. None of them seem harmed by being stored multiple bags deep, meaning he should be able to store the large bags in small bags, and ultimately, store everything within one medium bag that he chooses to carry on his person. The small bag will be for his weapons and ammunition, though he'll have to find a reliable way to operate the bags. For the moment, he finds gloves on one of the lesser demons that fit him, and their leather seems to retain the mana of the living thing they're made from. As such, unless it's residual mana from the demon, he's able to operate the bags himself. It takes a few hours, but Daniel manages to clean up the battlefield of everything obvious, though he made a not-so-surprising discovery during his cleanup. Not everyone was dead, and unlike many fictions, he can, in fact, store living things. He's not sure of all of the physics within, and he tested it on an unconscious goblin. It went in unconscious, and it came out unconscious and unharmed. The goblins are as creepy and aggressive looking as he would expect, at least the males are. The females have a somewhat cute appearance, but he doubts that will affect their aggression. As such, he stores the male goblins as an experiment, and he carries the females to the triage area he's setting up out of immediate sight of the fort. Evolutionary biology trickled down through the eons to make men more expendable than women. A single woman surrounded by men would not be able to keep a population stable. A single man surrounded by women can recover a suffering population, even if there are consequences longer term. Daniel has no interest in being that one man, but that knowledge encourages him to protect the women more than the men. Not counting the handful of men, he recovers 4 female goblins, 2 tiger-like beast women, a single demon woman with curled horns and a slender tail, and the Kirin woman. He performs first aid on them, but also ensures to bind their hands and feet without leaving anything in immediate reach for them to cut the ropes with. Their injuries are relatively mild, as they were the ones that survived after Daniel spent hours cleaning up. He sterilizes as best as he can and stitches any cuts that reopened from him moving them. It's basic first aid, but unless they have magic potions stored in the bags, which he has a couple readily available, particularly the Kirins, it's the best they're going to get for now. One of the goblins is the first to wake up, and she squirms and writhes against her bindings. Calm down. Do you understand me? She jabbers at him unintelligibly, kicking her feet as she whines in frustration. I'm not going to hurt you, I just want to talk, calm down. Naya. Galaka shee. She pulls and squirms, but she's unable to get free. All right. We'll try this again later. Daniel approaches with a storage bag he's using for living people, and she whines, Gya. 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 She vanishes inside the bag. When he looks at her icon on the interface, she's in the same pose she went in, seemingly frozen in time. Daniel hopes that's the case. He's genuinely not trying to hurt her. Though, if time is stopped for objects within the bags, then she won't heal any faster, either. That said, multiple people can fit inside a small magic bag, which, if living people can be stored, begs to question why infiltrators wouldn't carry living soldiers behind enemy lines like a Trojan horse. In fairness, the Trojans don't exist in this world, but it does surprise Daniel that no one has tried. Then again, if someone does get killed carrying a bag full of comrades, it's a definite risk that they'll never see the light of day again. Though, if time is paused, they'd never know the difference. He'll check in a few minutes. In the meantime, he poses the other 3 goblins and stores them so they're identifiable. He then ponders his other 4 survivors. The tiger women look ferociously powerful, so he decides he probably shouldn't chance it. He stores both of them as well, and then eventually talks himself into storing the demon woman. Her appearance screams succubus, and he's not interested in finding out if her powers will work on him where her feminine wiles might not. That leaves only the Kirin woman. He suspects she's capable of magic, so he binds her mouth for the time being and carries her a little further west. He assumes that it'll take a day or so to reach the main garrison, and they'll go to quarters and stage for battle. It'll then take a day or so for them to decide that it's taking too long and send a recon team, who will discover the base damaged but intact. That said, Daniel can't rest until he's certain the Kirin woman is awake and try to pick her brain for some intel. He knows she can understand him, at least, and he's pretty sure she shouted a return taunt in Imperial Common. Daniel makes a small camp and tucks the Kirin woman in while he keeps watch. There are no signs of returning combatants yet, and Daniel hopes it stays that way. He did kill 2 dragons, so he's hoping that gives the demon troops a good spook. As far as he can tell, no single person is strong enough to kill a dragon alone, judging by how people speak of them. And he doesn't know how anyone would get past their scales. Though, in fairness, even he hasn't tried to attack them yet, so he doesn't actually know if they're impenetrable. He makes idle work with his hands cleaning the rifle. He also applies a more liberal application of oil to try to help lubricate the bolt, which was giving him some trouble. Thankfully, it worked as well as he hoped. Finally, the Kirin woman coughs. She flutters her eyes open and rolls her head, making sense of her surroundings. She realizes she's bound and gagged, and she squirms. As she pieces together how she's tied up, she writhes and kicks. Daniel approaches, making his presence known. She glares at him, and he gestures at his mouth, pointing at her. He eases close to remove the gag. However, she headbutts him and rolls adeptly, pinning him down with her body weight. She tries to howl through her gag, apparently calling for help. Daniel points his revolver at her chest from beneath her, and he remarks, "This is a miniature version of what took out your dragons. Want to find out what it does to a person?" Her eyes widen in horror, and she looks at the revolver, and then back at Daniel's face. He says calmly, "Now, relax. I just want to talk. You're the only one I'm fairly confident I can communicate with. If you try anything, you'll end up like the second dragon. Do you understand?" She hesitates, but nods her agreement. She even shifts off of him using her knees. She waits patiently as Daniel sits up and keeps the revolver trained on her chest. He says gently, "Now, I'm going to remove the gag from you so we can talk. Will you behave yourself?" She nods once. She seems strangely calm and confident all of a sudden. But Daniel is playing the game as he had been. Do what he can to survive and hope magic really can't affect him. Daniel holsters his revolver for a moment, and he removes the gag from the Kirin woman. He then asks, "Now then, you can understand me, right?" "Yes. Are you indeed the sorcerer who defeated me and my allies?" "I am. Sorry you ended up against me." She nods softly in agreement. "I see." She takes a deep breath and carefully lays down on her back, spreading her knees as much as possible. "I accept my fate." Daniel cocks his head. What fate? I haven't decided what to do with you yet. I have been told humans, especially, make use of their captives. Do with me as you will." With a scoff, he retorts, "I don't know what you're talking about. Or rather, I don't care about that. I want you to answer some questions, first. I was the commander of the infantry. I did not command the dragons." She squirms a little, adding, "If you wish to make use of my body, it will be my first time." Daniel sighs. "Let me ask the questions, please. why did you attack the base? She hesitates, but she does answer softly, it was the dragons. The Dragon Lord, the Red Dragon's older brother, believes the Demon Queen is being too pacifist with you Eastern races. Really? She confirms with a nod. His brother chose to lead the attack for glory, and we were to prove that the Eastern races are weak and complacent, capturing the border fortress and the main fortress in the first strike. She murmurs as she looks away, it seems, we were bested by a single sorcerer. She looks at him, asking surprisingly curiously, are you a Feldrock sorcerer, by chance? A Feldrock sorcerer? Yes, she replies before explaining further. Descended from the Feldrock race. Your power is unprecedented. I probably shouldn't say one way or the other, should I? She bows her head, you can trust me. Daniel chuckles. That's probably the laziest counterintelligence I've ever seen. She shakes her head. I belong to you, now. I shall not betray you. Why do you say that? I have been defeated. That is the way of things. Is it? Asks Daniel skeptically. It is. Confused, Daniel remarks, a minute ago, you thought I was going to take advantage of your body, and now you seem to welcome it. Do you have no intention to fight to the death for your freedom? She shakes her head, looking into his eyes. Our people pride ourselves in continuing strong bloodlines. If we are defeated in battle, it is only natural, should we survive, to pledge ourselves to the victor. Natural? She nods confidently. Should I survive my trials as your captive, and our children make it back to their native lands, then my greatest duty will be achieved. Daniel shakes his head, confused. What if you get killed? Or the children are enslaved immediately after? What then? She cocks her head. Now she's the one not understanding. We cannot choose who is stronger than ourselves. Daniel sighs. Listen, I'm not claiming you as property or anything of the like. He moves closer to her, saying, I'm going to help you sit up so we can continue to talk. If I find what you say convincing, I'll be letting you go. If I don't, then I might just leave you for the soldiers when they return to reman the fort. She nods agreeably, and he helps her sit up. I already told you. I am yours, now. You may do with me as you wish. Daniel sighs once more. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 22. The missing mechanic Rikuto sighs as he massages his temples and studies the recent reports. On the positive side of things, they've taken control of Bromland, and order is being restored. Passage has been opened to the mountain fortresses once more. The Grand Duchy of Stalvalten is negotiating a new treaty, although Arameliana has maneuvered her own gains out of every piece of the ordeal. And, on the negative side of things, Daniel has not only gone missing and been found wounded, he's at a completely different location. Apparently, his escort had to divert course when they learned of Bromland's growing descent, and the messages were disoriented as the military bases prioritized keeping supply lines stable. Now, a new high-priority message just arrived. Fort Peony, the place Daniel was delivered to and has spent the last couple of months at, has just been evacuated as the main garrison, Castle Northwall, has started making preparations to intercept a pair of dragons. And, amidst that line of decisions, Daniel opted to stay behind. Rikuto knows why. His counterpart undoubtedly did what they agreed he should avoid. He made an earth weapon from the modern era. He hopes to be able to delay or defeat the dragons himself. He's unsure if Arameliana has received the most recent piece of news. By all appearances, at least to those who know, she went to war for Daniel and Wenliana. She certainly gained, and she certainly seems to have unloaded secret coffers, but she was a massive help in stabilizing a neighboring kingdom and rooting out the corrupt nobles of their own kingdom. Herales gently rubs Rikuto's shoulders as he sits with his head down. He looks up. Herales, thanks, need something? She smiles, just wanted to check on you, are you alright? Yeah. Seems like things don't always go the way we want, huh? She smiles and nods in agreement. I know what you mean. She continues to comfort him a little. But, she suddenly notices a presence in the room, lurking in the arcades of the walkway formed at the left side of the room. She calls out, who's there? There shouldn't be anyone here. Show yourself. Rikuto looks up. The guards at the doors perk up, and they look in the direction Herales is calling towards, drawing their swords. But, the King Regent makes eye contact with the hooded figure. Her eyes are a shimmering golden color, and her face is beautiful. To say she looks divine would be literal and accurate. He recognizes her with ease. even though her hood obscures most of her features. Rikuto calls out, "Hold on. She's here for me. Can you give us the room?" He looks at Hercules. She cocks her head in surprise. "WH. You can't be serious. Who is she?" "A comrade, Hercules. Please, I know I can trust her." She hesitates, glancing at the woman. She then whispers, "Are you sure? How did she get in here?" Rikuto smiles. "I'll tell you someday, but you can trust her. I trust her with my life." Hercules pouts, but she finally nods reluctantly. "Fine." She walks to the door, taking the guards with her. The goddess Ryukana approaches, keeping her hood up. She says with a heavenly voice and tender tone, "Sir Rikuto, I see you've been very busy." "A fair bit. I've got the finances of this kingdom pretty well under control, though we had a hiccup of alliances. That said, we benefited on a global scale by assisting with regaining control of Bromland. Our collective reputation is bringing trade from all over the world, and the economy is increasing in leaps and bounds." "Very good, very good. Hey, I have a question. How are you getting along with Daniel?" "Daniel? Oh, I believe we're on good terms. He, rescued Princess Aramaya, the second princess, using CPR and makeshift defibrillation using magic. Unfortunately, he had to expose her chest, which offended a lot of the nobility, including her fiancé's father." Ryukana nods along as she listens. "Before any of that, did you notice anything about him?" Oh, that he has no magic? We all found that surprising, but, well, perhaps you have your reasons." Yep. Say, I'd like to talk to him. Can you summon him?" Rikuto cocks his head. That'll be challenging, fair goddess. He's currently at Fort Peony, which is rather far north on the western border between the Allied Kingdoms and the Demon Wildlands. He's not here. No, Lady Goddess. She swallows hard. Rikuto tries to offer to be helpful. "I'd recommend that if it's a pressing matter, you appear before him as you did today, Lady Goddess. But of course, that is my humble recommendation as a mortal." She hums in approval. She crosses her arms, fretting in silence. "Lady Goddess. Yes. Oh, listen, Rikuto, you're doing a great job. You're making me proud. I'm going to go meet with Daniel. Fort Peony, you say?" He confirms with a nod, a little confused by the goddess's behavior. But she has no time to maintain her usual grace. In all of the countless centuries she's been in existence, she's never made such a blunder. Ryukana puts on her best business smile, and she says gracefully, "Until next time, Sir Rikuto. Please be safe and keep up the good work." With that, she disappears in a brief, gentle flash of light. Rikuto stares ahead for a long time, pondering what just happened. Asterisk 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 Treya claws at Commander Lywell's when she's finally freed from her bindings at Castle Northwall, screaming, "Commander! How could you?" The most pragmatic choice was made. It is time to. Pragmatic. Throwing away lives is pragmatic. Subdue her, she'll cause a panic. No, I'm taking a buckrock, and I'm going back for Daniel. There were 2 buckrocks waiting for him. I'm sure he won't be far behind. Now, you'll either help us prepare to defend, or you will spend the night in the brig. But, I forbid you from returning to the garden until we've secured this garrison. Commander, those are my orders. Daniel is no fool. Trust him or trust me. Even if I wanted to get rid of him, I doubt that it will be today." Treya stares at her. She hardens into a glare, snarling, "You were going to have him killed. For all of your scheming and diplomacy, you wanted him dead, didn't you?" Lywells stares the young Geishanine woman down. She presents Treya's personal memory crystal, and the Geishanine woman flinches. "Daniel made sure to retrieve this for you, since you were distracted. Do you want to know why I played games with him?" Treya continues to glare at her, but with the precious and fragile device in the commander's hand, she doesn't make any further aggressive moves. "I did it because he's a divine summon. He's not from this world. He doesn't have allies or enemies here. He also doesn't have the limited knowledge we have. The technology he has in his brain could be far more than he's letting on. I refuse to believe the gods sent him here helpless. He was chosen and equipped for a reason. I fully believe that. As such, I trust he'll survive." I trusted the trial by combat would have gone in his favor as well. Treya murmurs, Commander, does he deserve these little games? No, he could stand up for himself. Technically, he outranks all of us if he flexed his contacts a little more. Instead, he tried to lay low. And he could take one of the Buckrocks right away to catch up to us. Open the gate. The voice calls out from the gate to the castle wall, and she gestures. See? That's likely him now. The gate opens, and 2 Buckrocks ride in, each carrying 4 recon scouts. The 2 glance at each other, and then jog to the riders. The leading scout slides off of the Buckrock, followed by the others. Commander. Recon Squad Sunray. Formal report. Invasion Vanguard en route to Fort Peony. Likely already made it. Headed by a red dragon, as well as a Class B Drake. Confirmed enemies. Goblins. Numbering 500. Lesser demons numbering 120. Beastmen numbering 50. 8 Masonroms, and a Chirinus mage. Commander Lywells nods as she notes the enemy troops listed. We need to relay this to the garrison commander. What about Daniel? Where is he? He insisted we rush on, and that he was earning his full pardon. Treya instantly glares at Lywells, who says nothing for once. She nods her head quietly. Come. We need to update command. Asterisk 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 Daniel finishes feeding Karatai, the Chirinus that was leading the infantry in the recent failed attack on Fort Peony. She smiles, humming, Thank you, master. I keep telling you, I'm not your master. Now, if I'm not mistaken, your village isn't that far, right? A few days' walk? Can you give me exact directions? I'll guide you, of course, master. Daniel sighs. Listen. I think it'll be best if I travel by myself. I'll put you in storage and... storage? Emmy? He nods as he confirms. Yeah. I have some of your comrades stored as well. She gasps. Why? You what? Daniel shows her the bag containing the survivors. She gasps. People, can be stored. Did you seriously not know that? It's forbidden. Why? What happens? She stares at him for a long time. She seems like she genuinely has no idea. Is there any reason to believe it won't work? She looks down, still thinking. She starts to say something, but drops the line of thought. I'm guessing there's a reason it's frowned upon, but I already tested it with a goblin. He went in unconscious, and he came out unconscious. No signs of harm from the transition. She sighs. I admit I haven't paid it any real thought, and I never asked for greater details. Indeed, livestock have successfully been transported via the storage bags. I know of no people having been transported such. She shifts on her knees, bowing low to the ground. But, I beg of you, master, do not place me into such a mysterious state. I would rather die on my feet than forever remain dormant in one of those bags, please. Daniel thinks for a moment. He sighs. All right. If you feel so strongly about it, I won't. But I still worry that I can't trust you. She continues to bow. Your mercy is doubtless, master. As I stated, my life and my soul are yours. I shall never betray you. Again, Daniel ponders his options. All right, Karatai. I'm going to make the foolish decision to trust you, mainly because I don't have much to lose other than my life. So, let's journey together. She cocks her head. You don't intend to return to your home? Nope. Call me an adventurer. I'm already on this side of the mountains. Might as well see the world, right? She stares at him for a moment. She then smiles confidently. Very well, master. Then, as your faithful servant, I shall accompany you on your journey until I can no longer walk. All right. Let's do it then. He moves behind her and he unties her hands, followed by her feet. He states, your legs will probably be asleep, right? Take your time. He helps her to her feet, and she stumbles a little. She leans on him while she tries to get her legs to wake back up. However, she startles him a little when she lays her head against his shoulder somewhat affectionately. Daniel, why are you so kind? Even though we attacked, and we're on opposite sides. Why did you spare me and treat me this way? It's only been a few hours. I could still do some terrible things. I don't think you will. She relaxes against him. I feel comfortable near you. Hey now, I am not trying to deceive, though I'm sure that would be suspicious either way. She hugs him gently, and he's alert for any sleight of hand. Instead, she just leans against him in a hug. That you are worried about feeding me and helping me stand, even now, you are truly kind. If you say so. Let me know when you can walk. She nods with a content smile. She presses her ear to his chest. After a long moment passes, Daniel remarks, "All right, it shouldn't take that long. I was merely enjoying your heartbeat, Master. Let's go." He starts walking, and she bounds into step next to him. She asks, "What was the result of our battle? What will be done with the bodies?" "I collected them up." "Ah, to confirm your victory with your people, yes?" "No, actually, the opposite, if anything. I don't know whether they'll be useful or not. Maybe their people do burials or other funeral rites. Maybe they can be magically revived. Until I know there are no other options, I figured it was safer to bring them with me." She smiles. "I see. Your kindness shows ever brighter, Master. Which way are we going?" "This way. About 5 days' journey, I would say. 5 days of just the two of us, Master. Can you please just call me Daniel? I am capable, but it would be a grave insult." "What do you care? I was your enemy. I may still be your enemy." "We are no longer enemies, Master. Your enemies are my enemies. Even if that becomes your village, even so, but it won't come to that." "You sound confident." She confirms brightly. "I am. They will not attack you, not while we are together. I'm extending you trust, Karatai. I'll haunt you if you betray me." She hugs his arm gently, teasing, "I'll say it as many times as it takes. I will not betray you, Master. And I will follow you as long as I can keep up." "You've said that. What can or will you tell me about the demon army and the demon queen?" "I've never met the queen myself. It's a title only in your language. She doesn't rule over all of the clans. She organizes them. She united us against our common enemy and has kept us alive. As you saw, we don't have a formal army. Not in the way you Easterners do. We band together when there's a plan, but there was no invasion coming. The entire plan was the dragon. He was confident he couldn't lose. The dragons have never lost." "Really?" She nods in confirmation. "They only stopped laying siege to the Eastern realm because the queen stopped them?" "She did." "Why? I assume only she knows. But they obeyed, because she has some kind of deal with them. I'm pretty low ranking in the grand plan. I'm sorry I'm not more use, Master. You've given me more than I expected. Assuming it's all true. I know. You insist it's true." Just as she was about to object, he filled in for her, and she smiles and nods in agreement. "I'm thankful, Master." "Thankful? Indeed. Thankful to have such a kind conqueror to call Master?" Daniel sighs. "What about the cheeriness? Anything you're willing to share?" "About my people?" She blushes. "Are you taking an interest in me personally, Master?" "We'll see." "Anything?" She nods proudly, holding her head high. "We are descended from a god, I'll have you know. Oh, or a divine being, at least. The mighty Kiran, ruler of nature." She points proudly at her horns. "These are proof. And our magic ability is much higher than Easterners. I, personally, specialize in both light and dark magic, and I can use the 4 basic natural elements as well. Omni-affinity. That's rather rare." She smiles. "Oh, indeed it is. I'm the only Chirinus with omni-affinity. You should consider yourself lucky to have conquered me, Master." Daniel chuckles. "You're reveling in this a little too much. Perhaps. Did you lose anyone close to you during the battle?" She shakes her head. "No, I had only met them before we marched, and it's imperative that I be prepared to let go of old comrades. If I am defeated, all my duties are to my conqueror. Listen, I'm not asking if you're looking for revenge, I'm asking if there's anyone you'd like to make peace with. Or if by some miracle, the survivors happen to be your friends. I tried speaking to one of the goblins, but she didn't seem to understand me." "Ah, yes. Goblins are simplistic beings. They generally speak relatively unintelligible dialects of various languages. But they're easy to entice with threats or rewards. You captured women?" Daniel shrugs as he confirms. "A few. I'll release them once we're deeper into demon territory." "Release?" "Yes. Let them out of the bag they're in, untie them, and send them on their merry way. You don't wish to keep them? Asks the demon woman. Why would I keep them? Do humans not dream of a nest full of women to bear their children? No, well, some do. I'm just trying to survive. She smiles. I see. It seems I need to learn more about humans. Well, I won't be much help. The humans of this world. Daniel halts his train of thought, and she looks at him. Humans of this world. Daniel looks away. That's why you're so tall. I see. Now, I see. She grins. An otherworld summon? She hums giddily. I can't believe it. She asks, what's your world like? Is that why you're so powerful? Are you really a human? Daniel scoffs. I'll explain, but I prefer to keep my nature secret as much as possible. That slip-up was my fault. She hesitates, but only because of how excited she is to learn more. I'll keep your secret, of course. So, please tell me. He agrees reluctantly. Very well, I'll do my best to explain. As they continue to walk together, Daniel explains Earth to the best as he can, since the demons seem to be even a little further technologically lacking or simply devoid than the rest of the world. He continuously watches Karatai's expressions, but she seems to be sincere about everything. On Earth, the Amazons were mythological figures, and to his knowledge, it wasn't a cultural norm, but there were myths about them marrying those who defeat them in combat. Karatai seems to show hints that she's dedicated to Daniel in a similar fashion. Reluctantly when she thought she was more of his prisoner, and gradually more affectionately the more they walk and talk. He gives a brief summary of his time in Karatai's world, though he hesitates to tell her the truth about his magical power, for now. As long as she believes he's the superior sorcerer, she'll remain docile. If he reveals that she could easily kill him long before he would be able to defend himself, she might sneak an opportunity to cast a spell. Karatai kneels next to Daniel as he finishes pulling some of the rations out of the bag he's using. He cooks a simple campfire meal for the both of them, since he doesn't want to give her any weapons at present. It's their first night camping, so it'll be a trust exercise between them. She clutches her hands together in front of herself confidently, smiling warmly. I really feel so great with him. Now's my chance to prove myself. We've gotten along great so far, and he's not only strong, but an otherworlder too. I'm so happy. Daniel prepares 2 plates, and he hands one of the meals to Karatai. She flinches, startled out of her reverie. Thank you, master. Daniel scoffs. You're welcome, Karatai. Woo, difficult to say. My name? But, you've pronounced it well, master. He smirks at her, and she blushes. Your name isn't too difficult to pronounce. It would simply be wrong of me, as your conquest. I told you. I don't practice such things. You are in my world, master. I ask that you permit my cultural expectations. I won't ask you to adhere, but at least permit. Daniel sighs. As long as none of them cause harm, I don't mind. She smiles and nods. I'm glad, master. She scoots closer to him, but her gaze suddenly pauses on his rifle. Master, your staff. I've never seen anything like it. Daniel knows she means the rifle. This? I made it myself. She observes it in awe. It's incredible. I can't detect any magical power from it at all. But, you were able to cast instant death twice in a row in such quick succession. Daniel sighs. She cocks her head curiously as she nibbles on her food. Considering it was a random assortment of rations from various clans before Daniel prepared it, it's extremely good. I don't have any magic. None. That was simply a technology from my world. She stares at him as she halts mid-bite. She finally sets her morsel down in her plate on her lap. You killed a dragon. Daniel nods in confirmation. And Drake, right? She continues to stare at him. You killed a dragon, without magic. Does it count as magic if it's from another world? She scratches her head, still rerunning sentence through her head. A dragon, without magic. Karatai, she looks at him. Are you sure you have no magic? He scoffs. I'm sure. I can't even benefit from healing magic or anything like it. She glances around, trying to make sense of it in her brain. It's the typical response. An existence without even mana present in the body shouldn't be possible. Daniel says softly, apologies if I'm a disappointment. She locks eyes with him instantly. Disappointment? She shakes her head. That couldn't possibly be further from the truth. Master. She trails off. She smiles and bows, saying softly, if you should need magic, Master, I shall be your magic. Oh, that'll be much appreciated, Karatai. She smiles, happily humming as she enjoys the meal. After, as they clean up camp and make ready to sleep, Karatai asks, how shall I service you, Master? Stop with that already. Go to sleep. But, go. To sleep, please, Karatai. I'm running on fumes. She relaxes. Very well, he lays down in the sleep shell that he pulled from one of the medium bags. An old shell belonging to a giant crustacean repurposed into a temporary shelter. He sleeps with his storage bag as a pillow. He still doesn't fully trust Karatai, and that's okay. I'll prove myself. You'll see. She smiles as she watches him for a moment. Good night, Karatai. Wake me if you need anything. She cocks her head. He's relaxed and resting, but that's not what surprised her. Yet again, Daniel has expressed another simple kindness. He doesn't seem to know how to be cruel, it seems. Karatai watches him fall asleep for a little while, and then, she can't help herself. She crawls silently to him and lays down behind his back, smiling as she lets herself drift off as well. Gwenesphia asks, WH. Should it take this long, Commander? The walls are manned. The defenses are set. Counter-siege weapons are staged and armed. 6,000 troops have been calling Castle Northwall home for the last 5 days, and yet, there have been no signs of attack. Assuming a comfortable march, it shouldn't take more than a week for the enemy to reach Castle Northwall, or at least be visible from the watchtowers. Given there was a dragon and a drake, they would be easy to see. Flames and smoke were visible on the horizon the day of the retreat, meaning they made their attack the day the scouts discovered them. Now, the scouts are staged halfway between, looking for signs of the enemy advancing. Sacrificing the fort was supposed to be the advanced warning, but they also assumed the dragon would continue with a blitz attack, as that's what they tend to do when they go on the offensive. At least, that's how the stories go from the few survivors trickling into rumors that spread far and wide. Commander Lywells looks at the Lord General pacing along the battlements impatiently. He sent a scout team to the fortress along with Lywells's scouts, and they're waiting for word of the fortress's status. It's a relatively small fort, and there's not much to capture, other than a basic smithy and about a week's worth of rations for 100 people. Because the rear should be inaccessible to enemies if the fort is holding against a siege, there's not a profound need to stockpile in the same way. And, because the manning is relatively low, it's easy to cut it as a loss in even the worst-case scenario. Lywells replies to Gwenesphia, the scouts should be returning soon, patience. But, your head is clear now, is it not, Lieutenant? I should reward Daniel when I get the chance for his self-control. Gwen blushes and looks away. I can't believe, it's so embarrassing. I can only imagine. Fortunately, yours is once every few months. Look there. She points, and Gwen perks up. Riding towards the fort are several buckrocs, barreling at full gallop. The lack of flares indicates that the dragons were nowhere to be found. Lywells remarks, strange, if they didn't fire off the flares, where have the enemies gone? Did they retreat? One of the women nearby, a bovine woman who stands taller than both of them by a fair margin, Lieutenant Freya, asks, wouldn't that mean Daniel drove them back alone? Lywells remarks, it's possible. Daniel was toiling away most nights, yes. Did anyone ever ask him what he was making? The others around her are silent. Treya remarks after a yawn it's the middle of her usual sleep time, I did. Said they were tools. Seems strange, though. He was mixing alchemy ingredients together to make a powder, and it's in the little brass tubes. Alchemy ingredients? Asks Gwen. Treya nods as she explains her thought. That's why he always smelled like bad eggs and iron after being in the smithy. Oh, I had wondered about that smell. Freya asks, what kind of weapons could they be, though? I've seen the iron pipe he made with my own eyes. The other parts serve no apparent purpose either, from what the smiths say. Whatever the case, retorts Lywells as she starts walking to meet the scouts, Daniel is an otherworlder. We have no way of knowing how they fought their battles. By that logic, Commander, he has no way of knowing how we fight ours. He doesn't need to. He just needs to kill the enemy. Lywells and Gwenisphia descend to the ground, and the scouts enter the gate. Frost, over here. The scouts spot the commander and ride closer. The leading lieutenant hops down from her buckrock, saluting the commander. Commander. Recon Team Frost returning. She acknowledges them with a nod. At ease. What did you find? There was definitely a battle, but there are no signs of anyone. Daniel or the enemies that attacked. What do you mean? Other than some blood and the west wall being melted, there's almost nothing. Melted. So a dragon definitely attacked. The squad leader nods confidently. Definitely, Commander. The stone was melted clean to the ground, and glass was formed where sand and stone were present. But if there was a dragon, starts Gwenisphia softly, where did it go? The squad leader shakes her head. There was a lot of blood on the ground outside the fortress, and dozens of arrow strike points, but no arrows, no swords, and no bodies. The dirt was disturbed, as if massive bodies hit the ground, and there are signs of magic spells exploding the ground, but not a single body or soul remained present. Gwen looks at Lywells, who ponders the information for the moment. Any signs of retreat? Of some of the infantry for certain, replies the squad leader. We all searched, but as far as we could tell, the only ones to retreat were infantry foot soldiers. The Masonroms and the Drake appear to have simply vanished, with signs of struggle in their vicinities where the tracks stop. Gwenisphia asks, did Daniel teleport them? Lywells thinks. She has no idea what his technology is truly capable of. However, many demon infantry carry magic bags capable of storing much more than their apparent volume would allow. Wouldn't that mean? Lywells fills in the thought. If the troops vanished, someone collected the bodies. Either Daniel lost and they retreated with his body. Or he won, and he was the one to collect them. Lywells nods in agreement. The squad leader adds, it's hard to tell, given the scattered debris, but there seem to be signs of human footprints leaving the area, Commander. What makes you sure they were human? Daniel's boots are unique. His footprints are present all throughout the fort. The same footprints, though weighed down, seem to exit beyond the tree line. Gwenisphia asks, remnants from his last free scout? Lywells shakes her head. Unlikely. If they're still that identifiable, there's no way they're that old. You're certain they were leaving the fort? The leader confirms, yes. In fact, they were more clear, since he seemed to be carrying at least another person's worth of weight. He also paced around. Between the various blasted and bloody areas of the battlefield, while the wall was melted, there are no signs of enemies crossing the wall. Gwen asks softly, Daniel defended the garden by himself? Lywells smiles. Did you doubt him? Chapter 23. The survivors. It's been 5 days since Daniel started heading deeper into the demon wildlands, and he's organizing the many storage bags he collected, consolidating like items into individual bags and marking the bags with symbols that he can identify from the interface. Karatai is still asleep, and she sleeps rather defenselessly, as if she's not afraid of anything, or truly comfortable around Daniel. He's given up trying to push her away at night. She likes to cuddle, apparently, and he's awakened several times to find her clinging to him under his blanket, which made him too hot. Her skin is cooler than his, so he wonders if she likes his body heat. He suspects he wasn't hot because of her body heat, since by definition, being cooler than him would make him feel cooler. But he puts it out of his mind. He needs to stay as detached as possible. Daniel sorts all of the small wooden containers that have potions inside, and symbols he can't read. He'll ask Karatai which ones are which, and from there, they'll revive the captives he still has in storage. He didn't want to withdraw them until he could heal them anyways, and now that he's actually organizing, it'll be easier to take care of. Likewise, he has rations and water skins, and he prepares individual small bags to give to the captives when they send them on their way. He'll wait until they get close to Karatai's village so that the villagers can hopefully help them find their way. From what the young woman said, the Chirinis have no interest in the weak, and they will likely cooperate with sending them towards their own peoples. Goblins are generally semi-nomadic, so as long as he sends a few of them off together, they should be able to function until they meet up with more goblins. The succubus came from the city, where the demon queen's direct subordinates are gathered, and the beast. People are solitary hunters, often summoned by issuing written requests and posting them throughout the forest, and whoever shows up to accept the challenge become the forces provided by the beast people. Daniel knows the demi-humans, like the Geishanines, have excellent natural senses, but supposedly, the beast people of the demon wildlands are even more in tune with their senses and the various signs of nature. Karatai yawns and stretches, briefly expressing disappointment that she's alone. She climbs out of the shell they're using as shelter, and she mumbles, "Master RRR, why didn't you wake me? I didn't need anything, and we're safe for the moment. Did you sleep well?" She smiles and nods, yawning partway through. "What are you doing, Master?" "Organizing my storage system. Actually, now that you're up, I wanted to ask you about the potions." "Potions?" Daniel pulls out the 5 different potions he identified, and he sets them on the ground in front of her. "Can you tell me what these are and what they do?" "Ah. Potations. Not potions. Potions are Eastern alchemist brews. These are just spirits imbued with magic effects." "All right. What can they do?" Karatai points at the one with a leaf-like squiggle for a symbol. "This one is a healing potation. As long as the person drinking it isn't dead, it can recover their wounds in a matter of minutes. It can't replace lost blood, but it does tend to keep users from dying on its own more often than not." She then points to one with a red X-like symbol, though it could also be a lazily drawn trident. "This one is harder to make, so it's not always used. But it restores blood. For grievous wounds of high-value allies, such as commanders or dragons, this one can cause the body to produce half of its normal blood volume in about 10 minutes. So, it would be used in conjunction with the healing potation." She glances around, whispering, "I've also heard some will use it before battles, because it gives them much greater endurance when fighting. It's super forbidden, though." "Why's that?" "Sounds like a boon. For one, how rare they're to begin with. I assume this and only one other are present in all of the bags you collected. But also, if a healthy person uses one, it can cause them to suddenly die for no apparent reason." Daniel nods as he absorbs the information. "Yeah, that's what I thought. Must be triggering blood doping, in a sense. Thickens the blood, causes blood clots or hypertension." She watches him, and he smiles. "People of my world would pull their own blood out and store it before competitions, and then inject it back in right before for those same effects. Since the potation makes the body produce blood, it sounds like the same thing is happening, just from inside. Too much blood is what does that. That's my belief in this case. Our bodies, since we all seem to have blood, use blood to transport what we breathe into our muscles, organs, and brains so that we can function. If you have more blood, you can carry more oxygen, right? I guess that makes sense. How do you know that?" He chuckles. "We don't have magic, so we have to know how the world works at its fundamental levels. Most of those same principles seem to carry over here, thankfully. Even though you can't use magic, you're one of the wisest people I've ever seen." "No, not quite. I don't want to get into a tangle with the Demon Queen, since I suspect she's far wiser than I or the Dragon Lord. I'm quite normal for a person from my world. But, let's get back to the potations." She pouts, but agrees. "This one here is a near universal antidote. It can stop almost all poisons and toxins from affecting the body, and it speeds up removing them. It's the only one that can't get a person drunk." She chuckles at her joke. The third potion she's pointing to is marked with a purple swirl. It also makes a person have to relieve themselves more quickly than the others. Daniel confirms with a nod. "It can't get a person drunk because it cures the alcohol effects immediately, and it induces urination quickly to help flush the toxins." She points to the next one, which is marked with a yellow set of 3 parallel lines. "This one is a mana restorative. It's probably more accurate to call it a mana pool, as it's easier to take before casting, and it prevents exhaustion when using enduring spells. They're not as rare as blood restoratives, but their proof is difficult to attain, from what I've heard, so it's not common. Also, a user can generally only drink one. They're poisonous to goblins." "Makes sense," remarks Daniel. "They have smaller bodies, so a harder alcohol would hit them more heavily. What would happen if you drank a mana restore with an antidote?" Karatai thinks for a moment. I don't know of anyone who would try. They're too valuable to waste on goblins or imps, and most everyone else is fine. I only get unstable on my feet after one. Though, I've fainted from 2. It's all making enough sense to Daniel so far. He ponders aloud, and, I assume you can only ingest as many as will fit in your stomach, huh? Impressed with the line of thinking, the Kirin woman nods. That's correct. What about the last potation? She fidgets, glancing at it. It has an emblem that resembles a dragon's head. She replies softly, it's a revival potation. Revival? As in, different from the Ealing potation? She confirms, yes. It was meant for his grace, the red dragon, in the off chance he were to fall in battle. Merely getting the potation into his mouth should his heart cease would revive him at full strength. It could even work on him, now. What if he has grievous wounds? Healing potations could restore those wounds. The revival potion will ignore that for a time. Even a head alone can be revived, supposedly. I believe his grace's concubine was carrying it. I see. Who was his concubine? A tiger woman wearing dragon-scale pauldrons. That's all I remember about her. Daniel ponders for a moment. He rescued 2 tiger women, but he doesn't recall if either of them were wearing pauldrons. One of them barely had any of her clothes remaining after the blast that incapacitated her. It's probably not a great idea to free them without being prepared to defend himself. In melee combat, most people on this side of the mountains are probably as strong or stronger than him by a wide margin. Daniel nods his head as he considers the information. So, I'll store the blood restorative, revival, and mana potations for now. Probably won't need the mana potation either. Daniel puts the other 4 back into his potion bag, and he stores the unneeded bags in his consolidation bag. He'll finish organizing later. Now then, I want to talk to the soldiers I captured, though only one was awake when I stored her. Will you translate for me? Karatai agrees brightly, of course, master. She fidgets nervously, though. It's clear the notion of being stored makes her uncomfortable. Daniel extracts the goblin woman who was already awake. And, as he hoped and expected, she emerges still screaming, "Ah, gygy." She sees Daniel again, and she squirms on the ground and screams. And, making things worse, Karatai grips his shirt, startling him. Master. What? How could you? What are you talking about? The Chirinus pouts as the goblin squirms away from them in futility. You had your way with her, didn't you? Daniel sighs. He knocks his knuckle against her forehead, and she whines. What? You haven't even. I didn't do anything to her. She panicked when I started putting her in the storage bag. Translate, please. She pouts, but murmurs, if you say so, master. She looks at the goblin, who acknowledges who she is. Daniel will have to be patient, since Karatai already said goblins are difficult to communicate with. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This human is our master, now. His name is Daniel, but be sure to revere him as master. He wants to apologize for scaring you, but he needed to get you away from the base. The goblin Karatai is talking to is bound on her back, and she glances at Daniel briefly. She replies quickly, and Karatai has to focus on listening to understand what the goblin means. She can understand trading language, but she doesn't speak it herself. He human? Why he master? He defeated us in battle. That is how it must be. That no fair. Shek did best. Shek listen orders. Shek go home now. I think master intends to take you home in time, but you have to cooperate. He's a good master. You don't have to be afraid. Good master? He didn't hurt you, did he? He. The goblin woman curls into a ball, hiding her naked body as much as possible from the human. Daniel, likewise, is looking away when he realized that she came out of the storage unit nude. What are you two talking about? I was just explaining her situation to her, master. She's still nervous and isn't like that. You put her in storage, as you could probably guess, my wise master. You don't have to flatter me. Ask her if she has any hostility towards me, please. Karatai nods in confirmation. Master wants to know if you'd be willing to express your gratitude to him for saving your life. Save. He try kill Shek. He was defending the fortress he was charged with defending. He was within his rights to kill us all, and instead, he saved us. The goblin woman pouts softly. She asks sheepishly, what Shek have do? Karatai smiles and pets her arm. You can offer him something, and I'll translate for you. Just remember, your very life is his now. The goblin woman pouts again. Shek have to use body? It would be a genuine expression of your gratitude and loyalty, yes? Daniel interrupts. This is turning into a really long question, Karatai. Shush, she's not against the idea. We're just discussing how she can express her gratitude. That isn't necessary. Don't put words in my mouth. Daniel finds her clothes and extracts them, as well as a blanket. He passes them behind himself without looking at her. Tell her I'll untie her if she'll behave. Same as you. Karatai again confirms with a nod. Master is going to untie you. You'll have your chance. Don't waste it, or I'll kill you. And, don't try to hurt him. The goblin woman nods reluctantly, and Karatai says, she agrees, she'll behave. Daniel is suspicious, but he continues as normal for now. Please help her sit up. I'll start with her hands. Karatai follows his instructions, and he unties the knot binding her hands behind her back. He then hands her the unfolded blanket so she can cover herself, and she holds the blanket over her chest and body as he unties her ankles. Karatai reminds Shek, remember, he's the most powerful sorcerer in the world. He's a Feldrock sorcerer. Don't try anything. Shek won't. Daniel asks skeptically, did you just tell her I'm a Feldrock sorcerer? Karatai blushes. It's the truth, isn't it? No, since I'm not a sorcerer. Well, she doesn't need to know that. Daniel sits back once the goblin is free, and he states softly, you know the truth, Karatai. Why do you insist on being loyal? She smiles. Isn't that obvious, Master? True strength does not know physical descriptors or titles. The goblin woman fidgets with the blanket, glancing at Karatai briefly. She lowers the blanket, squeaking at Daniel. Shush, Shek ready. Karatai nods in agreement. She says she's ready. Daniel takes a breath and sighs. Ready for what? 2. Daniel flicks Karatai's forehead, and she whines. Why, Master RRR, I'm only ensuring you're second faithful. Neither of you are my servants. Daniel pulls the blanket back up and grabs the goblin's clothes, handing them to her again. He signals Shek with a nod, and she gingerly takes the clothes. He continues lecturing Karatai, I'm not taking advantage of either of you. Any of you. Please translate what I'm saying and not trying to do me any favors. I just want to treat her and let her go. If she needs escort to her village, I'll try to escort her, once we check with the others. The Chirinus verifies in the trade language, Shek, Master wants to be sure you want to bear his children. Shek blushes, and Daniel immediately accuses, you just embarrassed her, didn't you? Please take this seriously. Karatai giggles, especially when Shek squirms briefly. Shek want babies, Master give babies. Daniel glares at Karatai, and she starts to falsely translate, she'd be happy to follow. You're despicable, Karatai. She pouts, I only did my most important duty, Master. To ensure your happiness. He groans. I'm perfectly happy as I am. Don't need anything else. If it'll make you happy for some unknown reason, when I complete what I'm trying to accomplish, I'll spend the entire rest of my life indulging your fantasies. Until then, please take this seriously. Why you promise, Master? Sure. But, only after I complete my goal. She nods with a happy grin, feeling giddy for a moment. She almost forgets about the goblin woman watching her for a translation. She quickly says, Master says he'll give us as many as we want once he completes his goal. He's very kind, so I'm sure he'll keep his promise. Shush, Shek no mind. Shek want live, and food. Shek have food please. Certainly. But, you have to answer Master's questions. Are you still gravely injured? Shek inspects herself as she puts her robe back on. Shek no see blood. No hurt. Wake up and Master. She glares lightly at Daniel for a moment. Daniel asks, what did you tell her? Nothing. I asked if she's injured. She says no, and that she remembers waking up before you put her in storage. Did it hurt her? Master wants to know if being in storage hurt you. What it was like. Shek hesitates for a moment. No hurt, scary. Shek scream no, but Master no listen. Still screaming no when suddenly here. She says no it scared her, but she didn't even feel the time pass. She just was suddenly here. I see. Good to know. Also, that it strips their clothes off, for some reason. Might be a reason it's not widely used. Karatai nods in agreement. She also asked for food. But, of course, we can simply give her. We'll feed her. She can share in dinner. Let me extract the others, though. I'll need to let time pass for them to wake up, after all. Master, if you awaken them all at once, I can't guarantee none of them will attack. Understood. Then, we'll start with the goblins, at least. What kind of threat does the succubus pose? Succubus. Daniel shows her using the interface, and she coos, "Ooh, she's actually our cook." What? You're messing with me. No, she cooked what few meals we had the privilege of having. Her only offensive abilities are hypnosis spells and, wait, why do you want her? Daniel sighs. I'm releasing all of them, remember? She looks the next least imposing. The tiger women look like a handful if they put up a fight, so we'll do them last. Karatai gives an affirmative nod, but she continues to pout a little. You just like her because she looks more like a human. Then, why were you first and a goblin second? Karatai flinches and blushes. She fidgets a little, and Daniel extracts the other 3 goblin women that are still unconscious. Shek, who is dressed in her robe again, remarks brightly, Sklo. Is Sklo. She gravitates towards one of the other goblin women, and Karatai translates, apparently, she knows that one. Sklo. Daniel nods, having come to the same conclusion. I did my best to stabilize them. Do any of them need potations as far as you can tell? Karatai studies the goblin women for a moment. They appear safe. But, I can use healing magic on them if you'd prefer. You can use healing magic? Karatai grins and nods. I can? Light magic, remember? Though, the spells I know aren't very strong. As long as it can close their minor wounds. The bandages have disappeared, along with their clothes, and Karatai confirms confidently. She begins healing the goblins one by one. Also, is there any chance you know language comprehension? Language, oh, you mean so you can understand us? It won't work on me, but if you don't mind using it on them to understand this language, that would make things easier. Ah, I don't mind, but are you sure that's a good idea? Why not? If anyone can conquer the world by learning a language, you'd be halfway there, wouldn't you? She blushes, nodding. I can't use it myself, but Aulon can probably use it. Aulon? The succubus? Yes, confirms the demon woman. But, you absolutely can't agree to sleep with her. Don't worry. I won't. I mean it. Karatai tries to grab him, and they end up wrestling as he tries to insist she's worried over nothing. The Chirinus manages to pin Daniel to the ground, though he was mainly trying not to hurt her, and judging by their relatively matched strength, she's not trying to hurt him either. She's just trying to be assertive and insistent that he doesn't sleep with a succubus. What she fails to understand is that he already knows. Maybe it won't be the same as the fictional succubi in his world. Maybe she's not a nightmare demon that drains the men she becomes intimate with. Daniel's not trying to form attachments. That part is more than enough. Daniel smirks and jokes, looks like I've been defeated. I won't sleep with her, I promise. Karatai sighs and smiles. Very well. As long as you understand. She allows him to sit up, and Daniel extracts the demon from storage. Together, the 3 watch over the unconscious prisoners, and only Aulon and 2 of the unnamed goblins need healing magic from Karatai, which does the same basic steps as the potation, inducing an accelerated healing response from the body, but without the potation. The difference is that it only works while Karatai is actively healing them, and it consumes her own mana energy, which can exhaust her if she uses too much magic. Fortunately, their injuries are minor, and she has plenty left over to heal Shek as well. It takes a few hours for the goblins to wake up. They aren't particularly brave creatures, but they do seem pretty hardy, since they were the fastest to bounce back from fairly serious injuries. Shek and Karatai explain the situation to them, and they agree to remain docile. And, finally, Aulon wakes up. Unlike the goblins, who panicked the moment they awakened, she makes eye contact with Karatai first, and then Daniel, and she smiles. A human? So, we were rescued, were we? Karatai nods warmly. Yes. The red dragon was defeated. Ah, indeed, wait, what? Aulon glances at Karatai with wide eyes, and then at Daniel, who seems to be a simple human man with a strangely shaped staff slung across his back. He's so strange, she can't detect even a trace of magic coming from him. How was Lord Dragon defeated? Karatai smiles and gestures at Daniel. Aulon wriggles to sit up, demonstrating a skillful amount of dexterity. She tucks her knees under so she can sit on her calves, and she bows. Human, thank you for sparing me. I understand if you don't believe me, but my village is hostage to the dragons, so I had no choice. Daniel glances at Karatai, and she nods subtly. The dragons don't ask for cooperation. You cooperate, or everything you love ceases to exist. Aulon nods in agreement. Daniel offers gently, I defended myself in the fortress I was tasked with defending. But, I am sorry if you lost anyone in the battle. Aulon acknowledges him softly. Thank you. You are kind. I am sorry if we killed any of your allies in the battle. Karatai grins. Daniel was the only living soul in the base during our battle. What? With a nod to confirm, Daniel adds, any bodies you saw were training dummies. I was serving as a testing platform for my, spells. Aulon cocks her head. You're lying. Nope. I was the only one. Not that, you're lying. You didn't use magic. What makes you say that? I can read intentions with my own magic. I'm not strong enough to read minds, but intentions are easy for me. And, you just lied about casting spells. She looks into his eyes with a sincerity. You defeated a dragon, without magic? Karatai excitedly grins. Can you believe it, Aulon, right? My name is Daniel. Please call me that. Aulon bows again. I am indeed Aulon. A pleasure to meet you, Lord Daniel. I accept my role as Warbride and hope I can please you. Not you, too. Karatai giggles sheepishly, heh heh heh. Daniel adds, no one here is a warride. No one here owes me their lives. I'm not even considering myself affiliated with the East anymore. I did my job defending the fortress. As far as they know, hopefully, I'm dead. But, they banished me there for doing what I thought was right to save a life. I get why, but it still sucked. So, here we are. I saved who I could and who survived. I can't speak for those who fled the battle. But, please, don't revere me so highly. I just want to be Daniel. Karatai and Aulon glance at each other, and they smile. Daniel sighs. Aulon, Karatai believes you should be able to cast language comprehension. Is that correct? Indeed. You wish to understand trade? Or, perhaps, Sphalarian? No, it won't work on me. If you don't mind, though, could you cast it on the goblins so they can speak in Imperial Common? Easterner? Aulon glances at the goblins, acknowledging their existence for the first time. On goblins, my lord? Daniel sighs in disgust. You and Karatai, yes, please. Karatai explains, they are our sisters now, Aulon. Master doesn't wish to treat any of us poorly. I see, very well. I shall extend them due respect, I suppose. Aulon smiles. It will be my pleasure, my lord. Please excuse me for a moment while I cast the spell on them. Daniel agrees politely. Thank you, Aulon. Aulon casts the language spell on the goblins after explaining it to them, and Shek cautiously asks, Master understand Shek? I do, confirms the mechanic. But, you don't have to call me, Master, I'm just Daniel. Nice to be able to talk to you. She smiles, giggling happily. She asks, Master no hurt Shek or others? No, not unless you try to hurt me. Once we figure out where we are, you're free to go and head back to your homes. Or wherever else you want to go. The goblins glance at each other, and then share a glance with Aulon. Aulon asks, you are freeing us? Daniel nods civilly to confirm. I'm not an actual soldier or anything. Just Daniel. I bound you so you wouldn't attack me when you woke back up. Since we're getting along, you may leave at any time if you so wish. And, you won't attack? Daniel shakes his head, so long as you don't attack me. Aulon asks, what is your goal, Lord Daniel? My goal? What are you trying to achieve, if not to serve your kingdom? Fair question. Well, I know their motivations for the war. They believe everyone serving the same apparent goal as the Demon Queen wants to conquer the East. But, something doesn't seem right to me. Aulon remarks, Karatai may have already told you, but we're not that strongly organized. The Demon Queen doesn't want to destroy the East, but I don't know why she started the war in the first place, to be honest. Karatai nods in agreement. We've had a lot of people coming from the far west, but no one really seems to know why. The Demon Queen ordered it, and we obeyed. She has never been wrong before. Daniel sighs. Then, my first goal is to figure out why she ordered that. Karatai gasps. You can't just approach the queen, master, especially as a human. He's not a complete fool, but he does confirm, I agree. But I can see if I can find anyone who knows. He strokes his chin, planning his continued path forward. Maybe the queen does hate the East. Maybe the population is growing out of control. Maybe the East provoked the war. Won't know until I dig a little deeper. Why would you want to know? Asks Aolone softly. I might have mindlessly served the kingdom if nothing had changed from where I was before I got banished to the front lines. But, now I have questions. And, my loyalty got me nowhere. Karatai says warmly, with your strength, master, you could settle down in a nice village, have a family with your beloved, and forget all your other worries. Aolone narrows her eyes at Karatai, and the Chirinus shoots her a glare. However, the demon speaks tenderly, she is right, my lord. The mere fact that you were able to defeat a drake, let alone a dragon, would be enough to earn you respect. Though, you'll likely earn the ire of the Dragon Lord once he learns of you. Ah. Excellent point. But, I'll cross that bridge when I have to. For now, we should be within a few hours of Karatai's village. I'll figure out where I'm headed after that. The women nod together. As they get closer to the village, Daniel asks about the tiger women. Aolone reveals that they should be peaceful enough with the dragon gone, but they're a proud and independent people, so they're more likely to simply leave. Daniel states that's fine, and he extracts them as well, waiting for them to wake up as the group makes camp for the night. Both Aolone and Karatai confirm that neither of them is the dragon's concubine, though Daniel did collect all of the bodies, so unless she was one of the ones to flee, she's likely the one he got the revival potation from. Though, he admittedly didn't pay attention to which person that was. The two women wake up, and Aolone and Karatai are the two to explain to them. Daniel provides them with prepared bags with some supplies and daggers once the other two confirm they won't attack. They keep their distance from Daniel, but Karatai reassures him quietly that they are very good at detecting lies, similar to Aolone. Of course, with the large handful of relative enemies Daniel has surrounding him, there's no way anything can be as simple as camping out. And continuing forward. Chapter 24. The Protector of the Covenant. Lord Daniel. Daniel sighs. It's not Aolone. It's Pat, the elder of the two young tigress women. While possessing more features of a tiger than the Geishanines do with cats, they aren't much different in the grand scheme of things. One has attractive blue coloring with black stripes, while the other has silvery gray hair and fur where present, with dark gray stripes. Both of their eyes are vibrant jade green, with cat-like vertical pupils. Though, their expressions are relatively gentle at the moment. I told you, Aolone and Karatai are messing with me, please just call me Daniel. Pat glances at Weya, her companion, and they both fidget. With a sigh, Daniel asks, what is it? Commander Karatai mentioned that you collected all of the bodies felled in the battle. Daniel hesitates for a moment as he continues sorting small items in a couple bags. He replies cautiously, I did. He keeps his hand close to his hip, where his revolver is located. He still hasn't fired it, but its hammer cycles properly, so it shouldn't have issues. Did she still have her revival potation? Again, Daniel hesitates to answer. He feels like they're being sincere, and they aren't trying to probe him as an enemy, but as an ally. Yes. I have it. Though, I don't know which body is hers. I won't revive the dragon. Pat shakes her head. She sinks to the ground and bows her head to the ground itself. Weya follows suit, and Pat pleads softly, please revive our Mikadressel. We shall serve you in payment, and pay any price. Mikadressel. Yes. In simple terms, she is our princess. Dadakorians answer to the demon queen when she calls, but we are protected by the Mikadressel. She is our voice. It was beyond her control that she became concubine to the Dragon Lord's younger brother. Daniel ponders the information with a nod. While it's definitely a tale incomplete, he believes the sincerity of the presentation of the story. From the context, he figures the Mikadressel is close to a princess or duchess, and the Dadakorians, the tiger folk, regard her as a high-ranking official in that regard. Tell me about her. What is her role? Pat explains. She answers to the queen, and she chooses her warriors when battles are decided. It was my and Weya's great honor to serve alongside her, as well as our comrades. But, without her, the queen can order us as slaves, should she be so inclined. I meant more of her personality. Is she a cruel person? Will she get along with a human? Pat confirms confidently. She is open-minded and slow to judgment or anger. That you have treated the rest of us well will reflect highly on her. Her voice would be strong in aiding in your endeavors. I don't need connections right now, but I believe you. Would you give your life for her? Both Datacorians nod. Their feline ears flick nervously, but not in attempted deceit. She is kind and wise. Much like Lord Daniel. Ah. Flattery. Nice. Daniel's sarcasm is just for the sake of sarcasm. He has no objections about reviving a princess, since he has no one else to revive at the moment. Assuming she has the influence these two claim, it could prove to be useful down the road. But, more importantly, if he uses even if it's considered a waste the revival potation on this Mikadressel, then she can't beg for the dragon to be revived in turn. He has only the one, after all. Daniel agrees to revive her. All right. I'll revive her. But, you have to make sure she doesn't try to kill me. Agreed? The two tiger-like women nod in agreement. Of course, my lord. If I have to kill her again, I'm not helping you. They nod. We will defend you if she is hostile, but, I assure you, she will hear reason. Daniel agrees to revive the Mikadressel. He invites them to pick out which of the bodies is hers. They can recognize her apparently rare golden color with red stripes, which is certainly not like any other tiger of Earth, but because all of the beast folk were exotic looking with colors that wouldn't be natural on Earth for the terrestrial creatures they resemble, he paid it no mind. And, Daniel recognizes the fancy shoulder pauldrons she's wearing, as well as a fairly elegant outfit compared to the others. It's tattered compared to what it's supposed to look like, and because of the blood and injuries, she didn't stand out against the other corpses. However, once she's extracted, both tiger women confirm she is definitely the Mikadressel. Daniel then finds his potation bag and extracts the revival potation, identifying it via the dragon emblem on it. The most distinctive symbol of the 5 symbols present. Aulon asks softly, "My lord, are you certain?" Daniel confirms with a chuckle, "Sure. Who else should I use it on, presently? If I need more, maybe I should collect some more. So long as they're in storage, I have all the time in the world, right?" She nods her head in astonished acquiescence. "I suppose." Pat adds to emphasize, "The Mikadressel has a strong voice in the court of the covenant. She will be a strong ally for you, my lord." "I'm sure." Daniel's reply is a little dismissive, though he's confident enough it's true. He feeds the revival potation to the Datacorian woman. He's skeptical that a deceased person will revive, but there is magic in this world, so he approaches his own skepticism with a cautious optimism. And, sure enough, the woman's body squirms and she coughs, taking a breath. Daniel then feeds her a healing potation and a blood restorative, ensuring her recovery is assured, since she definitely lost a lot of blood, given the wounds she has. The two tiger women relax and bow. "Thank you, Lord Daniel. I'm not nobility or a master. Please just call me Daniel." "We cannot. That you showed such reverence for our most exalted, you are surely worthy of great prestige." Daniel sighs. "Where I come from, it's just decent behavior to try to help others." The two stare at him, and he instructs, trying to deflect, "Take care of her. I'm going to continue sorting my inventory." They nod, and they carefully move her to one of the shelter shells, tucking her in and nursing her as they monitor her well-being. She's certainly stable, and the healing potation restored her injuries, so it's mostly a matter of time waiting for her to awaken. And, the sun is setting, so it'll soon be time to sleep. Daniel approaches Pat early in the evening. "Pat?" "Why yes, my lord?" She fidgets, facing him with a rather docile presence. Daniel asks, "You're pretty strong, right?" Yes, I believe so, my lord." "And, do you want to sleep with me?" My lord, I will do as you ask." "That's not what I'm asking. I want to know if you, yourself, desire to be intimate with me." She hesitates, and he quickly adds before she agrees again under some misguided sense of obligation. "I'm hoping the answer is, no, I'd like someone to keep Aulon and Karatai away while I sleep. You can sleep as well, but I need someone trustworthy in my proximity." Pat points at herself, asking, "And you choose me, my lord?" Daniel nods with a sigh. "I know I can't rely on Aulon and Karatai to control themselves, and the goblins are subordinate to all of us and content with that subordination. That leaves just you or Wea. you seem most mature. Pat blushes and bows. Why you flatter me, my lord. If it's what you wish, I shall protect you. Don't be alert all night. Just be close to deter the other two. That's all I want. She nods confidently. I think I understand, my lord. I shall not leave your side. Thank you, replies Daniel. I just want a peaceful night's sleep if I can attain it. She states a little more gung-ho than he was planning on. I shall ensure it, my lord. Thank you. In any case, that's one small problem solved. They establish a watch rotation for watching over the mythical, whose name or friendly name, like the others, is Beka. Beka is resting peacefully with no signs of complication from the various potations Daniel used on her. She might wake up with a hangover, thanks to their alcoholic nature, but she'll likely wake up, which is better than she was a few moments ago. Daniel finishes his evening tasks and lays down to sleep, sleeping once more on his storage bags as a pillow. True to her word, Pat keeps close to Daniel, sleeping in his shelter, but not cuddled against him the way Karatai did the last few nights. She is quiet and peaceful, and if anything, Daniel kind of likes having her around. The next morning, Beka wakes up as they're preparing breakfast. Where am I? Pat explains, catching her up on the battle and their proximity to Karatai's village. A Feldrock sorcerer? Asks the mythical after it's explained to her. Daniel retorts dryly, I object, but no one's been listening to me. But, you defeated our dragon leader, did you not? Daniel cautiously confirms. I did. And, you chose to revive me? He nods civilly. Yes. At the request of your allies. He gestures at Pat and Weya. And Beka smiles at them. Thank you all. My duty was supposed to be to Lord Red, but I am thankful to have been spared. She bows to Daniel the same way the others did to plead for Beka's life. Daniel replies gently, that's not necessary. Just treat me well, please. We'll be out of each other's hair soon enough. However, Beka remains in the bowing position. Please, Lord Daniel, Feldrock sorcerer of the Eastern Realm, please save my people. Daniel stares at her for a moment. For the moment, the others are busy bathing themselves. Daniel asks, what are you talking about? Our people are suffering from a plague. The dragons promised a solution, but without Lord Red to keep his promise, I fear our people will slowly wither and die. Daniel winces. A plague? He's far from a doctor, and if she's relying on him actually being a sorcerer, she's going to be severely disappointed. She nods wearily. Yes, it is afflicting more and more of our people every day. Daniel hesitates. He can't feign ignorance on solving a disease. But then, there are many things that he may be able to mitigate, given the advantages of antidote potations and his knowledge of modern technology. Reluctant, but wanting to help if he can, Daniel asks, what is the nature of this plague? It is a plague the dragons have cured before with ancient medicine. It starts with our people losing strength and becoming weary. And, more obvious signs are losing teeth and blood, as well as wounds reopening even without new injury or strain. Eventually, curse shakes and death are close behind. Daniel listens patiently, and he tries to absorb the information. Whatever it is sounds like a rather elaborate disease, shutting down the victim's body slowly and painstakingly. If it's something similar to ALS Lou Gehrig's disease, there's almost nothing he can do to even slow the disease's progression. But then, something sounds off about some of the symptoms she described. Curious, he asks, tell me, Beka, does the skin of those suffering this plague turn a yellowish color? She confirms nervously. Why yes. Not long before death, and during the ensuing madness that overtakes some. And, do they bruise from even light strikes that would normally never bruise? With wide eyes, she nods in surprise. Why yes. You know of this plague? Daniel sighs. I hope so. Tell me, do you recognize this flavor? Daniel withdraws a couple of different things from storage. Some fruits that have a very citrus flavor, something very similar to raspberries, and something similar to broccoli which disgusts him, but contains vital nutrients if anything else is unavailable. Do your people regularly eat any of these? Beka is repulsed at first. No, we're carnivores by nature. Foods like these induce homosexuality and weak constitutions. Daniel stares at her for a moment. Wow, you actually believe that? She stares at him in turn. What do you mean? Daniel sighs. Can you tell me how your people came to those two conclusions? I'm not sure. I figured as much. Daniel returns the fruits and vegetables to his bag. I am fairly confident, from what you've described, that your people are suffering from scurvy. It's actually a relatively simple affliction, but mysterious if you don't know the cause. I don't know that I understand, my lord. In somewhat complex terms, it's a deficiency in vitamin C. A vitamin found in many fruits and vegetables. Much as I hate the greens myself, fruits are a good source. Daniel adds as he gestures gently with his hands, with the symptoms you described, it sounds like scurvy. I bet, when the dragons provided their cure, your people recover pretty quickly. Becca can only nod as she stares at him, hypnotized by his revelation. And, I'd be willing to bet the cure tastes extremely tangy or sour. Again she is blown away. Why, you can cure it? Daniel sighs. There's not really anything to cure. You just need to start intentionally increasing your vitamin C intake. Fruits, berries, vegetables, there are a lot. I don't know all of them, but you can usually tell if it has a slightly acidic flavor, like these berries. Daniel gives Becca a couple of the raspberry-like berries, and she nibbles on one. She looks at him, asking, "This is the cure?" Like I said, it's not a cure, per se. You need your people to start incorporating things like this into their diet. Farming them is a bonus. You can sometimes squeak by eating prey that contains vitamin C because they eat things high in vitamin C. However, if your prey doesn't ingest enough, which can be affected by the region you're in, you don't get enough, and you eventually develop scurvy. Supplement your diet with fruits, especially, but vegetables as well, and you should see an improvement quickly. Becca crawls on her knees, taking Daniel's hand. Please cure my people, Daniel. I just told you, you must present this wisdom to my people. Why me? You're a leader, aren't you? Why? Yes. But, there are those who will object. We have been promised a cure by the dragons, so long as I abide by their demands. To suggest something else, it would be adjacent to blasphemy. Daniel sighs as he looks down. He murmurs softly, "Of course it is." He looks at her, asking, "What am I supposed to do?" She replies nervously, "Convince our people of the true nature of this plague." She shrinks her posture a little, adding at a near whisper, "And should they still refuse to listen?" She glances at Daniel's staff, slung across his back. "You utilize your Feldrock magic." Daniel cocks his head. He replies cautiously, "You understand, my methods kill people, right? I can't just demonstrate parlor tricks. If you ask me to intervene, someone will die." Becca hesitates, but she stays steadfast. "I understand. If it means ending our reliance on the dragons, then so be it. One last concern I have. Will this not cause trouble between Datacorians and the dragons? If they're manipulating you through such a basic ailment, will they not be angered to lose you as subordinates?" She hardens her expression, but it's not in anger at Daniel. "I once believed, like many others, that the dragons were a noble, proud, and elegant race. But, as concubine, I saw behind the illusion. They are cruel to their own if they express any but the will of the Dragon Lord, which is bloodshed and death of lesser races. When our people first suffered from this scurvy disease, it is said that it was after a series of plagues had destroyed our largest cities, decimated swaths of farmland just before harvest, and poisoned the reserves." She clenches her fists, digging her sharp claws into her palms. She nearly whispers the last part through gritted teeth, "And ever since, we've lived off only what we could hunt. The knowledge of what else was safe to eat lost long ago, and, every few years." Becca becomes unable to speak as she trembles with rage, and Pat adds softly, "As carnivores larger than we are, our only option was to speak to the dragons. And, they shared medicine with us, so long as we provide tribute." Wea adds, "Regardless, we are nothing but servants to them now, and not only expendable, but actively hunted and killed by dragons for sport." Daniel sighs. "I see. I had no idea. I'll meet with your people, Becca, but I can't promise I can save your people. Not without doing something about this Dragon Lord. I was able to defeat his brother because I was adequately prepared and he wasn't. The Dragon Lord will undoubtedly be prepared for me." She reassures him. "If you can only save us from ignorance, if that truly is the cure to this plague, then that is better than nothing. Even if we simply have to keep the wisdom secret, we shall. Most of us don't trust easily, but anything is better than what we suffer now." I understand. Then, we'll head out after our first task of the day. Karatai, we'll return you to your village today. Aulon, you may wish to remain here as well. Both of them ask, Wah? Karatai, you're the commander of the militia that took away their Mikadressel. I know it wasn't your choice, but that's the perception people who don't know what I know would have. Aulon. The demoness accuses smugly, you don't have a good excuse for me, Daniel. Daniel halts his thought. She's not wrong. She wasn't a high-ranking officer or anything, and she's likely the more dangerous of the two. Magic doesn't directly affect him, but indirect effects, like magically summoned flames burning him, can still affect him. This means that he has no way of knowing for sure if he's immune to hypnosis or other similar effects until he experiences them. Daniel sighs. Listen, I didn't want to admit this, but here I come from, it's acceptable. I'm not attracted to women. I'm attracted to men. All of the women present stare at him blankly. He adds uncomfortably, yeah, so, I'd suggest we part ways while we're on good terms. Thank you for your hospitality while we've been together. Karatai's brain finally reboots, and she asks, but, what about, conquering me? We're even, aren't we? I defeated you once, you defeated me once. He watches her face for a moment, and he can see the moment it registers. The small wrestling match that she won. Regardless, I told you, I don't collect war brides. Now you know why. Please wish your friends and family well. Daniel bows respectfully. Take care, Karatai, Aulon. Please see Aulon and the goblins home safely, if you would. Karatai and Aulon are both stunned, and they glance at each other. But Daniel needs to move on. He had already resolved himself not to form attachments, especially after how close he was getting to Wenliana, only for it to need to evaporate. He's used to being a tool. He can mentally adjust when he's just being used. He's not helping Baeka overcome a simple ailment assuming it is scurvy. He's going to likely have to kill someone. And that will be a precursor to his real target in the matter, which is another reason he doesn't want to drag along a bunch of companions. Thankfully, Karatai and Aulon reluctantly give in, though Karatai makes a point of warning, you better come back as soon as your mission is done, Daniel. Why? Aulon fills in, apparently thinking the same thing when Karatai nods in agreement. You owe it to us to let us try to convert you. Daniel scoffs. And, if you can't, we'll worry about that later. She smiles. Come back soon, Daniel. She winks at him. He smirks. Of any of them, he suspects Aulon is sharp enough to realize the truth. But, she's going along with it, so he's alright with that outcome. With the 3 tigress women, Daniel joins them to head for their own village or settlement. He has a fair amount of rations that would last him, alone, years in the storage bags he has. However, it also contains plenty of fruit and vegetables, which should help get the afflicted back up to fighting strength as quickly as possible. The real problem won't be healing them, though. It'll be dealing with the fallout of breaking the illusion that allows those in power to control the rest of the tiger folk. Daniel ensures he has his ammunition handy and that each weapon dry fires like it's supposed to. For the time being, he can't replenish ammo, so he'll have to be conservative. But, he has enough if he's careful to last a good long while, more than he should justifiably need simply for defending himself. For now, he'll have to see what he's up against. The one known by lesser races only as the Dragon Lord is truly a ruling lord in a loosely formed empire. He stands above all, save the only being he seems to hold in some regard similar in level to himself, the Demon Queen. It's unclear the relationship they hold, but regardless, he is left to his own devices because of his own immense power, as well as the power of the other dragons at his side. He is the being she is kneeling before now, not because she wants to, of course. She was born wrong. She is not a dragon, and the dragons never let her forget it. She doesn't know why they hate her so much, but they do. And, she has been magically enslaved to the Dragon Lord. She has no name. She is just, slave. In fact, she's the only slave she knows of in the Dragon Lord's employ, and it's been that way ever since she was born. They look upon her like a monster, a wretch. Instead of horns, she has large, triangular ears on top of her head, covered in black fur matching her dark black hair, even though she can assume a humanoid form similar to the other servants of the dragons. Instead of a majestic tail with impenetrable scales, her tail is soft with bushy black fur. She is ugly to the dragons, in either her human or true form. She never asked to be born. But, she has been, and for now, she can only obey her orders. Slave, his voice rumbles the room and commands all attention. She looks up, waiting for instruction as always. I tire of looking at your wretched appearance. Prove you are not useless as well. Go to the citadel and retrieve the treasure within. She flinches. She replies softly, Master, the citadel treasure, no one has been able to reach it, the feral Feldrock. I did not ask for an opinion. Go. Do not return until you have the treasure. She can't resist a direct order for long. She bows, replying quietly, Yes, Master. She departs for the citadel, an ancient fortress of unknown origin, according to stories, which she only knows by overhearing the various servants and allies of the dragons when they gossiped. The citadel is one of the last remnants of a society belonging to the Feldrock race, demonic monsters that once ruled the world. The Feldrocks are monsters that even dragons struggle to defeat, and they're said to be capable of using all magic in the world, even some that has been forgotten since their near extinction. So far as anyone knows, the feral Feldrock is the last one in existence, and though it's alone, Feldrocks can live almost forever. She doesn't stand a chance, of course. The Dragon Lord knows this. He's sending her to die or be stranded. And, if by some miracle, she defeats the feral Feldrock, the Dragon Lord can claim the untouched treasure housed in the heart of the citadel. The stories are varied, but one thing is true. The treasure is coveted by almost all living beings that know what it actually is supposed to be, which includes the Dragon Lord himself. As she's leaving, a messenger darts in past her, crying out to the Dragon Lord. Her ears are powerful, even if they are ugly. She can hear him explain, My lord. It's your brother. What about him? He's been slain. She hesitates, but she can't stop. She has to follow her last orders, and she was ordered to retrieve the treasure of the citadel. However, she can feel the immense pressure of devastatingly dangerous rage surging in the Dragon Lord's horde, where he's probably very close to killing the messenger. She can't disobey her orders, but she can choose how she carries them out. And, she decides to pick up the pace and disappear before she becomes collateral when the Dragon Lord's sorrow and anger flare. He sent his brother to break through the lines and conquer the Easterner fortress beyond the mountains. From there, they would begin claiming the territory around it before any of the other Covenant leaders can respond, allowing the dragons to control the resources for a profit. It was a sure victory, as the dragons are virtually invincible against any of the weapons the Eastern Empire and its allies can forge. No blade can pierce or cut their scales, no arrow can pierce their hides, and no mount can defeat them in speed via land, sea, or sky. The only dragons defeated by Easterners in history required thousands of soldiers in exchange and dozens of battles where fortresses were decimated. But, it has only been a little over a week since the Lord's brother departed to launch his attack. Anyone other than the dragon himself would take around a week to return to the Dragon Lord with news. Which means, he was slain the very day he attacked the Easterners. While the Dragon Lord is likely to be furiously enraged, he won't launch the retaliation yet. His power has made him complacent, but he knows that. He dare not face an unknown threat if someone was able to kill his brother in a single day. So, he's going to send scouts to find this adversary and learn its weaknesses. The last thing she wants is to be part of that endeavor. Suddenly, trying to conquer the Citadel alone isn't such a curse compared with Hunt a Dragonslayer. And, if a miracle occurs, maybe she'll meet the Dragonslayer without having orders to try to kill him herself. In that situation, maybe even she will. Tears fall from her eyes. She can keep her expression pretty stoic, but she's not devoid of emotions. She never asked for the life she's stuck in. She wants to be free. She wants to explore. She wants to see the world and eat food that has tastes matching the delightful smells coming from the meals served to the Lord and his kin. She wants to have someone to talk to and do all of those things with. She wants to be able to smile. Chapter 25. The Mechanic Who Became a Dragonslayer. Daniel didn't lead the happiest or most luxurious life on earth. He didn't have much to lose, so he's not in much hurry to go back. He was summoned by humans to destroy their enemies. And yet, even with all of what he could give, he was exiled, and he ended up helping some of the very enemies that tried to destroy the fortress he was exiled to. Daniel is still in no hurry to go back to Earth. There are good people in this world, and they have a certain charm. All of that said, he's thankful he came from Earth with his knowledge of ancient troubles and advancements of technology. Even simple baseline knowledge, like what he's had from years of browsing the internet and going down rabbit holes of knowledge, proves to be incredibly valuable to a variety of cultures that either rely on magic, or are being manipulated by powerful magic beings. In this case, it was obvious the moment he was able to see the first and worst patients. It was definitely scurvy, down to the yellowing of their eyes and skin and losing teeth. He shows the healthy how to make juices out of fruits and vegetables, which are much easier to feed to their people. The trickiest part, though, is convincing them that it's necessary. It's not an instant cure, like the magical potations that the demons and demon allies use. And the dragons have utilized a full social experiment on the Datacorians, convincing them that fruits and vegetables are hazardous to their health, the exact opposite of the truth. While not immediately apparent, this forced a reliance on the dragons, who then controlled the cure, allowing them to manipulate the Datacorians. Unfortunately, the territory belonging to the tiger folk is not what Daniel expected. It's a lot less forest, and more of a mountainous valley. There are plenty of animals to hunt, most of which feed on the grasses and small shrubs that grow in the valley. But, unless cultivated, no fruit seems to be capable of growing in the valley where the Datacorians live. Fortunately, there is abundant water and means to fertilize soil, so he shows them how to grow the various plants that he has seeds or seeding portions of thanks to the rations he captured from his victory. It only takes 2 days, however, to prove Daniel's wisdom. All of the sickest of the Datacorians have recovered enough strength to eat solid foods and even participate in normal work. While the tiger-like hunters and gatherers aren't ironsmiths by any stretch, they are capable of using simple tools, since they make stone arrow heads from various hard materials. Daniel shows them how to make some simple utensils to make it easier for those who lost their teeth to tenderize and cut their food. Fortunately, the majority of their teeth and the first ones lost in most cases are sharp like a typical feline's, which aren't intended as much for chewing. After the first 2 days have passed, Baeka pulls Daniel aside alone after the usual checkups result in countless thanks and offers of gifts for Daniel, which he does his best to insist on gifts that are much less valuable, such as meat or drink that can be spared, simple wooden trinkets, or other cultural artwork. Things that have more meaning than value. Once alone, Baeka begins to form a question. Daniel, I've been wondering. What is it? What you told Lady Karatai and Aulon, is it true? Which thing are you asking about? She fidgets a little, looking away. That you're attracted to males. Oh, that, Daniel chuckles. Worked pretty well, didn't it? Or, well enough. I don't think Aulon bought it. She looks at him, not satisfied by his answer and needing more clarification. He rubs his neck, adding softly, it wasn't true, but... Listen, I don't have an easy time trusting people. Women, even less so. It comes from he halts, quickly shifting what he says. From my hometown. I had a really bad experience in the past, and, he takes a breath and sighs. I focus on my purpose now. Things that I can accomplish without the need of anyone else's input, if possible. Or, limited to entirely straightforward assistance, I suppose. The last few months haven't changed my mind. I end up friends with a noblewoman in the kingdom of Morniste, and I get banished for how I saved the second princess's life. I worked diligently at the base where we met, and I was treated rather poorly. I know why, but it didn't instill a trust in any of the women I was getting close to there, either. Karatai believes I'm more powerful than I am, and wants access to that. Aulon sees a weak-willed target, which isn't far from the truth. I'm glad I could help your people, truly. I'm more glad it was something I knew how to help with. But, until I know I can trust someone, I'm not actively looking for an intimacy with anyone. Man or woman. Baeka looks down for a moment as she ponders what he just said. She replies softly, you feel like those around you merely use you? Daniel knows it sounds a little insecure, but he nods. I do. It's been that way since I was a child. I'm easily manipulated by women. Those with ability but no willpower are easily used and discarded. I like being helpful, I like using my abilities. I just hate being discarded. So, I instead keep it on my terms and leave as soon as I can. An opportunity arose for me to leave the kingdom that was gearing up to hate me for doing what I thought was right, so I took it. An opportunity to uphold my duty as a person stationed at Fort Peony and leave that environment at the same time arose, so I did what I had to do. An opportunity arose to escape Karatai's advances and Aulon's dangerous personality, so I took those escapes as well. Soon enough, I'll leave here as well. I know what I'm waiting for. It should be only another few days at most, if my estimation is correct. Beika fidgets with her hands. Is there any way I could get to know you? The you that isn't defined by your abilities? What do you like? What is your favorite food? Daniel smiles softly. I understand that you're being sincere. Truly. But I know I have to go. First and foremost, I have to figure out why I'm here. I have to find my purpose and complete it. Once it's complete, I hope we can meet then, when I'm free to entertain personal freedoms. She cocks her head in confusion. I don't understand. What mission do you have that you are so bound to? I was tasked with destroying the enemies of the kingdom of Morniste. At a glance, that would be the Demon Queen. But I don't think she's the enemy they thought she was. I want to see what this side of the world looks like, and learn who the real enemy is. Again, Beika is confused. You speak like you aren't a subject of your kingdom. Daniel smirks. You're probably right. I killed a dragon. I have no interest in power or ruling. But I doubt I need to fear anyone who fears dragons, do I? She scoffs, and then she begins laughing as it sinks in. Daniel's not usually arrogant, at least not intentionally, but every now and then, even he can acknowledge what advantages he carries. Beika admits softly after she calms down, Daniel, I hope you know, not everyone confesses an admiration of you out of desire to manipulate you. With a smile, he replies gently, I know that. But a smile shared between casual friends is much better than a smile that leads to betrayal. She sighs quietly. You're strange, Daniel. Mysterious. I think that's part of your charm. But you should be mindful that those that want you now can't wait forever. I encourage you not to. Daniel looks towards the village. Looks like today's the day. She cocks her head, and her ears twitch as she listens. How did you hear that? I didn't. The birds and bugs stopped making noise a minute or so ago, and I can see some of the villagers congregating. Daniel withdraws his rifle from his magic bag, and Beika asks, that staff, is that? He confirms confidently, this is the source of my power. Let's go greet our guest. Daniel walks with the rifle like it's a staff, which disarms most people of the world. It flags him as a sorcerer, but it also grants the illusion that close range to him is safe. Casting spells takes time and chanting. Daniel just has to aim and pull a trigger. The villagers kneel before the large presence that is entering the village from the southwest. While not as large as the one Daniel killed already, it is easy to identify the shimmering green being as a dragon. It shares most of the appearance of the red dragon, but this one's wings seem more transparent, like a dragonfly's wings, shimmering as light is refracted through the chitinous material of the wings. Additionally, its scales seem to hang more loosely, like leaves on a tree, rather than hardened armor as the red dragons did. Regardless, Daniel suspects that the chainmail-like scales are just as difficult to penetrate as the red dragon's relative plate armor. Daniel whispers to Beika as she nervously grips his sleeve, do dragons understand the Eastern Common Language? Beika answers as she worriedly watches the path ahead. Yes. To my knowledge, all demons, dragons, and the Chirinus do. Though, dragons only because they passively have the effects of language comprehension active. She tugs his sleeve, you should hide, Daniel, if he sees you. Daniel shakes his head. Nope. I came here to solve a problem. The dragon speaks to the Datacorians, seemingly cordial at first. Daniel can't understand the words, but the tone definitely seems smug, even with the deepness of the tone speaking it. His heart is beating faster. After all, he's facing an apparent apex predator in this world, just as he did at the wall. But, as long as he stays in denial about being trapped in a video game, he might be able to survive. He's never been able to lie to himself that well, which is why his hands are getting sweaty. But, he summons what little courage he has. Pardon me. The dragon's piercing gaze instantly locks on him. Yes, excuse me. Are you truly a dragon? The dragon cocks its head in seeming disbelief. It growls in a deep voice, a human? What a pathetically weak creature you are. I don't even sense the slightest flicker of magic in you. I get that a lot. I figured out a way to treat the people here, and since you clearly didn't know, I'd like to educate you. Becca whines at a whisper, Daniel, what are you doing? He smirks at her, and then he smiles at the dragon. The ailment the Datacorians were suffering from was just a lack of vitamins. Fortunately, it's easy to treat and prevent, so it shouldn't be an issue again. Daniel watches closely. Everyone he's talked to so far has indicated a few consistent things about the dragons. They're ridiculously powerful, they're confident in their power, and they are completely consumed by hubris. At least, he hopes that last part is true. The dragon's mouth twitches, and Daniel feels a small amount of relief. It's furious, but he gave it an out. All he has to do is admit that he was simply uneducated, and everyone walks away. However, Daniel is a human. One with no magic, no less. To a dragon, the living epitome of magical power, he is no more than a flea would be to him. And, unlike a flea, Daniel's bite is potentially deadly to anyone. The dragon rises to his full height, smirking as far as Daniel can tell. You think you can teach me? Weaklings as arrogant as you should cease to exist. In fact, it would be a waste of my time to call you myself. He switches to the language the Datacorians use, and they flinch, looking at Daniel regretfully. It's pretty clear what was just told to them. The dragon instructed them to kill him. Daniel laughs. You think these people can kill me? I guess you haven't heard. Daniel lifts his rifle into his ready position. It'll be much easier to aim and fire. He's relying on his rifle once more, but he has faith. If he's good at anything, it's that he's good at making sure that he over-designs his creations so that they are sure to work, even if they are inefficient. Naturally, he'll likely only get one shot. Regardless, he is committed now. Your pathetic red hatchling didn't last 5 minutes in my presence. The dragon's face twists, and his gaze finally locks on Becca. She flinches, falling to her knees. He then glares at Daniel once more, and Daniel smirks. He's shaking, but he's so small comparatively, it's unlikely the dragon will really notice. I keep hearing he was the Dragon Lord's brother. But, I'm surprised the dragons reign supreme if that was their best. The dragon's mouth wavers, and actual plants seem to be spilling out as green, poisonous-looking liquid also spills from between his teeth. You wretched beast! You would claim responsibility for our prince's death. Princess? Oh, so, she was the Lord's sister? That explains why she was so weak? The Datacorians finally scatter as the green dragon snarls and inhales deeply. Daniel exhales in relief. Unfortunately, Becca is still on the ground. Next to him, frozen in terror. He can't fail, or she'll die as well. He takes aim. Fortunately, anger causes many expressions to cross the dragon's face, and he opens his maw several times as he prepares a powerful breath attack. It's likely, from the noxious-looking clouds of gas, that he's about to be hit by either an acid or poison gas. He can't hesitate. Just as the dragon comes to a pause with its head high and chest puffed full of breath, Daniel pulls the trigger. Thunder explodes from the mouth of his rifle, and he notices from his peripherals as the Datacorians cry out almost in sync with the shot. Many dive to the ground even as they're still trying to flee the area, and Becca screams as she rolls on the ground clutching her ears. Daniel can't hear anymore either, and his ears are ringing, but being directly behind the muzzle of his rifle is the best place to be, relatively speaking, other than far away, as far as the sound is concerned. His rifle is oversized, and it kicks like a horse into his shoulder. If he didn't brace, it would break his shoulder after only a couple of shots. Normally, he'd try to anchor the front, but his battles haven't afforded him many good places to do so or to go prone and anchor it on the ground. Daniel aimed for the dragon's broad, toothy mouth. The insides of the dragons seem to be their weaknesses, and its head cocks suddenly to the side. From the angle Daniel fired, it went up through its skull via its mouth, and its brain seems to be larger than a dinosaur's would be. The skull is thin underneath, allowing the bullet to pierce. The green dragon stumbles back a step on its hind legs, but its musculature is barely functioning, and its head flops over lifelessly only an instant before the rest of its body collapses like a dropped bag of gelatin. It slams the ground with a thud, and the green liquid oozes from its mouth, along with its blood. It probably needed muscle control to spit the liquid into its breath, which would probably be magically enhanced in some way. Without its muscles, or with them completely relaxing, it drools at venom rather than spitting it. Daniel collects his footing, having been knocked back a step by his own shot's recoil, but he is able to take a calming breath, and he exhales. The Dadakorians around him look at the dragon, and then at Daniel in silence. Without a word, he withdraws the large bag where the red dragon is stored. Aulon and Karatai taught him how to read the various readouts of the magic storage bags, and he knows that the one with the dragon and the drake corpses is still only about half full, which is highly convenient. He stores the dragon's body, and he begins using the empty crates from the rations he gave to the Dadakorians and a shovel to collect the fouled soil contaminated with the dragon's venom. He has no idea what its effects are, but it's definitely not safe to just leave it in the village. Stored in his bag, it's at least not contaminating anyone for unknown years to come. And, if he can figure out what its nature is, he may be able to use it. Daniel finishes cleaning up, and he finds that he's being observed by the entire village. One of the older men nearby says something in their language, but Daniel taps his ear and shakes his head. I don't understand. Sorry. He spots Becca as she makes her way through the crowd. She's staring directly at him with shock. Pat and Wei also make their way closer, murmuring in their own language for a moment. Daniel picks out the word Feldrock, and he knows exactly what they're claiming. Daniel quickly says, Hey, Pat, I told you, I don't even know what a Feldrock is. Stop telling people I'm a Feldrock sorcerer. She blushes and looks away. It starts with random villagers, who suddenly kneel and bow before him, and Daniel groans. Oh, for God's sake. He reloads his rifle as he checks his surroundings, saying, Please ask them to stand up. Pat. Becca. He groans when he notices them, as well as Wea, also bowing. Daniel growls quietly, Becca, you have 3 seconds to explain what's going on or I leave and never come back. She quickly looks up with watering eyes, and he flinches. You truly are as powerful as Karatai claimed. You're exaggerating. I specialize in killing dragons. If other enemies attacked me, I probably would be in trouble. He notices Pat whispering, and he points. Hey, don't translate right now. You're going to worsen the exaggerated impression they have of me. Pat squeaks. But it's all true, my lord. You are the Feldrock sorcerer who killed the Red Knight, and now, the Green Sage. And, with only a single attack. Right. And I did so with the element of surprise. If the others are able to prepare for me, I stand virtually no chance. Do you understand? I'd rather hunt them, rather than they hunt me. She nods reluctantly, and he turns his gaze back on Becca. Continue, Becca. What is a Feldrock sorcerer, and why does everyone keep insisting that I am? She sits up on her knees, saying softly, a Feldrock sorcerer is a mage capable of using omni-affinity magic, and having learned to use the 4 elements of nature in battle, as well as the 2 divine elements. Feldrocks are the only beings in history known to be able to kill a dragon in one-on-one combat, and a Feldrock sorcerer is a mortal's attempt to attain that power. Feldrocks are a creature. What are they? She cocks her head. She points at Daniel's shoulder, and he looks. He's still wearing a simple jacket he got from Wenliana. It depicts a dragon-like creature on the shoulder section at the top of his bicep. It has 2 triangular horns rising from its head, great majestic wings with wedges like feathers, and a spiky, pointed tail. It's the sigil of the Stalvalten Archduchy, which they called a Sol Wyrm. Becca states, that looks to be a depiction of a Feldrock, though I've never seen one myself. They're said to emanate the aura of death, and if one kills your soul is devoured, never to become a part of the world, and instead, fuel their most evil magic spells, which only the Feldrocks have ever known. The people I got this jacket from called this thing a Sol Wyrm. I assumed it was a species or relative of dragons. Becca shakes her head. We're told they're monsters, though they're extinct now. Wea adds, elders tell them to children so they behave and don't run off on their own. They're so powerful, no one would be able to save you from them. Daniel sighs. Why am I being compared to something so scary? I'm just a human. I'm not even as strong as a normal human in this world. My power comes from my staff, and it's meant for dragons. That's all. Daniel doesn't want to find out what one of his approximately 20mm diameter rounds does to a human-sized body. He knows a close-range shot from a .50 caliber, which is approximately 12.5mm, does a significant amount of gruesome damage to a human body, and his 20mm rounds are approaching double the size and powder. He doesn't really want to test it, but he does wonder if his rounds could pierce the dragon's scales. Now that he has 2 corpses, he could test it for comparison, and he probably should. He has 47 bullets remaining for the rifle, and he still has all 100 of his revolver rounds. It's unlikely he'll live long enough to kill 47 more dragons, though he'll likely need to kill at least 1 more. That said, he'll still try to be conservative for now. Baeka replies to Daniel's query. I don't know how to satisfy you, my lord Daniel. You killed a dragon by yourself. You must be a Feldrock sorcerer, if not a Feldrock. That's all we know. Daniel hesitates, rubbing his neck. He asks cautiously, what about an otherworlder? Baeka springs to her feet, shock filling her expression, while Wea and Pat glance at her for guidance. Baeka asks, why you're a magical summon? Daniel nods in confirmation. They call it divine summon, though I was just sitting alone in my home when I suddenly appeared in a castle in this world. I never met any divine beings. She trots over to him, inspecting him. Why? You look so human. Daniel scoffs. I am human. Or, at least, I'm my world's version of human. The Mikadressel suddenly gasps. That's why you don't have loyalty to that kingdom. And why you're willing to help us. Daniel explains as his confirmation. I have no patriotic loyalty to anywhere in this world. If a god or goddess was involved in my summoning here, I'd like to think there's a higher purpose than to try to assassinate the demon queen. The dragons just got in my way. And, it seems, Daniel looks at the other villagers, who still longingly look upon him with respect and fear. They're a little too tyrannical for most people's tastes. Baeka nods in agreement, tears renewing in her eyes. We could never do anything, she gasps. The green sage, if he doesn't return. I assume he extorts more than just you, correct? She again gives a subtle nod of confirmation. Good. That means there's some time. That said, you and your people should go into hiding until word of the Dragon Lord perishing reaches you. If it doesn't, do what it takes to survive, even if it means lying or condemning me. Just give me a head start. She stares at him, whispering, why? You intend to fight the Dragon Lord? Daniel knows it's crazy, but he confirms it. Yep. He's a warmonger and an extortionist. I haven't heard a fraction of the bad things about the demon queen as I hear about the Dragon Lord. If anyone is the reason I'm here, it sounds like him. And, the demon queen is a convenient scapegoat, which is why she's the queen, and he's not the king. She stares at him in disbelief. He shrugs, or, she's pulling the strings and I'll deal with her in time. For now, which way to the Dragon Lord? Baeka remains speechless, and Daniel points ambiguously over his shoulder. If I saw correctly, Mr. Green came from that way, so that's the direction I'll head. Thanks for all your help, Baeka. Pat, Wea, please continue to serve your Mikadressel well. As Daniel departs, Baeka and the other 2 jog after him. Wait. He pauses and turns to look at them. Yes? Why? You're leaving? Right now? Daniel confirms with a nod of his head. Word of my existence is going to spread quickly, which means I can't stay in one place long. Not until my most dangerous foes give up or are dead. If the Dragon Lord is anything like I expect, he'll have a pathological need to kill me, because I represent a threat to him. If he gets the drop on me, it's over. Baeka, Wea, Pat. Thank you for not killing me. I'll be going now. Farewell. He continues on his way, leaving the villagers behind in stunned silence. Chapter 26. The mechanic finds the Citadel. Fort Peony, also known colloquially as the Flower Garden, was once a semi-ceremonial fortress at the mountain range separating the allied kingdoms of the east from the demon lands of the west, but its remote and treacherous location made it almost impossible to pass through the area with a large military force. As such, it was almost entirely manned by noble women seeking to earn prestige as military personnel, but perched in a relatively safe location where their families wouldn't have to worry about them so much in theory. Unfortunately, a devastating attack from a dragon has left the demon side wall of the fortress in the valley melted most of the way through, but after 2 weeks of no signs of invasion, the Allied military sent a full contingent to Fort Peony and the surrounding valley clearings to reinforce and begin reconstruction. A hooded figure walks through the center of the fortress, near where a simple well had a manual hand pump attached to it. At first, the figure was ignored. After all, it was as if they had appeared inside the gate, rather than passing through, which, given the watchstanders fiercely guarding both entrances to the fortress, would be quite difficult without an alarm being raised. However, not all in this world needed to pass through a gate to arrive at a location. Or rather, those from beyond the worldly plane would have no trouble. Eventually, though, this figure, walking through in an apparent daze while the fortress was busily trying to rebuild and fortify against the risk of a follow-up invasion attempt, would be noticed. It's natural in a place of fervent work to be noticed when one is idle, and even more so when not in uniform or armor. You there, halt and declare yourself. The head of the hooded figure tilts only slightly as soldiers of all sizes, shapes, and from various commands swarmed around at the emergent call of one of their own. Commander Lywells approaches the figure with her sword drawn and a buckler on her offhand ready to block a surprise attack. While she was the commanding officer of Fort Peony before the main garrison took over, she was always a warrior in her own right. Most soldiers in the world are prepared to fight the demons or other humanoids, including the goblins, lesser demons, Kirans, Datakorians, and all of the others, save the true demons and the dragons. Few stand a chance in battle against a true demon or a dragon. Lywells states in a more cautionary tone with a hint of dryness, strangers don't do well at the garden, stranger. I'd recommend you keep your hands where my archers can see them and lower that hood if you want to see tomorrow. Daniel, this puts Lywells off her guard for a moment. Pardon? It's a feminine voice, so it definitely isn't Daniel himself, and he hasn't been seen since the scouts retreated from when they first spotted the dragon and its vanguard force. The hooded figure looks at Lywells, and she's further disarmed by the pained expression of the young woman. To describe her appearance as heavenly wouldn't do her beauty justice. Her hair seems to glow with inhuman light, even under the hood of her robes hiding who and what she is. Her eyes sparkle deeply like a night sky. Her face is delicate and beautiful, and seems capable of producing expressions of wisdom as easily as expressions of innocence. Clang. A sword falls from an armored gauntlet. Lywells couldn't raise her sword to this being if she tried. She knows it in her gut. She doesn't know why, but she just knows. See, Commander. It's all right, the commander murmurs softly. The divine being speaks quietly. I was told a man named Daniel was here. I must speak with him. He's not here. Lywells's voice is still soft, and her head lowers in reverence. He was last seen standing against the enemy that destroyed the western wall. She gestures at the remains of the west wall of Fort Peony. This causes the divine being's face to pinch in agony. No, she whispers. If I may, your divinity, how was he chosen? Her eyes widen in horror as she looks at Lywells's face. The divine being isn't happy for some reason. In truth, Lywells is doing what she's always done. She's testing the person before her. She genuinely believes that this being is quite possibly an angel, if not a goddess. However, Daniel's circumstances were strange from the very moment he was summoned, let alone how he ended up all the way at Fort Peony through sheer misfortune, given what his world clearly was. Like. The divine being looks at Lywells, and then the melted wall several times each before finally replying quietly. Would you believe me if I said his summoning was an accident? This shocks the normally rock-steady commander. Accident? A divine summon, that's impossible. The divine being shakes her head slowly. One summoning ritual was performed. 2 summons arrived. One possesses magic, protective blessings, and special skills unique to summons. The other, as Daniel fills in the commander, knowing enough at this point, the divine being nods slowly. How does something like that happen? I sincerely don't know. But I must find him and make reparations. That he survived this long without the necessary protections for this world is a miracle. And, I've heard, she looks around suspiciously. Lywells also looks around. She whispers, his treatment, it wasn't worthy of a divine summon. The divine being makes eye contact. I need to know where he is. Do you have any idea where he could be now? Lywells sighs. Assuming he survived the battle, we think he headed west, deeper into the demon wildlands. This surprises the divine being as much as it surprised everyone else when they saw the evidence. True enough, Daniel's boots were always unique, though no one really paid any mind to it until they were trying to piece together what happened during the raid on the fort. Treya and Gwenisphia left on a free scout to try to track him as far as they could, at least before they reached the edge of the scouting zone. She personally warned both of them about going beyond the scouting zone, but it's likely those words will mean very little. That's their choice to make, of course. But it doesn't satisfy the divine being who has yet to identify herself. Regardless, she was directly involved with the summoning ritual, and whatever happened, it's clear she's genuinely concerned for the hero summoned and subsequently trapped in a world with no magic of his own. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Daniel idly whistles as quietly as he can. He's doing it to entertain himself, but he does realize that he's in a wild territory where he doesn't know the geography. He doesn't know where any villages or cities are, and he doesn't know the flora or fauna. While he has plenty of supplies to last himself a long while, thanks to the magic bags he claimed, the animals and plants could be predatory, or simply aggressively defensive. As such, Daniel keeps his hand close to his revolver. He still hasn't tested it officially, but assuming it works, it should be able to protect him from at least a few animals, even if he were to be cornered by a pack of wolves or their equivalent in this world. He has been practiced swinging a sword, however, using one of the many inexpensive swords he picked up from the attackers to cut through trees and branches, practicing simple self-taught forms to hopefully be able to fend off untrained attackers or animals with a melee weapon, if possible, since his ammunition is scarce. He has only the strength of his own body to rely on, since he has no magic or divine enhancements, but if he can take out simpler enemies with a sword instead of his firearms, then he can conserve that ammo for any more dangerous threats, such as an obvious swordsman or huge enemies he wouldn't stand a chance against in melee, such as giants or the obvious dragons and drakes. He's also seen and heard other reptilian avians flying around, indicating that dragons and drakes may not be his only draconic threats. As he walks, he reaches the edge of the current wooded area he has been trekking through for the last couple of days. It opens into a sprawling open field where he has height looking out over rolling hills. It reminds him of a road trip a long time ago where he was driving through Montana, and he could see for miles thanks to his elevation as he was driving, and the vast fields, and even distant forests, that merely decorated the land ahead with color, contrasted by mountains even further in the distance. He can see a waterfall in this world, with its base obscured by mist, and a winding river cutting the countryside he's currently gazing upon. There's at least one obvious village or city in view, but what really catches his eye is something even stranger. A massive castle perched on a tall cape overlooking a massive lake that stretches far into the distance, beyond what his eyes can perceive. This castle, even from what has to be over 20 miles away, appears humongous and is clearly larger than the village. And, while the castle appears to have sustained damage, given that its shape is irregular and lacks certain purpose-built structures, such as flat towers, it does have what appear to be broad entrances large enough for an airplane to land. Or, in this world, the largest and most powerful flying creatures in the world, the dragons. He grins cheekily. Wow, I never thought I'd find it. Hope they don't know what I smell like. He continues his journey down the hill, making his way for obvious wild territory, rather than civilization and farmland, as he wants to avoid being spotted and confronted. He has no allies with him, now, so being caught this far west as a human will certainly mean death, if he's lucky. While Daniel might be smart enough to leverage slavery into his favor in one way or another, he's not particularly keen on finding out. If he is captured, likely a swift and painless death would be his best option. But then, he still has his tricks up his sleeve, including his rifles. He has a few more explosives he made during idle time, and he also found some chemicals and vegetation that react into a tear gas when combined. And, that's completely ignoring the venom from the green dragon and whatever substances gave rise to the red dragon's fire breath, since he still has both corpses. Since they can still be revived, he may have a bargaining chip to get him in front of the Dragon Lord, if need be. And, failing that, he'll try to figure out another way. Since only those who've seen his rifle in action know what it is by looking at it, most would never assume it's a tool that can slay dragons. Which, of course, reminds him that he should try to figure out a way to ensure he can pierce their hides if and when the time comes, as his steel core bullets have only worked so far because he was able to get a clean shot into its mouth at the exact moment he needed to, or in through the red dragon's eye from close range. Relatively speaking, they're small targets, when his shells should do enough damage after they penetrate to kill a dragon with a wider tolerance for where he hits. if he can penetrate their armor like scales. Of course, he's only assuming dragon scales are nigh impenetrable in this world. The best weapons of the allied kingdoms for dealing with dragons seem to be the ballista or catapults with massive bolus or chain nets to try to drag the monstrous avians out of the sky to where they can be swarmed by melee fighters, most of whom will die. In Daniel's world, many speculations were made on the possibility of dragons, or dubiousness therein, such as their wings not being able to support their weight in flight, or impenetrable scales being too heavy for them to move in any sort of meaningful way. There are many reasons physics says those things, but he's not on Earth, and he knows they can fly and breathe a fire so hot, it can melt stone like butter under a blowtorch. Gravity could be lower, elements could be stronger, and failing all of those, magic. The one thing Daniel doesn't have. Regardless, none of that brings him closer to his goal. He needs to observe the castle from afar, and if he sees another red dragon that looks more menacing than the one he has in inventory, then he needs to take it out. If he can more easily identify the Dragon Lord, he'll of course go that route. If he needs to sneak into the castle, he will. More than likely, he'll have to assassinate the Lord and vanish. It's not his ideal lifestyle, but since coming to this world, his old ways and his old comforts don't cut it. Daniel stops at a small creek that he comes across as he descends the large rolling hill towards the castle. Now that he has a definitive direction, he just needs to keep track of his general direction. He uses the water to wash his face, feeling refreshed instantly upon the cool water dousing his skin. He wasn't much of a camper on Earth, but he's managed to pick up enough to appreciate what he missed out on. The sounds of nature around him, the crisp, fresh air. The trees have darker tones and colors than Earth did, and he suspects there might be some magical aura to the flora of the demon wildlands. But much of it also reminds him of home. Daniel enters another wooded area, watching his surroundings carefully as he walks. He stays close to trees, watching for any signs of unnatural movement, and listening. He worked on machines all his life, and something that saved him headaches time after time was the ability to listen. For a sudden change in sounds from normal to even slightly different. A tree branch creaking in a weird way could mean a predatory plant or tree, like an ant straight out of fantasy novels, or mutant Venus flytraps. Feline-like creatures or people, serpents, or even potentially arachnids or insects that can keep silent and strike without warning are his biggest dangers. Keeping close to obstacles will reduce the opportunity for them to pounce him, as long as he accounts for anything being above him. Daniel snatches his revolver out of its holster and grips it tight in his right hand as he's suddenly yanked off of the ground as he's passing a large tree. He cries out in pain, but it's more of a scraping pain than a hard piercing pain. He's tumbled through the air by several large limbs. Something like how a spider ambushes prey. He'll have only a moment. He makes sense of where the monster is, calling out, "Gia," as he shoves his sword towards it, and he manages to make contact, feeling dizzy as the spinning disorients him. However, this time, there's a hitch in the movements as the monster flinches up in the tree and lines him up to bite him. He loses his sword to the violent movements, but he still has his revolver. Daniel aims and pulls the trigger, praying. He built the revolver to operate as a double action, meaning the trigger pull is harder, but it does the whole job. Cock the hammer and fire. The hammer ratchets in. Boom. Again. The monster flinches as the round splatters dark red-orange goo from a massive wound. The revolver rounds are big, and it nearly flew right out of his hand in recoil, but he did it intentionally. One of the reasons .45 caliber pistol rounds were popular on Earth was that it was, relatively speaking, a fat, slow-moving bullet, which will likely not penetrate all the way through a target. It delivers maximum force, often smashing the bullet so that its surface area increases on impact, distributing the damage even wider. Likewise, Daniel's revolver rounds are relatively fat, slow-moving bullets for their size, at around .50 caliber, with a comparable payload too. More than what he recalls for .50A rounds, which were used in certain pistols of Earth. The sheer impact is enough to flinch the monster and cause it to release him. Daniel thuds the ground on his back, coughing as he tries to keep his wits. He's rattled for only a second, and he quickly aims up and fires twice more. Bang! Bang! He scrambles to roll clear of the monstrous beast that was perched in the tree before its lifeless body slams the ground where he just was, its blood pooling from the 3 entrance wounds and 2 exit wounds of his revolver's rounds. One of the shots may have stuck in a bone, since he definitely sees 3 entrance shots. Given that the 2 exit wounds are each the size of serving trays, it's possible they overlapped as well. With a relieved sigh, Daniel lays on the ground for a long moment. He wants to do nothing, but he has to stay alert at least. Fortunately, save actual thunder, his weapon is probably the loudest sound the forest fauna have ever heard, and an eerie silence has befallen the forest. Daniel jokes quietly, "I hope you're happy, beastie. One of us is still going to be dinner. I just suspect you didn't plan on it being you." He looks at the creature he just slayed with a more studious eye as he rests on his back. If Daniel were asked and he was creative enough to do so to combine the features of a wolf, a panther, a praying mantis, and a hermit crab, then he could only hope it would look like this creature. It has the fur of either or both mammals, with a wolf-like head, but the retractable claws of a feline and the more subtle ears of a feline. However, it also has 3 rear legs, the third appears to be in lieu of a tail, and 2 snatching forearms like a praying mantis. And, to top it off, it seems to have some biological mechanism to form a shell out of tree bark like a hermit crab, or even something like a bagworm, allowing it to disguise itself as part of the tree, especially at a glance. Daniel finally rolls over and tugs on the bark briefly, finding it glued rather firmly to the creature's fur. It's likely that it can shed both over time as it grows or the bark wears out, allowing it to find new pieces to use. He notices a crust around its lips, and he briefly touches its saliva with a pair of leaves, milling it around between them until they cease to move freely. He nods as it begins to make sense. "I see. Some component in its saliva serves as the adhesive. Air activated? No, it would glue its own mouth and throat shut. Friction? Yes, friction is most likely. Like a cat grooming itself, it activates the glue while applying it, sticks bark on when it's good and tacky, and then lets it dry. Interesting, very interesting." Daniel makes a note of that information for later. He doesn't need glue at the moment, but a friction-activated glue may prove useful if he needs one later, and he should be able to extract the residual from the creature's mouth and saliva glands when he does. As such, Daniel finds an axe in his gear bag, and he severs the monster's head, allowing him to store it separately from the body. That way, he doesn't risk wasting the saliva when he extracts the body to carve useful pieces of meat from it. "I should also do something with the dragons. I wonder if I can find a way to turn a tooth into a bullet. That could solve my fear of my iron cores not being hard enough to penetrate. I imagine dragons can harm other dragons." With that, Daniel continues on his path towards the castle he saw. As night falls, he extracts one of the shelter shells, and he even weighs it down from the inside with anything heavy from his inventory. He won't be able to escape easily, but hopefully, nothing else will be able to flip the shell and disturb his sleep, allowing him to sleep peacefully. After making breakfast in his shelter, Daniel takes the moment of peace to sort his inventory some more, with at least the things he can extract inside the shell and organize as much as possible. It's not much bigger than a tent, but it's more than enough for him to work in comfort. After, he cleans up his bunkering weights and barricades, and then checks outside before crawling out of the shell. Nothing is around him, so he stores the shell and continues on his way. Conveniently and inconveniently, depending on the situation, the magic storage bags don't really care what the contents of the thing Daniel is storing are. If he leaves his favored shell set up with a bed, mat, cooking equipment, and other items and containers, they will be stored with the shell exactly as he left them. Currently living things are the only things that seem to be stripped of whatever they had, for some reason. Regardless, because he selects the item he wants to extract via the magic hologram crystal, it doesn't really matter what's inside, though of course, the magic itself is based on mass, and not volume, so he can't cheat the bag's storage volume by storing things inside the shell. The only way to cheat is to put things inside of other magic bags and store those, since the mass of the objects inside is technically in another dimension, he assumes. Either way, it's been working, so he doesn't question it too much. Thankfully, he doesn't have any real reason to rush to find the Dragon Lord. The sooner he can defeat it, the sooner the world would likely be in a better place. However, he's not a member of this world. He's not trying to disturb the balance of power, but he is the only one that can deal with dragons, it seems. At least, he is the only one with a means for single-handedly dealing with them. If Daniel kills the Dragon Lord, it's increasingly less likely that the demons will attempt another invasion in any near future, from what he's been hearing all around. The Demon Queen seems to be fairly conservative. Why she invaded eastward at all remains to be seen, but she hasn't actively pressed the borders, save for when the dragons attempt something. He'd like to meet her and find out what he's up against, if possible, but for now, he needs to remove the primary aggressor. Due to the distance, it takes a couple of days for Daniel to close the distance on the castle he saw. Naturally, its massive size is like trying to approach a mountain in the distance. It takes a lot longer than one would think, thanks to how clearly visible it is, and yet, it never seems to get closer. And, the closer he does actually get to it, calling it a mountain isn't far from the truth. The castle is truly massive. It can't have belonged to humans. Given the size of all of the windows, the structures for landing and perching, or looking out, it had to have been constructed for nothing less than the dragons. Of course, the damage seems to have been ignored. A great battle took place sometime long in the past, and the mountainous fortress had trees and shrubs growing in the rubble and on unnatural perches like those on the steep mountainsides of Earth where birds would nest. Either the dragons don't care about the defensibility of their fortress nor its aesthetics, or they are somewhere else. But, for now, he has only the path ahead of him. Until he confirms the giant fortress is absent any and all dragons, he needs to make his way close enough to determine that. Finally, after 7 more days of walking, Daniel reached the forests. As he speculated from so far away, much of the castle looks like ancient ruins, rather than an actual fortress. And, strangely enough, it seems to have been made with humans in mind to some degree. While the castle entrances are too big to say that, there are tons of ruined and ancient house-like structures within the castle walls, each possessing standard-looking doorways and window openings set to human or close to human standards. A quick thought in Daniel's mind is that the fortress is or was home to dragons serving as royalty, while servants, soldiers, and other vassal citizens were of the many varying races of the world. It actually makes a lot more sense, since that's exactly the breakdown of the attacking vanguard that hit Fort Peony. However, it's clear this fortress is no longer active, at least, in the home of royalty sense. Someone else seems to have taken interest in the giant castle, and it gives Daniel pause when he spots the individual. It's a small, childlike figure with broad, triangular ears and a big, fluffy tail, like she's part fox, all with black hair on her head and black fur on her ears and tail. While it's hard to tell for certain, the features strongly suggest a young girl. Stick-like arms and a petite body with soft, doll-like features on her face. She's wearing rags for clothes, and yet has a simple, beat-up sword and a wooden buckler with a chunk missing out of its surface area. Given her small size, even a simple buckler shield is close in comparative size to a standard shield for a full-grown man, but it looks like it would crumble under 1 or 2 more impacts from even a light blow. And, the girl seems intent on going into the castle on her own. Daniel sighs as he sits in his secluded hiding place in one of the destroyed buildings. Don't do it, Daniel. You have no idea who or what she is, if she's here to hunt dragons as well. He closes his eyes in frustration at himself. If she is here to fight dragons, then her flimsy and worn-out sword and frail wooden buckler. Daniel claws in frustration at his hair in idle resistance to the urge in his heart and gut. No, don't do this, you'll regret it. He glances at the massive entrance one last time to see the last traces of the girl as she disappears into inky darkness of the gloomy and forlorn castle. The castle that is probably full of monsters if not dragons themselves. The castle, if not infested with monsters, is undoubtedly home to dangerous animals, like the creature that nearly made a meal out of Daniel himself. He stands up with a sigh. He grumbles under his breath, "Please let me even be able to help, and, if I do, please don't kill me yourself." Chapter 27. Tales of the Lost Otherworlder. When Liana stares idly at the rough, imperfect, carbon-scored diamond in her fingers, it represents the first of a wild string of successes that have all but singularly boosted the Grand Duchy of Stalvalden to a level of wealth competing with the Empire itself, let alone any of the other kingdoms. Though, waging the suppression of the revolution in Bromland quickly made use of much of that wealth, the Stalvalden territory was now more influential and more powerful than ever. And, all of it started with a single, man-made diamond. No, she thought. It started much earlier than that. She'll likely never forgive him. The king regent from the same world as Daniel, King Rikuto Tachibana, sent Daniel to the edge of the world. He sent him to the very front lines of the war with the demons. And, He did so to pacify noble fathers and sons who only saw Princess Aramaya as a thing to be besmirched by the hands of another man, rather than a life that Daniel saved through techniques his world teaches to children where practical. And now, several months later, the news has finally reached them. Daniel faced off against a dragon and its vanguard alone and hasn't been seen since. Arameliana's intelligence forces weren't fast enough to reach Fort Peony before it was evacuated, and they naturally stayed at the main garrison to aid in shoring defenses in preparation for desperately holding off the dragon, only for it to never arrive. Given that there were no signs of the dragon being felled by the Otherworlder, and no signs of his death being put on display, it's entirely possible they knew of his otherworldly status and took him prisoner. Just as Wenliana and so many in the kingdom and the Grand Duchy had their lives vastly improved, Daniel's wisdom could accelerate the demons the same number of decades or centuries ahead of where they are now, if given the time and resources. And, given how he was treated both in the kingdom and more importantly at the fort, it's entirely possible he advertised his Otherworlder status the moment the vanguard arrived, and some in the intelligence branch believe he even may have done so in exchange for ceasing the invasion, given what they all knew about his personality. While this is noble at face value, the detriments of the demons gaining access to the technology inside Daniel's brain are potentially unfathomable. Especially if the dragons can be made truly invincible through his efforts. It already takes an army to defeat a single dragon and only the dragon itself. And that's still if they're lucky to begin with. A dragon armed with something Daniel could create. Or worse, the rest of the demon army becoming as tough or comparable to dragons. Wenliana squeezes her hand around the diamond, praying softly. Daniel wouldn't try to harm anyone. If he did agree to go willingly, she has no doubt he did so with the truest of good intentions. Strangely, though, the Dawnseer died suddenly in her sleep after crying out in agony for a long moment, unable to be awakened. Given the stream of worsening visions involving the man wielding a terrifying magic staff slaying a dragon and allying with death itself before erasing the horizon, it was likely an even more clear vision of the same events. Unfortunately, there is no way to know for certain if the visions are related to Daniel or Rikuto, or to someone else now that she's passed on. They were originally summoned to this world because the Dawnseer began having the premonition. But, it seems even attempting to divert a river can be the exact path to the flood to be avoided. It's possible the Dawnseer didn't prevent the premonition, she directly played into it coming true. And, unfortunately, it could have been that realization that caused the Dawnseer to not awaken ever again. Regardless, Wenliana is not a particularly superstitious person. She understands magic has many capabilities beyond natural limits. However, the future is something dubious at best. To believe one can clearly see the future, and then alter it, is to assume one can move all of the water out of the ocean. Physically, it should be possible, but it isn't practical in the slightest. There is nowhere to put the water of the ocean, and, likewise, there is nowhere to put all of the possibilities of the future and claim with certainty that it can be controlled in any meaningful way. The premonition is either accurate, but unpreventable in the sense that doing nothing could just as likely have caused it as doing something. Perhaps the Demon Queen would have been the one to attempt a divine summoning if the kingdom hadn't. Perhaps the Empire. Perhaps it could have been spontaneous. If Daniel or Rikuto actually are the subject of the premonition, then their hostility could be easily rationalized, having been yanked to this world out of the blue with no obvious way to return to their world. If the premonition is depicting Daniel or Rikuto, it's a rod of their own making for the world that dragged them in. Knock knock knock. Wenliana jumps a little, pulled from her ponderings by a knock at the door. She states with her dulled tone, "Enter." The door opens, revealing the head maid. She bows, stating, "My lady, the Grand Duchess has asked for you to come to the reception room." "What is it?" asks Wenliana, her once vibrant personality dulled by the absence that grows heavier by the day. She would not say. "She instructed me to inform you, my lady, that she will be perturbed if she has to come get you herself." Wenliana sighs. Once upon a time, she and her mother had a rather benign neglect for each other. Wenliana has never been a noble at heart, she's a scientist and a dreamer. Daniel's arrival, specifically, exacerbated her proclivities towards reclusive behavior in her research. And her mother allowed all of it. Powerful mages can circumvent many of the stigmas and drawbacks to maturing beyond the normal marrying age in most cases, or they end up never seeking marriage and children to begin with. Knowing she could never stop her eldest daughter's obsession, Arameliana stayed out of her way, and even enabled her. But then, since Wenliana's retirement from the royal court and Daniel's arrival at the estate, Arameliana has been more insistently more intrusive into Wenliana's day-to-day. Though, the spirit of her obsession has definitely lowered, so. The young former court magic artisan sighs. She has no reason to object. She wasn't doing anything productive anyways. Most of her current projects are either on hold or cooking themselves, such as diamonds, which take time to form while under the appropriate conditions. She's been making a mix of large and small diamonds of blue and white, making magic crystals and jewelry as appropriate. Wenliana makes her way into the reception room of the estate, where messengers and guests are generally guided to for making announcements to the Grand Duchess and her family and retainers. She curtsies politely in her lab smock, as there's an audience that isn't just her mother and sisters. Grand Duchess, please excuse the delay. Arameliana waves her over casually. Drop all that and come over here, Wenliana. There's something we need you to look at. Wenliana nods obediently and walks over. The apparent soldier of the Stalvalton Reconnaissance Corps, Mousse, presents an object to Wenliana. Her eyes widen. Daniel left his cell phone behind and had shown her how to operate it. She's still translating his language, and it appears there are more than just a single language present on his device, but as long as she keeps it charged and doesn't break it, it is a precious source of wisdom. And, one of the things that he mentioned he hoped he would never make, she recognizes the small, single-ended tube. She snatches it from the soldier, and she inspects it. It was obviously handmade, but it matches the exact design of the gold-colored metal objects that feed the weapon Daniel was reluctant to make. Her eyes begin to water, and she sharply asks, "Where did you find this?" The soldier recoils a little in shock from the sudden spark of passion coming from the small woman. Her sudden flash of emotion is surprising, though her obvious small frame is no threat to the seasoned soldier. "My lady, this was found on the western wall of Fort Peony, near where the wall had been melted." Wenliana starts to scramble towards her lab, but she halts herself when she realizes she's still in mixed company expecting her input on what it is. She flinches in several directions as her brain tries to summon an answer to her burning question. She flinches and then uses a trick he taught her. Her index finger knuckle is close. She gapes in surprise. Arameliana asks, "What is it, Wenliana? Use your words." This is a trick he taught me to make basic estimations for measurement. He once told me about a weapon in his world that could attack at range, but wasn't a bow or ballista, could penetrate stone, metal armor, and even possibly, dragon scale. But, the diameter of a bullet would be about half an index knuckle. She demonstrates her makeshift measurement. The opening of the casing was almost as wide as her index knuckle. And, the tube itself was as long as her hand from fingertip to wrist. "What are you saying, Wenliana?" asks the Grand Duchess with a sense of seriousness in her tone. The best way to explain it is, this is like an arrow for Daniel's weapon. Or rather, the bowstring to propel the arrow. She looks at Arameliana, saying with her own tone of seriousness. An arrow built by an otherworlder hoping to be able to penetrate dragon scale, if he needed to. Everyone in the room is surprised by this statement. Military advisors to the Grand Duchess, her equivalent to a prime minister, other advisors and leading soldiers, and the Mousse advanced recon soldiers who had been the ones to search Fort Peony thoroughly for signs of Daniel. They had been able to send messages back to the Grand Duchy, but they only just returned, allowing them to show the peculiar item that no one at the fort could identify, other than that Daniel had made it. Only Wenliana had seen one, and only in picture form, in Daniel's phone, which only she knows about or how to use. The Prime Minister remarks quietly, "If that is part of his dragon-slaying weapon, then." Arameliana nods as she too agrees with the building notion. Yes. Who died, and who departed westward after. Wenliana squeezes the shell casing as she holds it to her chest, tears forming in her eyes. Once more, her hope has been renewed. This is almost as good as a letter from Daniel himself. If he made a dragon-slaying weapon, then, the reason the dragons never attacked further. A small smile spreads across her lips. She murmurs in reply to her mother and the Prime Minister, "He's alive." ****. How could he still not be found? The Dragon Lord boomed, and his voice rumbled the castle. All present, including the handful of surviving dragons, flinch in fear. In thousands of years, there have only been 2 dragons slain in the entirety of their history prior to the Dragon Lord's brother's disappearance. Dragons struggle to raise hatchlings to adolescence, let alone adulthood. Their abilities, lacking control, are just as dangerous to a dragon's own self as to their enemies. Venoms can kill in seconds, flames can melt flesh and scale, and teeth can pierce and tear. Many hatchlings accidentally kill themselves long before they gain the intelligence or wisdom to control their own powers. As such, their number are few, but their lives are long. At present, there are 12 dragons, not including the Lord's brother and the Green Forest Dragon who was collecting tribute from various villages. Witnesses saw the Lord's brother slain with their own eyes, and torture and magic proved they weren't lying. And, as if to add depth to this mystery, the Green Dragon, and the second eldest dragon in existence, has disappeared. He was merely collecting tribute from villages of lesser races, including the felines, some lesser demon races, and sacrifices from the goblins. However, around half of the villages reported turning in their tribute, while others desperately pleaded for mercy, as he had never arrived at the normal time. The servants kneeling before the Dragon Lord say nothing. There is no excuse to be made. Nothing would satisfy the powerful, aggressive red dragon as he paces in place in fury. Flames swirl from his mouth and his skin begins to glow in lines between his scales. He wasn't only searching for news of this apostle of despair, but the green dragon as well. Both haven't been seen in weeks, and the disappearance of a second dragon can only likely mean one thing. Smoke and fire bursts in puffs from the Lord's mouth as he roars, "Find this apostle and kill him. Bring the shattered remains before me." The servants nod and dash away. The Lord paces again in impotent fury. There's nothing he can do. With the ability to kill a dragon, the apostle's magic power should be off the charts. Other than the dragons gathered in his mountain stronghold, the demon queen, the feral Feldrock, a frail elderly leaf-eared human in the east, and a sea creature slumbering deep in the inaccessible depths are all that he can sense from their magic sources who even remotely compare to himself, other than the devourer, but that last one goes without saying. This apostle of despair exists. Of that, the Dragon Lord is certain. Otherwise, his own brother would still be alive. That his body is being defiled by those filthy humans, it makes his skin hiss with searing heat. Regardless, he cannot make a move until he can find and destroy this wretched sorcerer. They can't afford to lose any more dragons, especially given that he and one other are the last surviving males, and the remaining 10 dragons are all female. My lord, it was the eldest dragon female, the pearlescent dragon, shimmering like a star in daylight. She is mature and reserved, as well as wise. Unfortunately, she is no warrior the way some of the others are. What? Snarls the Lord. I think it is in our best interest to consider the possibility. What possibility? The possibility that we may need to negotiate with this apostle. His eyes nearly burst from the sudden pressure he feels in all of his body. He flashes close to her, snarling with the dark smoke rolling from his mouth. You dare suggest such a pathetic idea? This creature is nothing more than a human. A lowly mammal with a lifespan of but a mere blink. I would never debase the great dragon race so low. She doesn't flinch. She is the only one who didn't, even considering she was the target of his motion. He didn't harm her, and perhaps, some deep part of her knew that he couldn't actually afford to do so. As such, her reply nearly shatters the castle itself from how sharp, cold, and impudent it is. Then, being debased by being slain is acceptable? The air seems to turn cold. The Lord has no reply. His jaw begins to waver as his anger and stupefaction swirl through his mind. He snarls in a low voice, barely containing the actual rage threatening to roil out of his body. If you speak these words again, I will kill you. Do not test me. She bows her head without a word. The orange dragon, one of the middle seniority dragons, but youngest of the greater dragons, speaks cautiously. My lord, my servants have mentioned the lesser races murmuring of something that may displease. Out with it, growls the Dragon Lord, not yet taking his anger-filled gaze on the pearlescent dragon. There is a being the lesser races are calling the Feldrock sorcerer, my lord. The Dragon Lord snaps his gaze to her, and Amber Dragon, his primary mate, nods in agreement. I have heard the same, my lord, murmurs the last surviving male. It is likely this Feldrock sorcerer is the apostle. The Dragon Lord thinks for only a moment. Round up anyone who has mentioned the Feldrock sorcerer and bring them here. Go. The dragons bow, as well as their servants, and they all retreat from the Dragon Lord's den. He stares out at the land far below their mountain. Somewhere out there is a being somehow related to the Feldrocks, and yet it's impossible. Soon, even the last of the Feldrocks will be. No, it's a bluff. This being will prove to be nothing more than a human. It's a last-ditch effort. She has lost him. Not that she ever had a bead on him, since she never realized he had been summoned until it was too late. But she needs to find her lost summon. She has to make her mistake right. Ryukana knows she is stained with this mistake for the rest of all eternity. She'll never forgive herself, and she doesn't expect anyone else to either. Least of all does she expect Daniel's forgiveness. She hasn't had a moment's rest since she learned of it. She has been scouring everywhere she could, tracing every little clue she could find. She found the Chirinus town, but they feigned ignorance. The same happened at a village of the tiger-like Datakorians. She could tell that his name prompted a reaction, but he had more loyalty than the suspicion she garnered, even taking the forms of each respective race. It took her days to find each of the villages, but knowing that they became especially suspicious of her when she mentioned Daniel's name proves he's still alive, or was recently enough to have come to these villages. The problem now is, where is he? I can't let this go on. Come forth, my faithful observers. Ryukana waves her hand. She's standing on the precipice of the mountain. Neither the cold nor the lower oxygen will have any effect on her or the observers. And, in an instant, all 12 of her observers materialize around her. Yes, my lady. Command us, and it shall be done. She hesitates. This is it. If I admit it now, everyone will learn of. No, I will make this right. Finding my lost summon is far more important. She clears her throat and straightens her posture. My loyal observers, there's a crisis I have been trying to keep quiet, but it appears to be beyond my power. All of them look up in shock with wide eyes. They flinch, quickly looking back down. She adds a surprising revelation. No, you have every right to be surprised. I have made a grave mistake. Daniel's summoning was not according to plan. I was careless with the summoning power and pulled him in while summoning Rikuto. As you undoubtedly know, I spoke to Rikuto, gained his acceptance, assigned him appropriate abilities, and transferred him. However, Daniel, I had no idea he had transferred until it was brought up to me at that time I asked you about him. The observers were silent. A few shared silent glances, mostly with those across from each other where it would be subtle enough not to be noticed. Think what you want. Say what you want. Tell whom you want. But first, I need your help. I need help finding him. I have no way of finding him through my power. I don't know why. I have lost his trail, and he's in dangerous territory. As a human in the territory he's in, he's likely to be killed the instant he's spotted. So, please, she bows to the observers, causing them to recoil in shock. Please help me find him and return him to his world safely. I need your help. I need to search. There's a long, awkward silence. The gods and goddesses were exactly that because they were divine. To have made such a mistake, and then to admit to it on behalf of a mortal. Graham declares without a hint of doubt after the awkwardness threatens to grow into a tangible being, leave the search to us, my lady. The others quickly snap into unison, proving an unfaltering loyalty in spite of their confusion and concern. Yes, allow us, my lady. We shall find him. I dedicate my being to protecting the displaced hero, my lady. I do as well. One after the other, all 12 of the observers pledge their all to finding and recovering Daniel. Ryukana sighs in what little relief she can scrounge. Thank you all. While I need you not to destabilize this world through any offensive intervention if possible, I permit you to use any stealth and defensive strategies available to you to find and retrieve Daniel of Earth. His safety is of the utmost priority. All 12 observers confirm once more, yes, my lady. Go forth, and I, too, shall continue the search. They bow once more, vanishing into thin air. Ryukana stares out over the vast lands of the demon wildlands, as this world's denizens call them. She can see a massive black stain on the land far to the west, as if the very land itself is being consumed. It's likely related to whatever threat the people of this world tried to perform the specialized magic in the first place. Some worlds are secretly given the secret to performing a summoning ritual to help keep their world stable. She murmurs softly, trying to listen to the world as a whole. Daniel, please be okay. Tell me where you are, and I shall come. Suddenly, as she listened quietly, a sound that doesn't belong in this world yet rang out and echoed through the sky, reaching the ears of the goddess. From this distance, it was little more than a sharp double crack with a long trailing echo. The world Rikuto and Daniel come from, Earth, had ranged weapons that send a projectile at supersonic speeds using a small explosion. Those two distinct cracks were the supersonic crack of the explosion, followed instantly by the bullet itself breaking the sound barrier, or vice versa, depending on the direction of the shot and which one's supersonic report was reaching her the sliver of a second sooner. Somewhere in this world, a firearm, a big one by the sound of it, was just fired. She scans the relative direction desperately. Observers. Yes, my lady. We heard. We shall search diligently in that direction. Good. Please do. And hurry. If he's moving, she trails off her telepathic thought. If he's on the move again, and they don't find his trail, they're not the only ones who might find him thanks to his weapons. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, she has always been a slave. That will never change. She is pathetic and weak and ugly. She heard that every day since she was a tiny child. She'll never understand. All she does understand is that if she is killed in this place, no one will care. No one will remember her. The Citadel is a massive structure, and its interior is like a labyrinth simply because of its massive size and interior darkness. It's said that the Citadel was once the fortress of the Feldrox, and the ancient beings gave the structural technology to the humans and other races. Humans and dwarves were the two races specifically that made prolific use of the designs, as warmongering races that they are. But there are statues and other decorations scattered all around the Citadel, indicating the castle didn't serve only the purpose of war. However, it's dark. Very dark. Her own eyes adjusted, but it's still hard to see across the hallways, let alone from one end to the other. Her rusted and worn-down sword is stained with blood now, the remnants of the few weak creatures she was able to defeat. A handful of feral goblins and imps, bog crabs in the few water pools around the cavernous castle, and some kind of frail, human-looking creature that was more emaciated and underfed than she is. Fortunately, she's stronger than they all were, but she's far from the strongest being in the fortress. Now, her sword is all she has. She's panting and trying to catch her breath, and her stomach burns with hunger as her dry throat scratches at her senses. She can't leave the Citadel, especially since she made it finally. She was given orders to conquer the Citadel, and now that she's entered its perimeter, the effect of the enslavement spell will prevent her from leaving, as that would be a violation of her orders. She must fight until she is victorious or die. She was going to eat one of the feral goblins, but a towering ogre appeared and caught her off guard, slamming her in the shield and shattering it once and for all. She was able to scramble away, but the ogre set to eating the creature she had just killed, just like all the other times. Every creature she defeated in the Citadel seemed to attract more and stronger creatures, and she couldn't defeat them. Not with her original strength, and not with her diminishing strength now that she's starving and exhausted. Desperation starts to claw at her mind. She is currently spying on the ogre as it lumbers around, dragging its massive club. Her arm still aches fiercely. It's probably broken and useless to her now. Her tail is a giant ball of fur, but it can give her some defensive protection if she's fast about putting it between herself and an attack, but like anything else, it's tattered and weak with her poor health and nutrition. Her eyes water in anger and sadness as she watches the ogre enviously and hatefully. So enviously and hatefully, she loses control of her anger, and she screams as she runs towards it. She tries to jam her sword into its spine, but it turns, surprised by her charge. It batters her aside with a single swing of its club. She screams as she slams into the wall nearby. She struggles to rise to her feet. Her orders compel her to. She has to conquer the Citadel or die. Until then, she has to fight. She slumps to the ground, losing what little strength she had. She pants as she watches the giant lumber towards her slowly with its stupid grin on its face. "Aren't you a big bastard?" remarks a male voice from nearby with sarcasm in his voice. Just as both she and the ogre look, a medium-sized figure between the three of them jumps in, spearing a sword of his own into the ogre's neck. He is quick to slash to the side, using his weight, and he intentionally slips under its club arm as it tries to swing in reflex at its attacker. The newcomer wrenches his sword from the other side, using the ogre's backswing for additional leverage and strength as it now tries to swing back across and pivot. Its own strength helps the warrior and carves through its neck, taking its head clean off. The lifeless body of the ogre slams to its knees before her, and then flops to the ground next to her as the head rolls like a stone a few yards away. The newcomer straightens himself and looks around, like he's listening. Or, can he not see very well? Her eyes widen once more. A human? That staff, it's so strange. With that, she loses strength and falls unconscious. Chapter 28. The Mechanic and the Little Girl. Daniel awakens from his nap in a secured hiding place he set up in one of the nooks of the massive castle he had stumbled across. It seems the little girl he rescued, in an attempt to attack him, lost her strength at the last moment once more and collapsed onto him. He knows this, since he was sitting against the wall of the shell shelter, and the same rusty and dented dagger, tiny sword that the girl was using to fight is now laying next to his leg in her hand. Daniel ponders for a moment. It's true he's technically in enemy territory. The demon races are likely to easily recognize a human, and humans are generally the face of the Eastern kingdoms and empire, meaning they are at war. A lone human wandering around is little more than an enemy and an easy target. Of course, a little girl with fox-like ears and a bushy black tail would be an easy target for someone like Daniel, it would seem, given how defenseless she is with her weakness. She's been unconscious for a while, and he didn't necessarily want to waste potations on a potentially and now apparently confirmed hostile person. His weak heart continues to leave a guilty feeling in him. Once more, he sighs in relation to the small girl. Daniel carefully pulls the girl up into a more comfortable position and covers her with the blanket. He then puts his gloves back on and extracts his magic bag, then sorting through for the potation bag. He alternates some simple rations and a healing potation with water, slowly feeding the young girl in her unconscious state so that the healing potation will work. The food will put something on her stomach to offset the alcohol's effects on her tiny body, and the water will help her rehydrate. She doesn't seem to have any obvious blood loss, so her gravest injuries appear to be internal. Daniel also decides to feed her an antidote, since it'll both prevent her from getting drunk and help flush her own blood's toxic effects from her body, as well as anything else that might be plaguing her from her pitiful state. Once he allows her to sleep a little more and her stomach to ideally settle, Daniel decides he needs to do something about her pitiful outfit. It doesn't bring him joy, but he has a lot of gear from the invaders that he doesn't need, and if she moves too much as it is now, the parts of her body that should remain her secrets are exposed anyways. Daniel sets the girl down on the bedding again, and then tucks her in, finding clothes and light armor that should fit her, as well as a much newer blade roughly the same size as the one she had. None of the invaders had shields, since it was the mage's jobs to block any incoming projectiles. Too bad they can't think faster than sound. He scoffs lightly at his own internal joke. Technically, the bulk of the army was incapacitated by his landmines and being driven to retreat by the dragon and Drake falling. Daniel idly checks his revolver and rifle once more, making sure they're combat ready, and he then extracts the dragon tooth he managed to finally break free of the dragon's head after dropping the whole thing from the top of an extremely tall tree. Naturally, he recollected everything, and with the tooth shards, he worked to rework a couple of each of his bullets to contain the dragon tooth shards. It should be hard enough to penetrate the dragons, and his bullets can act as a sabot for the dragon tooth shards. If the dragon tooth shard can penetrate, and the metal of the rest of the bullet obliterates interior flesh the way the relatively soft metals are supposed to, the impact can be exactly as desired. Afterwards, he begins cooking a small breakfast. He ensures there's plenty for the girl, since he can store the leftovers in the magic bag, where time will be stopped, and it'll be as hot as the moment he put it in there. As he's cooking though, he notices the girl stirring. She sits up, looking around. She notices the dagger and clothes. Instantly, she snatches the dagger and whirls to face Daniel, going on defensive instantly. She growls like a feral girl might, trying to intimidate him, but unclear about whether or not she can defeat him while he's conscious. Daniel states as gently as he can, keeping his hand on a blanket near him. "Let's stay calm, little lady. I'm not your enemy right now. Let's talk." If she tried to pounce, he might be able to pin her down without hurting her too badly, but she obviously has at least some experience attacking with the dagger, given the blood that was on her old one. However, his words cause her to hum in thought, even though she stays on guard. He starts patiently. Let's get this out of the way. Can you understand me? She confirms with a nod. All right, perfect. My name is Daniel. What's yours? She shakes her head. No, all right. Can you tell me why you're here? She shakes her head vigorously again. A secret, huh? All right, how about? He hears her stomach growl, and she flinches, glancing briefly at the food cooking over the small fire Daniel has burning. He grins. Are you hungry? She glares at him, and he plates some of the food, some kind of meat and a potato-like vegetable he got from the rations of the invaders. He's had them both before, so he knows it's good. Here you go. Eat as much as you like. I can make more. He slides the plate towards her, and she grips the dagger, glancing multiple times between the plate and Daniel. Daniel retreats to his corner of the shelter and plates a meal for himself, snacking on it. The girl hesitantly takes a seat and snatches a piece of the meat with her free hand, keeping her eyes suspiciously on Daniel. She sniffs it cautiously, flinching in surprise. She nibbles it and squeaks in pleasant shock. She shoves the meat into her mouth and chews ferociously as the dagger leaves her hand long enough for her to begin shoveling food into her mouth. She has mostly sharp, shark-like teeth, rather than humanoid cutters and crushers, so they make quick work of the meat and potatoes, without a need for her to slow down much. Just as she's starting to lick the plate, Daniel hands her the rest of his own, and she flinches. She glances at her plate, and then his. She greedily snatches it from him and suspiciously watches him as she eats the second serving. Daniel saw it coming. She looks absolutely ragged, so it was expected she'll scarf down as much as she can get a hold of. Daniel makes enough to sat his own hunger, and he makes idle small talk though, with a point. You know, your old dagger was pretty dull and worn out. Would have been pretty painful for me. She pauses her ravenous eating to stare at him. He states, if you decide to try again, I ask you to make it quick and painless, if you would. He points at his own wrists and shows her. She glances at the dagger and then at Daniel. Finally, her gaze slowly trails down to her food, and she looks away from him. She slowly resumes eating, now refusing to make eye contact with Daniel. He finishes his own food and peeks through his scouting spots to determine if they are safe leaving. The girl sets her plate down and sits on her knees, demonstrating a seemingly intentional posture that would prevent her from being able to attack him as effectively. She's even sitting on the dagger, though she still won't look at Daniel. He says warmly, did that fill you up? Now then, behind you, there are some clothes and gear. That's all for you. I hope you'll wear it. It should keep you a little safer while we're here. She glances at the clothes, surprised. She finally locks eyes with Daniel once more, and he nods with a smile. Yes. It's all for you. I had them, but they won't fit me, so I won't need them. Please accept them. She fidgets for a moment and then stands up, shedding her ragged coverings, and Daniel looks away. The girl squirms into the clothes as best as she can, but when she gets stuck, Daniel sighs. He helps her get dressed, and when he's finishing with the simple leather chest plate to protect her chest, their faces are right in front of each other, and she looks into his eyes. He smiles, saying, there. Now you're a proper fighter. Her eyes water, and she looks away. Daniel sits back, and he asks cautiously, still don't want to talk to me? She shakes her head, but then quickly stops herself, seemingly confused, and she begins nodding. But, her confusion grows worse, and she speaks at him, but not in Imperial Common. Ah, so that's it. You understand me fine, but you don't speak my language? Her eyes widen, and she nods quickly. She speaks again, but he says, sorry, I only speak Imperial Common, and I don't understand any other languages. If you can understand me, though, that's better than nothing. She hesitantly nods, understanding what he's saying. After a moment, a thought seems to hit her, and she drops to the ground. She uses her finger to draw in the sand and dirt of the ancient castle. Daniel watches for a moment. As she draws, he recognizes the shape as either a dragon or... He asks, Feldrock? She snaps her eyes up to meet his gaze with astonishment in her eyes. She nods vigorously. She points at herself and then hits the drawing she just created with a fist. You're going to fight a Feldrock? She nods again with a grin, seemingly happy that Daniel is understanding. She then scribbles a castle and points at herself again, drawing a circle around the castle and humming triumphantly. I think I get it. You're here to defeat a Feldrock and conquer this castle? She hums in approval, nodding happily. Daniel asks skeptically, do you think you can? She flinches, and her vibrance immediately dissolves. She looks away from him. She is silent for a long time. She extracts the dagger, looking at it for a long time. Daniel watches her cautiously. He thinks they're on friendly enough terms now that she's not about to attack him, but he snatches her wrist with the dagger as she moves to use it. She whines as tears start to stream from her face. She whines, fighting against him, but Daniel holds fast. She wasn't targeting him this time. The tip of the dagger already drew a little blood from her own wrist. Daniel growls, "This isn't the time for that. I wasn't asking you because I want you to give up. Though, that's probably the best option. But, I'm not an idiot. A girl like you wouldn't be stupid enough to attack a Feldrock with what you had. I don't even know what one is, and even I know that much." She still fights against him, and she tries to pry her hand free. He already disarmed her, so her fate is now in his hands for the moment. "I'm guessing you can't go home, so it was better to fight impossible odds and die than to try to leave, huh?" She looks at him with hurt in her eyes, but her squirming finally stopped. "You're in luck. I'm actually here on my own business. And, I might be able to kill the Feldrock, if I can't reason with it. But, as you can probably guess, I can't see that well in the dark. Fortunately, enemies seem to have just enough mana to glow in pitch-black darkness." Daniel definitely noticed that when he was rescuing the girl. The giant creature he killed and the girl were both barely visible to him, but given the inky darkness, it was enough for him to attack. Daniel's declaration causes the girl to finally relax, and she stares at him. Once more, he nods reassuringly. "Yep. So, what do you say? Work together with me, and we'll conquer this castle. I'll hopefully accomplish what I want, and you'll be able to go home. Or, live here. Whichever you want." He eases his hand off of her wrist, and she rubs it for a moment as she thinks. She points at Daniel, speaking, though they both know he can't understand her. Just as suddenly, she points to herself, and then puts her hands together again and gestures at her drawings. He confirms warmly, "Yes. You and me, work together. Teammates. A truce or alliance. What do you say?" She thinks for only one last moment, and then she nods. Without hesitation, she bows on the ground. Daniel pats her shoulder. "That's not necessary. We're teammates, so we're equals in my eyes, all right? I don't care about anything else." She looks up at him. "Either way, I still need to know what to call you. My name is Daniel, so if you need my attention, just call, all right? Daniel." Daniel. "Yep," confirms Daniel. "It's a human name. So, what about yours? Just tell me what your name is." She shakes her head. She says a bunch of words together. Daniel asks gently, "You don't have a name?" She nods solemnly. "I see, then," he sighs. "Would you mind if I pick something?" She cocks her head. Fortunately, she agrees with another nod. "How about, Kuro?" "No, that's too easy. Shade." "Nah, cringe." Daniel tries to think of things other than going by her color scheme of black hair and fur. Her ears twitch as she waits patiently for Daniel's choice. "All right, don't ask me why, but I think, Hecate. How does that sound?" She cocks her head. He explains, "Where I come from, ironically enough, the name comes from another country's goddess of night, magic, ghosts, and some other stuff. And, it sounds like a name that fits you." She repeats the name, Hecate. Will that work? She nods in agreement. Hecate. Daniel, Hecate. She gestures at herself with a small smile, sniffling as she wipes tears from her eyes. Daniel smiles, confirming warmly, "Great. Now, then, Hecate, I'm planning on pushing further into the fortress? Any objections?" She shakes her head, gripping her dagger once more, but eagerly this time. "Good. We'll have to be careful, but I have plenty of supplies for both of us, so as long as you don't hurt me, I'll gladly work with you to clear this fortress. So, let's get to work." She nods eagerly. Asterisk 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 Hecate, as she's going by now, follows stealthily as Daniel stalks through the cavernous hallways of the Citadel. He doesn't even seem to know where he's actually at. But, he's friendly, and he's helping her advance where before, she was unable to progress beyond the first corridor. It's a jumbled mess of rubble and debris, a de facto labyrinth for their tiny forms, but they're making their way. Her senses are much higher than Daniel's. She can see almost perfectly clearly in the dark, where he can only make out a light glow. She never really thought about it, but when Daniel mentioned it, nearly every living thing does seem to glow a little in the pitch-black darkness of truly dark areas, like the enclosed hallway they're in presently. Because she can see everything clearly anyways, she never really noticed the faint glow. However, in contrast to the singular living thing that doesn't glow, it is just noticeable enough. Given that Daniel can't see their obstacles without a small bead of bioluminescent moss he's using to watch his footing, and he's moving slowly and quietly, the faint glow of the enemies would be much more significant. She wishes she could talk to him. Or at least, that he could understand her. She has so many questions. He seems to be stronger than her, and yet, he doesn't even have any magic whatsoever. He doesn't glow. He doesn't cast spells. And, he doesn't strengthen himself. Even now, having finally been fed a decent meal and allotted some sleep, Hecate can tell her own mana is back up to normal. Maybe even stronger. He fed her easily the best food in her life. She also felt like she tasted something when she first woke up that smelled slightly alcoholic, but that would mean. She flinches. Did he use potations on me? Doesn't he know? She can't say anything right now. They're sneaking around a Belinkon, a predatory shelled creature that typically can't move very fast for very long, but it can pounce. It's presently eating a goblin that it seems to have captured. The Belinkon flinches, snapping its gaze directly towards them when Daniel's boot scuffs a piece of rubble. He freezes, and Hecate also halts, watching the Belinkon with sharp eyes. Daniel knows where it is, but he can't see it. She can see it, and he's relying on her to instruct him. Instead, he slowly pulls out the strange thing from a hard leather pouch on his hip. He whispers, "Hecate, cover your ears." She glances at him, and his gaze is locked towards the Belinkon. It's snarling and sniffing, pondering where they are through the darkness. Do it, quickly. She flinches, following his instructions. He has laid traps, tricked monsters into pits, ambushed ogres and goblins, and otherwise worked flawlessly with Hecate to keep them both alive and annihilating everything they've come across over the last few hours. She pats her hands over her ears as they lay flat on her head, and Daniel glances at her only once as the Belinkon begins stalking in a non-direct path towards them with some haste. He gives her an approving nod, watching for the Belinkon to be close enough. It stalks towards them on all 5 of its legs, keeping its striking arms ahead of it and ready to claw or snatch whatever made the noise. One meal is a good place to be for a predator, but a second meal isn't something to simply pass on when its first meal can no longer escape. In spite of his disadvantages, Daniel's arm holding the strange metal thing that stinks of chemicals and metal instantly swings towards the monster, pointing the item at the Belinkon. It's in his visual range, but it's almost in striking. Boom! Hecate yelps in terror as fire and thunder explode from the end of Daniel's small tool, and the Belinkon screams as it flops onto its back and shell, swatting its striking arms and legs around, but it seems to have lost all control of its own mobility and is simply flailing. For the briefest moment, the entire hallway of the citadel that they're in was lit up, and the most terrifying and painful sound Hecate has ever heard startled the life nearly completely out of her. After a few moments of struggling in futility and flinging blood around, the Belinkon finally stops moving. Hecate blinks for a long time, staring at the lifeless body. Daniel casually prods it with his boot, and it doesn't move. Thus, he withdraws one of his void bags from his shouldered void bag, and he stores the monster without another thought. He then looks at Hecate, asking softly, "You okay, Hecate?" She nods with a stunned expression, still covering her ears. She is terrified. She is stunned. She has many more questions. She is afflicted by severe confusion. Daniel's tool isn't a magic wand. It didn't produce any magic, and, like him, it doesn't have any mana embedded in it except for trace amounts in some of the materials in its hollow construction. And, regardless, it had killed a Belinkon in a single blow. Belinkons armor themselves for a reason. It is part of their nature. They can take dozens of arrows. Their speed at close range is greater than virtually any swordsman. And Daniel killed it with one blow. Daniel pats the top of his head, and she realizes she's still holding her hands on her ears. She quickly releases them, allowing them to perk back up, but they immediately flop down to the sides in nervousness. She hesitantly points at Daniel's tool, and he looks at it, swinging it around rather casually, which causes Hecate to flinch. This, oh. No point hiding it, huh? This is a revolver. It's a ranged weapon. Not bad, huh? She stares at him with her ears still low. Not bad, is he broken? Daniel then asks, is there anything else in the immediate area, Hecate? She flinches, looking around quickly. She shakes her head, saying, no, he taught her, yes, and no, since they're simple words and can help their limited communication, particularly if she's outside of what he can see in the darkness. All right. Let's keep moving before anything comes to investigate. As if anything wants to find out what caused that noise, Hecate really wishes she could talk to him. He's fascinating and terrifying at the same time. Their next encounter is a moss crawler, a centipede-like creature that camouflages itself with moss and clings to walls. It's a surprisingly fast insectoid creature, but Daniel is able to avoid its attempts to corral him with its long body into its mandibles by jumping over its body and out of the way of its movements. Hecate finds a good position to avoid harming Daniel while getting close to flank the creature from behind it. She chants her basic fire spell, come forth, embers of the spirits. Bring forth the flames of your making. She channels her mana like normal. She makes the hand gesture like normal. She feels normal. However, a column of fire blasts forward that incinerates the moss crawler. Incinerates the moss crawler. Hecate stares ahead in astonishment as only a few small, smoldering sections of the insect remain, crumpling quickly to the sandy floor as Daniel catches his breath for a moment and wipes the insect's blood off of his sword. Wow, that was amazing, Hecate, I'm surprised you needed my help earlier. She looks at him with wide eyes, her hand still outstretched as her own disbelief still holds fast. I'm not this powerful, Daniel chuckles. You look like you just saw a ghost. Next time, try to keep some of it intact. I don't know if it can be useful yet. Though, it is a big bug, so I'm not that upset, of course. He casually collects the remains in his monster storage void bag, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Hecate is still stunned. I'm not this powerful, she repeats in her dumbfounded stupor. I'll praise you, you don't have to keep repeating it. He doesn't understand her words, though she understands his words fine. He suddenly pats her head gently, and she flinches a little, finally tearing her gaze away from staring blankly and instead, staring up into his eyes as he smiles at her. Good job, Hecate. You really helped me out again. She stares up at him in disbelief. She murmurs, I didn't do that, or, I don't know, how I did it. Yes. I'll treat you to something tasty. How about we find a secure place to make camp for a break, huh? He doesn't understand her. He's treating her like a child, but... She nods. She definitely won't refuse a treat and a break. She still needs to figure out what happened. They find a corner tucked into an alcove formed by fallen statues and furniture from the heyday of the castle, and he extracts his shell shelter, blocking the entrance once they're inside. From there, he lights a small fire for light, which vents out of a hole in the top, and he begins searching through rations in a void bag. He has many void bags within his main 2 void bags, from the looks of it, and he dedicates some of his idle time to sorting the ones he still needs to sort, apparently. But, in the present, he simply cooks some food for them both and makes something special out of a mix of ingredients while Hecate enjoys her meal. She watches him curiously. She's never met a human before Daniel, and she's pretty sure he's an actual human. According to the dragons that are her masters, humans are the 3rd weakest sentient race in the world, only surpassed in weakness by goblins and imps. And the dragons barely consider goblins sentient. That they can be organized into battle fodder is the only reason they qualify as such. However, Daniel can single-handedly slay some of the toughest races and monsters in the known world. Some, he outsmarts with the terrain and traps of his own design, and others, he utilizes his terrible revolver weapon, which ends even the most dangerous foes with no more than 2 thunderous attacks that can be used within seconds of each other. And, although she can't detect any magic in Daniel, just being with him seems to be making Hecate stronger. Wait. Is it because he gave me a name? Oh, or is it the food? Is this the power of human food? She looks at him as he toils idly, providing her plenty of food and a treat that sends a tingle through her whole body from the delicious and sweet taste. Tears find her eyes once more, and Daniel simply chuckles. Like that? She nods vigorously, and he chuckles, petting her head gently. Her whole body shivers happily. His presence, his touch, and his food. All of it is so comforting and reassuring. She knew when she entered the Citadel that she'd never win. She just wanted to try to survive long enough for the dragons to try and come, only to be killed by the feral Feldrock. No one can beat a Feldrock. Or, no one, except maybe. Daniel is very attentive and caring, and he helps Hecate remove her armor down to just the clothes so that she can sleep, and he tucks her in with a blanket and bedding. While she feigns sleep for a long time, she can't fall into unconsciousness for a long time. After she suspects Daniel is asleep, she peeks over her shoulder. Sure enough, he's seated in his usual spot with his revolver in his lap. His longer, heavy staff is leaning against the shell next to him, which he keeps close to him at all times in spite of the fact that he hasn't used it yet. Either way, Hecate knows what she wants. Chapter 29. The Mechanic and the Last of the Feldrocks Part 1. Hey dear readers. For any of my returning readers, I have updated this chapter with the improved battle, so there have indeed been changes. I originally posted the rewritten chapters separately to give readers a chance to see them side by side if they so chose. For my first-time readers, I hope you enjoy. Thank you all for reading. Daniel finds yet another surprise when he wakes up the following morning. Naturally, he is startled at first, but it's not like the first night of their meeting. Hecate is asleep on his lap against his hip, but she didn't faint during an attempt to kill him. Instead, she's curled up in a ball like a cat, with her big tail curled around her cheeks and the blanket covering as much of both of them as possible, even though it's a small blanket. He smirks, petting her head gently. She does seem to like it when he does, but this is going to bite me in the butt in a different way, isn't it? Regardless, Daniel does his best to let her rest. She's a magic user, meaning restoring her mana and stamina are highly valuable. He has a handful of the mana restorative potations, which should be highly useful if fire in a pinch. Though, he has to be mindful of her small size. Unless he intends to also feed her antidote potions, just one mana potion could prove to intoxicate the small fox-eared girl. And, he doesn't even know what the repercussions of feeding her antidote potions would be, since they're still in alcohol. They just detoxify the alcohol before it can affect the person. It doesn't mean that there aren't any harmful long-term effects. Of course, back on Earth, it would be unthinkable to feed a child alcoholic drinks, even if they're actually utilitarian in this world, which gives him pause as well. For now, she's doing well without any assistance from consumables. Daniel has plenty of revolver rounds remaining, plenty of food and water he seized, and of course, all but 2 of his rifle rounds. Assuming a Feldrock is comparable to a dragon, and assuming he can catch it off guard, he might be able to get them through this castle without either of them getting hurt. They eat a good breakfast, and Hecate sits against his side, smiling. Yep. Definitely getting bitten later. Oh well. They clean up their camp after finishing breakfast, and they carefully sneak out of their alcove. They stay close, as they don't know if any new adversaries would come to investigate. They're in a hallway, which is winding, and Hecate listens carefully. She nods to indicate that it's safe, and Daniel pets her head. He leads the way, following the rule of right, taking right turns when presented with intersections, marking corners, and investigating until they come to a dead end or recognize an intersection or room they've been in. Thankfully, Daniel has been collecting the bodies, but Hecate's sense of smell can detect the blood of the monsters they've slain, even down to unique identification, so she can confirm a room quickly without them having to walk all the way across the humongous, pitch-black rooms. Daniel suspects it's not an ancient temple or tomb, since there are no traps. Instead, it seems to be an ancient castle, as all of the hallways have defensive structures, and the walls are sturdy. He has some idea of the layout from the directions they've been heading, but he can't see well enough to make a map, and he doesn't have material to do so, since paper is expensive and none of the demons had any. There are puddles and streams that are too deep for the young fox girl to cross without getting water in her boots or soaking her clothes. She rides on Daniel's back as he walks across, and she watches their front while holding his revolver. He taught her the basic means to use it, but he doubts she'll be willing to fire it. He'll have to be especially careful of her sensitive ears when he fires the rifle. The next room they come to that is a new room is too large to see across, even for Hecate. She can barely see the ceiling, but confirms there aren't any airborne targets. However, near the middle of the room, a rather large creature, given the hand gestures she shows Daniel, is eating something else. They make their way along the right wall, still following the rule of right, moving cautiously to avoid any trips or slips that would draw attention of the monster. While Hecate's burden is the darkness itself, Daniel is on offense once she informs him of the hazard. As such, he uses her faintly glowing outline from her magic power to determine where he can step. So far, it's worked quite well, even if he can't see the thing he's stepping on. Hecate knows to pick the best footing for him, and she has been doing an excellent job as his guide. Though, something has seemed strange. She seems a little easier to see than before, as if she's glowing just a touch brighter. He figures he must be imagining it, since it's such a minuscule difference, and as long as the other monsters can't see the glow, then it doesn't matter. As they're sneaking, they avoid the eye lines of monsters that are also trying to avoid being noticed by the monster in the center. Daniel only knows for certain because it's hungrily snorting and tearing at flesh, indicating that there's definitely a monster there. Not that he doubted Hecate, but even he could tell that there's definitely a large creature bigger even than the big creature they defeated not too long ago. Suddenly, Hecate freezes, and noise fills the dark room. With a suddenness, a light enters the room. Unfortunately, it isn't a harbinger of comfort, like a lantern while lost in the woods or an angel bringing divine providence. This light glows with a dark blue hue, illuminating a flickering aura similar to smoke as a titanic being glides. The noise isn't from the newcomer, though. It's from the many creatures that are able to choose to flee as they fearfully shriek and clamor to escape the room. The rest, like Hecate, are frozen in terror by a seeming power that gripped them before it was even visible. Its glow makes it visible all across the room, and Daniel instinctively shields Hecate with his body, trying to keep her from making noise as they stay hidden in their secluded little corner of the gigantic room. Fortunately, the great beast, easily the size of a 100-passenger plane, wasn't there for them. Its glow illuminated the room, and it revealed as it swooped in the beast that was feasting until a moment ago. A gigantic lizard the size of a bus. One capable of carrying a great deal of luggage and breathing fire during a siege. A drake. Daniel only knows that because he was repeatedly corrected by the Demonkin he befriended that drakes are distinctly different from dragons. That said, drakes are, of course, not to be trifled with. And this one is cowering in fear as it tries to retreat away from the avian newcomer. In spite of the glow, the newcomer could most easily and quickly be described as a dragon. Its wingspan is vast, and it had actually pounced from the far end of the room into a glide, closing the distance on the drake before it could be noticed. It has a long, broad tail, flickering as its smoky aura of magic light swirled around and seemingly through the surface of the tail itself. From what he can tell, Daniel suspects it's an illusion from magical power, similar to heat waves from a hot fire. It could even be exactly that, though a blue glow would indicate a terrifyingly hot fire. Its body is long and slender, jet black on its own and similarly wavering like a mirage over a grassy plain, and it uses its foreclaws to pin the drake down as flames burst forth from the latter's mouth in a desperate attempt to fend off the attacker that it couldn't possibly hope to outrun. In spite of its efforts, the flames glance off of the black dragon's wings, illuminating the monstrous beast in a hellish glow, further amplifying how dark its jet-black appearance truly is. If it wasn't glowing with light, it would be almost impossible to see in this castle until it was already far too late. The creature then pins the drake down on its side with a violent boom that rumbles the castle, drowning out the monsters crying and fleeing in every direction away from the drake and black dragon. It's likely they were lingering in hopes of eating scraps from the drake's meal, but now, the drake is going to become the meal of an apparent apex predator of the ungodly huge castle. The monstrous black dragon inhales as the drake again tries a desperate flame breath of its own. The dragon ignores it, exhaling a terrifying breath of pure white. Daniel can hear the crackling and creaking of ice. The drake is being frozen solid in an instant. The drake cries a pitiful shriek as its body freezes. That is until its lungs freeze, and its head collapses before turning to ice as well. The glow of the dragon shifts to a red color, and it shakes its head, dripping liquid that looks like it could easily be liquid nitrogen or something similar, instantly cooling the humidity in the air to a steam even as it evaporates quickly. With another deep breath, Daniel is brought back to his first real battle in this world. The black dragon's mouth fills with an orange glow, and pops and booms erupt from its mouth as flames pass across its frozen teeth and lingering liquid freezing agent. Just as quickly as it had frozen the drake, the dragon melts the ice with crackling pops, though it only partially thaws parts of the drake, before tearing into it with its teeth. Daniel watches for a moment, still hugging Hecate. The lingering flames on the moss and anything else flammable have created enough light to see, and the dragon is distracted presently as it enjoys its meal. He might be able to extract his rifle, but there's no telling whether the dragon is his target. Though, given the ferocity of this beast, it's unlikely that there's anything more dangerous than it in the castle. Of course, that would be easy to believe of the drake before seeing the scene before them now. Hecate whimpers, and Daniel hugs her, cooing softly, "Shush, Hecate. It's okay. I'm here. I'll protect you." That resolves it. Whether or not he can defeat this thing, Daniel carefully draws his rifle off of his back. He definitely can't defeat it without his weapon at the ready. He's hoping, though, that the dragon is satisfied with its meal. He does his best to keep Hecate's face hidden and comfort her as she silently cries into his chest. She's still terrified, and after a short while, she finally falls asleep. That, or the terror causing her to breathe less than needed led her to faint. Either way, Daniel keeps watch over her as the dragon contentedly feasts on the drake, melting more of it as it reaches bones. It doesn't finish the meal, though, and roars as it carries off the remaining half of the frozen drake, lumbering rather than flying as it drags the beast. It walks on its rear legs and effortlessly drags the drake with one hand. It's only as it's leaving that Daniel notices the edges of its head moving, almost like canine ears listening. It's not alert, but listening casually. After it leaves, Daniel shoulders his rifle and scoops up Hecate, carrying her in a princess carry with his revolver under her legs draped over his forearm. It's not ideal, but he'll be able to fight, even if he has to drop her to the ground momentarily. He reluctantly makes the decision he knows he needs to make, though. He heads in the direction that the black dragon lazily lumbered off to. He'll make camp again after a little while, and he can verify with Hecate what he doesn't really want to be true, that the black dragon isn't a dragon at all. Given that it was able to use two distinctly different elements so quickly, he's afraid he just witnessed a Feldrock in person. Daniel manages to find a good camping spot in the next hallway. An additional advantage to following the suspected Feldrock is that none of the monsters will be likely to appear again right away. Of course, his rational brain also knows that it's dangerously ludicrous for him to be pursuing that very same predator. But he imagines that, like the dragon, it's not particularly threatened by something of his size, and as such, won't pay him any mind until hopefully it's too late. It's like approaching a running tank. Just because it's on doesn't mean it's a threat to Daniel. As long as it doesn't know he's there and doesn't perceive him as a threat, the driver of the tank in that case, he is nothing more than a part of the terrain. A stone on the road or a mouse in the thicket. This mouse, of course, has a semi-open secret. While common knowledge in his own world, with a moderately more limited pool of those who could craft them, the mouse known as Daniel has a bite that has already brought down 2 dragons. As Daniel checks over his weapons and equipment, Hecate begins whimpering. He looks at her, and it looks like she's struggling with a nightmare. It's likely she fell unconscious, and now, has fallen into REM sleep. Daniel sighs. "You're so needy, Hecate. You're lucky you're cute." He slides over to her in their shelter, and he carefully cradles her, petting her head. She calms down almost immediately, even squirming more into his lap to curl into a small ball with her tail wrapped around her body and face. He tucks the blanket over her again and continues petting her for a bit until even he falls asleep. Of course, he's awakened in the morning when she violently scrambles up to search around, disoriented by her new surroundings. Or rather, her relatively familiar and safe surroundings of a secure shell. She exclaims, "Daniel!" She spins, finding him, and her eyes water instantly. She throws herself onto him again as she cries, "Daniel, Daniel." She fires off words quickly as she sobs, but it's clear it's whatever language she speaks. Daniel hugs her gently, petting her for a long while as she slowly calms down her breathing. Daniel checks with Hecate after she seems ready to talk. "Hecate, I think I know, but I want you to confirm for me. That wasn't a dragon, was it?" She shakes her head, clinging to his jacket's chest. Then, she squeezes tighter, whimpering. He finishes, "A Feldrock, huh?" She tries to curl into the tiniest ball she can, endeavoring to hide in Daniel's presence as much as she can. She chokes out one of the 3 words she knows, why yes. I see. Daniel keeps petting her head, and he says softly, glad I know what it looks like, now. We'll avoid it as long as we can. Daniel lies to try to comfort her. He doesn't intend to make her fight it, but from what he's gathered, Hecate can't leave the castle until she conquers it. He wants to help her, and, although he now knows that the Dragon Lord isn't present, it's likely this Feldrock needs to be dealt with. It behaved more like a monster, even though it's supposed to be more powerful and intelligent than a dragon, which have been definitely sentient from the 2 he's met. After breakfast, though Daniel has no actual concept of what time it is at the moment, given how long they've been in the dark castle, they clean up and continue their journey. Once more, Hecate is leading them down the hallway. She has no idea yet that they're following the path of the Feldrock, and since its smell probably filled the whole castle the whole time, she was likely just afraid being in its presence. Of course, Daniel has also watched a lot of anime and read a lot of comics and manga, as well as a fair number of books. Something favored with the presence of especially powerful enemies, from the most evil of sorcerers in the most well-known series to the most powerful and dangerous monsters in fantasies of Eastern origin, is the aura or presence itself. A fear aura. Sometimes it is caused by magic, others the sheer overwhelming power of the being's presence. Either way, merely existing was enough to descend those before the being into a fit of fear and despair. Daniel has no way of knowing, but the idea came to him after he was comforting Hecate in her sleep. She and the other beings were so terrified, they dropped into balls of instincts, and Hecate even fainted. A magical effect would explain why Daniel's fear was only from his survival instincts as a small being facing a monster, but because he was able to isolate his fear. With the knowledge that there was almost no chance it would take interest in them, it was a normal level of fear, rather than crippling. With the exception of the drake, which managed to meagerly fight back, everything else had no choice but to panic in the face of the monster. If he was on the mark, then he wonders if Hecate would be able to overcome her fear. In games, certain abilities of one character could boost the morale of another, making the latter more resistant to fear. In essence, it would be described as a song or words of encouragement, or even a spell. Daniel can't cast spells, but he can encourage her with words, if it's enough. He doesn't know the true source of her fear, but he'll have to try. Either way, his goal for the next time they encounter the Feldrock is to relieve Hecate of the burden forever. Hecate nibbles on jerkied meat that Daniel gave her at request. He taught her several words, but this one, he taught her a quick sign, since she was struggling to learn all of the words she needed to communicate with him. She was nervous, and his words seemed to soothe her, but just as quickly, they melt away, like a joke or story that gives her too much joy to be focused on remembering every detail. She can fumble through words that she can remember some of the syllables, but it's easier to just rub her tummy when she wants a snack. Daniel is quick to accommodate, and it allows them to keep exploring. She's been eating more, though. Being on edge is making her nervous, and to distract herself, she's been unconsciously asking for food. The Feldrock was just as terrifying as described. She couldn't even breathe properly in its presence. She was certain she was going to die simply from the oppressiveness of its terrifying presence. Instead, she awakened in Daniel's arms. He had cradled her in her sleep because she was having a nightmare, which she had already forgotten by the time she woke up. Though she cried almost immediately, she was immensely relieved to still be alive and to have Daniel by her side. It's strange, though. The hallway they've been walking in has been eerily quiet. The Feldrock's scent and lingering magic fill the whole of the Citadel. She wouldn't be able to pinpoint it until they were already on top of it. And then, if it wanted to kill them, it would merely take a sliver of its deadly power. Daniel's metal wand was powerful and peculiar, or revolver, as he calls it, but there's no way it possesses the power to take down the Feldrock. She knows he's keeping her company, but she ultimately knows how their journey together will have to end. He'll have to leave eventually, leaving her trapped alone in the Citadel once more. Neither of them stand a chance against the Feldrock itself, and Daniel isn't bound to the Citadel by a command given to a slave. That said, he has kept her company for a long time already, and though he can't understand what she's saying, she enjoys something she says to him every morning. She'd be too bashful if he could understand, but because he can't, she confesses her admiration and love for him in a small prayer of selfish desire to keep him around for yet another day longer, and she's able to sleep at night knowing that he stayed all the way through. Feeling particularly affectionate again, she tugs his sleeve softly. "Daniel, thank you for staying with me. I love you. He looks at her garner for attention, and he smiles. We haven't conquered the castle yet, so be careful, right? She nods, whispering affectionately, I'll never leave your side, please don't leave mine. He sighs. Someday, I'm going to ask you to tell me what you've been saying. I can tell it's the same handful of phrases every day. I'm not an idiot. Thankfully, the darkness hides her blush from the human, but she walks close to him as they continue down the hallway. Ahead, a room is producing light that is leaking into the hallway. Likely either an actual room with windows or a hole from damage. They've ascended pretty high in the Citadel, though Daniel doesn't seem to realize that they've actually climbed up. He has just been following the path. According to legends that Hecate overheard, the Citadel was once an ancient magic fortress belonging to the Feldrox. With their powers, they were able to power a special core that prevented invasion by monsters and pests. The only reason the Citadel fell, supposedly, was because a dragon schooled in the magic arts of the Feldrox betrayed them somehow. But that is ancient history, and at best a story Hecate has heard only by piecing together tidbits. She suspects that, in the off chance the Dragon Lord had believed that she could win, he would come and reactivate the core, which would have an unknown number of benefits over the castle they currently occupy. Of course, he also clearly wasn't trying that hard to conquer the Citadel, as Hecate alone stands no chance of success. If anything, he's getting rid of her. As they approach the room emitting light, Daniel quickly darts to the wall, approaching the corner cautiously. For once, rather than his revolver, he draws the long metal staff into his hands, holding it in a strange posture. He peeks around the corner, pulling back just as quickly. He takes a deep breath and calms himself. Curious and cautious, Hecate warily sneaks towards the large opening. She peeks around the corner as well. Fear grips her soul. The very ability to hear drains from her ears. The very ability to see narrows to a small, narrow tunnel, locked on the source of her terror. Every hair on her body begins to tingle and stand on end. Her broad tail, having regrown some of her missing fur, puffs up to provide a bigger presence, but also to allow her to shield herself if she needs to. Assuming she even could attempt to defend herself, that is. When Daniel told her of the Drake managing a futile defense attempt, she hadn't seen any of it. She was so tunnel-visioned in fear. Now, her heart is pounding once more, and her voice squeaks. She's suddenly yanked back, and Daniel sits her down against the wall, cooing quickly but as quietly as he can, Calm, stay calm, Hecate. It's okay, it's all right. We can do this, you and me. She begins to cry, and tears pour from her eyes as she shakes her head vigorously. No, no, she cries. No. Shush, please. I need you to stay quiet. You saw, didn't you? This is our chance? No, she cries, and he hugs her to his chest, muffling her cries as she bawls into his jacket. She continues to cry, no, no, into his chest over and over again. She can't even think of anything else to say. Is she trying to convince him not to even try it, or is she trying to deny its existence? She wouldn't be able to say. She can barely process anything. Her only rigid stone in a tumbling rockslide is Daniel. Her only friend in the world. The one she truly loves. The only one she could love after the life she's lived. In spite of how ugly and small she is, he still treats her so kindly. Daniel finally extracts himself, whispering, Hecate, I agreed to help you conquer this fortress, didn't I? That thing's an obstacle. I know you don't believe me, and you don't have to. But I won't give up without trying, all right? She shakes her head, unable to form words anymore as she sniffles and whimpers, trying to keep her breath. How could you even think something so crazy? Why can't we just stay like we were, like we are? She can't get the words out at all. She doesn't need to conquer the Citadel. The Dragon Lord was never going to check on her progress. If she could find a happy medium of surviving with someone she cares about. However, Daniel pulls her head to his, and his lips touch her forehead, causing a spark to pass through her body. At least, that's how it feels. She has never felt anything like it. The closest is when Daniel holds her and pets her head. But this is different. It burrows deep into her soul, growing there like a small swelling feeling. It leaves her speechless and unable to move. And it is that moment in which Daniel makes his move, quickly darting around the corner while Hecate is stunned. She finally snaps to, finding his magic bag on the ground in front of her. His words finally processed through her brain, even after he's already around the corner. Just in case, be safe, Hecate. First and foremost, take care of yourself. She scrambles to collect the bag. And no, she whispers. She starts to fearfully crawl towards the corner again. She needs to stop him, but it's already far too late. The human has already disappeared around the corner. All she can do is try to call him back. But the image flashes through her mind. It's there, the most powerful being in the world. It may be feral compared to the Feldrocs of legend, but it still keeps the dragons away from the Citadel, the last and most powerful stronghold of the mythical race. Go. He needs your help. He's going to die. Get him to come back. You have to. He's given you all you have now. Move. In spite of her desires, her fear keeps her frozen steadfast. Tears fall from her cheeks as she tries to force the courage to go him and pull him back. He is committing suicide, and all for a foolhardy. Skree boom. Hecate leaps away from the corner in terror as the single loudest noise she has ever heard thunders from beyond the corner. It pierces her ears, shakes her body, and rattles her bones. It was undoubtedly the power of a Feldroc. It was the very voice of not just thunder, but the god of thunder in a fit of anger. Hecate's ears are ringing, and she can't help the cries of agony from the pain in her ears, the jolt on her body, and the tearing in her heart. In an instant, everything she's ever had is suddenly kaboom. Hecate is startled by another sudden shout of the thunder god, which easily breaks through her momentary deafness from the first attack. Again, it unmistakably came from the next room, where Daniel disappeared too. A second attack. A second attack between Daniel and the feral Feldroc. Daniel, a human without any magic in his body, survived an attack from a Feldroc. Thunder rumbles through the mountain-like fortress as the Feldroc bellows and roars, slamming parts of the fortress with its vicious attacks. Hecate's mind is stuck. She can't process. She feels numb. It's unthinkable that a human would be able to survive a single attack from a Feldroc. It would be more unthinkable to hope that the second sound, which shares similarities with Daniel's revolver, was actually him launching his own attack. The whole hallway shakes dust and debris from a massive impact as the Feldroc snarls, and she can barely hear the collapsing of something heavy, though her ears are still ringing more than not. Hecate finally scrambles to the corner, nervously peeking her eyes with her ears folded back, trying to lower her profile as she reveals her face. White smoke and dust is filling the room heavily, obscuring everything. Hecate's eyes water, but something seems off. She can sense the magical power of the Feldroc as it moves around, but it isn't quite as oppressive as it was initially. More importantly, it is not relaxed in a state of triumph. It is searching the area desperately, though clumsily, as if it can't see. A magic less human is actually engaged in battle with the most fearsome monster in the world that even the dragons fear. Dashing in front of the swirling flame that is the magic power of the Feldroc is a tiny black shadow. Back at the beginning of Daniel's mission into the room with the Feldroc, he quickly makes his way to the nearest pillar supporting the ceiling high above. Or, given the size of the fortress known as the Citadel, it could be merely decorative. Regardless, it is his jungle that he is going to have to make use of to try to defeat a monster far more powerful than he could ever hope to be. Hidden behind the first one, he puts makeshift earplugs in to try to protect his ears as much as he can. He won't be able to waste time nursing blown-out eardrums if something goes wrong. The Earthling works his way across the open gaps between the columns until he's relatively close to the sleeping black dragon-like beast. However, just as he's peeking around the column to plan his rush to strike, he notices its head lift, its eyes open. The Feldroc's features remind Daniel much of a werewolf, but with massive wings and a dragon-like overall shape, other than the fur that the werewolf would possess. Its ears and nose seem to be similarly acute, as it sniffs the air and tilts its gigantic ears to listen. Daniel is remaining quiet for now, but for all he knows, natural satellite dishes like the master of the Citadel possesses can detect his heartbeat even behind the pillar as he is. Regardless, Daniel is committed now. With the Feldroc awake and suspicious, and his position relatively central to the room they're both in, Daniel has no hope of escaping anytime soon. He has greater chances of the monster finding him in the next few minutes from smell, sound, or simply searching if it decides to go that far. Wanting to purge the room quickly, the Feldroc roars as it bursts a heat blast out from its body, and Daniel ducks into cover behind the column. He can feel the heat, but he suspects he would be rapidly incinerated if he were to step out into the hot air rushing by. "I'm a fricking idiot," thinks the mechanic to himself. While not especially noticeable to a human's nose while sealed, there's a reason canines have very little trouble finding bombs and bullets in a pile of bags at an airport or in other situations. The ingredients that combust the most vigorously have very distinct scents. There's almost no chance the Feldrock won't find Daniel, who hasn't bathed more than an occasional wipe down in weeks, is armed with an assortment of potent chemical concoctions meant to explode in different ways to different ends. He has 3 smoke bombs, 3 flash bombs, and about 10 of his 20mm bullets on a belt across his chest and a few on the one affixed to his pants. He's among the furthest things from a Navy SEAL, but he still chose to come this far, and he'll die if he doesn't do anything. The American finds one of his smoke bombs in his belt pouch at his back, and he leans his massive rifle against his shoulder as he pulls the pin. Please. Please work. I can do this. You can do this, Daniel. It's just a game. A video game. A really, really realistic video game. He swallows hard, throwing the smoke grenade around the pillar towards the direction he came from, but aimed as far into the center as he can get with a decent toss. After all, his plan is to use the smoke grenade to move closer to the Feldrock and try to take it out in one shot. Clank, clank, clank zrrrr. The distinct sounds of the metal canister landing on the ground reaches Daniel's ears, and he braces himself to dart around the pillar, setting his eyes on the smoke as it starts billowing out of the canister. Once the cloud is large enough, I'll use it for cover and throw the next one to get. As he's watching the smoke spraying out of the small canister, a strong ringing sound comes from the direction of the Feldrock, and Daniel only glances at the massive lichen beast. Its mouth is glowing vibrantly like the most classical of Japanese movie monsters popular in global culture. A streak of light illuminates the room vibrantly, and Daniel flinches back a step as the cloud of smoke is swallowed by an explosion of stone and fire 3 times as large. The American pins his back to the pillar, and his knees nearly buckle. What the hell? What? It attacked. No, I almost. Oh God, I can't do this, Daniel can hear his own teeth clicking together, and his wavering eyes glance at his own hands. They're shaking violently as he grips the rifle with a white-knuckle hold. What the heck was I thinking? I'm no hero. I should be scraping grease out of parts and replacing broken components. A sudden image of a tiny girl with big, black fox ears and a bushy black tail flashes across his mind. She is curled in a ball, covering her ears as she tries to deny reality. If I die, she dies. Come on, Daniel. Be useful for once. The Feldrock is investigating the site of the smoke bomb, which means its massive head is relatively right on top of Daniel. He closes his eyes, squeezing the heavy rifle he built to fight monsters. He knew he had to defend himself from fantasy monsters, and he mentally prepared for dragons. But the Feldrock is something else. He can hear its deep sniffs as it ponders what has invaded its den. God damn it, thinks the former sailor to himself. Fine. What's the worst that could happen? I die a virgin? Daniel scoffs, digging through his bag for a flash bomb. The Feldrock growls as it notices his grumbling. Yeah, I'm here. And here's a gift for ya. Daniel tries to deny reality with his banter. Video games were his hobby. And he wishes he could fool himself into believing it's nothing more than that. For now, he has to cling to survival, particularly after he got himself into this mess. The mechanic throws the pin and releases the spoon, which he intentionally took the time to assemble the basic design of grenades to make it easy for him to use. And, as the fuse burns, he counts in his head, throwing it after about 2 seconds. The abyssal black creature notices Daniel's movements and it growls. It is ready to strike, but before it can do anything, the self-made flashbang grenade explodes with a KRA kaboom that tears through the air, while a blinding light briefly illuminates everything directly in line with the small bomb, as if the sun briefly winked inside of the room. Likely a combination of the darkness and quietness causes the flashbang's effect to hit the sensitive canine-like ears and dark attuned eyes of the Feldrock several times as hard. It bellows and shrieks as it throws itself backwards. Daniel is but an average human, and he is fighting a beast that roughly rivals an international passenger airliner for size, now that he's seeing it up close and its massive form is towering over him. Its lurching escape from the flashbang grenade gives it over 30 extra yards from the mechanic, who who has no doubt he'll need a perfect shot to stand a chance of defeating it. Daniel exhales as he grips his rifle. Maybe he should have retained his faith in God, weak as it was at best from his own miserable experience. Maybe he should have found a new faith. Or maybe he should have given up on faith entirely and found a new way to live his life full of fearlessness and confidence. He'll never truly know, at least certainly not in this moment, how people achieve true fearlessness, but the Feldrock is now fully aware of his presence, and it will take every ounce of his strength to beat it with Earth's weapons meant to equalize the battlefield. Daniel, the simple blue-collar mechanic from a small town in the United States of America, is clinging to life against an otherworldly monster. And, if he wants any hope of surviving, he's going to need to win. Chapter 30. The Mechanic and the Last of the Feldrocks Part 2. Hey dear readers. For any of my returning readers, I have updated this chapter with the improved battle, so there have indeed been changes. I originally posted the rewritten chapters separately to give readers a chance to see them side by side if they so chose. For my first-time readers, I hope you enjoy. Thank you all for reading. Daniel is in the midst of a fateful battle that will determine not only the fate of his own life, but the survival of Hecate as well. The creature he is up against is known only as the Feldrock, and it is a massive creature capable of wielding powerful elemental magic attacks, specifically as breath attacks like a dragon breathes fire. Though it looks properly like a dragon in most respects, it reminds Daniel quickly of a certain companion of his. However, he can't think about that right now. Whether she's somehow related to Feldrocks or not, Daniel promised he would deal with this one so his small fox-eared companion doesn't have to. The Feldrock has been blinded by one of his flash bombs, and it stumbled away from Daniel, but it pivots with a powerful spin, swinging its long, bushy black tail violently. Daniel narrowly scrambles out away from the column he was hiding behind, and it rumbles as it explodes from the devastating impact. For the moment, the Feldrock is blind and enraged, meaning that its movements are violent, but they are far less intentional than they would be if it could see where he is. He is a tiny figure challenging a titan, but he must get close to be able to effectively make use of his rifle's power, lest he waste precious shots deflecting off of its flesh or even its fur. The Feldrock is gigantic, comparable to a passenger airplane, meaning that Daniel will have to hit a truly vital spot to stand any chance of bringing its reign to an end. Forced out of his hiding place by the stone pillar being smashed into rubble from the blind and angry monster swinging its tail violently, Daniel sprints as fast as he can towards the Feldrock. It's currently as vulnerable as a beast like it can get, short of being unconscious or mortally wounded, so he needs to make the most of his momentary advantage. He runs as hard as he can, watching the werewolf-like beast's body for signs of its impending movements as it stomps and flails in anger and pain, trying to ensure it destroys the enemy that attacked it, even while blind. Daniel runs as straight forward towards the Feldrock as he can. The dragon-like beast moves quickly, but it is blind and knows it. Its anger is highly stoked and Daniel can only pray that he is able to avoid its disoriented rage. He stumbles and diverts slightly when its massive clawed canine foot comes down in front of him, and he sprints towards its center of mass. Usually, even a rampaging being isn't going to step directly at its center of mass as it stumbles, and it has already pivoted and swung its tail over his head, which he instinctively ducked to avoid. Fear is gripping the human mechanic, but he has to embrace his denial of reality. Like when he fended off the Red Dragon at Fort Peony, if he doesn't accept some level of madness to the things he's doing, he'll realize how much danger he is truly in and lose what little nerve he has managed to gather into his endeavor. He breathes heavily, barely able to hear from his own pulse pounding in his head, barely able to see from adrenaline squeezing his vision, and barely able to think about anything other than carrying an iron harbinger of death to where it needs to be in order to carry out its will. Know his will. There is only Daniel, and he has to be the one to do this. The mechanic squeezes tighter, bracing as he charges forward, unsure if he can even make it one more step, let alone those that are needed. He stumbles when the massive clawed foot slams down somewhere to his left. It wasn't on top of him, and that's all that matters. A deep, resounding growl fills the air above him, and he takes a massive breath, dropping to a kneel as he slams the stock of the rifle to the ground. He doesn't have time to precision aim, so he angles the barrel and pulls the trigger. The makeshift flashbang was loud. The Feldrock's laser breath attack was deafening. In this mostly enclosed cavern-like space, the god of death is not a silent presence looming in wait. It is thunder set to strike down the souls it has come to claim. Boom! Fire and steel intermingle as 20 millimeters of piercing metal seemingly teleports upwards, as far as the human can tell. Though, maybe he sees it from the terrifying slow motion he's experiencing with his adrenaline rush. No, there isn't time. The partially glowing black phantom shrieks as the bullet strikes under its jaw, and it flails backwards, clawing at the air as if to blindly defend against something its own size while retreating. Daniel wearily scrambles up on wobbling legs, his mind struggling to think of the next step. Is it dying? Will it die? Can it die? Am I dead? Is this all a dream? Is red glistens in a ray of sunlight, and his eye instantly tracks it. Is that blood? This thing's blood? I did it. I heard it. As he's pondering, the human notices in the nick of time. He dives to the ground, and what feels like the bristles of a titanic pine tree drag across his back. The Feldrock's massive, tree-like tail just swooped by as it rampages away from him. Daniel quickly scrambles to his feet and runs for the nearest column. He needs to get out of sight until he can reload. Daniel slides on his knees into cover behind the pillar as the Feldrock snarls, swooping around a different pillar to search for its mysterious attack. Heat rushes by once more, as well as a strange blast of mist that isn't quite to the temperature of steam. Daniel braces, holding his breath for the brief moment the mist is rushing by, and he pries the bolt of the rifle up and back, fighting to yank it free of his imperfect build. He takes the hot, spent shell out of the breech as it smokes and tosses it as far as he can, swiping a fresh bullet and fumbling it in to replace the first. He has to strike the bolt with the heel of his end, and the ground quakes with a vicious slam. The Feldrock just slammed its massive foreclaw down on the spent shell casing, which stinks even more of the invader's foul sulfur-laden smell. Daniel clenches his hands as the rifle rests on his forearms, trying to put it out of his mind. Just a game. Just a game. If only I didn't suck at CEW-like games. N1. Daniel digs out another flashbang, and he tries to listen. The Feldrock's massive form swoops close, and he can feel the sounds of the room distort. From how close it is to him, he dares not look directly at it. Like any situation out in the wild, the biggest mistake to be made is when eyes meet. Or, something like that. He'll have seconds, and he'll have to try to guess what the Feldrock is going to do. It has satellite dishes for ears. It has to respond. It has to respond. Just like those giant worms. I has to respond. Daniel pulls the pin, and even the metallic clink is enough. He can already hear its sniffing and growling hitch. Just its shadow alone, barely visible in the dark due to its own demonic blue glow and the embers swirling around the room from its heat waves, is enough to tell Daniel it heard the unnatural sound, even over his racing heartbeat and panicked, shallow breathing. The mechanic wastes no time in releasing the spoon of the small bomb, which feels pathetic as he considers everything. What else can you do, you idiot? It has to respond. Just throw the damn thing before it explodes in your hand. Gripping his rifle with his left hand, Daniel springs to his feet, throwing the flash bomb at the giant black mass to his right, glimpsing it when he foolishly looks directly at it. His knees nearly buckle, and he doesn't even truly feel its death aura the way Hecate and the other monsters did. Seeing it at range was one thing. Seeing it right on top of him is worse than the nightmares he had as a child of a machete-wielding maniac with a hockey mask or a man with dagger finger gloves. Still, the flash bomb has already left his hand, and he barely remembers to close his eyes and snap his face away as the monster inhales. Kra kaboom. Skreaorrrrrr. Daniel flinches under the terrifying roar of the Feldrock as it springs away from the bright flash and horribly loud sound, like a clap of thunder from a lightning bolt striking its eardrum directly. He calls them flash bombs, but they're closer to extra bright fragmentation grenades, because a flashbang grenade is intended not to be lethal. Daniel doesn't have the luxury of precision machining nor a breadth of chemicals, so killing half a room full of enemies to stun the other half, or to defend against monsters like those praying mantis wolves, or in a perfect world, a full-sized drake were all more important to him while making the bombs. And, thankfully, a giant werewolf dragon with ears the size of hang gliders is even more sensitive to them. Daniel is standing again, and his rifle is loaded, but he can't charge the monster that has slammed its way through another one of the massive stone columns springing away from his bomb. Even now, he doesn't feel like David versus Goliath. He couldn't even call it a mouse versus a lion. Seeing the massive creature, smashing and clawing through solid stone pillars and shrugging off falling rubble as heavy as a tank, he realizes the truth. He is no more significant than a butterfly trying to defeat a hurricane. I have to run. Why? Why can't I run? Why can't I? The Feldrock starts to regain its footing, patting at its ears as it tries to nurse them, aggressively enraged and quickly regaining its senses and footing. In its blind fury, it expels a white beam like jet from its mouth. Instantly, ice springs forth as frost spreads from the attack, which lances up and past the column Daniel is taking cover behind. He couldn't even flinch. An icy chill begins to crawl across his skin. No. Where can I run to? I only have one bomb left at the ready. I'll never escape. Daniel angles the rifle forward. He can barely pivot it to hip aim it, since he has so little time to think or act, and if he tries to fire it from his shoulder without any sort of resistance provided by the front hooks or the butt being on the ground, he'll topple himself or break his shoulder and collarbone. Without rifling and machine tolerances, he can never hope to be able to take out targets at over a mile away, in spite of his rifle's power easily being capable of sending a bullet that far with deadly force aplenty. Daniel's courage is in tatters, but he boosts himself with a silent conversation in his head. Hey Daniel. What have you been up to this week? Oh, you know. Invaded a castle. Murdered an unkillable mythical god monster. Ate some dragon meat. The usual. He shrugs his shoulders as the Feldrock launches another ice beam across the room, this time away from Daniel, thankfully. The wayward earthling pulls the trigger. Boom. The blast erupts forth fast and hard. The recoil yanks Daniel into a spin. Smoke and fire fill the air around him. He sees the silvery streak briefly, but has no idea if he landed the hit. The roaring and snarling of the Feldrock peaking once more suggests that it is far from dead, meaning it wasn't good enough. Daniel can almost feel the adrenaline draining out of his body, leaving behind a feeling more akin to acid reflux as his exertion catches up to him, but he doesn't have the luxury of giving up. If he gives up for even a moment, he's dead. Come on, feet, move. I gotta get away. I have to reload. It's not dead, so I need to kill it. It's bleeding, so I can kill it. I have to. Daniel manages to summon some sort of cross between a flight response and the sense to actually evacuate where he was. He is wholly aware that he is barely running, and his pace might not actually be much faster than a brisk walk. But he has to move. Come on, run. Keep running. Find a good spot. Reload. Oh, smoke. Distractions. I need distractions. Daniel fumbles for his smoke grenades, finding one on his belt pouch, and only one. I thought I had 3. Didn't I have 3? Damn, did I lose one? No, forget that. There's no time. Throw it. Daniel pulls the pin and throws the smoke grenade a few yards away, which testifies to his rapidly dwindling strength. Oh God. Must run faster. Must run faster. Daniel pushes himself, panting heavily as he struggles to launch himself forward with every step. His feet feel like cinder blocks, and his thighs feel like he's slogging through concrete. His lungs are on fire, and he might as well be underwater with the sweat pouring out of him. Humor. If Fuzzball doesn't kill me, my sweat will. Damn it. He can barely think, and he can barely keep himself focused or distracted. He can't be swallowed by fear, or the massive apex predator of the Citadel will prey upon him like a wolf to a mouse. Why did I have to think of that? After all, wolves are extremely good at finding rodents, even in the snow. A titanic swooshing sound sends a chill up Daniel's spine, and he stumbles into falling to his knees, unable to run a single step further. A vibrant blue glow swooshes out in front of him, bringing forth the true harbinger of woe. The black-furred titan slides on claws that would each make an anime sword look like a toothpick, and its weight shifts on its hind legs as it uses its 4 claws to halt its momentum, gained almost instantly with a single powerful sweep of its colossal bat-like wings. Sparks spray through the air like fountains from each of the titanic blades tearing across the stone floor. Its amber-eyed focus glares down at Daniel hatefully, and he feels almost like it could vaporize him with its gaze alone. Suddenly, a small voice screams with a fury strangled by fear and surged by desperation. Even so, the cry barely reaches across the large Colosseum-like room. The surprise doesn't end there, though. The air fills with a quick and violent crackle, before a long pillar of fire stretches forth from a tiny girl with fox-like ears and a big bushy tail. Her desperate scream continues as the magic fire lances through the air, casting off licks of flames and swirling embers. The Feldrock snarls as the attack hits it, and it shields its face with its right foreclaw, stumbling left a step. Hecate's attack does virtually no damage, and the canid dragon beast realizes this very quickly. But it accomplishes several important things. It briefly snaps Daniel out of the terror that befell him, and it renews his vigor to fight with everything he has. In spite of her sheer terror, which is evident on her face even from this far away, Hecate managed to launch an attack in order to save Daniel. Hecate's surprise attack only lasts a couple of seconds in total, but it's enough for Daniel. The mechanic can't delay even a second longer. His right hand snaps up to the bolt of the rifle, ripping it up and back as fast as he can. He can see the glint of the empty casing fling out of the breach in his peripherals, meaning the extractor did its job this time. The Feldrock has landed on its left foreclaw to maintain its footing and balance, and the last licks of Hecate's fire attack, summoned from her palms, by magic, flickers out of existence, leaving the small girl panting in terror with her hands outstretched. The human quickly grabs a fresh shell from his shoulder bandolier and slaps the new round into the chamber, slamming the bolt forward and down. He ensured to put all of his remaining strength into it right away. He can't have it stick on him and cost him precious time, and he likely isn't getting another shot after this. However, the Feldrock has already lost interest in Daniel entirely, and it whirls its head as it viciously growls. It starts to stalk towards Hecate, maintaining a little more caution against her than it did when it pounced at Daniel. He can't afford to miss a critical spot on its head again. Not with his strength evaporating, his second wind already spent, and his third wind basically amounting to a single puff. No, I need a shot at its head, but its skull is too thick. What can I do? Seeing the helpless girl still frozen, Daniel calls out, "Hecate," in futility. She can't peel her eyes off of the Feldrock, so even if she wants to, she can't focus enough to run. Daniel twitches, remembering his revolver. He can barely lean from his exhaustion, but he finds it in its holster still, and he draws it as quickly as he can, using his right hand to aim. He hesitates as he watches his outstretched hand holding the weapon meant to take lives. He is shaking like a chihuahua. He probably couldn't hit a bullseye right now if the target was 3 inches away from the barrel of the gun. But he can see Hecate's face as the last remnants of light are leaving her eyes. She's giving in to shock. Fear or not, he has no choice any longer. The mechanic pulls the revolver's trigger as quickly as he can, doing his best to restore his aim even a little after every shot while he discharges the hand cannon with one hand. Boom. 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 The report of the revolver is loud, and it kicks his hand up and back like it's trying to escape. Still, his revolver causes the Feldrock's ears to flinch. It knows the sound is related to the pain in its ears, and it also knows it is directly tied to the pain in its jaw, which relatively trickles blood compared to how big the beast is. Boom. 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 Daniel empties the revolver quickly, aimed at the monster's head. At least a couple of the bullets hit, because it flicks its head and pivots its ears in anger. Right as the last shot is exploding forth, the pitch-black nightmare beast starts to whirl. The mechanic flings the revolver to his right, since it's useless now, and death has turned its gaze back on him. Hecate's ears perk back up as she turns her gaze to Daniel finally. Her horror is still present, but now it's for the very reason she even showed herself at all in this battle. Daniel. She reaches toward him in a futile effort. Neither of them can teleport to the other. Neither of them can escape now. Daniel truly has so little strength left, but he manages to lift the heavy rifle as the Feldrock's massive head lurches close, its jaws spreading open as if to snatch him up. He is still kneeling on the ground, and he feels like his legs are devoid of life. It feels like he'll never walk again. The Black Titan doesn't clamp its jaws down on him in a vicious snap, even if that would have been plenty. Its gaping mouth looming right in front of him is so cavernous, he feels like he is already inside, in spite of the tip of the monster's nose still being almost 10 yards away. The powerful golden-violet glow of mana starts to swirl in front of its tongue, and sparks of fire crackle near its maw. It's going to incinerate Daniel in a flash. Oh God. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Please make it painless. No. Shut up, Daniel. Pull the trigger. That's all you have to do. Pull it. Kill this thing and go home. I cast. Death, growls the human from Earth as he snaps his eyes open and pulls the trigger. Hecate is a small, frail girl who has been a slave to the dragons for all of the life she can remember. She has always been able to use some magic, but was always weak. And yet, someone with no magic has been engaged in battle with the most terrifying being in the world. The monster even dragons fear, the feral Feldrock. Said to be the last of its kind, can't imagine what the world was like when it had more than one of the giant beings. But that still doesn't change the strange human fighting it. Going by the enraged snarls and roars coming from the apex predator, the human isn't losing. Hecate watches from the entryway, keeping the corner between her and the monster. She still can't bring herself to fight, even as a human who needed her just to see manages to face off against the terrifying glowing beast. Each of Daniel's attacks, forged with his own hands long before he met Hecate, is startling and causes her to flinch. For her, it doesn't seem like he is making much headway, other than hurting the feral Feldrock with explosions that hurt its ears. Yet, he keeps desperately fighting, and after a second one of the ultra-loud bombs goes off, the nightmare fiend launches itself away from Daniel and through a stone pillar, shrieking and firing off desperate ice attacks that cause Hecate's heart to nearly stop beating entirely. Boom! The terrifying call of Daniel's false spell echoes through the room as fire and smoke erupt from where he's crouched. And, shortly after, he appears on the far side of his column in the ice that clings to it. He's somewhat slowly jogging away, and he tosses something that creates a cloud. With all of his strange tools, even having seen them up close hasn't fully convinced Hecate that the human isn't using some kind of magic. Regardless, she hears the rubble shift as the Feldrock roars, causing the little girl to curl into her hiding spot. But it's not after her. She watches in horror as the monster corners Daniel, easily closing the distance with a powerful leap and glide using its wings, before sliding to a stop on its blade-like talons. Daniel falls to his knees, too weak to keep running. No, Daniel, please don't leave me alone. Hecate runs into the room before her mind can think. She doesn't care about anything anymore. She has nothing to lose. Nothing, save for one thing. Daniel. If she loses Daniel, the darkness will swallow her whole before the feral Feldrock finally preys upon her as well. She doesn't know where it comes from. She channels every bit of her magic to her hands, every ounce of the strength she was born with. A column of fire, more powerful than what she used on the moss crawler, erupts from her focal point between her hands as she screams. She doesn't scream words, but just lets her desperate anger fly, as if to further fuel her magic with her emotions. The feral Feldrock stumbles back as it growls, surprised by her attack. She might have taken pride in driving back the feral Feldrock. Her, the tiny little slave with nothing of her own. But her strength is reined, and the titan lunges towards her. It doesn't pounce, but it lumbers towards pitiful girl with a ferocious imminence that drains what little strength she has left to even stand. She can't look away. That is until Daniel saves her once more. Boom, boom, boom. The human uses his powerful wand of death, but even it doesn't have the strength to stop the feral Feldrock. It does, however, draw its attention back to him. With a snarl, the fur-clad colossus wheels around on Daniel again, opening its mouth to channel its mana and fire for a finishing attack. Daniel is a tiny figure no bigger than one of the monster's teeth, it seems, and yet, he lifts his giant staff to aim it into the mouth, and the last words that Hecate can hear from Daniel are the most terrifying his voice has ever been. I cast. Death. Boom. Hecate flinches from the volume of the staff casting forth fire and death itself. Daniel falls to his side from the staff trying to escape him, and he covers his head as he becomes helpless to escape whatever is about to happen. Hecate has the perfect seat to see it all, though. It is a day she will never forget, and one that solidifies her feelings for all time. A true miracle takes place before her eyes. From the last shot, the feral Feldrock twitches its head, making a gurgling snort-like sound. Its hind legs go limp, and it leans way over to its side. The mana it had gathered between its jaws fades away like a spirit dancing between its teeth before vanishing before her eyes. And the flames only crackle lightly in the back of its mouth as the Citadel's legendary guardian fiend topples to its side with a long, sad exhale, rather than a wail or screech or roar. Its body and head flopping down sends a rumble through the floor, and parts of the ceiling and crumbled columns shake and fall. Hecate watches in stunned silence for a long time. Virtually all sound fades from the room, leaving behind an eerie quiet that suits the darkness of the haunted super fortress. The fox-eared girl drops to her own knees, hearing a metallic double clink from her knee guards hitting the stone floor that seems to echo through the entire Colosseum-like room. It is so eerily quiet all of a sudden, Hecate can barely believe she's still in reality. Her heartbeat is the only continuous sound she can hear for a long time, watching as the feral Feldrock, scourge of the dragons, apex predator of the Citadel and the most vile fiend of legends, lies on its side with blood slowly pooling around its head. And Daniel, the human with no magic, slowly sits up, drawing Hecate's eyes to the confirmation of a dream she could never believe this nightmare would become. He studies the feral Feldrock's form for a moment. The strange human then glances at Hecate, as if to confirm that she's all right. Seemingly satisfied, Daniel uses his staff as a crutch to help prop himself up as he wearily climbs to his feet. In spite of his impossible feat, however, he isn't finished. Daniel is ripped to his side by the recoil of his rifle and his nearly depleted strength, though he can't hear it bouncing across the stone ground due to the echoing boom of the rifle's thunderous report. Unable to sit back up, he takes the first action he can think of. He drops to the ground, covering his head with his arms, waiting for death to come. Painfully long seconds pass by before a deep rumble hits the ground nearby. And it's not the explosion of a laser breath or a giant claw stomping down. Nor is Daniel a flash vaporized charred crater in the floor. He finally lifts his left arm shielding his face, peeking nervously towards the direction of the sound. The Feldrock is lying motionlessly on its side. Dear God, please tell me he's not just suffering from narcolepsy. Daniel watches a moment longer, confirming that there is no motion from the titanic beast. Relief starts to flood into him, and the aches and pains in his body, from throwing himself around on the hard ground, firing his massive rifle with no recoil dampening, and being pelted by rubble and heat waves are all catching up to him like a mob crowding in to punch and kick him. Still, he has to be sure. Daniel groans as he pushes himself upwards. It feels like a Herculean effort just to sit up. His body wants to sprawl out on the ground and never move again. But a needle is still a needle, and his bullets probably don't even compare to a needle in regards to the Feldrock's large skull. Even if he got lucky, he can't afford to chance it only being dazed or unconscious. He murmurs to himself, "Come on, Daniel. Rule number 2. You know the one. Get up." He glances over towards Hecate, and she is watching his direction with a stunned expression. She's far away, still, so he can't make out whether or not she's looking at him or the Feldrock specifically, but she is at least conscious and relatively aware. He sighs in relief. There are stories he heard, though it's another one of those things he never looked deeper into, so they may be anecdotes he once heard, but if true, those stories suggest that a person can actually die from shock alone, such as passing away before hitting the ground from a great height, or, in the case of a military deserter being executed by firing squad, his body died even though the firing squad all missed. Thankfully, Hecate is not one of those cases, so he can deal with making sure it all amounts to something. He places his rifle's buttstock on the ground in front of him, all but climbing up his rifle to support his weight where his noodle-feeling legs refuse to hold him up. His heart is still pounding in terror, and it's a bit of a wonder he didn't die from shock like that man with the firing squad. Daniel just as quickly realizes that he still needs to reload the rifle, so he wearily sighs and drops the barrel toward the ground. He supports the weight as best as he can, his legs feeling numb, but managing to keep him upright now that he's standing. It takes several failed tries, prompting Daniel to take a deep breath and dig deep just to pull the bolt of the rifle up and back. "I think I need to rethink my career hunting mythical god monsters already," groans the mechanic dryly. He has to pull the spent bullet out because the extractor failed to grab it, and he tosses the metal canister to the side. He can worry about cleaning up anything to be reverse engineered later. Right now, He has a draconic fiend to finish off. The mechanic feeds a fresh shell into the chamber of the rifle and batters the bolt with his fist, unable to muster the pushing strength it's demanding due to heat expansion, imprecise hand tooling, and a desperate need for good gun oil that he doesn't have. Just do me this one last favor, and I swear I'll soak you in mineral oil or fricking petroleum. He's grumbling in English, since there's no one around to hear him, as Hecate is on her knees, sobbing in what is hopefully relief. Once the rifle is finally reloaded, Daniel flips it carefully and wearily back around, keeping his eye on the Feldrock all the while. He walks with it like a staff, though now it's to support his own weight and that of the heavy weapon, as opposed to giving off the misdirecting perception that he is a typical magic caster. Blood is pooling around the Feldrock's head, though it is a paltry amount compared to how big the beast is. Its thick fur reminds Daniel of the subspecies of evergreens called fir trees. The Feldrock's tail, particularly, could easily pass as a literal, black fur. And, now that he is seeing it up close and completely still, he is certain from that and a pair of its most distinctive organs on its head that he should be more surprised by what he only partially suspected and now has a good deal of confidence believing, but that's for after he confirms the end of the fight. Daniel keeps the rifle trained on the Feldrock's neck where he hopes fire-projecting glands would be until he can clearly see more of its head. Specifically, he needs to be able to aim at its cranium and try to destroy its most important organ. The creature is truly humongous. He feels sick to his stomach for many reasons, but none more so than the fact that he is killing this truly awe-inspiring creature. It's majestically beautiful, and though it behaved like a monster and was Hecate's true obstacle to claiming the castle, it is likely a treasure of this world in its own right. Once Daniel is approaching its nose, he aims at the inside of its mouth. He can see where his shots are dribbling blood, but it's clear that his hopes were founded. The real damage was done inside. A human. Daniel flinches, halting. He feels truly nauseous almost instantly. Why? You were sentient. The eye opens slightly, and Daniel's fist tightens on his rifle's grip, ready to squeeze the trigger. Fortunately, the titanic fiend seems to have no strength remaining. In a sense, yes, but in effect, no, I don't understand, but if we can talk, hang on. I have some potations. Do not fret, human. You've done the right thing. I am not this child. The child before you was lost. Alone for all his life. He never had a single guiding voice, only the death of those around him. Suddenly, the Feldrock's eye color changes to blue, and the voice shifts a little. Feldrocks are unique in this world. The life energy of those we fell in battle is absorbed into our own. The child before you was present in its egg when the last of us died. Without guiding voices to care for it, it was already powerful, but unable to do anything but become feral. Daniel listens patiently. He's cautious, but the Feldrock hasn't moved a muscle. Again, the eye color changes once more, this time becoming green. A feral Feldrock is the epitome of danger in this world. Every creature it destroyed, it gained more power. Eventually, it would become something unstoppable that would threaten this entire world. Daniel is silent for a long time. He finally replies, I understand, but the girl. You've done the right thing, and we will not cease to be. It'll be some time before the girl can hear our voices, but we will aid her when the time presents itself. So it's true. Hecate is. Yes, the little one near you is a Feldrock child. Sounds about right, thinks Daniel to himself. Suddenly, the first voice of the Feldrock makes the grim request. Finish your mission, human. The Citadel is now yours, and will answer your call behind the nearby pedestal. Our power, as well as that of this child, shall become that of the girl, Hecate. A-. Are you sure? If you can control. This child is unconscious. The extent of our control, even if he were merely asleep, is what you see now, and would risk awakening him. Finish your mission, human. You will know our words when we are able to speak to your companion. You won't manipulate her, will you? No, we were a peaceful race by nature, but were forced into war. If we can cling to existence through one child. Time is short, cuts in the third voice. Finish your work, human, and thank you. It is tragic, but thank you for freeing this one from madness. And please, don't let his form go to waste. Daniel hesitates, but he nods gently. I look forward to the next time we are able to talk. Even indirectly. Take care of him and Hecate, and please rest in peace. With that, Daniel makes sure to aim carefully. This time, he wants to end all suffering as instantly as possible. Seeming to sense what he needs, the Feldrock's head shifts, and he stumbles back. But, the eye he could barely see is now placed directly in front of him, still retaining a deep blue color, rather than the natural golden amber it had while conscious as the feral Feldrock. Daniel nods and takes a breath. He aims for the eye towards the mass of the skull, the softest point, and in towards its brain. He can see the color fade from its eye, and he pulls the trigger. Asterisk 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 A. N1. CEW is an important part of a story I'll be posting someday soon. I can't promise a date yet. I still have to properly finish the ending, and I've been dedicated to keeping up my momentum here. I swear it'll make sense and be a cross-story reference. Eventually, XD. Chapter 31. Master of the Citadel. Hey dear readers. For any of my returning readers, I have updated this chapter with the improved battle, so there have indeed been changes. I originally posted the rewritten chapters separately to give readers a chance to see them side by side if they so chose. This is the third and last chapter that I have rewritten so far, so the rest should remain relatively the same. As I discover moments that need updated to match, namely mentions of Hecate's level of involvement, I'll update those, but overall the rest of the story should remain unchanged for now. Thank you. For my first-time readers, I hope you enjoy. Thank you for reading. Anyways, I hope you enjoy, and thank you for reading. Asterisk asterisk boom. Hecate is ripped out of her trance by a new shout of the god of thunder. She reacts by flailing back, but suddenly, her heart races back up to speed. This time, it's not pure fear. Her feet and hands move on their own. Daniel. The fox-eared girl scrambles up and sprints across the massive room, darting through the lingering smoke and dust. Every step, she picks up speed as resolve washes over her. She's not thinking as she does, but her thoughts begin to catch up. No. Daniel. I have to help him. She flashes through the room, putting herself between the pinnacle of all fiends and her human companion as the black-haired girl unleashes all of her magic in every element she can summon: fire, stone, lightning, darkness, ice, wind, water, light, death. All but healing magic. While she does so, she uses her body to push backwards into Daniel, forcing him away from the magical monster. Hecate has gotten a second wind of magic power, and she won't squander it while Daniel fights alone. It only registers as she and Daniel flop onto the ground in front of the feral Feldrock's motionless form, and the human tries to wrestle her arms to get her attention. Hecate, calm down. It's over, it's dead. She finally cuts off the elemental magic with a final fizzle of fire, glancing over her shoulder at Daniel as he hugs her arms to her with his own. We did it, Hecate. The Feldrock is dead. Hecate looks up at the humongous muzzle of a titanic hellbeast, where even now, the Feldrock hasn't moved. It didn't shift when Hecate launched her attack. It didn't flinch. It didn't sigh. It didn't wake up. It's not even breathing. And, now that she looks, its blood is pouring down continuously onto the floor. It all sinks in. The god of thunder truly is none other than the sorcerer currently hugging her. His staff, which launched 4 deadly attacks, is the item that called forth the wrath of the gods themselves, striking down the most powerful living creature in the world. Daniel holds Hecate for a long while, and she finally blinks her disbelief away. She looks over her shoulder. Daniel. It's dead, Hecate. The Citadel will soon be ours. Her eyes water, and she twists in his arms to hug him. Daniel, she begins sobbing. He doesn't seem to understand. Or, he feigns ignorance at least. She's not crying because she's happy. She's crying because she thought she had lost him forever. Which, of course, is cause for happiness that it wasn't the case, but she still hasn't gotten over the terror and feelings of loss. After a long while, Daniel finally urges her to let him up. We need to collect our spoils, right? Don't want anyone else to come after us. He takes his magic bag back from her, and he extracts one of the giant ones. He murmurs, Both of these are getting kinda full. Here's hoping. He begins putting the Feldrock into the bag. The feral Feldrock. One of the deadliest and most powerful beings in the world. The monster that dragons fear. The Leviathan that Daniel defeated. Like it was nothing more than a goblin, he stows the feral Feldrock's corpse and collects his terrible staff. He slings it over his shoulder with slow and achy movements, and he looks at Hecate, who is still standing in a dumbfounded saintpour. She spots a glint on the floor, and she jogs to it. It smells of metal and chemicals that have burned, and she picks it up. She jogs to Daniel, offering it to him. He smiles. Oh, thank you. Can't forget that. It's Daniel's small death wand, and he shoves it into the pouch hanging low from his belt. She cocks her head. I'll need to remember to reload it. He pets Hecate's head gently, and she feels immense reassurance and comfort from the small, gentle gesture. Excited, she spots one of Daniel's other objects, a small glittering tube of gold. She runs to it while Daniel walks slowly towards the back of the massive room, looking around at the ancient structure. The fox-eared girl returns to Daniel with the tube and presents it giddily to him. He smiles down at her, saying, "Ah, right. It's not a crisis if I don't collect those, but I can reload it." He takes the tube, but this time, he sticks it into his void bag. He then takes a shiny metal thing off of the belt slung over his shoulder, and he hands it to her. It has mostly the same shape as the tube, but with the open end closed off by an acorn-like point. That's what it looks like before it's used. Hecate stares at it silently as she holds it. Peeking out of the acorn-like metal is what could only be a tooth. He's using dragon teeth as catalyst. That would make sense. But, how powerful does someone need to be too? She swallows hard. Daniel seems so calm and normal. He's his usual self, even after what he just accomplished. Though, he does seem rather tired and sweaty. "Daniel," states Hecate plainly, wishing she could converse with him. She says her usual, "I love you, Daniel. Please don't ever leave me." Daniel laughs, taking the object back to return it to his chest belt. "Yes, that's really all I used." She frowns at him, saying a little dryly, though her voice is still a little trembly from the terror of the last few minutes, "Daniel, do you honestly not realize how powerful you have to be you? And, to think, I got to witness it." Her sarcasm turns to happiness, and Daniel smiles gently in turn. Returning to task, though, he then looks towards the back of the room. Now, to deal with that. There, standing next to a strange pillar with a glowing light on the surface, is a humanoid golem with a rigid head instantly reminiscent of the beast they just defeated. Without a second longer of pause, Daniel walks towards the golem. Hecate jumps into step with him, but she keeps behind him, whimpering, "Daniel. It'll be all right, Hecate. I have it on good authority that this will go all right for us." As he approaches, the golem looks at them. It begins spouting words, but all of them are different languages for the words, "Please speak." It switches between the languages effortlessly, as if urging them to say something. Daniel asks innocently, "Any chance you can understand it, Hecate?" Suddenly, the golem says in its mechanical, hollow voice, "Eastern Imperial Trade. Acknowledged. I am the caretaker of the Citadel. As my master asked me to ensure the survival of knowledge, I am to assist you in maintaining the Citadel. Please place your hand here, master." It gestures at the pillar next to it. Daniel looks at Hecate. "Well? Go ahead." Flabbergasted, the fox-eared girl glances at the golem and then at Daniel. And then, she repeats this sequence of stunned glances. "What's wrong? You wanted the Citadel, right? Looks like to truly conquer it, we have to do what this guy says." She shakes her head. She tries to gesture with her hands as she speaks in Demon Common. "No, Daniel. We can't, it could be cursed." The golem looks at her, and then at Daniel. Daniel states, "I can't understand you, Hecate. Just go ahead and touch it." "No." The golem translates, "The young one is afraid of curses, but I assure you this citadel is carefully moderated." "See? No," snaps Hecate. "That's exactly what it would be programmed to tell us." She tries to block him. Daniel sighs. "Mr. Caretaker, the Citadel can be transferred again, right?" "Correct. The procedure is the same." "Good." With that, Daniel instantly picks Hecate up effortlessly and sets her to the side. He steps up, fending off her frantic attempts to stop him. He places his right hand on the pillar, and it instantly glows. The golem lets out a sigh of immense relief as its shoulders slump, shocking both of them. It states, "Finally. It's been so long since anyone has enabled our functions. Would you like to engage maintenance protocols, Master?" "You're an artificial intelligence?" asks Daniel in surprise. Hecate has no idea what that means, but neither does the golem by its answer. Artificial. Not quite. My former Feldrock masters engaged in many art forms. In this case, I am a soul-bound golem. A volunteer became the golem before you, in charge of the Citadel's maintenance program. Would you like to begin? Not yet. Soul-bound. Yes, it's a process by which a living soul is crammed into a golem, right? A living being was turned into a power source. Your surprising knowledge aside, your interpretation is a little inaccurate. I am still myself. I did in fact volunteer, and I am proud. I would have died otherwise, and instead, became a faithful and honored servant of the Feldrocks and their most precious home. What about your life? Family? Friends? I lived my life. I have no regrets. I've been waiting centuries for someone to be able to restart maintenance. What happened? As you can see, the Citadel fell into a state of disrepair in the last war. An apprentice of one of our younger masters, a dragon, learned enough to disable the Citadel, and they were able to defeat all but 3 of the masters here. The second eldest perished today. You considered that one your master? Indeed. Though communication was impossible, it was a child of my original masters. I would have maintained its home had it simply activated the system. Daniel nods now that he knows the basic gist of things. I have lots more questions, but I'll pick your brain in a minute. I want you to transfer control of the Citadel to Hecate, here. The golem cocks its head. I cannot. You just told me you could before I touched the panel. Correct. The procedure is the same. For me to recognize a new master, you will have to cease to exist. Daniel sucks his teeth, and Hecate flinches. She glances in terror between them both. Daniel turns towards Hecate, and she shouts, "No. No, 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 no. No. No, Daniel. No." He chuckles. "I haven't even said anything." She points at him, saying in a fiery tone, "No." As they stare at each other, the golem finally chimes in. "If I may, Master. With your permission, I can add administrators to the Citadel's systems. If killing you isn't an option to begin with, it's the next step down from the Master. What can administrator do? Anything a Master can, save override the Master. Conversely, the Master can override or veto any action of any administrator. And only the Master can assign new administrators. Those are the only differences." I see. Additionally, there are guest roles intended for villagers and servants, as well as intermediary roles that can be customized to the needs and desires of the Master. That's handy. Obviously, I have already added your wife as a guest presence. All others in the Citadel will be purged once maintenance begins. Repairs will follow. Wife. Oh, you mean Hecate. Please make Hecate, here, an administrator, then, please. Acknowledged. If I might make a request, Master. Yes. Please tell me how to activate maintenance. Thank you. Hecate watches as the golem guides Daniel through using the panel, as Daniel and the golem refer to it, and Daniel operates it as if it were something he's been using all of his life. It's strange, but then, Daniel is a strange person. If he was secretly a Feldrock, Hecate wouldn't be surprised at this point. It's a long process of finger swiping and tapping on the panel, activating this function, and re-establishing that channel. While Daniel aims to understand, it all flies over Hecate's head. She watches nervously. She doesn't feel any different, now that she was an administrator of the Citadel. Regardless, whatever they're doing seems to work. Suddenly, light fills the room they're in. Not just from the sunlight. Magic stones on the walls and ceiling illuminate, filling the room with natural and comfortable light. Daniel remarks, "Nice. Can I change the brightness and color?" "Of course, Master." And, just like that, Daniel dimmed them to a soft blue color. He chuckles. "Look at that. Feels just like home." "I'm surprised, Master. I didn't think humans had low light vision." "We don't. But I like to keep my house a little darker, personally. It'd be a bit of a challenge to explain the whole thing. Though, this is a pleasant surprise. The Citadel is yours to do with as you please, Master." With that, doors open around them, and Hecate flinches, keeping her back to Daniel, the only safe direction in the world. Golems march in a small army. Some instantly begin making a loud whining noise, and Hecate snarls. The golems that started making extra noise are sliding something across the floor, while the others march into other locations. Some crawl up the walls. Others have swords and shields, but they march past Daniel, Hecate, and the caretaker, splitting up at the hallway and continuing on their way. The caretaker explains, maintenance protocols active. Are there any further allies in the Citadel, Master? No, but, if there are any sentient races, I'd like your golems to try to communicate first and place them under arrest. We'll decide what to do with them. There are a handful of goblins, orcs, and beast folk, Master. I expect hostility. If you can immobilize them and contain them, I'd prefer that. Can you speak every language? Indeed. The Citadel's systems can translate intent from any language that processes thought. Even animals produce thought, though communication is generally much less successful, depending on the species. I see. I don't mind if animals and sentients flee, so please don't attempt to trap them if they are fleeing towards the exit. Understood, Master, but what of their life essence? Daniel looks at Hecate. She flinches, pointing at herself. She asks, Daniel? Daniel replies, she doesn't need every drop of death. We'll manage. Can she really absorb all of that from here? This shocks Hecate, and she wants answers. Daniel. However, the golem answers him first. No, specifically, the Citadel's magic channels collect the life essence, and it can be extracted at various locations. Shall I guide you to them? Later, thank you. I assume that includes what the other one accomplished. Indeed. Though, in both his and Lady Hecate's cases, some is absorbed on the spot if they were close enough at the time of death. Regrettably, only the magic channels were functioning all this time. Fortunately, this has created an enviable stockpile for Lady Hecate. I see. Thank you. Daniel, snaps Hecate, demanding attention. Daniel sighs. Hecate, I don't know all of your circumstances, but I'm pretty confident you're a Feldrock. She stares at him, blinking only once. She shakes her head. No. He nods. Yes. No, Master speaks the truth, child. It is why you are able to naturally understand languages, even if you can't speak them. It's also why you can use all elements of magic with ease. It gestures towards the pedestal, where a couple of golems are mopping up blood and sweeping up ash and icicles. And, did you not notice your growing power as you and Master defeated monsters? Hecate fidgets. She glances at Daniel. It seems that Feldrocks gain strength from those they defeat. And, your tail and ears definitely look like the one we defeated today. She twitches, and then she looks at her own tail, touching her ears. Daniel then asks the caretaker, is there a way to teach her spells here? It would be extremely helpful if she could learn the spell that teaches to speak and write. The caretaker nods in agreement. Indeed. The library has all of. It pauses. It has sustained damage. I won't make promises I can't yet guarantee, Master, but I shall have units catalog the contents of the library as soon as the library floor is cleared. While intruders are being purged or contained, please make yourselves comfortable in this room. Personal quarters are still being purged and will need cleaned. Daniel understands completely. Thank you. Hear that, Hecate? If we can find the spell for languages, hopefully you can learn it pretty quick. She nods with a slightly distant expression, still disbelieving everything happening. Daniel requests politely, I don't want to be too demanding, but is it possible for us to get some chairs, then? Of course, Master. Allow me. The caretaker golem proudly serves, and it seems to give a silent signal to its workers. It then states, you also don't have to pass courtesy to myself or any of the other units. We exist to serve the Master. You say you were a person. I'd like to think we can get along better than mere master and servant. Thank you for everything so far. The golem cocks its head, but it bows its head politely. Very well, Master. Your courtesy is appreciated. After a few moments, a few more worker golems appear with a pair of chairs. They're not particularly fancy, but Daniel thanks them and takes a seat, positioning himself in front of the panel. From there, he asks the caretaker what functions are available to him. The caretaker guides Daniel through the various screens in the panel. Hecate tries to sit on her knees to watch, leaning on Daniel's shoulder to see better. Again, even though he didn't seem to know what the Citadel was before this day, Daniel operates the control panel like a natural, which the caretaker remarks on. Even Hecate notices when he deflects with a simple nervous chuckle. Daniel inspects the many control functions of the ancient Feldrock castle known to all of Demonkin as the Citadel, standing as a testament of time passing, The citadel was in a state of disrepair for as long as almost anyone can remember, but it was unapproachable to anyone wanting to conquer its riches for themselves. Lurking in the shadowy halls of the massive castle was a lone Feldrock, feral from being raised by the wild, in spite of its immense power, and thus, it laid claim to the citadel as its territory, and it couldn't be defeated, even by the full might of the dragons who brought the citadel low originally. However, a strange human sorcerer that possesses no obvious magic of his own was able to strike down the feral Feldrock with 3 quick spells from his unique staff of the Thunder God. As Daniel operates the control panel for the ancient magical and technologically advanced castle, having laughed off the caretaker's remark that he's a natural in spite of being human, the caretaker golem states out of the blue, "How very strange, master. What is? Forgive me for doing so, but indeed, I can detect no inherent mana in your body. All layers of analysis have revealed there is no masking or deceit spells. The only alternative is that you are even more powerful than the builders of this place." Daniel chuckles again. Occam's razor. Occam. Entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity, or, informally said, oftentimes, the simplest answer is the right answer, unless I'm wrong as well. I have no magic of my own. No mana in my body, and no ability to react to spells, which includes beneficial or detrimental spells. How fascinating. I would think that would be an impossibility. Daniel hesitates again, and Hecate looks at him. He glances at her, and then looks down. After a moment of thought, he looks at the caretaker. "Before I explain myself, can I ask you why the citadel accepts me if I have no magic?" Wisdom beyond my own, though now, making total sense, it seems. My original masters wanted the citadel to never cease to exist, even if all of them died out. In their nigh infinite wisdom, they made the decision to ensure that I would be here to guide any new residents, should the worst come to pass. I often wondered why that function was not contingent on mana. Now I know. Daniel ponders as well. I see. Then, I suppose it's my turn. He looks at Hecate specifically, saying gently, "I'm not from this world. I was summoned here by magic. For reasons I don't know, I arrived here without mana, even though the person summoned with me did arrive with mana. That is why my weapons don't belong here, and why they are a threat to the denizens of this world." Hecate stares at him for a long time silently. The caretaker speaks casually. "I see. Yes, such spells are mentioned in the archives. I'll try to find them for your reference, master. My units are currently conquering the current floor. It will still be some time." Daniel acknowledges the answer with a nod. "Thank you. I haven't held my breath that it's possible, but I have been curious since arriving in this world if it's possible for me to return." Hecate gasps and jumps up, clutching his shirt. She shouts, "No, Daniel, no." He chuckles, petting her head. "I didn't say I'd leave. I didn't have really anything to lose, other than some luxuries I haven't missed as much as I thought I would. But, it would be nice to know if it's possible. The man who arrived with me may have desires to return home, if possible. Do you know this other summon, master? I didn't prior to our arrival. We're friendly, though a political situation is how I ended up all the way out here. Never thought I'd be a ruler of a castle." The golem cocks its head. "Is that not the reason you slayed the feral child?" "No, well, yes, I guess, but I did it for Hecate, since I'm looking for someone else." Hecate grips his shirt, forcing him to look at her by leaning into his eye line. He smiles. "If you can keep a secret, I'm hunting a dragon." She gasps, shaking her head. The golem simply laughs. "You are, how ironic. I must confess, master, that if a dragon had been able to restart the citadel, I would be bound to them instead. However," the voice turns soft and feminine, "the dragons cost me everything." Daniel sympathizes with her. "I have my suspicions of why Hecate is here. It's impossible that they didn't know she was a Feldrock. I imagine, since she's enslaved, they were hoping she could defeat the feral Feldrock or chalk the citadel up as a loss if she couldn't." The caretaker nods in agreement. Yes, even as Hecate glances between them nervously. "Yes, that makes sense, master." "Can the citadel hold off dragons?" "Of course, master. It can hold off any invader. It required a betrayal of trust to shut down in the first place. There is enough power stored now, there will be no invasion unless you allow it, master." "Or?" The caretaker glances at Hecate. She flinches, looking at Daniel with worried eyes. Daniel smiles. I see. Hecate, until I can get rid of your other problem, I'm going to have the caretaker remove your access to the security systems, all right? She confirms with a nod, leaning against him to hug him. Daniel, I just want to be with you. I just want to be with you, she says. The little Feldrock girl is startled, but she hugs Daniel. It's not untrue, it's just embarrassing that she forgot the caretaker can understand her just fine. Daniel pets her head and holds her. All right. I'll make you a full administrator as soon as it's safe. So long as you are a member of the Citadel, they can't kill you. He nods contentedly with the plan. Please revoke Hecate's ability to shut down systems, caretaker. The golem nods in turn. Done. As for defense, how does the Citadel defend itself? Various strategies can be designed, master, depending on the goal. For instance, we have currently corralled all of the goblins on this floor via forced paths to subjugation zones. Isolating those cells contains the goblins until they are dealt with in a manner befitting your decision. For a siege, a magic barrier is produced that can withstand all damage for centuries. Good. Set the barrier to maximum defense and activate it if anyone new intrudes. Obviously, I'd like myself and Hecate to be able to come and go if needed. Of course. Filter barriers are an easy solution, master. Wow. That's handy. Daniel studies the golems in the room, which have mostly finished cleaning the immediate area while construction golems are building scaffolding under the hole in the ceiling. Daniel suddenly thinks for a moment. He asks, Caretaker? Yes, master? Who were you before you became the Citadel's caretaker? Pardon? As I mentioned, I'd rather continue to treat you like a person. If you'd allow it, I'd like to know your name and a little about you before you became a golem. Is this another test, master? No, it's a sincere request. I see. There's a pause, and the feminine tones in the golem's voice return. I was a Dadakorian woman named Zyriko who resided here in the Citadel's surrounding town and served the masters as a maid nurse for the civilian Feldrock children during expeditions. Zyriko? Do you mind if I call you by your name, Zyriko? If it pleases you, master, I will answer to that name. Thank you. It does, so from now on, I'll refer to you as Zyriko. Thank you. And, on that note, you may call me Daniel. That is impossible, master. I figured you'd say that. But, if you do warm up to me, I'd prefer to be called just Daniel. Just so you know. I will remember, but it'll remain impossible, fair enough. From there, Daniel asks some more personal questions about Zyriko. Learning that she passed away from old age, she had 3 children, who are among the units, the many golems serving the Citadel. She has existed as a golem for centuries, and the Feldrock humanoid form of the golems was chosen as a uniform, essentially. After learning about her, he learns that the Citadel has a full suite of manufacturing, storage, research, archive, learning, combat training, and defensive installations that allow the castle to function autonomously for an extremely long time. Additionally, the massive size of the residential areas of the castle and surrounding land under the structure's protection are large enough to house around 500,000 human-sized individuals, with enough supplies in magical storage to sustain that population for several decades. Since the Feldrocks invented magical storage technology and the associated spells, the Citadel is the pinnacle of the technology itself. After a while, the caretaker reports that the top floor, where they are, has been cleared safe, and all hostiles are currently contained to be moved to the imprisonment facility on the ground floor once the prison is reclaimed. Golems are the soldiers, but because their true form is ethereal now, the Citadel simply regenerates the golems and continues attacking until the enemies are purged, and they have access to weapons and magic. It's slow going, but it's a one-sided massacre, with the exception of the sentient races being intentionally corralled in compliance with Daniel's request. Hecate's stomach growls, and she blushes when both Zyriko and Daniel look at her. Daniel smiles. Looks like it's time for dinner. The first floor is still in the process of. I know, Zyriko. No rush. I'll handle this one, thank you. Daniel extracts his camping bag from his magic bag, and he starts setting up the simple campfire and cooking equipment he uses. Zyriko hums in what sounds like disappointment. Master. I understand the current circumstances, but this is a little much, is it not? What? The smoke. Apologies for causing more work. Not that. It won't do for the master to do menial work in my presence. Please, allow me. It's fine. I don't know how to be a master, as you can probably tell. Still. She somewhat forcefully inserts herself, and several more golems appear, bringing a dining table and chairs. They ensure to place them where the smoke won't interfere, and Zyriko gestures, "Please take your seats, Master and Lady Hecate. I shall handle the meal." Daniel chuckles, going along when the golems push the two toward the dining table. All right. Thank you, Zyriko." Hecate is unintelligible to Daniel, but she complains, "Daniel is a great cook. You better not mess up." "I would never dream of it, my Lady Hecate. It has been some time, but I assure you, I was quite skilled." After a little bit, with the ingredients Daniel had pulled out, Zyriko provides two meals that look like they could have come out of the kitchen of a five-star restaurant. Slabs of meat grilled to perfection, potato equivalents, and a simple light pasta made with tools provided by the golems as she was cooking. Hecate pouts, but Daniel nods gratefully. "Thank you, Zyriko. It looks delicious." "Please help yourselves, Master, my lady. If you have a drink, I would happily serve you." Hecate retorts, "Our waterskins are just fine." Daniel extracts water and wooden cups from the bag, and Zyriko tilts her golem head towards Hecate only slightly, causing the young Feldrock girl to flinch as she grits her teeth. Zyriko serves the both of them water from the barrel, probably from rations of the army that he defeated. Admittedly, the barreled water is more pure tasting than the waterskins, which see heavy use, and in storage, time doesn't progress, so the water is as fresh and cool as the day it was put in. Hecate tries the meal, and she again jumps in place. Daniel is good at campfire cooking. He can make a simple meal with flavor and without burning or ruining any of the food, however. Hecate glances at Zyriko, who, although the golem caretaker can't express emotions with facial features, since the head is fixed like a statue, Zyriko is looking directly at Hecate, and the young girl can feel a smug gaze on her, which causes her tail to begin puffing up as she squeezes her teeth together silently. She lowers her shoulders and shrinks as much as possible as she continues eating, and Zyriko looks away, victorious in this battle. For his part, and seemingly not noticing the silent battle, Daniel remarks, "This is really good, Zyriko. It's been a while, but this is probably the absolute best meal I've had in this world, and I ate with nobles back in the kingdom." "I'm flattered, Master. Thank you for such glowing praise. You deserve it. I feel like I'm going to be spoiled by you in this place." "The Citadel is yours, Master, and I am yours." Hecate flinches again at such bold and direct words. Zyriko continues, "I will happily serve you so long as we both exist." "Thank you. Maybe I really won't go back to Earth." Hecate jumps up, "No, Daniel, no. Daniel, stay. You have to stay." Daniel chuckles, "I'm teasing, Hecate. I wasn't going anywhere, but I definitely don't feel like I earned all this." "Perish the thought, Master. You have defeated 2 dragons and the feral Feldrock. What may seem simple to you has been impossible for all others, including dragons." Your hand reached the panel. "The Citadel is yours." Hecate nods in agreement with a hum of approval. He agrees thankfully. "I appreciate it." He perks up, asking, "Say, Zyriko, I know you're probably tasked to capacity with restoring the Citadel, but I'm curious. What all can manufacturing produce?" Through magic and with proper materials, virtually anything that can be conceived." "Do you have something in mind, Master? Perhaps armor? A mithril sword? Charmelkel is rather scarce, but since it's just you, there should be plenty to satisfy any whim you desire." "We'll come back to that last one then, since now I'm curious. Can I show you what I want to make?" "Of course. Please do." Daniel extracts one of the special cartridges that goes into his rifle, and he hands it over to the caretaker. She inspects it for a moment, though her head doesn't have expressions. "Interesting. These components. Alchemy powder, and a shard of dragon tooth. How peculiar. I've told you I come from another world. This is a component to a weapon that is highly dangerous and could alter the balance of this world. Seeing as the Citadel apparently could as well, I'm trusting you to keep its design confidential." Zyriko chuckles. "I wouldn't consider anything else, Master. If you ask it, I shall even prevent the design from being recorded. But it may be beneficial if I know what it's supposed to do. I don't understand the seam between these pieces." "It's a projectile. The alchemy powder is black powder. A simpler version than what we used in my world's modern time, but same point. It explodes in the canister and projects the smaller piece forward faster than sound. The dragon tooth helps give it the hardness I need to penetrate. Feldrock skin. And, hopefully, dragon scales. Zyriko is silent for a long time. She finally remarks, "You didn't use magic?" "No, A-. Anyone could wield your weapon?" "Yes. Though, there is a skill curve. I'm not even the best, and my weapon is subpar." "But you're saying you could arm an army of dragon slayers?" "Why, yes." Zyriko suddenly surprises them both again. She darts to Daniel, taking both of his hands. "Do you really mean it?" If we can make more of these." And the weapons." Daniel presents his rifle, and Hecate cautiously murmurs, "Daniel. It's okay, Hecate." "Zyriko, obviously, if I allow you to copy this, it's for defense, not offense. I'd prefer you leave the offense to me." "If that is your desire, master. Also, my rifle is sloppy work, but it does the job. If possible, I'd like to clean up and improve the design." She looks at him, and though the golem is expressionless, the surprise is tangible. There are improved versions of this weapon?" Well, yeah. In my world, there were cannons that fired projectiles the size of myself miles away and could devastate fortresses like this in a day or so." She stares at him silently for a long time. "Tell me more." "What? Listen, I just want more of these cartridges for my rifle. Make them to the exact specifications of the current one. Oh, but if you have anything harder than dragon tooth, please core the iron cone with that instead. Only if it's plentiful, of course. Otherwise, I have plenty of dragon's teeth." For effect, Daniel pats his magic bag. Again, Zyriko is silent for a long time as she stares at him. She suddenly blurts out, "Master, you can't go back to your world." He chuckles, and Hecate nods vigorously in agreement, as much as she hates to agree with Zyriko. "I ended up here suddenly, so I can't promise something out of my control, but I'm not in a hurry to go anywhere. That I can promise. So, don't destroy the spell books, Zyriko." "I would never," he laughs, and she grumbles. "I'm glad, Zyriko." "Glad, master?" "Yes. I'm glad that you have a personality that you're letting slip out. It's endearing." She clears her throat, regaining her composure. "I see. Yes, well, I am eager to serve you, master. Please do continue to share anything else you'd like me to make." "Well, can I get something to draw on?" With that, the floodgates open. Hecate wishes she could help contribute to the conversation, but she watches admiringly as Daniel works, drawing all sorts of devices and machines that he knows how to explain and how they work, but not necessarily the specific dimensions. Regardless, Zyriko seems to understand more often than not, and she eagerly studies each of his drawings. Even though she doesn't and can't say much, Hecate truly enjoys watching Daniel excitedly talking about the technology of his world. It's a good way for her to learn more about him, and it makes her feel happy. ******* In the terrifying gloom of darkness, a flash illuminates the sky. And, all at once, a powerful being's magical presence dissolves. A great power was removed from the world, heard around the world, but only as a whisper. She wakes up with a start, sweating profusely. Her head aches lightly from a weak pressure that is unrelenting. As she massages her temples, she halts as her dream finally pieces itself together in her conscious brain. "No," she whispers. Her home is considered more of a temple than a fortress, and as such, it doesn't look imposing at a glance. It is ornate and beautiful, and the positioning of her own sleeping quarters, decorated with ornately stitched panels that allow the rays of the sun through when she has them closed, and a beautiful view of the sunrise over the mountains if they're open. Presently, they're open, and the glow of the sun is only just beginning to lighten the faraway horizon. Somewhere on that horizon is the direction of the pressure. Or rather, the lack thereof. It wasn't a dream. Whispers the woman blessed with unimaginable power. While her race is technically known as Ultal, they are colloquially known by all other races as the higher demons, and she is none other than the queen. Of course, to the Ultal, she is a shrine priestess, a conduit for the magic of the world and protector of all that is sacred in nature. She is very in tune with the world's magic, and thus, the most powerful wielders of magic possess a presence, like the hum of a singing bird or insect in the distance. She heads to the window, weary, and walks out onto the balcony. The mountain upon which her temple is built is the highest point in the demon realm, and it is relatively central to the territory. She can see the mountain range separating the east from the west, she can see the ocean beyond the pitch-black stain of the darkness consuming the world, and she can see a tiny speck in the distance that represents the mountain-sized fortress known as the Citadel. There is no doubt in her mind what the source is. The feral Feldrock, known far and wide in the demon realm as guarding the Citadel as its own territory, has fallen. The gears are turning in her brain quickly. War is a tragedy for all races involved, even the ones that push for it, and she has tried to maintain a balance. Their invasion eastward is not without necessity, but some of her ranks, such as the Dragon Lord, are not satisfied with mere necessity. They want conquest and domination. She and her acolytes are the only thing that stand between the dragons and a full-scale global war that would only give the true enemy exactly what it wants. While the distance doesn't do the truth justice, the dark stain in the far west grows larger every day, and more people of all races are driven from their homes. It's only a matter of time before the plague reaches the east. Every means the Demon Queen Viregrace possesses of defeating enemies have proven utterly ineffective against the plague. Not even the dragons have been able to push it back, which is why they are so eager to conquer the east. By now, virtually everyone of import has heard of the fall of the Dragon Lord's brother at the northernmost fortress controlled by the Eastern Empire. Accounts are loose and faulty, but it is said most consistently that he was defeated by a single individual. The race of this individual is still unknown for certain, but they are being referred to as either the Harbinger of Calamity or the Feldrock Sorcerer, though no first-hand accounts have been solidly collected. Regarding that, lesser known is the fall of the Green Sage, a dragon close in rank to the Dragon Lord's brother, and who was out on typical tribute collection from the villages in the dragon territory. Just as suddenly, the Green Sage vanished and hasn't been seen since. While it's not a straight line, a general path can be carved from the Empire's fort to Dragon territory, and then to the Citadel. Viregrace throws her Shrine Priestess habit on and flies from the room as fast as she can, calling out with magic, "Ileana! Send for the Dragon Lord at once. We must convene the council." A reply comes back through their magical connection, "At once, my queen." While she didn't choose to be a ruler, the demon realm as a whole looks to her as a queen because of her power and wisdom, and yet, in this moment, she feels as helpless as she does against the plague. "I must stop this from spiraling out of control. If we lose any more of the dragons, then there will be no hope at all." Many of the council members appear with haste, teleporting into the council chambers with magic or arriving within hours of summoning. Those that can't have ambassadors that serve in their stead. In spite of that, even hours after the summons, the Dragon Lord never arrives. Where is he? Ileana. Ileana, a servant of the Demon Queen, shakes her head. "My queen, I made contact several times, but I only just got a reply. Apparently, the Dragon Lord is headed for the Citadel with his kin. He received a report that the Citadel has been conquered." "The Citadel," murmurs Viregrace. The dragons are powerful enough and excessively prideful enough to ignore the queen if she tried to contact them, meaning it would be futile. In spite of that, she tries anyways, but finds no surprise when she can't establish a connection through her magic. She bolts to her feet. "Everyone! This is an emergency. The Dragon Lord is in danger. We must avoid the Citadel." There's a moment of stunned silence, but only a moment. The warriors, mages, and battlemasters of the council bolt to their feet, and they all race for the wyvern stables. Wyverns are avian reptiles large enough to carry a couple of people or one especially large person in some cases through the air. They aren't as fast as dragons, but they are the fastest beasts for riding available to anyone. While the Dragon Lord is too aggressive and militant for Viregrace's preferences, she still needed him for the battles ahead. And, if he's taking the entirety of the dragons with him, then she pushes her wyvern to fly as quickly as it can. It's a lot of shallow climbs and long diving glides, trying to cover as much ground as efficiently as possible with maximum speed. Time is of the essence, but the Citadel is very far. She could attempt to teleport to the Citadel, but it has been a long time since she has been there. It would be difficult to meaningfully teleport within range, and she wouldn't be able to bring the mounted knights so easily. When the Eastern Empire has to battle against dragons, it takes an entire army usually. If the demons are meant to defeat the being that defeated a Feldrock, There is likely no hope, even with an army. If possible, Viregrays would have to sacrifice troops to try to buy time for the dragons to flee. It's the only way. But then, as the Citadel's finer details become more visible in the afternoon haze, it's apparent all at once. It's already far too late. Chapter 32. Mechanic, Slayer of Dragons. Viregrays rides her wyvern as hard as it can fly. It's panting and exhausted, but has covered a vast distance in just a couple of hours. Regardless, there is no time to delay. The feral Feldrock, ferociously territorial defender of the ruins of the Citadel, has been slain. Given recent events, there can only be one culprit. And, if the dragons are all en route to the Citadel, it is as firmly written as the past. As the castle known as the Citadel comes into clearer view, the Demon Queen pushes her wyvern even faster. There are dozens of other powerful Demonkin riding at her back, trying to keep up. Unfortunately, she lets her focus slip. She is no more safe from this threat than the dragons themselves. And, when she can clearly see the castle's finer details, such as windows and Feldrock-friendly flyways, her heart begins to ache. A dragon corpse is laying on the landing way extending from a high level of the castle. Judging by its position and angle, it was slain as it was trying to flee from the flyway leading into the castle. An orange dragon with glimmering scales, one of the youngest female dragons, is clawing at thin air while hovering, frantic. It doesn't take a genius of magic to understand what it is. She is clawing at the inside of a barrier as she's trying to flee. It is said that the Citadel at full function could repel anything, even other Feldrocks at full power. A dragon trying to penetrate the magical barrier would be helpless. But, the Citadel has been defunct for centuries. The feral Feldrock appeared before the dragons could take control of the fortress, and it drove them out, nearly killing them all. Ever since, the dragons have only prodded the Feldrock, but it ferociously attacks dragons that arrive, as if it knows of the rumored treachery. Unlike many of the Demonkin, Viregrays has heard a first-hand account, from her own great-grandfather before he passed away. The Feldrocks were a benevolent race betrayed by the dragons. By her time, there was nothing to be done, and equilibrium had returned to Demonkin, including the dragons. In spite of that, her eyes did not deceive her, including checking for magic spells of deception, illusion, or mind-altering. The only magic is the impenetrable spell of the magic barrier. The young orange dragon is clawing at the inside of the barrier, and Viregrays dives her wyvern towards the dragon. She spots the Demon Queen coming, and she cries out, "My queen, please, you have to hell." Boom. Viregrays and her wyvern both flinch, and she's nearly thrown from the wyvern's back. Some of the others aren't so lucky, and their wyverns panic. Some riders are plummeting towards the ground. Fortunately, the most skilled in their ranks are able to dive their wyverns to the rescue. However, horror has frozen the Demon Queen in place. Also plummeting from the sky is the lifeless form of the young orange dragon, struck down with a single blow. There, at the floor in the center of the flyway, is a single lone figure. She can't detect even a trace. Not a single wave of mana. Not a static blur like mana concealment. It would be unthinkable for someone to be powerful enough to hide their magic from the shrine priestess, in tune with nature as she is. It's not impossible, but not even Feldrocks could do so. In his hands, the being is cradling what appears to be a long, strangely shaped staff that he holds horizontal. From its tip trails a long string of smoke, and the length of it has a reddish color. The orange dragon flops to the ground lifelessly, and the Demon Queen flinches. Though he's still so far away, thanks to the size of the barrier itself, she can feel his gaze turn to her. Without much of a pause, he simply turns around, walking back into the Citadel through the flyway. After a short while, as the council members regroup around her, one of them asks, "My queen, what do we do?" The queen stares at the flyway where the defender disappeared. She doesn't understand what she saw. Could it be that the Citadel is blocking her magic detection? Or is he truly that powerful? Where are the other dragons? The Dragon Lord? Did this one person defeat them all? What are the true capabilities of the Citadel itself? With the suddenness of the attack, the orange dragon's body vanishes, and, a moment later, the barrier lowers. One of the council members points out, "Look, the barrier, it's lowering." That's right. Perhaps it ran out of power. No, don't cross the threshold, it's obviously a trap. But, we must find out what became of the dragons. Yes, yes. We must hurry. This could be their own actions lowering the defenses. The Demon Queen ponders the rapid-fire discussion going on around her. Both main points are equally weighty. Losing all of the dragons here would be a devastating blow on par with losing all but the feral Feldrock, not only from losing a species but also from the military might. And the other point being that it's very much more likely it's a trap being laid. However, Viregraze finally replies, "Everyone retreat to a safe distance and await further instructions." Your Majesty, I'm going. I sense an invite, and only one falling into a trap is better than all of us. But Your Majesty, it's fine. Without the dragons, our hope for a future is gone. Perhaps with this conqueror, she trails off for a moment. I'm hoping I can negotiate. I will leverage myself if need be. And, if I perish, retreat and do not approach the Citadel again. Your Majesty, this is preposterous. My mind can't be changed, General. Either we surrender to this unknowable enemy, or we face him on another battlefield of his choosing. Perhaps your homeland? Or yours, Chieftain? The council members go quiet at that last part. She's not wrong. He marched his way to the Citadel and conquered it in the span of a few weeks. Whoever this harbinger of calamity is, he can neither be ignored nor trifled with. She will negotiate with him. And, if possible, plead for his help. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The morning before, Daniel yawns as he wakes up. Zyriko reports as she approaches with a breakfast prepared. Master, I must report. Daniel looks around, surmising the report himself. Hecate left to retrieve the dragons. That wasn't my exact report, but yes, she departed with suspicious behavior. She's bound by slave orders to conquer the Citadel and report back to the Dragon Lord, or so I suspect. It works out, because he was my real target when I headed here. If I might ask, Master, why would you have a personal interest in the Dragon Lord? Why? Daniel puts his hand on his chin as he thinks. For starters, he sent his brother to attack the fortress I was a part of, endangering some people I care about. Additionally, I've heard from Demonkin that he's a pretty tyrannical person and a warmonger. Toppling a dictator alone rarely fixes problems, but, this isn't my world. And, no one else can do it, apparently. Zyriko nods in agreement. But, why would you allow him to attack here? Isn't that obvious? We have the advantage. He'll believe Hecate can let him in, and she will. Pardon? We'll allow them in and isolate them, just like the monsters. Is that not possible? Oh, I see now. Yes, that will be simple. Barrier control is quite fine, though it can be difficult to vivisect enemies with it, including dragons. That's fine. As long as we can lure them in, trap them, and, say, can you remove the oxygen from a room? Gen. Right. Pre-atomic theory world. I'll explain, but the crucial component of air is the element oxygen. But, sucking the air out will obviously do it, so. Oh, I suppose, yes, removing the air from a room would be possible, but why? I can gun down the dragons with the shells you're making, but Hecate might be forced to confess about the rifle. In that case, they might be able to overwhelm me. That said, few things will be more humiliating for the proud and mighty dragons than suffocating, am I right? In my world, we had a saying, vengeance is a dish best served cold. I'm not out for revenge, per se, but I can guarantee that, for a scummy person who needs to die, utterly destroying them is a good way to bring closure to a long-standing grudge. Even a few centuries worth. That's my experience, anyways. Zyriko stares at him silently for a long time. She finally murmurs, the one they call the Dragon Lord. He's red, isn't he? Yes. He's definitely the one that betrayed. I suspected as much. I have endured. Hundreds of years, I have endured. My only satisfaction was that the feral Feldrock denied him. But, she looks up from her thoughts and into Daniel's eyes, even though her golem face can't show expressions. I have pledged to serve you, Master, but if you help me claim vengeance, I will vow my very heart and soul to you forever beyond your death. Daniel chuckles. I'm not helping you do anything. You're helping me. I'd be grateful if you would tell me everything this castle can do. With pleasure, Master. With that, they set their plans. Zyriko's passion for Daniel's otherworldly knowledge is only compared to Wenliana's. The castle's repairs are still ongoing, but it'll barely affect the defense. And, having been cleared out of monsters, she's already got manufacturing producing bullets. The first 10 were already provided, and they possess a cold iron core, apparently, which is plenty strong and hard enough to penetrate dragon scale. The name is deceiving though. As far as Daniel could tell from the sample she showed him, it's not true pure iron. It's some sort of magically forged alloy with an iron oxide color. It's also cold to the touch and absorbs magic, though not to dramatic degrees in either case. Daniel also revealed the construction methods for diamonds and their use as magic crystals. While Zyriko knew diamond could be used as magic crystals, she didn't know it was so relatively straightforward to produce them even if the forces involved are beyond the reach of simple humans without magic. Of course, like Wenliana's surprisingly unlimited resources and intelligence, Zyriko's manufacturing means make it possible to make the components even easier than Wenliana's equivalent would be. They won't have any diamonds in time for the coming battle, but that won't matter. Because the castle can manipulate so much magic around and inside itself, and the golems under Zyriko's control can fine-tune that magic, they begin laying many traps to defeat the dragons. Daniel's pretty sure Hecate is either following orders or was summoned back. Given many people can sense that Daniel doesn't have magic, it's extremely likely they also can sense when a powerful source of magic like a Feldrock has suddenly perished. As such, they likely want to know what she did. Hecate knows that Daniel is making more bullets for his staff, and she also knows that they can create a barrier now to keep the dragons out. However, if she allows them in, which she won't expect, they will likely have lower guard than if they have to break through the defenses. Once inside, the dragons can be isolated one at a time and either imprisoned, incapacitated, or executed. Daniel doesn't want to make a race extinct, but he also needs to destroy their resolve to fight. Knowing that the air can be removed from rooms at his control, Daniel can choose which dragons to spare and which ones to finish off. In all honesty, he's setting up a sort of haunted house layout. He doesn't know what the resolve of a dragon is like, but if they believe they're virtually invincible, with the last of the Feldrocks enslaved to their will, an unknown enemy massacring them seemingly effortlessly should unsettle them at least, leading them into more of the traps. Daniel's advantage is that his knowledge is otherworldly, and his weapons were meant to take down tanks. Nothing remotely comparable, save magic itself, exists in this world that the dragons stand at the top of. And, in Daniel's world, no empire was untouchable. Difficult, but not untouchable. The unknown is their greatest threat. Once he has his preparations in place, it is merely time to wait. Asterisk 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 Hecate trembles as she makes her way into the dragon castle. She snuck out of the citadel while Daniel was asleep, and it aches her so, but she was given an order. She couldn't refuse it. The Dragon Lord had reached out to her with magical telepathy. He somehow knew that the feral Feldrock was killed, and he ordered Hecate to return and report. Naturally, she doesn't want to. She doesn't want anything to happen to Daniel. He can probably defeat any one of the dragons one-on-one, but if they try to attack him all at once, she can't bear to think of it. Fortunately, she has one secret. The citadel is active now, meaning the barrier will keep them out. Only Daniel and Hecate can come and go, and she doesn't have to let them in. She can't even make them members, thanks to Daniel. He seems to trust her, but he's also trying to ensure that she's still useful enough that the dragons won't just kill her. She learned so much in just the brief amount of time she was with Daniel. She learned that she, too, is a Feldrock, though she still has trouble believing it. But, Daniel explained that it's precisely why the dragons would treat her so poorly and desperately try to keep her enslaved. She's the ultimate secret weapon. Few could even remotely defeat the dragons to begin with, and with the last surviving Feldrock on their side, they'll be truly unstoppable. At least, that's what Daniel believes the Dragon Lord is thinking, and it would seem he is wiser than his race or years would suggest. For a human, Daniel knows far too much about far too many things. Hecate was forced to betray him now, but she has a plan of her own. If she can lure the Dragon Lord into a one-on-one battle with Daniel somehow by playing along, then he'll surely forgive her after he kills the Dragon Lord. He is her fated one. He has to forgive her. The young Feldrock girl arrives before the Lord, reporting, "Master, I have returned. The citadel has been conquered." How have you accomplished this? Hecate hesitates. What would he say in a moment right now, Deceit is her only option, but she's not able to lie if the Lord presses the issue. That said, she also needs to ensure he doesn't kill her. After the feral Feldrock was killed, I placed my hand on the control console of the Citadel, my master. The magic recognized me as the new administrator. This shocks the dragons gathered in the hall. "You?" asks the white dragon in shock. She's usually slow to express emotions, but she's genuinely surprised. Hecate replies, "Yes." The dragons are silent. It's likely they're having a heated debate via telepathy. Hecate remains silent. Before her salvation at the hands of her beloved, she was silent because she wanted to be forgotten. Now, she's silent because she wants them to die. "Please forgive me, Daniel. If I could resist, I would. I would destroy them for you. Please forgive me." Finally, the Dragon Lord speaks, "If you are the master of the Citadel, then I merely need to kill you and place my hand on the control console, yes?" Hecate hesitates. She suspected he'd know that. Daniel thought the Dragon Lord was involved with the original fall of the Citadel, as did Zyriko, but that was a long time ago. She replies as calmly as she can. She didn't lie, so she still has options. "That is unlikely to work, Master. I am only the administrator, not the master." The orange dragon snarls with her sassy tone. What is that supposed to mean? Hecate says nothing, and the orange dragon snarls, "Answer me, you filthy cur." The Dragon Lord growls coldly, "It means the master is someone else. Who is it?" His hate-filled gaze burns into her. Again, she has a choice to make. If she mentions that he's merely a human, they'll be more eager to go as a group. If she mentions the name they'd know him by, they may be too afraid to go, forcing Daniel to hunt them. However, saying that he's merely Daniel may be the better option. She hasn't yet revealed that he was the one who killed the Feldrock, and she hasn't revealed that she knows she is one. This may be why they're especially on edge right now. They may be afraid she knows. Perfect. He is the servant I subjugated in the Citadel. I made him touch the console in case it was cursed, but the first to touch it becomes the master. I only learned this after the fact, Master. The dragons all growl in frustration. How was I supposed to know? I'm just a dumb slave, obviously. Teehee. She hides her internal glee, but the fact that Daniel is more courageous than any of these relative weaklings is more apparent to her than ever before. "Order him to serve me, then," snarls the Dragon Lord. "I cannot from here, Master. He is incapable of magic. It must be done in person." With a quiet, telepathic conversation, the dragons glance at each other. With a sigh, the Dragon Lord states, "Enough of this. Let us go to the Citadel and claim our rightful place at the apex of this world." He and all of the dragons roar together. Hecate flinches. While she suspected they might all want to go, she was hoping the Dragon Lord would want to conquer the Citadel first. After all, if anyone else beats him to the control panel, they become the master. After killing Daniel and Hecate, of course. For now, they need her, since the Dragon Lord clearly knows that the Citadel is capable of cloistering up and becoming impenetrable, even to the mighty dragons. But, in their minds, she can open the door. Too bad for them, she's not going to. They drag Hecate through the sky back to the Citadel without delay. She knew the Dragon Lord was always interested in conquering the Citadel, but so long as the feral Feldrock lived, it was impossible for them. They arrive quickly, flying through the air as the dragon's domain, as with all other realms of the world. They land at the outer gate, and the Dragon Lord shoves Hecate forward. "Open the barrier." Hecate hesitates, but she nods obediently. She can't disobey direct orders, even if she wants to. She walks to the gate's barrier and places her hand on the panel. All that will happen is the barrier around the entire Citadel lowers. The young girl flinches as her tail tingles. "No, what is this? Daniel. You had to have noticed. You're too smart for this. Why wouldn't you remove my access?" Hecate glances nervously at the Dragon Lord, who grins. "Good. Let's go. Lead the way to the control console, slave." Hecate whimpers, but she once more can only nod, obeying helplessly. "Please run, Daniel, I'm sorry, if I can warn him." She points at the flyway, a huge landing platform that would seem to have been meant for the dragons, if Feldrocks weren't similar avians of titanic size. The dragons take Hecate to that level, and she leads the way on the flyway in through the entrance. Her feet are moving on their own, unfortunately. The dragons chuckle and laugh as they follow the Dragon Lord and Hecate. The citadel has been conquered, and the feral Feldrock is nowhere to be seen. Of course, they could sense its magic if it was. Once they're inside, Hecate leads towards the pedestal where the feral Feldrock was sleeping, as well as the control console nearby. The young girl tries to glance around, her big triangular ears turning and listening. Daniel has no magic of his own, so it's impossible to detect him that way. There are more living creatures than just Daniel in the citadel, so it's proving to be difficult to figure out where he is. Once all of the dragons are inside, they eagerly survey the giant castle. Though, a couple of them remain reserved and quiet in the back. The cobalt blue female dragon, and the dragon queen, the pearlescent dragon. While they study the citadel as well, they are more quiet about it. It's almost as if they're disappointed. Suddenly, Daniel's voice fills the room from every direction. Who dares enter my castle? The dragons all halt and look in opposite directions around them. The dragon lord snarls, "Slave! What is this?" She squeaks, "I don't know." Daniel's voice booms again. "Ah, your fear is delectable. Wallow in your terror, you pathetic lower lifeforms." The orange dragon snarls fiercely, it's speaking the Eastern language. The silver dragon, the only other male, adds, "It's obviously a human or other pathetic being." "Human?" asks Daniel in surprise, which surprises Hecate. He doesn't understand Draconic, does he? "I am no mere human anymore. I have transcended. The closest your pathetic minds could comprehend is your God, but there is no divine realm waiting for you. I am the apex. I am everything. The darkness that you fear, the guiding light that you cling to in the sky, the water in your veins." The Dragon Lord booms, "Show yourself, cowardly beast. No creature is powerful enough to slay me." He exhales a torrent of fire in a seemingly intentional direction, and Hecate flinches. "And, a moment later, you waste the water I give in that disgusting blood of yours. I think I'll take it back." "What?" Boom. Startling all of them and causing them to flinch, the loudest noise in the world thunders out. The noise that follows is probably even more terrifying. It is a soul-searing sound that sends shivers through every hair, scale, and tooth present. Well, except for maybe one. It is the sound of the Dragon Lord screaming in agony as he flops backwards, clawing at his chest as blood sprays from both his chest and back. Blood. Sprays. The other dragons leap back away from him, a couple of them launching into flight in terror as they stare helplessly at the giant red being screaming as the last of his breath and strength leaves his body, and all at once, he flops to the ground. The silver dragon shouts quickly, "Hurry! Someone bring the potation of BOOM." Suddenly, blood and brain matter explode from his skull, and he too topples wordlessly to the ground. The female dragons and lesser dragons remaining all roar and breathe fire in every direction that they can. Something is eerily peculiar. In spite of spraying fire in every direction, the flames only seem to reach a short distance away from each of them. The golden dragon is the first to fall, clutching her throat as she pants quickly. She tries to scramble forward, but she runs into a barrier. A barrier internal to the citadel. The white dragon and the orange dragon cry out, "Sister." They all try to breathe fire and whatever other elements each of them specializes in to try to break the barrier, but none of them can save her, and they watch helplessly as the golden dragon collapses lifelessly. The white dragon sinks to a low position, breathing with labor as well. Boom. Tearing them out of their terror and shock, the thunder god claims one of the lesser dragons present. "Do you pathetic beasts that scurry on the ground or in the sky understand now? I am that which you should have feared more. I am that which can kill even the mighty Feldrocks. I am the harbinger of calamity. The Feldrock sorcerer. Come forth and feed me your fear." With that, the remaining dragons scatter. The white dragon and cobalt dragon are trapped in barriers, and the white dragon is already falling unconscious just like the golden dragon. However, the lesser dragons and orange dragon flee towards the entrance. It serves them no good. The terrifying staff of Daniel claims one after the other without pause, and the lesser dragons fall in quick succession. Hecate, covering her ears desperately, looks towards the source of each of the attacks. A growing cloud of smoke puffing with each attack that he launches. Daniel is lying prone on the ground, covered in sand that hides him in the floor. She watches in stunned wonder, while Daniel picks off the dragons relentlessly. The orange dragon manages to fly off, leaving the immediate view of the flyway door, but she is the only one left. Daniel climbs to his feet, and Hecate wants to run to him in joy. He doesn't look at her yet. He simply does his arm motions on his rifle, and he walks towards the flyway door. Hecate follows, but she's afraid. She's afraid he's angry with her. She's afraid he changed his plan because of her. When he exits out into the sunlight, Hecate stops in the shadows. The orange dragon is clawing at the barrier of the citadel. The interior of the barrier. Like the barriers that trap the white, gold, and cobalt dragons, she cannot escape. Understandably, desperate escape is the only thing on her mind. Hecate finds surprise, though. While she doesn't know all of them, she is aware of the one and only demon queen. Ruler of all demon kin by proxy more than anything. She is the only one that is able to get the Demonkin to work together towards preserving their existence, and thus, the only way of organizing the war as it stands without inviting more bloodshed than necessary. She is trapped on the outside of the citadel, riding a wyvern, with dozens more wyverns behind her, trying to reach the citadel in time. Seemingly without hesitation, Daniel takes aim with his rifle. It was too late the moment they arrived. Boom! With that, the last of the greater dragons falls from the sky with a cry, and some of the wyverns and riders even flinch so badly that they fall. Hecate understands. It's a terrifyingly loud noise with suddenness rivaled only by the thunder of lightning. Daniel looks up at the sky for a brief moment, clearly sizing up the demon queen and her followers, before he simply returns inside the citadel. He looks at Hecate, nodding. Hecate, welcome home. She flinches. Daniel. I'll explain everything later. We need to prepare. If the newcomers want to try their hand, I won't back down now. Zyriko, can you transfer the prisoners to cells? Obviously ones that can contain dragons. Of course, Master, comes back Zyriko's voice over the ethereal, all-encompassing voice. Was she the one using Daniel's voice? Shall I ready to welcome our next round of guests, Master? Give me a minute to reload. I burned through more shells than I expected. Indeed. I am proud and surprised your glorious staff proved so effective, my master. I was hoping to have more time with the Dragon Lord to myself. Don't worry. Someone among them has a revival potation, I assume, right? That's what they were about to ask for. Revival potation? Yes. We'll revive the Dragon Lord so you can kill him again your way. I just wanted to send a message. Sorry. Also, he struck me as the smartest and quickest to figure out our tricks if I left him alive. No worries, Master. But, you would waste something so precious as a revival potation on your enemy just to kill him again? Sure, why not? It won't have any effect on me. I promised you a proper revenge, and if we can find another one, we'll keep it on hand for Hecate. Also, if possible, I'd like to make our own in the future. That's not impossible, Master, but there are some especially rare ingredients required, as well as a massive amount of magic. The Citadel is capable of repurposing the mana of the fallen, but it would be better spent used elsewhere, I believe. Even my masters believe that death is merely the conclusion of a story, and all stories need to end. I agree, replies Daniel. I'm not trying to start an economy of being able to raise the dead. The first people most interested and able to afford them are generally scummy people. Like the Dragon Lord. Daniel replenishes his rifle's catalysts in his pockets and states, any hostility from our guests? None, Master. I see. Any idea who it is? Hecate blurts out, she's the Demon Queen. Daniel looks at her, and Zyriko translates. She claims that at least one of the individuals are known as the Demon Queen. Ah, that's interesting. Daniel checks his rifle. The once black barrel of the weapon is still glowing a whitish red, especially near the far end where heat waves and smoke rise. Zyriko explains. Demons are powerful magic users, but not nearly as capable of natural defense as the dragons. She'll likely use magic to defend. I can't say whether or not her magic is strong enough to deflect your weapon, Master. Understood. If you would like a mithril core, that should be able to penetrate all but the Citadel's magical defenses. Make a few for now, but invite her in. Use barriers to corral her, but don't kill her yet. I want to see what she has to say. Of course, Master. And with that Daniel takes a seat in his chair, and Hecate patters over next to him, fidgeting. He still hasn't really acknowledged her actions, other than welcoming her home. Regardless, she can feel it. Thanks to Daniel, truly thanks to Daniel, she is free. She is just a little girl, no. A little Feldrock girl, free to grow up and to do what she wants. Asterisk 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 Chapter 33. The Mechanic meets the Queen of Demons. The Ultal are a race of beautiful humanoids with dual-color skin, patterned with markings that are often considered the markings of the evil gods or divine specters, but in actuality, are just the natural patterns that form on their skin. Viregraze, the Demon Queen, is actually a shrine priestess for the Ultal, a sort of holy woman in tune with the magic of the world. While that doesn't mean she is a goddess of magic by any means, she is considered among the most powerful in the world, thanks to her carefully curated bloodline. Her horns are modest and accentuate her silvery violet hair, and her face is a pretty blend of creamy gray and bronze, looking somewhat like a latte with cream swirls at a glance. Her eyes have pupils shaped like a soft four-pointed star, and bright, amber irises. She lands her wyvern on the flyway, where moments ago, a dragon's corpse was lying. Just as suddenly, it has vanished. She doesn't dare let her mind wander without cause, though. It was no illusion. She felt every one of the dragons and their respective magic vanish. Not all of them are dead. And, with revival potations, the queen herself only has a couple at her disposal, so it'll come down to a choice. But, first, she needs to know who and what she's up against. She walks the flyway with the wyvern, and it crawls awkwardly, nervously glancing around. She does her best to calm it without magic, but she is forced to use hypnosis spells to keep it calm. After all, the Citadel is a place of death. It has been for centuries. The only creatures that resided there for the longest time were monsters that unwittingly hid within its structure and small creatures too small to be chased out by the feral Feldrock. With that, it is eerily quiet. There is almost no mana present, save what is locked within the walls of the Citadel, and what resides in the dragons and one other strange being. She enters into the dim lighting of the interior, which is lit to a cool blue color that would be difficult for a human to see in, as far as she knows. But, she only heard rumors that the Feldrock sorcerer is a human. And, that is when their eyes meet. Sitting casually in a chair in the middle of the massive room, unfitting the relative sizes, is what appears to be nothing more than a human man, cradling his terrible staff across his arms. Behind him stands a girl with big, triangular fox-like ears and a massive bushy black. Viregraze nearly stumbles. The girl possesses a massive amount of mana and magic power. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume her own aura is drowning out the humans. However, she also knows the human emits no presence in the realm of magic. Viregraze turns and pets her wyvern, cooing, "Stay, stay. Good boy." She then approaches a little closer to the Feldrock girl and the sorcerer she is standing behind. The Demon Queen sinks to a kneel, and then a bow on the ground. This seems to surprise the human, as it's audible in his tone. "Excuse me, do you speak Imperial Common? Eastern Common?" The Demon Queen confirms with a nod. "Yes. I can speak all shared languages, as well as Higher Demon and Draconic. I am afraid I only know words of the Feldrock language, though." "Imperial Common is fine. Please, raise your head." She looks up at him, lifting only her head, and he sighs. "All right. I deserve that. Sit or stand up. I just want to talk." This surprises Viregraze. She asks softly as she cautiously rises to sit on her calves, "Do you know who I am?" "An Ultal ruler, colloquially known as the Demon Queen, yes?" She is stunned for a long time. Is that not correct? No, I mean yes, you're correct, but I'm surprised. Most refer to us as higher demons. I'll admit, I didn't know your race until about 30 seconds ago. My name is Daniel. I am the new master of the Citadel. I kinda like it, so I intend to keep it. Oh, but I did intend to kill the Dragon Lord with or without the Citadel, so I hope you're not here to bargain for his life specifically." She flinches. "D. Daniel? A-. Are you also the one known as the Harbinger of Calamity?" The human chuckles. "My regret is how far that name spread. I'm not a true Harbinger of Calamity, but I called myself that to rattle the dragon I first killed. When I learned it stuck, I kept using it." Viregraze swallows. "This is him? A human without magic? This is the one known as the Harbinger of Calamity, and the Feldrock sorcerer?" She glances at the girl behind him. Daniel states, This is Hecate. She's in my care. She's the other reason you're not here to bargain for the Dragon Lord's life. Grace gives a disappointed nod. She knew that the Dragon Lord had a powerful slave, but she had never met the girl. Now that she sees. Excuse me. Do you know what that girl is? Not a clue. But, I noticed something. What is it? I've introduced the two of us, told you a little about ourselves, and you still haven't even said your name. Grace flinches. She bows her head. Forgive me. I assumed that you knew my name. I am Grace, unofficial queen of demons. Grace. Pretty name. She cocks her head, and Daniel shifts a little, but only for comfort in his chair. I noticed you outside, so I'm sure you saw what was going on before I allowed you to enter. Would you like to start with your business, or should I make my assumptions and send you on your way immediately with empty hands? His tone is curt, and he's being intentionally rude, but it sounds unnatural to his voice. I brought my forces here to try to intervene and stop the dragons from attacking the Citadel. When I heard the feral Feldrock had fallen, and that they were on their way here, I suspected you were the one who was here, waiting for them. Interesting. You were right. Have I really become that notorious? Daniel glances at Hecate, and she cocks her head in surprise. She blurts out, yes. Grace nods in agreement. Yes, certainly. You killed a dragon. Single-handedly. No one in this world, save an actual Feldrock, should have been able to do that. I see. Well, as you can see, the battle is already over, so if you promise not to return, I'll allow you to leave, since you arrived with diplomatic intentions. If you'd please, I need the strength of the dragons. I'm a human. Why would I want to give you super soldiers for your war against my people? The queen flinches and looks away. He has a point, but he has the wrong idea. That said, would he believe the truth? She swallows. I accept responsibility for the invasion, but if you would do me the honor, there is a reason. Everyone has justifications for their actions. Sometimes, they're even good. The devourer will consume this whole world. This causes Daniel to halt, and he cocks his head. He looks at Hecate, and she shakes her head this time. After a moment of pondering, Daniel replies, I'll bite. Who's the devourer? Not a who, but a what. It's a giant being of unknown origin that grows larger and larger every day. It's currently the size of 3 of your kingdoms, and it continues to grow. It's consuming everything from its origin. The land, the people, the magic. No magic attacks can stop it. No physical attacks can damage it. It simply consumes, and it can't be destroyed. We're not talking about a fire, are we? Of course not. Grace flinches and clears her throat. Please forgive my outburst. I'm not speaking in metaphors. The devourer is a creature, but one the likes of which no one has ever seen before. It is pitch black and can even attack things that get too close. It prioritizes devouring beings with strong magic. So, how does this devourer explain your invasion? We've tried to petition evacuations from the Easterners for decades, but every time, we are met with hostility. Finally forced in hand, we had no choice but to wage war and push the Eastern Empire back. As you surely know, we've been at a stalemate for a few years. That is not an accident. We're surviving for now, and still trying to petition aid while trying to find anything to defeat the devourer. I see. Daniel rubs his chin in thought. He asks as he thinks, what use are the dragons, then? I assume you've already tried to get them to burn this thing, and they couldn't, right? Grace nods reluctantly. Regardless, they're the only other comparable sources of magic to myself, and if we find a way to harm the devourer, she bows down again. Please, Daniel, Lord of the Citadel, Great Feldrock Sorcerer, and the Harbinger of Calamity, please. Hang on. Did you call me what I think you did? My lord? Yeah, hold on. Scrub all of that. Just, Daniel, that's it. I know I didn't introduce myself as that second nickname. Feldrock Sorcerer. Daniel palms his forehead. Damn it, I knew they couldn't keep quiet. MIL. No, just Daniel, please. I'm not trying to leave a profound mark on this world. But, I guess I can't stop that now, can I? Anyways. What did you want? No titles. Just tell me. Grace hesitates, and she murmurs, the dragons, please return them to me. I need them. If you can accept that the Dragon Lord himself is off the table, I'm open to negotiate. She hesitates, but ultimately agrees. I am willing to negotiate as well. But also, Lord Daniel, the Devourer. You're going to ask me to help kill it, right? She nods gently. And, if I do, the war will be over, right? There will likely be lingering embers, but we will no longer be forced to invade eastward. My desire is to end the war and hold the borders as they are until the destroyed land can be restored. Daniel nods as he digests the information. And, have you asked yourself why your hypnosis isn't taking effect? She flinches. Hecate has been replaced with an illusion once my associate detected it. However, I should inform you, I am immune to magic. Viagra's eyes widen. Yep. Sorry to disappoint you. It's a little disappointing that you would try. Please wait. Viagra's jumps to her feet, exclaiming, I'm afraid. I admit it. I tried to test you, but I shouldn't have. I'm sorry, if I couldn't. She looks down. I just want to save my people. The world is in danger, but the Ultal were the first affected. I am truly sorry, I'm desperate. She begins stripping her outer clothes, saying, I offer you everything if you will help destroy the Devourer. This I swear to you. I will sign any contract and gift to you my very mind, body, and soul. You may have your way with me. My children will only be yours. My heart will only belong to. Please calm down. There's no need for such dramatic gestures. I have means to verify your story, and I will make my decision then. What do you wish to offer for the dragons? Viagra's hesitates. Please don't misunderstand when I say, I am prepared to offer myself as prisoner of war in exchange for all of the dragons. Excluding the Dragon Lord, right? She reluctantly agrees after a moment of hesitation. If I have no choice. Then, let me ask you, who is supposed to keep them in check while you're a prisoner? She twitches. Daniel explains his reasoning. The Dragon Lord is a warmonger, and his brother was aggressive and selfish. Thankfully, that worked against him. The Green Dragon was a vile being extorting poor villages. Those are the three I have personal experience with. Judging by their behavior, the White Dragon and the Cobalt Dragon are each mature and level-headed, but they're both female, right? I specifically didn't kill those two because they look like they can be reasoned with. Unfortunately, the others. What you speak is true. The dragons are a haughty and proud race. But, if they were to follow the fate of the Fellrocks, Viagra's glances once more at Hecate, whose illusion still stands with Daniel. Wherever her actual body is, she's still part of the conversation, even if she doesn't have much to say. Regardless, she doesn't flinch. Does she not even know? In fact, the only thing that seemed to rattle the young girl was when the Demon Queen offered him her body and to bear his children. Just then, though, she has an idea. Lord Daniel. Just Daniel, there is a way for you to ensure your will holds, even reviving all of the dragons. Just as Hecate was bound by a slave contract to the Dragon Lord, you could bind the dragons to your will through magic contract. Oh, that's a thing here? Surprised by his strange response, she nods. Yes, indeed. Did you already know about it? Not exactly, but it's convenient. Then, still excluding the Dragon Lord, I will look into this option. How long until the Devourer becomes a problem directly? Months, by our current estimates. Good. Then return here in 2 weeks, and I will report on the results of my research. If the dragons accepting the Dragon Lord can be controlled in the manner you speak of, I will release them to your custody. If I may, Lord Daniel. I happily accept these terms, but I have a question. Go ahead. What has the Dragon Lord done to earn your undying wrath? I'll answer you, but are you telling me you really don't know? She remains silent, averting her eyes. True, the Dragon Lord was a rather aggressive and wicked being, but he is a warmonger, for one. He is the one that wanted to invade the day that he sent his brother to attack the fortress I was at. I was laying low, but he intended to slaughter people I came to care about. Whether you understood or not, I'm intending to give you his brother, assuming I can contract him as you claim. It was the Lord's order, after all. Then, there's Hecate. I can't let him be revived if his enslavement of Hecate will continue. Hecate's eyes glimmer in shock as she looks at Daniel with surprise. Daniel adds, he also ordered the extortion of the Datacorians, the goblins, the ogres, the Chirinus, and all of the other races that you claim to care about. If that is the kind of queen you are, then I don't have much hope for your judgment of your fellow nobility. I'm not actually a queen. You mentioned that. Otherwise, I'd call you, Your Majesty, and probably be more inclined to listen to you. But, as the Dragon Lord proved, your authority only matters when they want you to carry the blame. When those in power wish to do things that bring wrath upon them, you wish to defend them. I never wanted power, but I also can't turn a blind eye to the suffering of normal people. She stammers for a moment, before bowing. Why? You're right. I have no business leading. But, I have to. I have to try. Daniel sighs. Go. Return in 2 weeks. If you were telling the truth, we'll work together to a mutually beneficial goal. If you aren't telling the truth, well, let's just say, you'll be leaving empty-handed or not at all. I am telling the truth. Good. Then, I look forward to returning your dragons to you, all but the Dragon Lord. She bows. Thank you very much. Just as she turns around, Daniel calls out, Lady Viregrace, one moment. She turns back, saying nothing but looking directly at him. I'll offer you an olive branch of trust. Do you know the spell for comprehend and speak languages, offhand? I'd like for Hecate to be able to use it. She cocks her head, as does Hecate, emphasized by her big foxy ears, which cock to the side as well. I do. Good. Please write it down. Daniel extracts a quill pen and a scroll from his magic bag, and he finally stands up to walk it to the Demon Queen. She had thought that he had magical defenses in place, but he shows no fear when he approaches her. He's especially tall for a human, and he looks down at her when they're standing close to each other. He hands the pen and scroll to her. If you would, please. She nods in agreement, taking the scroll. He presents a table for her, and she quickly walks to it, writing down the spell for granting the user the ability to speak languages. She thought only briefly about writing something else, however, she pushes her tactical instincts out of her mind. Daniel is offering a chance to earn his trust. It's a long way to go, but this is the first step. And, she wants his trust. He showed that he can be noble and trustworthy, and if he intends to return the dragons, then he must be storing the deceased in magic bags. They won't rot or age, meaning as soon as revival potations can be used, they'll recover right away without issues. She hands the scroll to Daniel, saying, this will last indefinitely, but only works on languages that can be spoken, not just read. It translates the most recently heard language after casting. That satisfies Daniel. Thank you. I look forward to our next meeting. The way he said that sends a little tremor through her body. She doesn't realize she forgets to let go of the scroll as she stares into his eyes. It's now that she sees what she heard earlier. His voice isn't cruel by nature. He sounds rather kind. He's rather attractive for a human, now that she thinks about it, and he is clearly strong, even without magic. Especially if he's immune to magic. Wait. What would that do to our children? Would they be immune to magic and unable to use it? Or, would they possess both traits? Daniel clears his throat, and she flinches, releasing the scroll. Sorry. I'll be going now. Until we meet again. The priestess bows quickly and scurries back to her wyvern, guiding it out by the reins to take off and join her comrades. Her heart is racing and her cheeks are full of color. What is this? ******. Daniel watches the Demon Queen fly away, and Hecate reappears, thanks to Zyriko, who also appears nearby. The Citadel's ability to teleport individuals is quite handy, especially considering it is miles across and tall. Daniel presents the scroll to Zyriko. Can you verify this is a proper spell and its effects, Zyriko? Of course. One moment. She takes the scroll and disappears for a moment. She reappears with the scroll a moment later. It is as you requested of the Shrine Priestess. It is a spell designed simply to grant the user language comprehension and speech. Good. Please give it to Hecate. She nods obediently, handing the scroll to Hecate. The young girl glances between them, and then the scroll in her hands. Zyriko explains, you simply need to pronounce it phonetically, Lady Hecate. Then, nod, and either myself or Daniel can produce words in the Imperial Common Language. Hecate nods her head in understanding. She takes the scroll and reads it aloud. After, she can feel the spell's magic well up inside her, just like using her other attack spells. She nods again, this time for the signal, and Daniel asks, I know you can understand me, Hecate, but can you speak to me now? Hecate waits a moment, feeling the spell dissipate in a swirl of something in her brain. She clears her throat, cautiously saying, Daniel, did the spell work? She gasps. I spoke your language. You did? Great job. Hecate. Oof. Daniel coughs as Hecate pounces and hugs him, exclaiming, Daniel. Daniel, I can talk to you. Listen. Listen. I have to tell you something. Calm down. What is it? Hecate. Tell me. Hecate tenses, squeaking. I can talk to you now. Daniel chuckles as she dangles from his shoulders, hugging his waist with her legs. He pets her head. Good job, Hecate. You worked hard. Her ears flatten down, and she asks softly, You aren't angry with me? Angry with you? I brought the dragons here. Yeah, and don't you feel, aren't you? You were enslaved, right? I had guessed that, but I never truly heard it, I guess. She nods with disappointment. Why yes, but I misled you intentionally. I relied on you telling them how to get in. I was worried the dragons would kill you, but I'd have come to get you if that happened. Instead, they marched right into my trap. It couldn't have gone better. And, judging by the Demon Queen's arrival, we got most if not all of them. Particularly the Dragon Lord. Screw that guy. Hecate sniffles as she begins to cry. Daniel. She sobs as she buries her face in his collar, and Daniel pets her back as she continues to hang from him. Fortunately, she's pretty small compared to him. He ignores her weight, looking at Zyriko as he comforts her. Is there any truth to Viagra's words about the contract magic? Yes, though it is admittedly an Ultal's specialty. However, Zyriko trails off with a smug-sounding tone in her voice. Daniel plays along with a smirk. However, my former masters ensured to catalog all available knowledge, including magic specialties of the Ultal. I probably could have guessed that. But you didn't, master. So, I've had units searching the archives since your discussion. I'll alert you as soon as I find the associated information. Thank you. I couldn't do this without you, Zyriko. Yes, well, you reached the control panel under your own power, and you've devised strategies that are less direct than I would expect. It is a genuine honor and pleasure to have you for a master. Daniel acknowledges with a nod. Let me know when the dragons awaken, and keep them isolated. Telepathy included, if possible. Don't worry, master. I have just the plan. I'll leave it to you. But keep the living ones alive, please. Including the ones that I only wounded. It'll be inconvenient to burn a bunch of revival potations, since they'll all likely hate us anyways. As you wish, master. I understand why you'd want to lay claim to the Shrine Priestess. I have no intention on collecting on her offer. By the sounds of it, there won't be anything I can do about this devourer, anyways. About that, physical attacks are the only thing that damages it, apparently. You knew about it? Yes. Its skin is durable, but with your weapons. She said it's the size of a country. My rifle's not going to cut it. Did you not mention that your rifle could be upscaled, master? Daniel scoffs. Peeved. Yeah, but unless we're firing a tungsten rod from orbit, he trails off. Orbit, master. I don't have the know-how to make a rocket reach orbit, so forget about that, however. There's a pause, and Zyriko eagerly asks, however. He chuckles. Sorry, I didn't mean to do what you did. What's that supposed to mean, master? Exactly what I said. I did have an idea. Any chance you know what uranium is? I'm afraid not. Daniel sighs. That would be too easy. Of course, what about dead spots in the mountains? Of course. It's a material that produces a field that negates magic. In fact, just being in its presence for too long is deadly to most living beings. You don't say. The Feldrox had no use for it, and it killed many civilians, unfortunately. If I told you that I wanted exactly that material, and as much as I could get, would your golems be able to retrieve it? I suppose, master. But they won't be able to get close, due to our magic power source. Hecate leans from Daniel's shoulder finally, asking, what if I get it for you? He chuckles, petting her head. I appreciate the thought, but it'd be harmful for you, so I'd rather not. I suspect that material might be close enough or similar to what I need. And, if we can get what I need, I might actually be able to deal with the Devourer. Failing that, we'll build a rocket. Maybe. Zyriko eagerly says, Master, if you will leave it to me, I shall get you that material. Daniel cocks his head. Oh, She nods confidently. Leave it to me. I'll figure something out. I want to see what you come up with. Daniel agrees, a little curious about what she'll do. Very well. Please do. But, if you know about the Devourer, I'd like you to tell me all you know about it. Given its size and appearance, Master, as well as its massive mana presence, I believe there is only one possible answer in this world. Daniel cocks his head, but he notices Zyriko's head shift, her gaze changing to another target, Hecate. A Feldrock, that was one of the first things you told me, wasn't it? There were 3 Feldrocks you acknowledged. That is my belief, Master. Daniel sighs. Well, I hate to admit it, then, but there probably is only one person that can defeat it, huh? Chapter 34. The mighty dragon Zodaralam awakens in unfamiliar surroundings. It appears to be a small, confined room with a door too small for her to enter or exit in her true form. She looks around. She's alone in the room, and she inspects herself. She has no apparent injuries. Every one of her pearlescent white scales is intact. Her heart aches for the other dragons. She's not foolish enough to believe she had a dream. It was far too real, and she knows instinctively that she's a prisoner right now, not least of the reasons being that she can't detect any magic around herself or the world at large. She's isolated. That is, until a presence appears at the door. She recoils a little. As before, she can't detect a single trace of mana from him as he enters the room. He's carrying his strange staff, held horizontally towards her. She recoils towards the back of her room a little on instinct. She, along with the other dragons, had lived for hundreds of years with no reason to fear. The only way humans and humankind have ever possessed to kill them requires armies and devastating amounts of offensive magic to try to harm them. 2 dragons together would be undefeatable. Normally. Zodaralam doesn't understand, and that lack of understanding has instilled fear in her heart. He commands the Citadel, which means they had already lost when they arrived. The Dragon Lord was too quick to act because he believed the word of the little slave he sent to conquer the ancient Feldrock castle. And, entering just behind the Feldrock sorcerer is that very same little former slave girl, as well as a golem with the Feldrocks. Natural head shape. The fact that all 3 of them are entering means that Zodaralam is completely helpless, or they would take more caution. The human greets her in the Eastern language, "Good evening, majestic White Queen." Apologies if that's not your actual title, but the only way Hecate knew to describe you was as a queen. And, since I've met the alleged demon queen, Viregraze, I've had some suspicions confirmed. Before that, though, I'm Daniel. The girl you know is now known as Hecate. Show her due respect. And, this is our friend, Zyriko. For the time being, you're our captive. I hoped we could talk. Zodaralam hesitates, studying the 3 of them for a moment. She murmurs, "Well met, human. Forgive me, but we dragons do not give out our true names to non-dragons. You may refer to me as White or Pearl, and I will respond." I see. You may change your mind after you hear what I have to offer. The dragon raises her head, holding her tongue. It's rare for such a small being to speak so disrespectfully and directly to a dragon, but then, this tiny being is the first and only person in the world to slay the dragons single-handedly. Daniel lifts his strange staff, and Zodaralam flinches slightly, regretting showing such fear. Fortunately, he simply lays it over his shoulder, freeing up his left hand. I have it on extremely god authority that no dragon eggs have been laid in decades. And, the last handful of dragons born over the last few centuries perished due to their own biology. Again, the pearlescent dragon can't help but twitch. He knows more than he should somehow. Is this the wisdom of the Citadel's magic? Or, did one of the others confess? The girl, Hecate, should not have known. Were that true, who? Lord Daniel, what offer do you make? Daniel gestures at Zyriko, the golem, stating confidently, "My companion knows how to break the curse that was placed on all who came in physical contact with the traitor." As soon as she recoils, Daniel's gaze narrows on the dragon. He has her completely cornered. He knows everything. He nods as if reading her mind. "That's right, Your Majesty. It was one last desperate grasp for life by a race yours tried to exterminate. A curse that he carried with him and passed on to all dragons he came in contact with. Including children. Now, let me just take a stab in the dark at who that could have been. Big Red, the Dragon Lord." Zodaralam looks away from him in shame. She advised against driving the Feldrocs to extinction. But the feral Feldroc prevented conquering the Citadel after all, and then the dragons couldn't recover their population in the slightest. As if to spite his own kind, he didn't listen, and Zadaralam was relatively young at that time. He wouldn't listen to her. Regardless, I saw the males slain. Do you intend to breed us yourself, Lord Daniel? She looks directly at him with the coldest gaze she can manage. She won't be so easily. She flinches a little when she notices Hecate glaring hatefully at her, glancing nervously at Daniel in alternation. What is with people of this world? Listen, if there were literally no other options, it wouldn't be off the table. But I haven't decided whether or not I'll revive the male dragons. At his statement about no other options, Hecate now glares at Daniel skeptically. However, the significance of being willing to revive his enemies is not lost on Zadaralam. Piecing it all together, she cocks her head. In exchange for my servitude, you would cure this curse that we had never detected, and even be willing to revive a male to continue our species? Daniel confirms with a nod. Or, you can rot away in this cell for the rest of your lifespan. Whichever you choose. But, the Demon Queen wants your help, that is, all of you dragons, and I'm not keen on letting you wander around scheming to kill me. Otherwise, your will shall be your own. She ponders it for a long time. She can easily outlive the human, but if he binds her to Hecate or the golem. You seem hesitant. But, I assure you, I'm just a human, so you could outlive a contract with me, yes? Of course, by that time, Hecate will be more than safe from you, so I shouldn't have to worry. Why? The contract would be with you? Not your companions? That's right, confirms Daniel. Believe it or not, I'm probably the easiest one here to kill. Until my mission is complete, I can't die, or rather, I don't want to. After that, there's only so much I can do for the world as myself. So, what do you say? Spend the next 60 years or so bound to me only so you can't kill me or harm anyone I care about in exchange for a future. Or, spend that future in here. For now, I'm the master of the Citadel. If I decide not to grant Viagra's wishes, then there's not a whole hell of a lot she can do. And, because she can't track me through magic, she probably won't be able to do anything about it if I keep you prisoner. But, if we work together, maybe we can accomplish something better. After another moment, Zadaralam makes her decision. She casts a simple spell, which puts all three of the others on guard, but she knows that there's a barrier separating them. She knows because there's no way they'd take even a small chance. The spell she casts is simple, though. Her form becomes much smaller, and, similar to Hecate, drastically alters her true form. She steps out of the swirling mist and light of the transformation, standing much smaller, but on much more equal terms to those she will be working with. My name is Zadaralam of the Dragon Clan. To actually pronounce my name in this language is impossible, but the name I just gave will serve the contract. She bows. Please, if you can save my race, I will help you however I can. Daniel says with a gentle tone, I was hoping you'd say that. Zyriko steps forward. Excellent. Then, this is where I step in. She sets up storage bags and draws the ingredients from each of them, preparing the contract spell. Zadaralam is hesitant, but it's her only real option at this point. She needs to trust the human for now or face death. That much is certain. Asterisk asterisk as Zyriko sets up the contract spell around Zadaralam, Daniel studies the almost human that was once a humongous dragon before them. He's not sure if she chose the specific form her human form takes. Hecate now knows that she's a Feldroc, but it seems she doesn't know the spell to transform herself, nor does she want to. She seems to be just as powerful as she could be even in her tiny form, so she doesn't care about the size and shape of her true form. Where Hecate looks like a preteen girl, Zadaralam would be what Daniel would define as a MILF, and he doesn't even like using or thinking that term in general. Regardless of his thoughts on the matter, Zadaralam is truly beautiful, even though her apparent age is around mid-30s to mid-40s. She has a well-endowed, but modest figure, shrouded by an elegant white and off-white dress that isn't nearly as bulky or frilly as a Victorian-era dress, but maintains a similar conservative appeal of beauty. Her curved, golden horns rise out of her shining silvery amber-colored hair, and a smaller version of her scaly tail peeks out from the bottom of her dress. She carries the grace of a noblewoman with ease, and an impeccable and proud posture. Zyriko then instructs Daniel through the casting of the spell. He's skeptical that it'll work, due to his lack of magic, but Zyriko believes it will be fine, since the spell actually only affects the indentured servant. He just won't have the additional perks of being able to magically sense where she is, command her telepathically, or know her general health subconsciously. Once complete, a magic swirl passes around Zadaralam, and she watches it idly, still standing by with her elegant posture. Afterwards, Daniel asks, "Did it work?" Zadaralam looks at Zyriko, who nods confidently, "Yes, master." He watches the dragon woman, and she matches his gaze. She then looks down at her chest, opening her dress to reveal a symbol before he can look away. The symbol glows, but it has Daniel's name written in the Imperial Common Language. A magical tattoo or brand, of sorts. It's actually a little embarrassing when he thinks about it, but it doesn't matter. It's just to ensure she can't do anything to betray him. Daniel approaches her, and she stares him down, asking, "What would you have me do, master?" "For starters, don't call me master, or my lord. In fact, I order you only to address me as Daniel, please." She flinches a little, but she states, "As you wish, Daniel. Are you certain though?" He's sure. Yes. He stops immediately in front of her. "Now, your next order is this. Without hesitation, slap me as hard as you can." Her hand flies as she tries to ask, Daniel, eh?" Her own face twists in horror as she realizes she can't stop it. Just before her hand makes contact with his face, her body is compelled to reduce the force, and her hand comes to rest gently on his cheek. She isn't even able to forcibly push his cheek with her hand. She murmurs, "I don't understand." Daniel smirks. "Looks like I won't be able to have any Mousse SM play from you. Oh well. Ma Masso. What? Don't worry about it. I didn't want you to have time to fake it. It seems you are in fact indentured to me, and you can't harm me even a little." "I don't understand. That wasn't as hard as I could." Zyriko explains. "Master had me prepare a hierarchy of orders within the core of the spell. You can't harm a list of certain names of people, which are ingrained on the spell now. You can't harm Daniel, unless doing so would protect that list of people from immediate harm, and you can't raise your children with wicked intentions, but you can protect them. Any orders after that are superseded by these core commands." Suddenly, Hecate pounces onto Daniel's back, slapping Zadaralam's hand off of his cheek as she clings to him. "Daniel is mine, though, so stay away from him now." Daniel pets Hecate's head, which causes her to relax a little. "As you can probably guess, Hecate vouched for your relative kindness, which is why I offered you the best deal. Your orders will allow you to defend yourself from anyone but those I deemed in the contract, and you won't be bound to someone who could live forever. The rest will also be indentured to Hecate as well, and to specifically protect Hecate for the rest of her life if she needs protection, as well as not be able to harm anyone at all, with exception of protecting Hecate. They will be less free than you are right now." What of our children? Will we be? Hecate will take priority for everyone else. You're the only one who doesn't have to prioritize sacrificing yourself over your children, if and when they come to be." She bows again, surprising Daniel a little. "The cobalt blue dragon that was with me. Please grant her the same mercies and freedoms you were granting me. She is my junior, but she was always the only other voice of reason and kindness I could rely on. I understand your circumstances for allowing us to continue to live, but she deserves freedom more than I." Daniel looks over his shoulder at Hecate, and the young girl nods, still hanging from his shoulders. He smiles. "Very well." Hecate approves. "I had a decent feeling about her anyways, which is why I only made you and her unconscious. So long as she'll cooperate, she'll get the same contract as you." Zadaralam bows her head respectfully. "Thank you, Daniel. Anything else? Actually, if I may, why is Zyriko allowed to refer to you as master, but I am forbidden? I figured you'd be the other way around and rather call me Daniel, out of disrespect." No, it may be difficult to convince some that I am your subordinate if I refer to you as Daniel, and I may be accused of deception. Your core orders don't include, stand there and take it, if anyone is bothering you, you have my permission to leave. Ideally while protecting our allies, but that's not an order for now. Don't abuse my trust is all I ask." She nods in agreement. "Very well. Then, may I ask that you prove to me this curse, and remove it as soon as possible, Daniel? If possible, I'd prefer not to delay, with beginning the incubation." Daniel looks at Zyriko, who answers professionally. Proving the curse is difficult, since it was specifically designed not to be detected by any means. However, proving when it's gone should be decidedly less difficult, since your belly will bulge within a few weeks, and the egg or eggs laid in a couple months. The dragon flinches a little, and Hecate glares at her. Why, you're certain? Zyriko gives a simple singular nod. Indeed. In adults, it drastically reduces the chances of successful reproduction. In children, it drastically boosts the potency of their natural defenses, particularly venom. I think you know the rest. She nods solemnly, knowing very well the outcome of children and their high mortality rate. Zyriko performs a few more procedures, and another golem enters the room. She accepts what Daniel recognizes as an auto-injector, approaching the dragon woman. She doesn't warn or ask her, simply injecting the contents, causing Zadaralam to flinch. She asks somewhat sternly, what is that? The cure to the curse. What? Where is the magic? Was it not a spell? Daniel realizes suddenly that the curse could merely be an infectious disease tailored specifically to dragons. This world, even with as advanced as the Citadel is, doesn't fully understand the microscopic mechanisms of disease and infection. Regardless, Zadaralam stares at Zyriko, who says simply, there, you're cured. That's it? Yes. You had no idea you were cursed. Is it so surprising we would have an antidote? She returns to Daniel's side, saying warmly, you may be surprised to learn this, being a dragon and all, but Master Daniel defeated you without using magic. Zadaralam stares at the golem caretaker in silence. Her gaze finally peels away to look at Daniel. Trying to change the subject rather abruptly, Daniel states, I understand your caution, and it's probably in the best interest of everyone to continue to conceal your true name, now that the contract is done. But I don't feel like calling you something plain like White or Pearl. Do you have any suggestions, Lady Dragon? She stares at him, still stuck on the revelation. Is it true, you defeated us without magic? No, Zyriko helped a lot. Anyways, about that name, oh, how does Ryuogrier sound? Loosely based on a goddess. Ryuo for short, if you'll allow it. The dragon woman blinks several times, still staring at him. How? Hecate asks innocently, is that another name from your world? Zadaralam flinches. Why? Your world? Daniel answers Hecate, but both of them receive an answer, yes. Zyriko puts her hands together happily. Oh, Master, I so desire to continue learning from you. You were sent here by the gods, I guess so. So, how does the name sound? May I call you Ryuogrier or Ryuo from now on? She flinches, fidgeting with her hands as she approaches Daniel. Why yes. I will answer to that name. Thank you, my Daniel. He nods warmly with a smile. So, let's test that cure. Hecate flinches and grips his neck from her perch still hanging from his back. Daniel. What? Zadaralam now answering to the name Ryuogrier. Ryuo for short finally smiles as she fully accepts the mysterious human before her for what he is. She murmurs tenderly, yes. Wenliana watches as sprayers rain water down on fields thanks to the completion of the most recent pump design, utilizing a massive turbine to power a humongous pump, which sends water to one of the kingdom's newest fields. In the Grand Duchy's captured territory formerly belonging to Bromland. Though conquest is forbidden under the alliance supervised by the Empire, because of Bromland's failures, and the immense amount of military and financial support the Stalvalten Grand Duchy provided specifically, the Empire ceded control of the requested portion of the kingdom to the Grand Duchy. And, thanks to the alliance being renewed, the kingdom has access to the Gulf that Bromland relatively dominated. For a fee, of course. Wenliana's desperate research and development have made her family immensely wealthy and even more powerful than they were before. Even more Stalvalten vanguards are being trained, and the population and thus taxes has been increased. Ignoring their mysterious secret, vein of diamonds, Arameliana is more powerful than ever. The problem is, Daniel is still missing in action. According to rumors that have reached Fort Peony, where Daniel was last officially in the Allied territories, he headed west, deep into the Demon Wildlands. 2 soldiers from Fort Peony have gone to search for him and haven't returned. Arameliana may have gained in the brief civil war, but she didn't hesitate to do so when she thought Daniel could still be reclaimed. Now, he's beyond their reach. All they can do is help his legacy live on and advance on a noble path in hopes that they can preserve the kingdom or at least the Stalvalten Grand Duchy for him to return to. And now, thanks to Daniel's phone, which Wenliana has worked tirelessly to decipher only for herself, for fear of the weapons it could unleash, water is being brought to fields formerly plagued by drought. Additionally, even more remote places can receive water, thanks to the first ever proprietary magic devices that produce water nigh continuously for years on end. Unlike Gunther's foolish experiment, Wenliana's world doesn't have a way to analyze the crystals the way Daniel's did, so there's no way for anyone to reverse engineer her crystals, her diamonds. Additionally, they're being distributed through trusted contacts of Arameliana's, who only know that they are special crystals found in the Stalvalten Grand Duchy that can be charged with any element. Now more powerful than ever, no one would dare try to invade to figure out where the crystals are coming from, giving the Grand Duchy a monopoly on enhanced magic crystals, as their simple trade name is. Wenliana. Wenliana turns to find Arameliana approaching with a couple of guards. They're not in their own home right now, so it's only natural for the Grand Duchess to have her personal guard at all times. However, Mother. Good more. Where is your escort? Wenliana sighs. Mother, You are my daughter, and quite possibly, the next Grand Duchess. Would you have all my effort be for naught? I won't be Grand Duchess if Daniel doesn't return, Mother, so it's I am well aware of that, my darling daughter. Arameliana pulls Wenliana into a rare hug, though this one is less affectionate and more possessive. I have a trusted officer collecting volunteers. She's learned not to resist the hug, so Wenliana simply asks from her position of having her cheek mashed into Arameliana's chest, volunteers? Yes. I will be sending a special operations unit west. And officially, of course. If I understand correctly, you have created some sort of new vessel, yes? Wenliana hesitates. She admits softly, I didn't create it, Mother. The Grand Duchess finally relaxes her hold, looking into her eyes. Very well. Have you built it? In progress, Mother. Good. Begin training the captain of the squad to operate it. Mother, I haven't even tested the theory. It will take time to train the operator as well. When the time comes, he can operate the test runs. I see no issue. Wenliana sighs. Yes, Mother. Good. By the goddess, they'll find Daniel unharmed and be able to bring him back without issue. Wenliana smiles a little, nodding. I'll do it. Good. Your fiancé has made us all worry too much. He's not my fiancé. Whines Wenliana in futility. Daniel is the first person that she would actually consider marrying, but it's certainly not official yet. She adds in a soft pout, You must really want me to become Grand Duchess, Mother. Arameliana cups her right hand to Wenliana's cheek. She replies without a hint of irony or sarcasm, Yes. And, if there is to be only one man in existence to make that possible, then retrieving him has no price limit. Wenliana blushes. What if he doesn't want to? Arameliana sighs. My dearest Wenli, you are a proud woman of the Stalvalten Grand Duchy. It is your job to convince him. Failing that, coerce him. Failing that, imprison him. So long as you have someone who can give you an heir, you may become the Grand Duchess. I'll overlook how you accomplish it. Mother. I could never, I'll convince him to want to stay. Arameliana grins. Now, shift your priorities to the new vessel. The captain will meet with you tomorrow to begin his and his team's training. Train them well, Wenliana. I will do my best, confirms the unsure magic artisan. The only problem is, Wenliana only knows the theory from Daniel's descriptions and his documents hidden on his phone. Even he admitted he didn't know how to fly, he only knew the basic principles for airplanes. But, apparently, from a short flight of only 33 seconds, Daniel's world was able to rise to the ability to make flights with hundreds of people across entire continents and even their world's oceans, which are even wider than the gulf separating former Bromland from the demon wildlands. They'll have to work safely and quickly to understand what Wenliana has been working on so that the flight team can make it there and back without issues. In terms of how the universe is built, magic is like paint. In some worlds, it was used to design strange phenomena in the world, but then, dried, and left as is for the world to grow and evolve. Other worlds never needed any magic and function entirely without, au natural, so to speak. And, in some worlds, the gods decided to experiment by leaving some of the paint in its usable form, allowing denizens of that world to use it and see how it shapes the evolution and growth of that world. In all cases, unique scenarios arise that please the gods and goddesses watching over the worlds. Watching over life and their other creations as they evolve and grow together is the truest joy of the divine. Sometimes, they have to intervene, but typically, the worlds rise and fall in a natural progression, and the gods and goddesses get to enjoy the growth of their creations. That said, magic is a power directly drawn from the divine realm, cans of paint left behind when forming the world, intentionally, but still possessing the divine blessings within. As such, with enough concentrated magic power, even the gods become vulnerable in such a world where that kind of concentration has congregated. Daniel left no apparent trail. From everything they've gathered, he was traveling alone. And, they were already weeks behind. They haven't heard or identified the sound they heard from the mountaintop, and the surroundings are even more dangerous than anywhere else his apparent trail has led. Ryukana stands on a bluff overlooking a castle in this world that stands as a seeming defiance of the gods. Daniel can't be found because he has no magic, so his presence is buried under all of the magic of this world, like listening for the heartbeat of a mouse while surrounded by elephants, or even more apt, looking for the footprints of a cat in a world full of lions. He left a very minimal trail to begin with, so even traditional methods of tracking are struggling to find him. And, what little trail they could follow has led into eyesight of the most dangerous thing in this world. A castle that looks large even from miles away. Ryukana has been watching over this world for millennia, and to think living beings could build something so truly magnificent. She can't even truly perceive the castle's full existence, thanks to the massive amount of concentrated magic and divine energy ingrained in the castle's structure. She can tell that even if she tried to erase this world, the castle would remain. It has accumulated a massive amount of energy. And, because it's a threat to her if it has offensive capabilities, or its owners are hostile to the gods, she has to be extremely cautious, especially being present in the world itself as she is. She can feel their presences appear behind her, kneeling as always, "My lady goddess." She sighs, turning to face the observers. "No luck?" "None, my lady goddess." There are no signs or rumors of a human in the towns and villages surrounding the castle. However, there are rumors that the dragons managed to conquer the castle, as it had stood dormant until very recently. Ryukana runs trough options. It's not impossible that Daniel could still be alive, since no one else would likely be able to detect him via magic. Of course, even normal fauna of this world and some of the flora are dangerous to Daniel. If he figured out some way to defend himself, there's no way he'd be safe around the castle if the dragons are the ones who conquered it. The problem is that he could be anywhere with the starting assumption that he's still alive. A random spot in the forest camping. A disguise he made to look like a denizen of the world, or on a road already far past the castle. Just because the people the observers were able to ask hadn't seen him, that doesn't mean he didn't pass through any of the towns or villages. As she's thinking, though, Gabriel offers, "My lady goddess, would it be beneficial to speak to the demon queen of this world? If she understands he's not a threat, maybe concessions can be made." No, if she comprehends that he is a summoned being, she'll likely not believe he is no threat and be alerted to his existence. She suddenly looks in a seemingly ambiguous direction towards the forest break where a creek flows down into the deep dale in which the giant castle is tucked. They aren't Daniel, but unlike him, they belong in this world. In direct and surprising contrast, where they don't belong, being a couple of Geishanin women, is this deep in demon territory alone. Chapter 35. The search draws closer. Sergeant Treya and Lieutenant Gwenisphia have been tracking Daniel through the demon wildlands since leaving Fort Peony. They have to be especially cautious, since there are an untold number of species of monsters and animals in the demon wildlands. They each have their own hunting methods and prey, and some are even cunning enough to be a threat to two Geishanines traveling together. Their sense of smell is better than a human's, and they have a lot more experience in the wilderness than Daniel should, given how he spoke of his experience. And, though a little difficult to track at times, they have managed to continue following his bootprints where he stepped in mud, small fireplaces where he made camp, and in general, his scent, which both of them are familiar enough with, thanks to the weapon he made. No one from the east side of the mountains can confirm what happened to Daniel, but the fact that his bootprints are traveling alone since leaving the Datakorian village indicates that, in spite of the hostility they were met with trying to gather information, It is Daniel himself who is on a solo journey deep into the demon wildlands. That means that, not only did he somehow deter the attack from the dragons, but he also defeated the escorting force and drove them back, safely visited 2 villages hosting 2 different races of demon kin, and continued on without falling victim to the very monsters and animals the 2 Geishanin women have to avoid as well. Gwenisphia asks softly, Treya, yeah, how do you think he did it? What? Survived this long? Well, that too. But, more specifically, defended the fort. I don't even know anymore. 1 minute, he assaults a princess. Next, he fixes magic devices without having any magic of his own. And now, he seems to have stopped a dragon. I can't wrap my head around any of that coinciding with any other part. Agreed. As for surviving, did you notice those bags the demon kin use? I saw everyone in the Datacorians had them, magic bags of some kind. I'm not sure the extent, but I'm guessing those things hold a lot more than they look. You think so? Gotta be. Daniel can live frugally, but he still has to have supplies. He probably snagged at least one of those bags, and keeps it full of supplies. How was he able to speak to the villages, do you think? They were somewhat neutral to us until we mentioned we were looking for him. Treya sighs. The cynical part of me defaults to him doing something to tick them off. She smiles a little sheepishly at Gwen when the latter frowns at her. But, from everything I know now, it's more likely that he helped them for free, and they're protecting him. Gwen smiles, adding tenderly, yeah, that makes sense. Treya crouches, inspecting a small campsite. Definitely looks like another of his. And, look there. She points ahead in the rough direction they've been traveling. From their current position in the forest, they can both easily see a humongous fortress. However, their sharp eyes tell them what is most notable about this fortress. It is no human or normal demonkin construction. It is a mountain unto itself, towering over the world and casting a shadow on many of the villages and lakes of the wide rolling valley in which they rest. Gwen whispers, the Citadel, the what? The Citadel. My grandfather used to tell us stories about it. He said that there was an ancient fortress in the demon wildlands that used to be a place where all races could gather and share wisdom and merriment. Really, That's what he said. He said the legend spoke of a castle as big as a mountain, and which surpassed all known magic and technology of this world. No siege had ever harmed the castle, and it was ruled by the most powerful of beings in the world. Dragons? I don't know. But, for some reason, I don't think so. Grandfather would have mentioned them. Think Daniel is there. Gwen looks at Treya, who looks at her in turn. Daniel doesn't even know the rumors and legends of this world, essentially, since his path has led this far towards the Citadel, and he doesn't seem to have avoided demon villages. It only depends on what his goal is. If he's just exploring, he might be inclined to go to the castle. But, if he's hunting someone, it depends on where he believes they will be. And, the location of the Demon Queen has been known for a long time, though the source of the intel has been kept secret. Gwen finally replies, let's start with the surrounding villages and see if anyone saw him pass through. Yes, ma'am. The 2 continue as far as they can go, moving fairly quickly. Out in the open, they're a little safer from monsters, but they can't build a fire, lest they attract attention from soldiers. If they're caught and believed to be soldiers, which is likely, then it's very possible they'll be executed as spies or taken as prisoners of war, in the best case scenarios. It's ideal for them to avoid all attention if possible and travel as 2 explorers. Fortunately, at a distant glance, they share enough similarity to Datacorians to avoid suspicion. It takes several more days for them to approach the Citadel. Its massive size makes it appear deceptively closer than it actually is. And, like the artificial mountain that it is, it casts a long shadow from the morning to almost noon. Hey, Treya, murmurs Gwen as they're approaching a village. What is it, ma'am? I just wanted to thank you for coming all this way with me. Treya sighs. I didn't do it for you. And I definitely didn't do it because I want to. I have to. I never got to repay. Listen, I'm here for my own reasons, so don't give it too much thought. Gwen smiles. You don't have to hide it, I'm willing to share with you. I don't know what you're talking about, Gwen snickers. We're pretty far from everyone else, Treya. You don't have to deflect with me. Besides, Commander already knows. Just, drop it for now. We haven't found him yet. True. But, I think we're getting closer. Smell that? Yeah. Burned alchemy powder and scorched iron. Strange to smell it all the way out here. Winds coming from the direction of the Citadel. We must be getting close. Treya sighs. Here's hoping he didn't get taken prisoner by the Citadel. I think it's supposed to be out of commission, yeah. And, this is the demon wildlands. If it's not functional, it's inhabited by demons or monsters. That's true. The two look at the castle looming high above them as they're approaching the village they walked to. They focus on what's right in front of them now, cautiously approaching the village. It is inhabited by what appear to be primarily Oni, highly intelligent demon kin with 1 or 2 horns, generally, rising from their foreheads and tribal markings resembling tattoos. There are also peaceful goblins, a grouping of goblins that tend to settle down in villages, rather than continuing their more savage tunneling and cave-dwelling ways. Thankfully, most mid and high-ranking demon kin seem to know the Eastern language, which gives the Geishanin women away quickly, but not everyone in the demon wildlands is hostile. Like the eastern side of the mountains, there are civilians and innocents here. War is fought by a small population at the behest of an even smaller population. The rest are just collateral or completely uninvolved. Gwen, who has a more welcoming and docile personality, approaches a small stand where an Oni woman is selling grilled meat. Gwen speaks to her politely. Excuse me, miss. Do you speak the Eastern language? The Oni woman cocks her head, but she nods in confirmation. I do. You're a long way from home, aren't you? We're travelers. That's what we aspire to do. Really, it's dangerous in the demon lands for Easterners like you. If we're not careful, it can be dangerous anywhere we go. But, thank you for the concern. I'd like to ask you a question I've been wondering, but... First, can we get 2 skewers and 2 of those smoked cutlets? The woman gives another affirmative nod, a little surprised, but thankful for the business. She hands over the food, asking, "What question did you want to ask?" Ah. Right. Thank you. Gwen hands over one of each of the food items to Treya, who bows respectfully and accepts them with a grateful nod. We had a third companion traveling with us. A young human man. He's pretty easy to spot. He's really tall with dark hair and dark brown eyes. He's probably wielding a weird-looking staff. The woman strokes her chin as she thinks. A human. That would be even weirder than fellow halflings. Halflings? Asks Treya. The woman looks at her. Are your people not descended of the Dadakorians? The differences are apparent, just as my ancestors can be traced back to the true demons. Treya and Gwen look at each other briefly. Gwen deflects, returning to the subject at hand. That's the first time we've heard something like that. But, if possible, could you tell us about our friend? I assume you haven't seen him. No humans that I've seen come through. Treya suddenly looks when she spots motion, and Gwenisphia matches her gaze. As soldiers, they need to be attuned to anything that could spring an attack on them, in battle or before a battle even begins. And, this time, their 2 sets of eyes fall upon a young woman who isn't an Oni, specifically, but another race of lesser demon, given her long, slender tail ending at a heart-shaped point, and her unnaturally beautiful eyes, hair, and figure. Treya noticed her suspiciously tense when she overheard about a human this far into demon territory. Then, when both of them looked, she became visibly nervous, whirling around and walking away quickly. Gwen asks the vendor, "Pardon me asking this, but do you happen to know that woman?" "Who? Aulone. Sure. She's a traveling cook who likes to visit towns and pick up new recipes, sharing what she's made. Not long ago, she was picked up to be part of one of the Lord Dragon's attack force, and we thought it'd be a long time before we saw her again. Have you encountered her?" "No, ma'am. I was just worried she was frightened of us." "Ah, well, I wouldn't put too much thought into it. Truth be told, many of us are thankful that the war doesn't escalate. She might have just recognized the Eastern language and thought you were hunting her. Why? You're not, are you?" "Oh no. Certainly not. As I said, we're traveling, and if we can, we're searching for our companion. Very much the human man I described. His name's Daniel, so if you see him, please let him know that Gwen and Treya are looking for him." Gwen gestures at herself and Treya to introduce them. "Daniel, you say?" Gwen cocks her head. "I did. Do you know the name?" "I." The woman looks in the direction Aulone just walked. She then looks at Gwen again. No, I believe I should get back to work. She adds in a lower voice, I don't know what business really brought you here, but as a courtesy for your patronage, I won't call out for help. I ask that you leave the village immediately. We're not after any demons, I swear. I have a bad feeling about talking to you all of a sudden, and Treya slams her hands on the woman's serving table, startling her. She snarls quietly, what aren't you demons telling us about Daniel? Every time his name comes up, everyone goes quiet and hostile on us. Answer me. Treya, whispers Gwen sharply. I'll scream. Then you better scream and answer to my question, because the first enemy in range is going to be you if you make a scene. Daniel is my lover. Are you happy? That's all I want. If you're hiding him. The woman is nervous, and Gwen tries to defuse, but the merchant whimpers out as she looks away. Aulon mentioned a paramour by the name of Daniel as well, someone she met on her mission. That's all I know. Please, just leave. Treya whispers, that's it? Why is everyone hiding Daniel? I swear I don't know. His name came up, and that's all. She didn't mention he was a human. Gwen finally pulls Treya back, and they look around at the cautious and on guard villagers. Treya sucks her teeth. Thank you, the meat was delicious. She tosses another coin onto the table, more than doubling the woman's profit from the sale. We're leaving. Treya storms off, and Gwen bows quickly, jogging after her, watching around them for signs of attack. They leave the village and find a safe spot to regroup. What were you thinking? I got the answer, didn't I? That demon girl brought his name here. If she spoke positively about Daniel, everyone else would have clammed up eventually, too. But, I know. We're not welcome anymore. No inn or anything for us. But, what would bring that Aulon girl to this village specifically? You think Daniel is here? Maybe. She might have kidnapped him. I've heard some of the demons do that. Kidnap men for reasons. Gwen sighs. Well, there's no way we can go looking for her, now. Treya smirks. Isn't there? No, the junior-ranking Gaishanin soldier sighs. You have no imagination. ******. Daniel inspects the finished components, modeled by simple drawings he was able to do from memory and built via descriptions of the sizing requirements. Zyriko has many strange magical devices at her disposal that can form materials with ease, not unlike Earth's wire EDMs and multi-tool CNC mills. And she can also use magic summoning circles to simply summon certain ingredients and simple parts using magic from the castle's reserves of magical energy. He begins assembling pieces of the first one, checking fit and alignment carefully. Zyriko teases as she watches from nearby, you know, Daniel, you've officially doomed this world. Not yet, I haven't. People were killing each other with similar things as these for hundreds of years on my world. The world enders came much later. If I may, Master Daniel, I do not yet understand why the tolerances were so strict, should wear or metallic deformation occur. That's why the alloys are so important. The design controls those aspects as much as possible. With proper oiling, the tolerances ensure as much of the energy as possible is used without being wasted. You mentioned that. Is it a significant difference? Very. I likely won't need the mithril or cold iron to pierce dragon scale. If the devourer is what we think, and by some miracle, I of all people manage to kill it, then there's going to be a lot of stray magic energy floating around the continent. Let us pray they don't evolve to possess tougher hides than dragons. Zyriko nods curiously. Her tone softens to amused and warm, I see. And, yes, I very much understand. I'll have to research where this energy is lost, but I understand. I know. Feel free to do testing within the guidelines I set for you. Indeed. I feel you still don't fully trust me, instructing me not to use living targets. Daniel smirks. I'm worried that you're smarter than me, Zyriko. Just covering my butt in case you decide to interpret my instructions creatively. Master, I will do everything in my power not to displease you. If you wish for me not to experiment on living beings, you need only say so. With a chuckle, Daniel replies warmly, and, so I did. True. Master, you have a visitor. Daniel pauses as he's pulling the slide back on his brand new fully assembled semi-automatic anti-tank rifle. A visitor? For me specifically? They did not ask for you by name. The individual speaking asked to confer with the ruler of the Citadel. It seems there are people aware of the revival. I see. Is it an option to ignore them? Of course, Master. The Citadel is impenetrable from the outside. If anyone does find a way, I hope you will kill them so I can study the methods and prevent them in the future. Daniel chuckles. No promises, but I'll do my best of course. Though, with this technology and your magic, you're far more powerful than I am. Zyriko approaches him and bows. Not yet, Master. I might be able to end the world. If what you say is true, you definitely could. And, since I am bound to your orders, my power will always be your power so long as you shall live. And, by the gods, spirits, and all the world, may that be forever. With a scoff, Daniel loads the new rifle with the magazine Zyriko already prepared. Allow them into the audience chamber and have them meet with Hecate. For anyone who doesn't know, I'd like Hecate to be the ruler of the Citadel. I see. As you wish, Master. Speaking of the Lady Hecate, she is awake. She also seems agitated. She'll be fine. I think she's still mad about Ryuo. I was surprised, Master. You made an interesting choice. I didn't choose between one or another. I accepted a request. There is a slight difference. Perhaps if you also gave, don't even say it. Hecate is too young. I want to refine her magic. This guest. Do you see them making trouble? Uncertain. They do seem to have some influence in the demon territories, but their exact goal could be anything. Once upon a time, it was customary for the many races of the world to pay tribute to the Feldrocks and the Citadel, and in return, we granted them healing and agricultural techniques to keep their villages prospering and stable. I suspect much of that wisdom has been lost these last few centuries. Noted. Hecate may accept tribute, but she should make no promises or agreements of any kind on the same day they're offered, not when it shouldn't be common knowledge that the Citadel is up and running. Of course, Master. I shall advise Lady Hecate thusly. Please excuse me. Oh, but, before I do go. Zyriko waves her hand over the workbench, and a metal case appears. It's about the size of a large travel suitcase. She explains. A gift from me to you, Master. I hope you enjoy. She bows and vanishes before he can reply. Of course, Daniel knows that Zyriko can see anything she chooses to see in the Citadel's grounds, including the areas outside of the castle proper, but within the fortress walls surrounding an ancient village. Daniel flips open the tabs keeping the case closed, and he opens the lid. He is surprised at what he finds. It appears to be a suit of armor made of glistening metal that has a multi-hue, similar to titanium, creating a rainbow-like effect. When he runs his hand over the chest plate, the color shifts, following his hand with a gradient extending away from his hand. Zyriko briefly described the metal that Daniel is pretty sure he's looking at. Charmelkel. Alone, raw Charmelkel ore is rarer and more valuable than any other known substance in this world and didn't exist on Earth. That said, that doesn't mean she doesn't have over a ton of the metal stored away, and with enough magic, it can be summoned. In this case, she forged armor to fit him, including a right gauntlet that seems to be paired with a sword. A phenomenon that Zyriko described as a magic link. If the two items are separated for a minute or so, they return to each other. Because Charmelkel is conductive for magic energy, a sheath mounted on any part of the armor can allow storage of the weapon with a simple tether tying to a part of the gauntlet. The sword itself is elegant in design. With its current shape, were it made of steel, hammer-forged iron, stainless, or even tomahagane of Japanese katanas, this sword would not survive a clash between standard weapons of its own class. Unsurprisingly, made of Charmelkel as it is, its elegant, double helix-like blade blending a black metal half with a silvery white metal half twisting back and forth across each other with small hollow spots between the peaks of the wave-like shapes should hold just fine, and the sharpened edge made through magic, undoubtedly, is as sharp or sharper than the most legendary of katanas of Earth. When Daniel lifts the sword, though, he's surprised to see it begin to glow in response to his touch, similarly forming a rainbow gradient that extends away from his hand, and energy seems to be flowing through the blade. It also seems to weigh almost nothing. It feels solid when he touches it to the workbench, but the weight is little more than a sheet of paper. When he drops it, it clangs loudly with rather heavy impacts, which confuses him even more. Is it magic? Must be. He chuckles. Zyriko seems to have given him a rather special set of equipment. Not one to overlook such a generous gift, Daniel takes his current outerwear off, folding the Stahlvalten jacket he received from Wenliana, and putting on the special long-sleeve shirt and jacket that came with the armor. He changes into the pants as well, and then begins donning the armor. Each piece seems to magnetize to his new outfit, gripping firmly, but without providing any real resistance to his movements. The armor pieces protect his feet, shins, knees, outer thighs, chest and upper back, forearms, shoulders, and collar. There's even a helmet, though he opts not to put it on for now. He sheathes the sword at his hip. It reminds him of a fictional story he read in his life on Earth, but he's not sure. With his armor in place, Daniel wonders rhetorically, I wonder if I can choose the colors. If I had to choose, I'd go with shades of gray, I suppose. Urban camo? That seems. Just as he's finishing his thought out loud, the armor changes colors, matching his mental color image for the armor. Surprised, he remarks, how about digital camouflage? As he envisions it, the color shifts on his armor, matching his mental image for digital camouflage, which is an unnatural blend of square shapes of varying gray, black, and faint green and tan coloring forming the splotchy patterns that are designed to break up the wearer's outline efficiently and reliably. Daniel inspects his armor, impressed that it's able to read his mental image. He murmurs, this shouldn't be able to work, should it? Or, is it somehow OT magic? Given that the armor and swords seem to have their own magic. It could very well be that the armor is imbued with a soul that's able to listen to him, since it wouldn't be much different than Zyriko's form, other than shape and function. Fully geared up, Daniel heads to the audience chamber, sneaking in through the back entrance while Hecate meets with the visitor, and Ryuogrier standing by as an advisor along with Zyriko's golem. He puts the helmet on to hide his face and takes a position like a royal knight behind the three women as Hecate speaks with the man standing before her. The man appears to be some race of demon kin, though Daniel has no idea which one specifically. It's a tall being, about Daniel's height, but with a more muscular build and craggy-looking scales and spiky protrusions from his skin. Given that the Ultal, represented by Viregrays, look distinctly different, he's pretty sure it's not one of the greater demons. Just guessing, Daniel would call the being an Oni, after a Japanese demon, or an orc. A tall and strong being usually compared to pigs, but in this case, that wouldn't be a very fitting analogy. Can grant you a great deal of experience and stability in running the territory around the Citadel. I can even provide workers to run day-to-day operations. Hecate, sitting in her chair as every bit the bratty princess she could have been in another life, looks at the man speaking with a straight face. She smiles, saying, I see, yes, that could prove to be very helpful, having free labor. There's an awkward atmosphere in the room. Hecate gives him nothing, as it's clear that it isn't exactly the response he was expecting. Daniel asks quietly into his helmet, Zyriko, can you hear me? Her voice softly fills his helmet, likely through magic. Yes, master. At that volume, only I can hear you. Hecate can't. No, master. I'm actively blocking your voice from leaving the helmet. Daniel realizes that the armor could very much be an extension of Zyriko, which is why she can speak directly to him, as well as control his voice leaving or not leaving the helmet. I haven't heard much, but it sounds like this guy is trying to start out running. Indeed. He has been pressuring Hecate to establish a friendly relationship with his territory. His name is Gilimsa, and he was present the day you met with Miss Viregrays. The Demon Queen. Indeed. Finally gathering his composure, Gilimsa replies, yes, well, that wasn't entirely what I had in mind. Hecate, masterfully using words to hide how little interest she has, retorts, that's what you said, didn't you? You would provide workers. I didn't ask for workers. In fact, I've been insisting that I have nothing to offer you, and you keep insisting on remaining here to make offers. Why, but of course, your ladyship. But, there is plenty to offer, and I believe that we could exchange. I told you. I have nothing to offer you. His expression cracks a little, and he resists audibly sucking his teeth, but frustration is apparent for the briefest of moments. He tries to plaster on his diplomatic smile again. If I'm not mistaken, your father gifted the Citadel to you after repairing its functions and vanquishing the feral Feldrock. Surely, your father would understand. Hecate smiles. You're right. I was gifted this wonderful castle by the person I love most in this world. Unless you genuinely believe you can give me the whole world before you could, you have nothing I want. Thus, I have nothing to offer you. Gilimsa looks at Zyriko and Daniel each, sizing them up briefly as he tries to process Hecate's indignant and dismissive attitude. I am a very powerful leader in these lands. Ryuogryr finally speaks up. You are one of the Demon Queen's council. Yes, we are aware. I wonder if she is aware of you going behind her back after making a promise to return herself. The perturbed demon looks at Hecate with a glare. You would allow your servant to speak in such a meeting? Even Daniel, immune to magic, feels like the room becomes much colder all of a sudden. However, Hecate is the one that replies with a dismissive wave of her hand. Why wouldn't I? I might not like her because she seduced my fiancé, but she's still more valuable than you. Oh, and you probably know her as Lady White, the dragon. Daniel watches the disgusted demon look at Ryuogryr. He does a double take, turning pale as his expression drains. For effect, the dragon in humanoid form sways her tail, emphasizing her draconic traits. Hecate adds, Lady Blue is around here somewhere as well. She grumbles under her breath as she glares at Ryuogryr, vile temptresses. The dragon simply smiles, ignoring Hecate's impotent hostility. The little Feldrock girl does sit up, remarking suddenly with a strangely excited tone, Oh. But, I'll ask if Lady Viregrace can make an offer to counter yours. I already have a fiancé, so doing human political marriages disgusts me, so really, all she has to do is not tick me off. Lady White. Do you know of what we might want or need from Lady Viregrace? Ryuogryr replies politely, Virtually nothing, Lady Hecate. Though, it would be nice to provide refuge to demon kin being evacuated. Ah, agreed. Perhaps she'd be willing to pay us. She smiles at Gilimsa as he shrinks under the passive reminder that he's here behind Viregrace's back, so merely mentioning his visit could cause problems, which Hecate not only plans to exploit, but to exacerbate. Just to rub salt into the wound, she adds chipperly, and, of course, if we are to ally with Lady Viregrace, it certainly won't be while she has allies who would stab her in the back at the first sign of greener fields. But, thanks for visiting. It was fun, bye-bye. So long and farewell. Gilimsa is dumbstruck. He glances at Ryuogryr, who simply smiles at him. He then looks at Zyriko and Daniel, who don't move, though Daniel probably cuts a somewhat imposing figure in dark-colored armor with strange patterns on it and a sword glowing faintly with magic energy. Zyriko says only to Daniel, she's good at this. I'm just as surprised as you are. She must have seen a lot of meetings like this, even when she was a slave. You may wish to concede to her, Master. He scoffs. I have to complete my mission first. She's mad for no reason. No reason, Master. He sighs. I know, but nothing happened. Zyriko's voice sighs. Master, you can be so smart and so foolish in such short spans of time. Daniel rolls his eyes. Thank you for the armor, by the way, it fits perfectly. You're welcome. It looks good on you. Thank you. If Gilimsa looks like he'll cause trouble, be ready to stop him. If you're certain we could win a war, you may deal with him as needed. Yes, Master. I suspect the threat of 2 dragons being allied with you will keep him in check to the door. From there, it's unclear what he'll do. Do you have soldiers you can send out into the world? Of course, Master. Though, they will need to return every couple of weeks to recharge. Stealth. I have some spells that can be used. I'll need either Hecate or the dragons to activate them. Good. Have them prepare some soldiers and send them to protect Viregrace. Until I know what we're dealing with, I have a strong feeling she's our best ally in this world in the interest of keeping the world intact. I suspect you're right. Master, may I send them with firearms? On one condition. Can you make the weapons self-destruct into a completely destroyed state upon loss? Yes. I'll also use synthetic dragon's teeth for bullets and ensure the soldiers collect all casings. Good. Then, please do. As you wish, my master. Once the visitant demon leaves, Daniel approaches Hecate and pets her head. She grins up at him happily, having briefly forgotten her irritation towards him. Good work, Hecate. Thank you, Daniel. Can you believe that guy, though? He thought my father gave me this castle. He scoffs and smiles. Given the character you played, that wouldn't be the worst cover story. Maybe, but fiancé is better. She glares at him. Sending your mistress was mean. I have no mistresses, Hecate. Ryuo has experience in this realm. We could all learn from her. Ryuogrier bows politely. You flatter me, Daniel. I am honored to be of service. Hecate jumps up, standing between Daniel and Ryuogrier. Stop it, you're trying to seduce him again. Daniel sighs, scooping Hecate up from behind and carrying her away as he says, Good work, Ryuo. Please check on Lady Blue, if you would. If she has awakened, we can have the conversation with her next. Ryuogrier agrees with a nod. Yes, Daniel, thank you. Hecate struggles, though she's not exercising any real strength. She just wants Daniel to acknowledge her tantrum, but she's also happy to be princess carried by him before she escalates. For now, there's a little more preparatory work for Daniel to make for his real mission. Chapter 36. The Treasure of Doom. Daniel changes the coloring of his armor to match his outfit. A deep reddish brown for the top, dark gray pants, and black boots, and he carries his new rifle with him, as well as the sword. Zyriko asks as they walk to the prison cell containing the blue dragon, Master, did you attempt to draw the sword? I thought you could see everything in the castle. I can, but, would you, for me now? He has no reason to object, so he draws the sword and shows it to her. Why? Should I not have been able to? Zyriko suddenly looks ahead. She says nothing as she walks alongside him. Wait, you didn't expect me to be able to draw it? She glances at him, and then looks ahead again. Master, I am happy to have met you. What is this sword? Is it cursed? No, of course not, Master, it's a very special sword. Ryuogrier is waiting outside of the cell as she sees Daniel casually swinging the sword. It feels normal. The white dragon in humanoid form remarks in shock, that sword, isn't that, Nemesel? She looks at Zyriko, and then back at Daniel, who frowns. He glares at Zyriko. Zyriko. The golem says in a deflective tone, Master, we have arrived. Zyriko, answer me. What is this sword? Ryuogrier answers when Zyriko remains silent. That sword is said to be a legendary sword. No one in the world now could wield it, but its original wielder defeated an out-of-control Ultal dictator thousands of years ago. She gingerly touches the sword, recoiling when it shocks her. She gasps, and Daniel inspects the sword. Sorry. Are you okay, Ryuo? She nods, nursing her hand. It wasn't bad, but it truly is Nemesel. Daniel looks at Zyriko, who finally states, I wasn't alive when it was forged, of course, but it has remained a mystery. Many legends linger about the sword, but no one could hold it. No one but you, Master. She adds tenderly, you are this generation's God-chosen hero. Daniel cocks his head. It's a concept from fictional stories of his world, but usually, that requires actually being spoken to by some divine being and told all of this. He finally retorts, I doubt it. You're a scientist, Zyriko. I think you know what I suspect. And, what is that? Asks Zyriko with amusement in her voice. That this sword somehow reacts negatively to magic. Ryuogrier cocks her head in surprise. She, too, looks at Zyriko for answers. The golem replies, I had suspicions that, if anyone would get a different reaction from the sword, it would be you, Master. Though, I have yet to figure out the exact mechanism as to why. Daniel sighs. I believe you. Why not tell me, though? I was curious, and this was more fun. I also didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Daniel smirks at her. I see. Fair enough. He then looks at Ryuogrier, sheathing the sword. Any indications that Lady Blue will object? She shakes her head. No, I am confident she will agree to your terms. She might be afraid of you, though. Daniel can't argue that. Try to convince her to stay calm. She doesn't have to trust us, but she needs to stay calm. Ryuogrier agrees confidently. I shall ensure it, Daniel. She looks around, asking, will Lady Hecate be joining us? This time, Daniel goes quiet, and Zyriko teases, she's conflicted about being present when Daniel is seduced by her as well. Ah, apologies. Then, I am ready, Daniel. He confirms with a nod, cradling his rifle across his chest. He then nods his head at Zyriko, and Zyriko opens the door. He walks in calmly, followed by Ryuogrier and Zyriko, each of whom stop alongside him. Like Ryuogrier when they met formally, the cobalt blue dragon is in her humongous true form, curled in a defensive position as her eyes stay locked on Daniel. Daniel says gently, Good evening. My name is Daniel. You probably know me better as the Feldrock Sorcerer, or the Harbinger of Calamity. Please just call me Daniel, though. The dragon is startled by the revelation of who he is, but then she sees Ryuogrier. Suddenly, as if spoken to by the blue dragon, Ryuogrier states, I now go by Ryuogrier, and I am now Daniel's ally. Though, I am forbidden from referring to him with proper deference. She smiles at Daniel, petting her belly briefly. Daniel is here to make you an offer that I suggest you take. All alternatives are worse, and Daniel is a man of his word. You will speak in the Eastern language in his presence, or I will ignore you. The blue dragon looks at Daniel, and then back at the white dragon, and then back to Daniel again. Ryuogrier adds gently, Daniel, please give me the following order. I order you to speak your true feelings and beliefs. That makes enough sense for Daniel. Ryuogrier, I order you to speak your true feelings and beliefs. She smiles. I am serving Daniel of my own free will, Liavagstrium. I am under a slave contract, but one that only binds me to Daniel, a normal human. And he has yet to give me any direct orders utilizing the enslavement. It is more of a contract to guarantee his safety. Yours will be the same as mine thanks to Daniel and Hecate, who you will meet later. I don't like Hecate very much, but she has grown since her days as the slave that brought us to here. The blue dragon shot a look of betrayal at Ryuogrier as she spoke, indicating Liavagstrium as her true name as it is pronounced in the Eastern language. Regardless, she heard Ryuogrier out, and she finally speaks softly, her voice still deep and filling the room with ease. You would speak my true name before these beings, Zadaralam? Ryuogrier takes the indignant response in stride. Indeed. She exposes her chest, revealing the contract brand with Daniel's name on it. I gave mine willingly when Daniel described the options and offered me what he did. He has been fully true to his word. I spoke of you being trustworthy, and Hecate defended you, too. I hope you will hear out what he has to say. Again, she looks at each of them a few times. She finally replies quietly, very well. I will hear the human's offer. Daniel explains the stakes. She'll be magically contracted to him, but he won't flex his authority over her so long as she doesn't provide any threat to him or his plans. She will forcibly have to protect her children, cannot harm Daniel, Hecate, Zyriko, or anyone else listed on the contract, and cannot raise her children to be hostile to anyone on the contract. Otherwise, she can defend herself and those she is not allowed to harm, and she can do anything else she wants. He then explains the reward. The cure to the curse that none of them can detect but is easy to convince them of its existence, and children as soon as she wants to try. Ryuogrier then explains, after the contract is formed, Daniel will ask you or choose for you if you allow it, a new name that isn't your true name. It has been a long time since I felt so free and relaxed. The choice is yours, my dear sister, but I do encourage you to accept Daniel's offer. After a moment of pondering, Daniel offers, we can give you time to ponder. You don't have to decide today. Her Majesty Viregraze is returning in a couple days to negotiate, so I'd like an answer before then, but we won't force you. Do you have any questions? The blue dragon pauses one last moment and she casts a simple spell, the same spell Zadaralam cast during her meeting. Within moments, Liavagstrium emerges from the light glow of the spell much smaller than she was, similarly human as Ryuogrier is now. Again, Daniel is left wondering how the humanoid form is chosen, as Liavagstrium looks different than Ryuogrier, including more youthful. If Ryuogrier looks like a particularly beautiful 40-something human woman, Liavagstrium looks like she's in her mid-20s. Her outfit consists of a fairly beautiful, but extremely modest shroud, tunic, and long dress that hides any significant details of her body shape. When she's standing idle, she looks somewhat like a slender Native American teepee with a human head peeking out of the top, her hair an iridescent blue that shifts shades depending on the angle, and her deep emerald green horns emerge and curl softly at the sides of her head. She has a soft, but somewhat cold expression, like an introvert who does her best to keep to herself. She bows, revealing her metallic blue tail peeking from underneath at the back. Master Daniel, I accept your offer. Please allow me to live as you have described. Daniel nods in agreement. He finally introduces Zyriko. Thank you. In that case, my companion Zyriko will cure you and perform the contract. After that, we'll choose a new name, and you'll be free to leave if you wish. She complies, following Zyriko's instructions as the caretaker performs both procedures the same as she did with Ryuogrier. Afterwards, she states warmly, "They're all done. You're ready to couple up and lay some eggs. Just be warned, Hecate doesn't like you." Daniel replies, "She won't hurt you. She'll just express herself. Now, for the final test. Liavagstrium, I order you to, without hesitation, slap me as hard as you can." The blue dragon tries to object, but just as with Ryuogrier, who stands by passively now, Liavagstrium's hand flies on its own. Just as with Ryuogrier, her momentum plummets as her hand reaches Daniel's cheek, and it stops on his cheek. She is surprised, quickly apologizing. "I am sorry, Master Human. Your order, I couldn't, please. Relax. I did the same thing to Ryuogrier. The contract is in place." He smiles, gently taking her hand off of his cheek. She whimpers softly, "WH. Why would you risk something so dangerous? I could have killed you. And, I imagine it would be pretty quick. I wouldn't have much to worry about after that, She stares at him, and then looks at his hand, still holding hers gently. She retreats under her outfit, breaking eye contact. "If you don't want to live, why did you fight back?" "I don't want to die. I just figure it's a good way to be sure the contract worked. That's how much I trust Zyriko. Now, I can trust you, too." She blushes, and the subtle movements of her shoulders and her dress suggest that she's fidgeting underneath her body-hiding outfit. Daniel doesn't tease her, though. He instead asks, "So, now that we're past all of that, do you have any ideas for a name?" Liavagstrium looks at Ryuogrier, and then at Daniel. "Ryuogrier is not a name I've ever heard. Did you choose it, Master?" "I did," confirms Daniel. "You're welcome to choose your own, if you wish. I just don't want to call you Blue. It's too generic and feels impersonal." "Impersonal?" He confirms with a nod. "You're a person. And I hope we can be friends in spite of our meeting and current circumstances." She breaks eye contact again, nodding subtly. But, she asks softly, "You feel that way, even though we were enemies?" "It's all the more important if I want to prove I don't want to be your enemy. I know you just accepted a contract that binds you to me, but can we be friends with the goal of protecting the world, rather than conquering it?" She agrees softly, "Why yes, and I'd like you to choose a name for me as well. I will trust you to choose something fitting." Daniel is surprised a little, but he agrees to do it. "Very well. I guess, in keeping with the vow." "Well, never mind that. How about Rainleaf? Shortened to Raina for casual conversation." She cocks her head. "Rainleaf?" Daniel smiles and nods. "It's a slightly modified name of a sort of goddess from where I come from." "I see, you compare me to a goddess." He smiles. "Why not? You're far more powerful than me." Ryuogrier whispers, "Daniel is a magic summoned from another world." This surprises the newly dubbed Rainleaf, and she glances at Ryuogrier briefly, before staring at Daniel. Is that true, Master?" "Yes. And, thank you. I almost forgot. Raina, sorry, do you accept your new name?" She nods sheepishly. "Yes, thank you so much, Master Daniel." He sighs. "You're welcome, and thank you. Now, I order you to refer to me as Daniel. No Master or Lord. Just Daniel." She gasps, glancing at Ryuogrier, who answers with a slightly disappointed nod, and Rainleaf finally understands what she meant. "Why would you do that, Daniel? Why do you want to refer to me so reverently? You're giving us a second chance, likely when we don't deserve it." And, she peeks under her collar briefly at her own chest, her cheeks filling with color again. She clears her throat, adding softly, "I am yours. Now, am I not?" "Not in that sense. You're just a friend. That is just an insurance policy for me." She surprises him when she takes his hand, holding it sincerely in front of her close to her chest. "Please revoke your order, D. Daniel. I would like to express how I feel." Why? You don't have to. I would like to, please." Daniel sighs. "Fine. Raina, I grant you permission to address me however you please." She smiles, instantly saying, "Thank you, my cherished savior." This stuns him, but Ryuogrier quickly crowds closer. "Daniel, me too, please. I feel the same way." I didn't think you would accommodate if I asked. He sighs again, a little more exasperated this time. Fine. Ryuo, you also have permission to address me however you like. Try not to embarrass me, please. Cherished master, oh come on, she smiles, taking his other hand. I truly have come to cherish you, Daniel. I can feel it, you have given me, personally, a great many gifts in such a short time. I look forward to a long future with you. I am certain Reina will, too. Reina nods sheepishly, adding softly, you're kinder than I thought you would be when you walked in. Daniel extracts himself, clearing his throat. Thank you for the praise, but I'm no one special. Let's all work together. Zyriko cuts in, ruining Daniel's attempt to escape. Master, before we finish, we should probably discuss Lady Reina's restored ability to procreate. Zyriko, you're a terrorist. *****. Daniel finally finds some alone time in a hidden work area of the Citadel that Zyriko prepared at his request. She left him a note to head there after he was able to extract himself from Hecate, Ryuogrier, and Rainleaf. There, Danny finds a strange collection. There are several goblins and orcs eagerly receiving a reward from Zyriko's golem as a handful of other golems stand nearby. Zyriko notices him enter, and she eagerly greets him. Master. Welcome. I was just rewarding my henchmen. Please forgive these unsightly creatures. Daniel nods politely at them, saying a little sternly, Zyriko, I don't find them unsightly. If they're willing and capable of working, they're welcome here. I see. Besides, the few female goblins I've met are kinda cute. Don't tell Hecate I said that. Zyriko chuckles, saying warmly, Master, your secret is probably safe with me. Daniel smirks at her, knowing she's teasing him. Either way, Hecate won't do anything severe, most likely. He asks, so, what did they do to earn a reward? Zyriko gestures at the cart that was wheeled into the room. It's rather large and contains a heavy-looking dark gray metal box. They have graciously worked with tools I provided to obtain what you requested, Master. As you suggested, lead seems to contain its effects. Ah. Yes, the mystery material in the mountains, correct? What did you find? Daniel approaches the case, but as he reaches for it, he notices the demonkin retreat. He asks, what is it? Zyriko asks, and one of the orcs responds. He says many of the workers fell ill, especially if handling it directly. Ah, well, that's not good, but it might confirm one of my suspicions. You think this is the weapon you need? In its ore form, yes. I'm hoping so. You may dismiss them if you wish. I'm going to open the chest. She acknowledges with a nod, explaining to the orcs and goblins. They share a glance, but hesitantly remain. She says to Daniel, seems they're curious if they got the right material. Daniel slides the heavy lead lid open with a pry bar, and he holds a lantern over the opening. Almost immediately, the lantern goes out. Right. Negates all magic. Zyriko, could I get a? Her golem form suddenly collapses, even across the room where she is. Zyriko. He quickly seals the case as the goblins and orcs groan and panic a little. He then runs to Zyriko's golem body, but the pieces have fallen apart. Zyriko. Can you hear me? Wake up. A moment later, a new golem materializes in the room, and Zyriko's voice states, Apologies, Master. I should have expected this much. Zyriko. Yes. I told you, did I not? My soul is not housed in my golem, only a link. I will endure this much with no trouble. He sighs relief, setting her defunct body down. You're sure you're all right? Yes. I knew better, but I was curious. Indeed, this appears to have the same power as the mystery material in the mountains. If you wish to observe it, I too will need to leave the room, it seems. That's probably for the best. I don't really want anyone in this world to be capable of seeing me make the weapon itself. You'll understand if I can make it work. She obeys, curious of Daniel's mystery weapon. As you wish, Master. I understand your caution. Can you bring me some candles or torches? Anything with a traditional, non-magic flame. If it is what I think it is, I have to be a little careful with it, but it should be safe enough. She agrees with a nod. Another golem appears, this one being one of her servant golems, and it has several of each. Use as many as you need, Master. She sets a lit torch on the workbench so he can light the others, as well as the candles. She suddenly asks softly, Master? Yes? What is it? Are you sure it's safe for you? Safe enough. The radiation emitted by the ore I want is actually blocked by skin and clothes. What effect it is having on magic is probably related, but not directly. She nods her head as she listens. Very well, be careful, Master. We shall retreat to the outside. If you do not signal me within 10 minutes, I will have the orcs come and retrieve you. Thank you. 10 minutes will be enough. She nods in agreement and ushers her golems and the orcs and goblins back out into the hall leading to the secluded lab. Daniel opens the trunk again, using one of the torches to light up the inside. Sure enough, he finds an ore marked with a distinct and crisp yellow coloring, though not shimmering in the same way gold does. It would be easy, especially under torch light, to mistake this metal for gold or silver, but he's fairly certain. His last test is the extremely simple radiation detecting film he asked Zyriko to make for him, with half of it shielded in lead and the other half exposed. He exposes the film for only a moment using tongs, and then withdraws it. He closes up the trunk and waits a moment for the lights to grow back to normal brightness, indicating the effects of the field have faded. He opens the door, smiling, and Zyriko and the others return to the inside. Daniel carefully extracts the film, showing it to Zyriko. She studies it for a moment, remarking, the two halves are very different. Daniel confirms with a bit of triumph in his voice. Yes, that means it reacted. Then, Daniel nods in confirmation. It is radioactive, one of the closest things my world had to magic. I can't confirm what specific element it is for certain, but I'm fairly confident it is the one I want. I see. Then, I shall have my henchmen continue to gather as much as possible. Thank you. Which leads me to the next question. Zyriko dismisses the orcs and goblins first, and they cheer, confirming vigorously whatever she said. She likely offered them an even bigger reward for gathering more and more. Knowing Zyriko, she likely convinced them to recruit their allies, in spite of the danger. However, now that they know that lead helps, they'll ensure to carefully collect it with lead containers, quickly removing themselves before they get sick. Daniel adds, if it's all right, offer them potations if they get sick or injured by the stones. I want as much as possible, but they need to be careful. She nods in acknowledgement of Daniel's instructions, explaining to the workers. They nod vigorously, laughing and eagerly accepting their mission. She explains, they accept. I'll notify you as we collect additional material. Good. What was your question, Master? She dismisses the goblins and orcs, having them escorted out by the servant golems. You said you can magically summon material, right? Indeed. So, if I ask for pure iron, you can summon pure iron? Of course. Can you tell me how you specifically summon iron? She pauses. Well, I can show you the spell and the changes made between materials that you can choose. I suspect you hope to change it to the one you want, yes? Yes, confirms Daniel confidently. Very well. Let us head to the manufacturing floor. She teleports them both, which Daniel is thankful works. He and Zyriko suspect that he exists in this world akin to inanimate objects that are devoid of magic. He can't benefit from magic or suffer from curses designed around living beings, but as proven when he can be burned by fire spells or teleported by Zyriko's influence over the Citadel, he is not truly immune to magic. In the manufacturing facility, Daniel sees golems operating spell circles, altering and creating repair materials to continue the ongoing repairs to the interior of the massive fortress, as well as the village within the outer wall. Zyriko leads him to a specific circle that is quite large, about the size of the summoning circle Daniel found himself in when he and Rikuto arrived in this world. To his surprise, it's actually projected onto the floor by a crystal device in the ceiling, and Zyriko operates a panel similar to the one at the top floor access panel where he and Hecate claimed control of the Citadel. As you can see, by defining certain quantities listed in this reference table, materials can be selected. Daniel asks, may I? Of course, Master. All the Citadel is yours to do with as you will. Right. But, I like to ask. She approves of his courtesy with a thankful bow of her head, stepping out of his way so he can use the panel to inspect the table. It seems to have been translated into Imperial Common for Daniel's sake, and he states, thank you for translating, Zyriko. It is my pleasure to serve you, Master. Thank you. From what I see here, These values in this column are the mana consumption, correct? Correct. It will adjust accordingly if we place materials to be changed from one material into the chosen material. Some changes use less magic, and some use more. Is the only way for the Citadel to replenish magic through deaths within the walls? As it stands, yes. That, or to have magic users make donations of their own magical energy to the Citadel's charging stations, though this is relatively inefficient. In fact, my original masters built the village at the outskirts and asked for magic energy as tribute from the citizens. Since it was an easy payment for everyone to make, everyone was happy to do so. Shall I begin recruiting for the village, master? Do so at a controlled pace. I don't want to overwhelm production nor attract attention of those fearing us making an army. In fact, it may be wise to bring it up with Viregraze when she returns, as a courtesy. I see. You are probably right, master. Daniel studies the other information in the table. Is there anywhere to see the unique properties of the material? Yes. The spell updates as appropriate. She selects iron, and as she indicated, certain glyphs on the magic circle projected onto the creation area change to indicate new glyphs. Daniel asks, those glyphs, what do they mean? They are ancient Feldrock characters for numbers. Really? Asks Daniel eagerly. Yes. He chuckles. That was amusement, Zyriko. I'm pleased with that answer. Can you transcribe what numbers are depicted in the changed glyphs for me, please? He offers his notebook after writing the word, iron, out. She nods, writing the numbers in order by each glyph. While Daniel knows it won't be the values from the periodic table, he knows it's information he can work with. He then selects another known material, carbon. He selects diamond first, having Zyriko write the new numbers out. He then chooses coal and does the same again. Unsurprisingly, most of the numbers don't change, but a few do. He remarks as he scrolls materials that are already known by the Citadel. I would love to see the reference table the Feldrocks created for these glyphs. I'm afraid I don't know, master. Apologies. Not your fault. They may have it secretly locked away somewhere. We'll see if we can outsmart this, though. I have some idea of your goal, but how do you intend to select an unknown material, master? In my world, humans had found ways to define elements like iron and carbon as unique and simple building blocks. Charmelkel is likely a compound. He chooses it, and several other glyphs change this time. He nods as his hypothesis comes to fruition. I'm fairly confident that these new numbers indicate how the compound is formed. A compound is formed of multiple elements. Yes. Like an alloy. Do you know what goes into Charmelkel if it's forged normally? It is a long list of individual materials, master. Daniel studies the information as he listens. How about iron? She answers intelligently. Only iron, strengthened if purified. And even stronger if you alloy it with certain other metals. For now, though, we'll try to narrow down what these numbers tell us. Daniel cycles through materials that he can identify definitively as elements, including tungsten, copper, calcium, silver, and gold. Zyriko records the numerical values in the positions that change, and they head to the desk to begin comparing. Zyriko expresses as Daniel makes cards of each one to be able to move around and sort. Master, I do have a concern. What you got? She cocks her head, but has become quite used to Daniel's casual speaking, which he uses in the new language just as he did most of the time in English. If the treasure of doom negates magic. I have a theory, which I hope you will be willing to attempt, but I agree. That could dampen what I hope to accomplish. What is your theory, master? The magic negation is directly related to the radiation being produced by the material. If you can convert something like iron into the uranium I want, it shouldn't negate the magic of the conversion until the very moment the spell completes, perhaps shortly after. I see, yes, that could be true. We'll try with a small piece. Look here, these values seem to be the most unique to each material, and I think I have a suspicion on how. This one is a factor by which the desired amount is generated. 10 pounds of iron is not the same volume as 10 pounds of coal. Daniel grins, nodding. You don't say. She stares at him a moment, fairly certain it's just one of his phrases. He adds, let me do some math from my world. The setting for amount was the same for all of these, right? 10 pounds? She confirms politely, yes, master. Excellent. Daniel scribbles some notes recalling his wisdom of the periodic table and of Avogadro's number. which uses a fixed number of atoms in a calculation with an element's atomic weight to convert it into grams. From there, he can do some math to figure out how many moles of each element is in the 10 pounds of this world's weight system. It takes some time, and he has to make several corrections, but he's able to confirm which of the numbers that came from the spell is the equivalent of the atomic number from Earth's periodic table. It seems to be using the full atomic weight of stable isotopes, and one of the other numbers that has been consistently zero may be a factor to determining isotopes. Daniel does some calculations and adjusts the values, asking Zyriko, "Can you make this value?" She looks at a negative value replacing one of the zeros. "Yes," confirms the golem caretaker. "There is an equivalent set of digits for negative values. Please set these parameters, and we'll test it." Zyriko begins adjusting input parameters on the control console, keeping the desired weight at 10 pounds. She then explains how to use the panel and activate the spell, and then she retreats so Daniel can activate it. The moment of truth is upon him. Whether or not he'll be able to accomplish the impossible in this world he could never imagine being in. Chapter 37. The Treasure of Doom Part 2. Daniel himself can't use magic, but there is magic equipment he can manage to utilize, specifically as long as he's wearing his gloves. And, although he has seen a fair amount of magic spells and equipment since his arrival in this new world, some spells are truly impressive to watch. He placed a small chunk of iron on the source circle, and then activated the alchemy circle, as he chooses to refer to it in his mind. It's a magic circle in the Citadel's manufacturing area that can summon any material he wants, as well as magically convert one substance to another. With Zyriko's help, they perform some math and research on the magic circle to attempt to create uranium. Specifically, uranium-235. The spell device is generating tons of light as it projects magic on the circle, and mist rolls off of the circle and around Daniel's boots as he watches cautiously. When the light fades, power suddenly drops out around the alchemy circle. Daniel looks around. Again, he forgot that the lights in the Citadel are powered by magic. He sighs, cautiously using his memory and moving slowly to find the edge of the circle. He crawls forward, feeling for his prize. He finds a rounded rectangular ingot, one that weighs this world's 10 pounds, which he's pretty sure is around 7.5 Earth pounds. He had to use what he's pretty sure his own weight was compared to what they claim his weight to be, and he has no way of knowing how accurate it is, since it has been since he weighed himself when he was still on Earth, let alone when he had a chance in this world. Regardless, it's probably close enough, and it won't really affect how he moves forward. Daniel carries the ingot, following the residual light from further away stations, finding the exit cautiously. Zyriko prepared the area and his path in hopes that work won't be interrupted. But, they both forgot to ensure he had a torch ready. Daniel walks the long walk to find an access to the outside, using the sunlight once he walks out onto one of the castle's side turrets. He recoils against the bright sunlight, realizing that he hasn't been outside much in the last few weeks. He studies the ingot in his hand, smiling at the silvery white metal. He exposes it to another one of the films from his pocket, keeping part of it covered with his fingers as well. Sure enough, the film discolors. When he moves his fingers, it's still untouched. Daniel takes a breath and sighs. "I don't want to make two, but I really should test it, shouldn't I?" Daniel looks out over the turret. He's pretty high up in the Citadel on the floor he's on, and he can see for miles in most directions. Other than isolated incidents, this world is peaceful. It's quiet. Much of nature is untouched and undisturbed. Monsters still roam the world in their natural forms. Earth had people who believed that the Earth was discovered by aliens and the human population descended or otherwise cultivated by those aliens. And Daniel suddenly has a thought about himself as the alien, wiping out this world's equivalent of dinosaurs with the technology he could bring over. True, there are powerful magic entities that could match or exceed anything he could do, so if that were to happen, it could have already. If he wants to stop this devourer, he has to hit it with something not from this world. By the sounds of it, Viregraze has tried everything available to her with magic and attack power, much of which only exacerbated the problem. The devourer does just that. It devours magic and bodies of the slain. Both he and Zyriko are pretty sure it was once a Feldrock, though something caused it to become a world-eating monster slowly consuming this world. If I make only one, and it fails, will I have a second chance? Will it develop some sort of resistance to the blast? Daniel looks at the ingot in his hand, holding it up to frame it against the horizon of the world where the weapon he is pondering making doesn't exist. I need to test it. I don't know how else to verify for certain I know what I'm doing. Theory is one thing. I need to build it. Daniel looks at the Citadel. He reliably believes that Zyriko, the caretaker and apparent soul of the Citadel, already possesses the power to shift the political spectrum of the world and turn the tide of the war any direction she could want. The mere fact that they so easily were able to trap and defeat the dragons, when Daniel himself witnessed them melt stone with ease, suggests how powerful the Citadel is. If anyone can keep a secret, he believes it would be Zyriko. But he'll need to ask her if she'll keep it a secret even after he perishes. Or, perhaps mutually assured destruction would be the only time she should flex her possession of the power over the atom. Daniel sighs. He murmurs as he looks at the ingot again. This is why I don't want leadership or anything like this. Responsibility over a world. He looks at the horizon again. Maybe I'm being hubristic. It's probably pretty arrogant of me to assume I have that power, but still. Daniel's weapon was feared on Earth for good reason, and it could have gone either way when it was first invented. Maybe it won't destroy the world, but it'll definitely shift the balance of power. But of course, he's only considering making one in the first place because of the Devourer. He knows in his heart he wouldn't even humor the notion. Just to defeat an army in this world. He wouldn't have even considered it if it was his only option to destroy the dragons. He sighs, gripping the ingot tightly. He murmurs softly, I'll do it, If you're listening, please forgive me of my sin. This one I probably won't be able to atone for. Daniel walks back inside. He needs to find a place to put the ingot and prepare properly to make even more. ******** King Regent Rikuto studies the young woman in ceremonial robes before him in the audience chamber. There's a full audience, including the Grand Duchess and her family, King Gradled and his wife and daughters, and many of the other nobles. This young woman is the kingdom's newest Dancier, a type of magic fortune teller able to supposedly narrow in on visions that supposedly can predict the future with some level of accuracy. The Dancier, when he and Daniel arrived, passed away under the intense stress her mind, body, and soul underwent during one such session, and they've found a new mage capable of using the dawn-seeing spell. Rikuto isn't particularly keen on risking it. They already lost one to the vision that currently looms over the world. But King Gradled and Princess Herales insisted that they consult another Dancier before the future becomes the present. The closer it gets, the closer the visions get, and so, as long as it has been, there may be a fair bit more clarity to help identify the threat. Eremiah, who typically takes a greater interest in spiritual and magical rituals and wisdom, sits silently. She is duty-bound to be present and respectful as the second princess, but she hasn't spoken to Herales, Rikuto, or her parents beyond short, curt responses since Daniel was sent away. Rikuto asks the young woman, "Have you been told what happened to the last Dancier, Belphine?" She nods respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty. I am aware of the risks. Every use of the dawn-seeing spell risks getting lost within the vision and a failure to return to reality. It is my sacred duty to convey the ripples of the world." He sighs. "I don't like it. I mean no disrespect, but I worry that the nature of this magic is too dubious to risk your talents and your life. Please only take that as the concerns of an otherworlder." "Of course, Your Majesty. It is difficult to fully trust when the visions can be unclear. However, my master taught me that taking caution when one smells smoke costs less than never looking for fire." "That would be true, if you didn't run the risk of dying in the process." Herales tries to reassure him, "Your Majesty, this is how we've always done it. The Dancier's visions have saved our kingdom time and again throughout history." Rikuto sighs. "Are you confident in your ability to survive, Belphine?" She confirms professionally. "As reliably as can be done, Your Majesty. My predecessor was weary from age, and still strove to protect her duty. I shall endeavor to the same standard of effort, but I won't take my youth for granted. I will be as safe as can be." Rikuto isn't entirely satisfied, but the entire court is hoping for this answer. He gives his assent with a nod. The last Dancier received a vision of a man with dark eyes and dark hair and a woman with horns and a tail. "If you can, please find us more details." She bows her head. "Please allow me to perform the ritual, Your Majesty." "Go ahead." She takes a seat on the floor, preparing some catalysts from her bag on the floor and staging components of the ritual, which Rikuto saw with her predecessor. Belphine then chants the spell, creating a smoke spontaneously from a bowl of liquid, which she inhales. Rikuto is skeptical, but he notices, as before, the entirety of the nobility watches on pins and needles. The mere fact that Arameliana came for this indicates how much stock this world puts in these prophetic visions. For several moments, Belphine is unconscious in the basic sense, sitting upright, but humming and twitching like she's in a somewhat lucid REM sleep. It takes several minutes, and just as before, she begins seizing. Some of the nobles stand up for a better view, and others murmur with concern. Even Gradled and the Prime Minister whisper nervously. Rikuto looks at Heracles, who is pale. He thinks for a moment, asking softly, "Can we wake her? It's not worth losing her." "No, once the vision starts, she must finish, or she'll never return." Rikuto sighs. Some kind of neural shock from drugs or something, most likely. Or PTSD if they forcibly wake her. There is likely a more scientific explanation. She finally gasps and cries out, and it becomes painful to watch. It's going just like the late Doncier's last moments. Finally, Belphine sprawls out, crying as her eyes snap open and she pants frantically. Rikuto rises to his feet, calling out to the growing din, "Be quiet. Everyone stay calm." Belphine's attendant gently helps her sit up, offering her water. It takes a moment before Belphine can make sense of where she is and what was happening. Rikuto asks cautiously, "Lady Doncier, can you tell us what you saw?" Her dazed gaze finally snaps to him and locks on, horrified of whatever she saw. She replies, her voice hoarse from the agonizing screams of the latter end of the vision. "Why, Your Majesty, the demons." "Take your time. Take a breath and say it as calmly and clearly as you can." She catches her breath a little longer, gulping down water. Once she's better settled, she takes a deep breath. "Your Majesty, I don't know, a father and daughter. It was strange, though, they were casting a spell, or making something. I don't understand what they were doing. But what happened, I don't. Do your best to describe it. It was blinding, like the sun had turned everything black, and they did it twice. After, they were gathering the demons." Heracles asks, "What of the dragons? Were they gathering dragons?" "I'm not sure. There was a woman, holding an egg. It was too big for a woman of her size, but she only had horns and a tail." The others look at each other. The elder Doncier saw a woman with horns and a tail. But she didn't have an egg. Rikuto focuses on the pair. "This father and daughter, can you describe them?" Belphine does her best to remember. The man was taller than her, dark hair and dark eyes, and almost certainly human, but the girl, she also had dark hair, but she had protrusions from her head. They didn't move like horns. And her tail was almost as big as she is. Rikuto looks at Heracles, and then Tulaxos, neither of whom have any idea. He asks, "A feral kin? Could the protrusions on her head be mistaken for horns?" Belphine nods reluctantly as she thinks back on it. Maybe, but they were very broad. More like ears. She was laughing. Rikuto scratches his chin. There are similarities, but much of the vision was different now. Gradled offers, "It's very possible that parts of the vision have changed because those events are now past." Arameliana speaks, "There is evidence Daniel drove back a dragon at Fort Peony." This causes murmurs through the room, and even Aramaya sits up, suddenly interested. Arameliana continues, "I know it's naive to assume Daniel isn't who the vision is depicting, so if we assume he killed the dragon, that could have been what the original visions were saying." Wenliana whines, "But he's not a destroyer, Mother. Nothing any of the visions have described would match Daniel." Aramaya adds, "It also hasn't been long enough for him to have a daughter. Has there been any news on his whereabouts?" Rikuto replies, "None, Your Highness." She looks away from him, nodding shortly. Arameliana adds, "My own troops have infiltrated the west and have made contact with a Kirin who cooperated." She recognized the Stalvaltan sigil. She seems a little proud of that fact, but she also glances at Wenliana briefly. It seems, Daniel is looked upon favorably by some of the demons. She claims he killed the dragon and a drake that attacked Peony, and she was part of that force. Heracles asks bluntly, "Has she been captured?" "No, my troops are not acting in a military capacity. They're looking for Daniel." She offered this information to allies of Daniel. Rikuto asks, "Did she say how he did it?" only that he was the most powerful sorcerer she has ever seen. This causes a stir, but Rikuto focuses on the potential that Daniel is the subject of the foreboding vision. Did she say anything about his goals? Did he harbor resentment for us? By all appearances, no, he set out from there to hunt the Dragon Lord, supposedly. Several nobles chuckle and laugh, and Wenliana glares at some of them. Even Heracles laughs, but Eremiah smiles sincerely. Rikuto, still trying to take the vision seriously, even though everyone else has lost interest for the moment. Belphine, can you determine what spell he and his apparent daughter were casting? Anything about it? She shakes her head. Only that it was as bright as the sun, and everything was black afterwards. It was like, it erased my ability to see. Rikuto thinks deeply, and Heracles points out, Your Majesty, it's unlikely the vision is depicting Daniel. If he had such magic, he would have had no reason to go along with being sent to Peony. I wish I could see the visions myself. I feel like I'm guessing at the color of a rock in the darkness. He looks at Heracles. I already knew he could make weapons. It's surprising to learn that he could kill a dragon with them, but these weapons were highly effective in our world. I knew it, so he was lying. You don't understand, Heracles. The rate at which the world would change is too dangerous. I asked him not to make them. He clearly made one to defend himself, and it's the only reason we're not fending off a dragon from burning this castle as we speak, I suspect. Eremeliana nods in agreement. Then, you believe the vision is about him? We should have imprisoned him when we had the chance. Rikuto is silent for a moment, but Eremiah suddenly stands up, drawing their attention. She faces Heracles, saying in a lecturing tone, Sister, if he has resentment for this kingdom, it is because of how you all treated him. But, more importantly, the vision has been incomplete every time. Daniel could be doing something just, and you are merely assuming he is a threat. The evidence is clear. All of the visions have prophesied some great destruction. If Daniel is the man, then he and his companion are a threat to this world. Then, it would be in our best interest to apologize, wouldn't it? Eremiah bows to Rikuto, saying, Your Majesty, I am no longer feeling well enough to be part of this audience. Please grant me leave to retire to my room. Rikuto, knowing she's still bitter and angry about expelling Daniel without telling her, nods as he replies gently, Of course. Go ahead, Princess Eremiah. She bows her head and curtsies, making her way out gracefully as Heracles huffs in anger. Rikuto asks to himself, All right, Daniel, what could you make that's worse than a gun? Zyriko ponders what Daniel just laid out for her. He wants her to have his secret weapon, but only as a last resort to protect the world from threats on par with the Devourer. She must keep it secret otherwise, including from all inheritors of the Citadel after he's gone. Master, I appreciate your faith in me, of course, but if I may ask, why the sudden change of heart? He smiles, replying soft ultimately, I want to escape the responsibility this secret holds, whether or not to use it. When I was looking out over the plains this castle oversees, and the beautiful lake, and the untampered mountains on the horizon, I had a moment of doubt, is it my right to so dangerously change this world? She listens patiently and deliberates on his concern. She finally looks directly at him. She says sincerely, Master, no, Daniel, you are very good at making friendly acquaintances. People who will remember you fondly on occasion before continuing about their day. But, you aren't very good at making and keeping friends, comrades that you allow yourself to rely on. It is that very flaw that causes you to offer me a burden instead of asking for my hand, or that of anyone else around you. I know you are willing to give away the glory of success by doing so, but you are trying to throw away your accountability. If this weapon is so terrible, don't make it. Don't even tell me anything more about it. If we can't defeat the Devourer, then let this world die. You owe this world nothing and will likely pass on before the Devourer consumes the whole world. But, she looks directly into his eyes. If you want my honest advice, though admittedly just as much a request, speak to Lady Hecate and let her help you choose. Speak to Ryuo and Reina. Consult with Viregraze. And, whatever you choose and however you choose to do it, please save our world. She sinks to a kneel, bowing before him. Daniel, please save our world. Daniel hesitates at the profound show of humility. Zyriko told him early on that she chose to become bound to the Citadel so that she could live on into the future alongside the masters that she loved. Zyriko, she doesn't look up. Zyriko, I intend to ask everyone I trust, so please help me. I believe I can stop the devourer, but I'm afraid of what comes after. The weapon I intend to use, it must remain only in the hands of the truly morally incorruptible, or behind an incorruptible system. My world managed, but it felt like we teetered on the edge. I can save the world now, but please tell me what you would like to do about the future. Zyriko is looking up at him. He adds, I will do it. To take down something so big, it's the only thing that I believe will work. But, we need a plan for after I'm done and after I'm gone. She nods, saying tenderly, Master, I would be happy to assist. I can archive the wisdom, but I believe it will be beneficial to have a group advise on circumstances when I would be allowed to divulge the technology and to whom, particularly because I cannot directly assemble it. Daniel agrees. We'll move ahead as planned, then, and begin assembling the 2 bombs. 2. Master? Yes. I'm fairly confident we successfully produced the element I need, but we need to make a test unit. Failure isn't an option. I don't want to risk the devourer developing resistance. I see, replies Zyriko. Then, we'll also need a testing location, won't we? Definitely. Somewhere barren and unusable for anything else if possible, and, with winds blowing away from civilization. The plains would not suffice? God know the size of the weapon I want to build will have a destructive radius of over 100 miles. Zyriko stares at him silently for a long time. She finally murmurs, I finally understand why you're afraid. Daniel nods grimly. I have some ideas to reduce the amount of uranium we need, but we'll need the largest, clearest area we can get that will never be needed again. If we're lucky, it actually will recover, but I don't want to take chances. The caretaker acknowledges and requests further instructions. Inform me, and I shall endeavor to make anything you need. Will do. But first, let's go talk to the other 3. We'll get their input. Of course, Master. I shall take you to Hecate. The 2 are teleported through the castle, and they find Hecate in the archives, reading spellbooks. She jumps up with a start, squeaking, D. Daniel. I was just, she tries to hide the book, but Daniel smiles. He says warmly, Hecate, I'm glad you're studying. She blushes, murmuring, I just want to be as helpful as Zyriko. She shoots the golem a light glare, but Zyriko simply nods politely. Daniel approaches and pets Hecate's head, which earns him a happy hug. She pouts, and, I was tired of seeing your mistress with her stupid belly. Daniel sighs. Hecate, I have something I need to talk to all of you about. Would you mind if we all gather in the control tower where we met Zyriko? She glares at him, and he remarks, it has to do with defeating the devourer. Her expression shifts. Oh, why didn't you say so? I was getting to it. He pinches her cheeks playfully, teasing, but you kept glaring at me for no reason. Wah. Not no reason. I'm supposed to be your wife, so why are you so nice to other women? I'm nice to everyone I can be. Now, are you ready, or did you want to finish what you were reading? Hecate latches onto his arm, saying proudly, I'm always ready for you, Daniel, I'll start over anyways. It wasn't making much sense. Unfortunately, I can't help you with magic, but I'm glad you're broadening your knowledge. She grins, cackling boisterously. Of course. If I master magic, you won't even want anyone else. He pets her head again. Yes, yes. Zyriko, can you take us to the control room and ask the other 2 to meet us there? Please teleport them if they're willing. She bows, of course, master. Wait, cries out Hecate. I want to try. Try what? I want to try the teleportation spell. Daniel looks at Zyriko, who studies Hecate for a moment. She nods in response. Lady Hecate, please allow me to interrupt your spell with disruption should I detect an imminent failure. I won't fail, but, she glances sheepishly at Daniel. Since I know you only want to protect us, I'll allow it. Zyriko nods her head in agreement. Hecate begins casting the spell, which requires an incantation for her, but the glyphs appear around her and Daniel, and in a flash, they appear in the control room, though rather far from where the table and chairs are. Still, Daniel pets her head cheerfully, saying, Great job, Hecate. I'm proud of you. She grins, hugging him. As my reward, carry me. She climbs onto his back, and he laughs. Very well, you deserve it. She laughs triumphantly. Of course I do. It's the strict privilege of your wife. If you say so. He walks to the table as Hecate hugs him from behind, swishing her tail back and forth eagerly as she enjoys the piggyback ride. Daniel sits down, and Hecate unhesitatingly climbs onto his lap, sitting eagerly with him until the other three arrive. Ryuogrier approaches the table with a regal gait, cradling her distended belly with a happy and somewhat smug smile. Hecate growls quietly, but she keeps her thoughts to herself. Daniel suspects that, because it's an egg, the internals and shell formed quickly, and it'll have a longer gestation period once it's laid. Rainleaf, still wearing her form-hiding clothing, is more introverted, and she all but sneaks to her chair to sit down, avoiding Hecate's icy glare. Which follows Ryuogrier mostly. Reyna shoots Daniel a sheepish smile as she takes her seat, keeping it brief lest she earn Hecate's impotent wrath. Ryuogrier greets them. "Good morning, my cherished master Daniel." She adds a little smugly, "Lady Hecate." Hecate points. "You should be more grateful that I let you come to this meeting, Ryuogrier. Daniel and I were going to ow." She clutches her head when Daniel lightly bops her with his knuckle. "What did I do?" "Be nice, Hecate. You're cuter when you're nice." She blushes, huffing as she faces forward and crosses her arms. "Gee, good morning, Ryuo. Good morning, Reyna." Reyna odds softly in greeting, murmuring, "Good morning." Daniel sighs. The gravity of what he's about to talk about will likely be diminished by the little Feldrock girl sitting on his lap, but they'll all hear him out. "To begin with, ladies, I already spoke to Zyriko, and she recommended I include you in this knowledge, since it has the potential to affect the whole world." Their smiles shift to seriousness, and Hecate looks up over her shoulder to see his face. He nods gently. "In order to defeat the Devourer, I intend to make a weapon from my world. A weapon that is to my staff what my staff is to weapons in this world." They stare at him silently, and he clarifies, "That is to say, I cannot adequately describe this weapon's power without it being difficult to believe. Especially when it will be compared against what you all know as my staff." The two dragon women glance at each other, and Hecate shifts on his lap to sit sideways so she can look up into his eyes. Daniel looks down at her, smiling gently. "This weapon could likely level the Citadel in an instant. That's the kind of power I'm speaking of." Zyriko scoffs, retorting with her pride in her voice, "I would like to accept that challenge, Master, but I suspect you might be right." This helps it sink in for the other three, and they finally look at Daniel again. He explains, "I'll make the hard choice for the Devourer, since it's the only way I can think of, since Viregraze seems to have tried everything this world has at its disposal, and it's too big for my staff. What I want to know is if you'd be willing to help me decide how to handle the knowledge of this weapon afterwards. If anyone else manages to make one, the only way to deter it is to have the capability as well. At least, that's the way my world handled it. It's not great. But it can't be wielded by someone reckless or apathetic to the lives of common folk. For instance, the Dragon Lord." The two dragons shift their gazes away, but they both nod. Ryuogrier asks softly, "The reason you're telling us, Master?" He smiles. "Because I trust you well enough to make decisions for the future. Zyriko rightfully reminded me that I need to consider the children and grandchildren of the future. The lives that would be extinguished by the Devourer or never get to live because of it. The lives that would have to live under threat of these weapons long after the Devourer is dead, or in complete blissful ignorance of them ever existing." Hecate asks softly, Is it really that terrible, Daniel?" Ryuogrier offers gently, "It will have to be, Hecate, if it is to defeat the Devourer. We dragons, all of us tried our flames and most powerful spells together. No magic can harm the Devourer, and nothing drives it back. Only physical attacks can cause it to bleed, and the more powerful the magic of the attacker, the more aggressively the Devourer retaliates. We lost 4 dragons in the last attempt." Reyna adds softly, "Our former lord hoped to find a place the Devourer couldn't reach." Daniel can envision that. He continues with what he knows. Viregraze confirmed that the invasion eastward was her trying to hold back, but needing to evacuate Demonkin and the other western races away from the Devourer, and she's tried only to conquer the land she needs. Ryuogrier and Rainleaf both nod in agreement. "You are correct, Master." Daniel makes the direct request. "If any of you have objection to me making this weapon, now is the time to express it." The three look at each other, and then at Zyriko. Zyriko remarks, "I have already expressed my will to Master Daniel." Ryuogrier remarks gently, touching the bulge of her abdomen tenderly, "Master, I I agree, the future for not only ourselves, but our children and grandchildren, and their children after them. I want to protect that future, I always have. It was unfair that we couldn't, that all of the other races had so little issue having children. Reyna nods in agreement. Ryuogrier continues. I made unfavorable choices when it was only us dragons. I will continue to serve your will, Daniel, as yours is one benefiting everyone, not just one race. Daniel nods, and he looks at Reyna. She agrees to the plan. I agree. If you believe you can defeat the Devourer, I would ask you to please do so. If I can help, please tell me how. The others nod as well. Daniel nods in agreement, looking lastly at Hecate. She climbs up onto the table, saying proudly as she puts her hands on her hips. Ha 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 ha. It should be obvious, Daniel. I am your wife, and this is our world. We shall protect it from all monsters from now until forever. Mwahahahahaha. Let the Devourer rue the day it awakened. Bring forth enemies to try to steal your technology. We'll destroy them together and preserve peace and prosperity for all. Ryuogrier and Rainleif both smile, and Zyriko claps her hands. Daniel smiles. Very well. Then, we're all in agreement. We'll discuss the rest further. For now, Zyriko, if I could. I'll send for my henchmen to return. Actually, if you have others, I would prefer they continue digging for the raw ore. Really? He confirms with a nod. It'll cost less to convert it to the isotope I want, right? True. Very well. As it does come in, please have them make it into raw ingots like the one we made earlier. After, I'll determine what the pieces need to look like as I refine the design I'll go with. Which do we have more of? Charmelkel or Mithril?